If the soil problem is solved, then I won't have a problem. Shirtu responded directly. Then, Luo Chong looked at Duer again. This guy hadn't spoken yet. Chief, there is little water there. There are only streams in the mountains. It is not easy to draw water or irrigate the fields. Duer thought for a while and said. Then cut down trees, dig ditches, divert streams to the foot of the mountain, and dig ponds to store water. Luo Chong directly stated his plan. Well, the leader's method is very good, and I have no problem with it, so what should we do next? Duer also nodded in agreement. In this case, let's send the three of you there. Rui will be the general manager, and he will be mainly responsible for finding a suitable location and transporting earth from outside the valley to build the city wall. You, Lone Ear, are responsible for finding streams, digging ditches to bring the water sources to one place, and then digging ponds under the mountains to store water. As for you, Stone, you are responsible for clearing up wasteland, clearing local vegetation, and then going up the mountain to cut down as many trees as you can. After cutting, you will pile them up in a place for storage, so that they can be used when the new city is built next year. Luo Chong assigned tasks to the three of them in an orderly manner, and all three of them agreed. 2 days later, the newly released Baima Pass preparatory team was completed, with a total of 500 people, including 300 Hanyang residents and 200 slaves. They were led by 3 leaders and brought a large number of convoys and supplies. Marching into the valley in the north, the entire team was loaded with food and countless tools, starting an expansion plan for the Han tribe. Fuma Pass is actually the mountain pass behind Hanyang City. It is not very far away. With today's foot strength and a walking speed of 20 kilometers per day, it only takes 3 days to walk there, and it is 70 kilometers at most. Damn it, Luo Chong has been conservatively estimating it to be about 60 kilometers. This journey is not that far. After all, according to the military history records of Tuba Road, when our soldiers used to besieged and encircled, they sometimes traveled more than 100 kilometers in a day and night, and at that time, they relied on 2 legs and a bald man. It was a wheel race, but we still won. The distance was really nothing. With Hanyang City as the center, the construction tasks of the north and south lines began to proceed simultaneously and gradually got on the right track. Luo Chong sat firmly in the classroom and received news from the 2 places every day, but this sudden day, he had been out for more than half a year. The grassland caravan is finally back. This is good news. At least the harvest this time is indeed very gratifying. When the autographed letter from Yufu was delivered to Luo Chong, the caravan was still 3 days away from Hanyang City. However, it was 3 days to get to Hanyang City, but it was only a few steps away from Ruyang County. Luo Chong immediately realized that this was a journey. Good opportunity, you know, the caravan brought a lot of good stuff. Now how about going to the construction site in Ruyang County to have a drink of water and take a rest? Luo Chong smiled and immediately wrote back to Yufu, telling him that a new city was being built where the Li tribe once lived. You can turn a corner when you go back. It's not too late to go and take a day off and then come back. Yufu was also surprised when he received Luo Chong's reply. He didn't expect that the headquarters of the Han tribe would expand so fast. Hanyang City had only been built for a long time, and now a new city was being opened? This is something that many people didn't expect. Therefore, Yufu was also very interested in this new city. He immediately followed what Luo Chong said, turned around and headed towards Ruyang County City, arriving there the next morning. Early the next morning, the people of the Taro tribe got up early, and then the whole tribe, men, women, old and young, gathered around an iron pot to cook breakfast. The pot was a good pot, which was exchanged for the labor of all the tribe members. It was the only one in the entire tribe. But the rice inside is not good food. Boiled taro cubes, although this is not a serious food, can still satisfy hunger. Moreover, this cooking method was just learned from the Han tribe. The tribesmen like it very much. This food is even soup and water. It's much better than eating barbecue all day long. But just when they had cooked the food and were about to share it, the white soup in the pot suddenly started to ripple. Then, almost everyone felt the vibration of the earth and carefully lowered their ears. On the ground, you can even hear a thunderous rumble. Is this what's going on? Yutu was a little panicked. He really didn't know what was going on, so he didn't know how to react. On the other side of the construction site, Shuda obviously also discovered the situation. He had cavalry under his command, so Shuda directly, you can tell that this is the sound caused by a large number of heavy animals running wildly. Who else could it be that came from the south and had so many cattle and horses in their hands? It must be the caravan of Yofunasi, coming back. To be honest, Shuda is very prejudiced against this guy. He is a serious military officer who can't win a single battle all year round, but this guy is obviously a businessman running away, but he carries 2 general flags. The heavy cavalry are being used everywhere. Do you think this is irritating? It's so unbearable that even my uncle can't bear it. No, I must tell the leader next time. I want to go to the grassland myself, and I can fight. Who wants to stay here carrying bricks and digging soil every day? It is really unfair, Shuda thought with a heart. Yofu's team arrived quickly, but the first ones to run over were a group of dogs, followed by a group of sheep, cattle and horses, and a small number of caravan members on horseback. Those who were slowly riding behind were definitely Yofu. Fell down. However, the Taro tribe obviously did not know these people, but they also knew that this was a team from the Han tribe, because the leader wore a bright silver crown on his head, which looked the same as a rat-sized one. In addition, that was the thousands of cattle, horses, and sheep. Naturally, there are not many cattle and horses, but there are about 2,000 or 3,000. The rest are all live sheep, piles of dirty sheep. There are even more numbers all over the mountains and fields. It is impossible to count. To be honest, even the sheep I don't even know how many there are. There were so many livestock, and they all belonged to the Han tribe. This immediately frightened the Tao tribe. No wonder the Han tribe was so powerful. The entire tribe, men, women, old and young, combined, didn't have as many cattle as others. Such strength, the gap is nothing compared to nothing. Seeing so many cows, the first thing Yuta thought of was farmland. He had seen rice harvesting and recultivation in the Han tribe, so he naturally knew the role of cows, so he really wanted some farm cows, but when he followed after Shuda made the request, Shuda refused unhappily. Oh. Chief Tua, why do you have such an idea? Although there are many cattle here, our Han tribe is also in short supply. There is so much newly reclaimed land waiting to be used for cattle. How can there be any excess that can be exchanged for you? But it's not, no way. Rat laughed. What can I do? Yutu asked, curiously. Of course you have to join the Han tribe. As long as you join our Han tribe, the leader will definitely distribute the cattle to various places. Then you will have to beg for it. What a joke. Do you think begging is for begging? Don't think about it. Shuda persuaded you too earnestly. Taro. Mada, after all, I still want to join the Han tribe, but if I don't join, I will see that my tribe will be unable to control them. The tribesmen don't care about anything else. Who can protect them and who can keep them fed? They just want to follow whoever they want. If their stomachs are not full, who cares what your leader does? At this time, a situation like this was going on. There were several children in the Taro tribe who were holding the lambs in their arms and kept shouting that they wanted to eat meat and wear clothes. This was a set of procedures for skinning and eating meat. In front of a few people, there were more than a dozen vicious grazing dogs. When they saw the lambs they were grazing being robbed, they immediately wanted to bite the child to death and snatch the lamb back. However, in front of these vicious dogs, there was a row of people holding spears. Most of the warriors are there to protect children. But children can be forgiven. The Taro tribe grows taro, which is highly productive, so the tribesmen depend on it for food. They almost vomit after eating it. No matter how delicious the food is, they can't stand it if they only eat this every day. Of course, there is also meat. A few fish are brought from the river every day, or the hunting team goes hunting. But I don't know if it is because of the Han tribe nearby. There are very few wild animals around. It seems that it may be because they are afraid of the Han tribe. The sweep. Therefore, the Taro tribe does not have much meat. Even if they catch prey, it is not enough to share among nearly 500 people. That is why this scene happened. A child actually held a lamb and said that he wanted to eat meat and wear clothes. Several dolls are all naked butts, and they are not wearing any clothes on their bodies. But now it is autumn, the weather is getting worse day by day, and there has been strong wind recently, but these children still don't have any animal skins. If this continues, there is not enough meat reserves to obtain higher calories, and there is no animal skin to keep warm. It is almost a certainty that they will not survive this winter. But these children are not stupid, or this is called survival instinct. They want to live and don't want to die like this, so they catch the sheep of the Han tribe. They want to eat the mutton and wear sheepskin clothes. They want to live, that's all. But it's not a problem if the confrontation continues like this. Someone has to come forward. At this moment, Yu Fu, who was in the middle of the team, finally came over and saw the rat wearing a tin crown. Yu Fu was happy after a while. Thinking that he had met an acquaintance even after half a year, he still thought things were different. Yu Fu rode his horse to Shuda, then dismounted, wanting to say hello to Shuda, but Shudali ignored him and stared at the children, as if they had done something wrong. Shuda, what's going on? What's going on? Who are those people, the new ones our leader has recruited? Yu Fu also asked, looking at the situation in front of him. Copy the security work, modify it later and refresh it Of course, there is also meat. A few fish are brought from the river every day, or the hunting team goes hunting. But I don't know if it is because of the Han tribe nearby. There are very few wild animals around. It seems that it may be because they are afraid of the Han tribe. The sweep. Therefore, the Taro tribe does not have much meat. Even if they catch prey, it is not enough to share among nearly 500 people. That is why this scene happened. A child actually held a lamb and said that he wanted to eat meat and wear clothes. Several dolls are all naked butts, and they are not wearing any clothes on their bodies. But now it is autumn, the weather is getting worse day by day, and there has been strong wind recently, but these children still don't have any animal skins. If this continues, there is not enough meat reserved to obtain higher calories, and there is no animal skin to keep warm. It is almost a certainty that they will not survive this winter. But these children are not stupid, or it is called survival instinct. They want to live and don't want to die like this, so they catch the sheep of the Han tribe. They want to eat the mutton and wear sheepskin clothes. They want to live, that's all. But it's not a problem if the confrontation continues like this. Someone has to come forward. At this moment, Yu Fu, who was in the middle of the team, finally came over and saw the rat wearing a tin crown. Yu Fu was happy after a while. Thinking of meeting an acquaintance even after half a year, he still thought things were different. Yu Fu rode his horse up to Shuda, then dismounted, wanting to say hello to Shuda, but Shu Dali ignored him and stared straight at the children, as if they had done something wrong. Shuda, what's going on? What's going on? Who are those people, the new ones our leader has recruited? Yu Fu also asked, looking at the situation in front of him. Several dolls are all naked butts, and they are not wearing any clothes on their bodies. But now it is autumn, the weather is getting worse day by day, and there has been strong wind recently, but these children still don't have any animal skins. If this continues, there is not enough meat reserved to obtain higher calories, and there is no animal skin to keep warm. It is almost a certainty that they will not survive this winter. But these children are not stupid, or it is called survival instinct. They want to live and don't want to die like this, so they catch the sheep of the Han tribe. They want to eat the mutton and wear sheepskin clothes. They want to live, that's all. But it's not a problem if the confrontation continues like this. Someone has to come forward. At this moment, Yu Fu, who was in the middle of the team, finally came over and saw the rat wearing a tin crown. Yu Fu was happy after a while. Thinking that he had met an acquaintance even after half a year, he still thought things were different. Yu Fu rode his horse up to Shu De, then dismounted, wanting to say hello to Shu De, but Shu Dolly ignored him and stared straight at the children, as if they had done something wrong. Shu De, what's going on? What's going on? Who are those people, the new ones our leader has recruited? Yu Fu also asked, looking at the situation in front of him. Several dolls are all naked butts, and they are not wearing any clothes on their bodies. But now it is autumn, the weather is getting worse day by day, and there has been strong wind recently, but these children still don't have any animal skins. If this continues, there is not enough meat reserved to obtain higher calories, and there is no animal skin to keep warm. It is almost a certainty that they will not survive this winter. But these children are not stupid, or this is called survival instinct. They want to live and don't want to die like this, so they catch the sheep of the Han tribe. They want to eat the mutton and wear sheepskin clothes. They want to live, that's all. Want to dress, want to live. What an outrageous low request, but even such a low request is difficult for the Taro tribe to satisfy. However, there is more than one Taro tribe in the world. The Taro tribe can still meet the food needs. I am afraid that other wild people will be even worse. Not as good as that. The child's mother was also very upset, but she was from the Taro tribe and her leader didn't say anything. Could she make the decision on her own and take her child to join the Han tribe? During the month of contact with the Han tribe, did they really not envy the life of the Han tribe? Looking at the Han tribesmen eating white rice and vegetables every day, are they really not greedy? When they walked barefoot and were pricked by stones, didn't they really envy the shoes on the feet of the Han tribesmen? How is that possible? As the saying goes, those who are barefoot are not afraid of those who wear shoes, but there is another sentence in the saying that I have not remembered, that is, even those who are barefoot want to wear shoes. It's just that they don't have that condition, otherwise they wouldn't be barefoot. The mother of the child turned her head and looked at her leader, Yutu, who was still staring at the herd, dumbfounded. She then looked at the mighty herd of the Han tribe, and finally looked at the child under her knees. He was the child of his own, who risked his life for 10 months of pregnancy. His young body shivered in the autumn wind. His eyes were filled with tears and helplessness. He only had the simplest request in the world. He wanted to live. Tears blurred the woman's eyes, making everything she saw hazy. Animals still have the feeling of licking their calves to leave their orphans before they die, and even more so for humans who have awakened their intelligence. Maternal love has no national boundaries, let alone species. It's an innate instinct. If there really are extra animal skins in the tribe, no one wants to let their children wait naked to die in the cold wind, but the Taro tribe really doesn't have any. What should I do? The opportunity is right in front of me. Thousands of livestock, there was a steady flow of people in front of us, and there were several tall four-wheeled trucks loaded with animal skins. Our tribe did not have them, but the Han tribe did. Joining them is just a word. If you say it, you will be popular and popular in the future. If you don't say it, is it worthy of the child who is begging for you? He was born by himself, and no one can feel more sorry for him than himself. Let's let this child join your tribe. Chief, let's stop him while you take him away. The child's mother suddenly made up her mind, burst into tears, and pushed the child hard to Yofu. Then he turned his head to the side. She knew that if the child followed her, she would have no clothes to wear. Instead of doing this, it would be better to hand him over to the Han tribe. Although she might never see him again, at least the child could survive. The child staggered when his mother pushed him, and he lay on the ground, holding the lamb. When he heard what his own mother said, he immediately burst into tears. He didn't want the lamb anymore, and instead hugged his mother's thigh and cried loudly. "Mom, we don't want to get dressed anymore. We'll follow Mom. We won't leave. You go away, you can survive by following them, they have everything, go away." The child cried so hard that he couldn't bear to leave his mother, and his mother pushed him away fiercely. After she pushed him once, the child cried and got up and ran back. The mother and son went back and forth, and finally, reluctant to separate, they hugged each other and cried together. Several other children and adults holding the lamb seemed to be affected. They abandoned the lamb and secretly wiped their tears while hugging their parents' thighs. The pitiful cries here finally attracted everyone's attention. Yao Tu, who had been looking at the herd in a daze, also came back to his senses and watched the scene quietly without saying a word. The thought appeared in his mind again. The young figure wearing a golden crown, the words that man once said to me seem to be lingering in my ears just now. You are also the head of a clan, the leader of a tribe. If you can make your people live a better life, but you don't do it, then are you still worthy of being a leader? Are you worthy of your people? Call. After a long time, Yuta seemed to have figured out something. He let out a long breath, and his shoulders slumped down. It seemed that he could no longer hold on to what he had held on to for so long. Something happened today. If he doesn't agree to join the Han tribe, maybe someone will raise a shovel behind his back, chop off his head with one shovel, and then stand in the Han tribe's camp openly. Or those little guys who have no clothes to wear, don't look at them because they are small, they may stone their leader to death at night. The Taro tribe is on the verge of bombing the camp. Although there are no soldiers shooting behind the commander's back, there are still some dirty tricks. Who told you to stop us from joining the Han tribe? Who told you not to let us pass? On a good day, if you don't kill someone, I don't care if you are the leader or not. Anyway, I am not. Whoever stops us from joining the Han tribe is our enemy. This sentiment has quietly spread among the Taro tribe. Maybe not everyone thinks that way, but there are always dozens of people. However, the Taro tribe cannot bear this risk at all, because even if there is only one person, it is very likely that he cannot see the sun tomorrow. Therefore, between the two options of continuing to persevere to the end and then being killed by his own tribe, or taking them to join the Han tribe and then win the position of clan leader, Yutu had no choice but to follow his heart. Under the gaze of all his clan members, he walked up to the mother and son and Yufu. The child's red and swollen eyes were full of anger and sinisterness, which really frightened him. This child might really want to kill him. Yutu pretended not to see it, then looked at Yufu, his face straightened, and he immediately said righteously, I am their leader, and I am willing to take all my people to join the Han tribe. Please give these children some clothes. The tribesmen looked at their leader in surprise, listened to what he said, and finally fell into ecstasy. Now, they are also members of the Han tribe. Yofu twisted his beard and smiled, calm and calm. Shuda was so angry that he almost fainted. He had been busy for almost 2 months, just to earn this credit, and then stand as the leader with Yofu. In front of me, I wouldn't embarrass myself so much, but now. Damn it, where's my knife? Damn it, I'm going to chop that bastard to death. I finally got the credit. I was about to succeed, but you came and kicked me out at the last moment. What a shame. Let's not let people live anymore. The news soon reached the Han tribe by wooden boat. Luo Chong was not particularly excited. He had experienced too many such things. In the past 2 years, the Han tribe had absorbed countless tribes. It was just a Taro tribe. It was nothing. It's worth paying attention to, and Luo Chong had already expected such a result before, so he didn't pay too much attention to them. Yofu came back, and he brought thousands of cattle and horses with him. It sounded like a lot, and it looked like a lot, but it was actually a lot. There were nearly 300 horses when they left. Although there were not that many people, the 70 heavy cavalry were all 1 man and 3 riders, so the number was naturally larger. Don't worry about how much you can get after arriving at the grassland. Just from robbing the Qingshu tribe, you got a lot of cattle and horses. First, because they didn't have cars, they relied on cattle and horses to carry the goods. In this way, the cattle and horses needed was a large amount. The Han tribe might not be able to fit even 10 cows and horses into a cart. Coupled with the cattle and horses that the Qingshu tribe exchanged with various grassland tribes along the way, the number is even greater. The other group was the dire wolf tribe, with 500 horses attacking the caravan. The first time the Han tribe killed more than 100 people and seized nearly 300 horses. You must know that they only had 2 or 3 horses per person. Although they did not continue fighting after that, the day the team caught up with them, they extorted hundreds of horses from them. In this way, the harvest was very considerable. The 2 battles brought countless benefits to the Han tribe. Of course, these are all living animals, and the captured dead animals must also be counted, especially the large amount of sea salt seized from the Qingshu tribe, plus the goods brought by the Han tribe. This is equivalent to gathering the resources of the tribe gathered all the exchanged livestock in one place, and the size of the herd naturally became larger. Such a large number of livestock naturally expanded the strength of the Han tribe, but raising them also became a problem. First of all, the scale. The Han tribe totaled thousands of horses. It is difficult to feed them in one place, because there is no feed. Unlike cattle and sheep, cattle, sheep, donkeys, alpacas, etc. are all more tolerant of rough feeding, which means they are easier to feed. They don't have to eat anything, as long as they have something to eat. Especially things like corn stalks, although they are not valuable, but cattle and sheep love to eat it. But if you show the same thing to a horse, it may not even look at it. People want high-quality feed. What is fine feed? Good alfalfa, even if it is straw, it must be straw such as wheat, barley, and rice. The straw can also be okay. In addition, depending on the exercise situation, it is best to supplement some seasonal fruits and vegetables, or high-energy, high-calorie crops such as beans, in order to raise good horses. However, it is difficult for the Han tribe to meet such harsh conditions. Equals 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 equals. Coupled with the cattle and horses that the Qingshu tribe exchanged with the tribes on the grassland along the way, the number is even greater. The other group was the dire wolf tribe, with 500 horses attacking the caravan. The first time the Han tribe killed more than 100 people and seized nearly 300 horses. You must know that they only had 2 or 3 horses per person. Although they did not continue fighting after that, the day the team caught up with them, they extorted hundreds of horses from them. In this way, the harvest was very considerable. The 2 battles brought countless benefits to the Han tribe. Of course, these are all living animals, and the captured dead animals must also be counted, especially the large amount of sea salt seized from the Qingshu tribe, plus the goods brought by the Han tribe. This is equivalent to gathering the resources of the tribe gathered all the exchanged livestock in one place, and the size of the herd naturally became larger. Such a large number of livestock naturally expanded the strength of the Han tribe, but raising them also became a problem. First of all, the scale. The Han tribe combined thousands of horses. It is difficult to feed them in one place, because there is no feed. Unlike cattle and sheep, donkeys, alpacas, etc., are all more tolerant of rough feeding, which means they are easier to feed. They don't have to eat anything, as long as they have something to eat. Especially things like corn stalks, although they are not valuable, but cattle and sheep love to eat it. But if you show the same thing to a horse, it may not even look at it. People want high-quality feed. What is fine feed? Good alfalfa, even if it is straw, it must be straw such as wheat, barley, and rice. The straw can also be it's okay. In addition, depending on the exercise situation, it is best to supplement some seasonal fruits and vegetables, or high-energy, high-calorie crops such as beans, in order to raise good horses. However, it is difficult for the Han tribe to meet such harsh conditions. Coupled with the cattle and horses that the Qingshu tribe exchanged with the tribes on the grassland along the way, the number is even greater. The other group was the dire wolf tribe, with 500 horses attacking the caravan. The first time the Han tribe killed more than 100 people and seized nearly 300 horses. You must know that they only had 2 or 3 horses per person. Although they did not continue fighting after that, the day the team caught up with them, they extorted hundreds of horses from them. In this way, the harvest was very considerable. The 2 battles brought countless benefits to the Han tribe. Of course, these are all living animals, and the captured dead animals must also be counted, especially the large amount of sea salt seized from the Qingshu tribe, plus the goods brought by the Han tribe. This is equivalent to gathering to the resources of the tribe gathered all the exchanged livestock in one place, and the size of the herd naturally became larger. Such a large number of livestock naturally expanded the strength of the Han tribe, but raising them also became a problem. First of all, the scale. The Han tribe combined thousands of horses. It is difficult to feed them in one place, because there is no feed. Unlike cattle and sheep, donkeys, alpacas, etc., are all more tolerant of rough feeding, which means they are easier to feed. They don't have to eat anything, as long as they have something to eat. Especially things like corn stalks, although they are not valuable, but cattle and sheep love to eat it. But if you show the same thing to a horse, it may not even look at it. People want high-quality feed. What is fine feed? Good alfalfa, even if it is straw, it must be straw such as wheat, barley, and rice. The straw can also be it's okay. In addition, depending on the exercise situation, it is best to supplement some seasonal fruits and vegetables, or high-energy, high-calorie crops such as beans, in order to raise good horses. However, it is difficult for the Han tribe to meet such harsh conditions. But if you show the same thing to a horse, it may not even look at it. People want high-quality feed. What is fine feed? Good alfalfa, even if it is straw, it must be straw such as wheat, barley, and rice. The straw can also be it's okay. In addition, depending on the exercise situation, it is best to supplement some seasonal fruits and vegetables, or high-energy, high-calorie crops such as beans, in order to raise good horses. However, it is difficult for the Han tribe to meet such harsh conditions. Damn it, I spent so much manpower and material resources and wasted several years to save these livestock. You actually want to kill them for meat. Why don't you eat them? This is really a betrayal. Don't you feel sorry for me? Luo Chong couldn't help but cursed secretly in his heart. After Luo Chong finished scolding the tree, he picked up the letter and read it again. The more he read it, the angrier he became. Who said primitive people were fools? I slapped him to death. They are all a bunch of shameless things. Son, this is a clear attempt to take advantage of the public ownership system to take advantage of the Han tribe. The construction of Luoyang County began with land clearance last winter, and then immediately recruited nearby tribes to start construction. Then nearly 7,000 people were mobilized to join. Once the labor force increased, the construction speed accelerated, and then from labor continues to be recruited around, and some tribes are also attracted to join. In this year, a lot of people have indeed joined, but compared with the current sudden surge, the people who have joined in this year are nothing. Why don't they join early and don't join later? It's almost winter. When it came, I took refuge like crazy. Why, I haven't seen the shortcomings of public ownership. What is public ownership? That is, eating from a big pot. Although the Han tribes have long lived in separate households, and each family cooks their own meals, the source of food is still distributed uniformly by the tribes. Most of the tribes who have come to seek refuge, now, just capture this. It's autumn now, and all the tribes are stocking up on food for the winter. However, some tribes may think that they can't stock up on that much, or they may be lazy and just want to eat for free. Aren't your Han tribe recruiting people? Okay, let's go there in the winter. Then we won't have to do any work, and we can still wait for the tribe to distribute food. Anyway, I have joined the Han tribe now, and I am a member of the Han tribe. You can't watch me hungry. Die. This is so premeditated. I have been waiting for a whole year, and there is no work for the Han tribe. Now winter is coming, and a lot of work will stop. At this time, you have brought your family and your family. Why did you leave your special brew earlier? Okay, isn't this freeloading? Luo Chong banged the table angrily in an empty classroom, but what's the use of being angry? The problem still needs to be solved. There are only so many food reserves at the moment, but the population is increasing, and there is so much more of the same food. Opening your mouth, it is a foregone conclusion that there will be insufficient food. With the population that these Han tribes finally recruited, can they starve to death again? After getting angry and scolding, Luo Chong's mood gradually calmed down. The letter already said that according to this sudden surge, it is a certainty that the population of Luoyang County will exceed 30,000. So with the current population in the warehouse, how can we feed more than 30,000 people with food? This problem is very serious. Due to the construction in Luoyang County in the first year, there were not many fields for cultivation for the first time, and rice was only produced for one season. There was no way, it was planted too late. After the rice was harvested, although corn was planted again, Luo Chong was afraid. There is not enough time, and the corn will not mature by then, but these hard-won seeds will be wasted. Therefore, there is a lot of food. Even if we can harvest another crop of corn before winter, it will not be of much use. There is no way, there are too many people. Food is limited, but it is not impossible. If there is no food, there is still meat. The livestock breeding in Luoyang County is really very good. There are tens of thousands of saiga antelopes and purchased sheep alone, and there are others. There are a large number of cattle and horses, but these cattle and horses are precious livestock and cannot be slaughtered at will. There are also a large number of spotted pigs. Ever since the Lu tribe defected, Luoyang County has been trying its best to expand the scale of breeding pigs. How to expand it is to raise them and breed them more, but not to eat them. Now a few months have passed, and a new batch of pigs have been raised. The piglets are already half a meter long, and all the piglets, large and small, are added together. From the original 600 to 700, there are now nearly 3,000. There is no way, mainly because animals like pigs are so fertile. You can tell, just from the 2 rows of piglets on the belly. A litter can give birth to 10 or 8, and sometimes a litter can give birth to 13 or 4. Such a terrifying number of reproduction, and they only reproduce without eating, it is really difficult to think about it. However, Luo Chong still didn't want to slaughter them like this, because this was the foundation of the entire Han tribe. After coming here for more than 3 years, he found that the only tribe that domesticated domestic pigs was the Luo tribe. These domesticated pigs were all the pigs they provided have not been discovered so far. Otherwise, Luo Chong would not be so precious about these pigs. These pigs will be promoted throughout the Han dynasty in the future. How could they just kill them at will? In this case, we can only start from increasing revenue and reducing expenditure. The first is to reduce expenditure. With more people, there will naturally be more mouths. Then we can no longer eat and drink as much as before. We must learn to be frugal and save some food. Okay. In the past, when there were not too many people, Luoyang County could still eat 3 meals a day, at least 2 meals of white rice. Perhaps this is also the reason why so many shameless people are attracted, but this can no longer be the case. We must save money. Severely restrict expenditure, so that these people can't be so happy even if they are freeloaders. Well, then let's change it to 2 bowls of gruel a day. In addition, if you don't have enough food, you can use other food to make up for it. Luoyang County deserves to be called the Sheep County. There are really many sheep and they reproduce very quickly. They can reach sexual maturity at 1 year old. A thing that can reproduce offspring at 1.5 years old, without killing a batch of real people, since I feel sorry for it, and killing it early can save some more fodder for other livestock to survive the winter. Well, let's kill half of them first, 5,000, starting with the old, weak, sick and disabled, and then pickle them with salt as soon as possible, and then save it for cooking meat porridge in winter. As for other livestock, naturally they cannot be slaughtered on such a large scale. Therefore, Kaiyuan can not only attack livestock, but must also find solutions from other places. In this season, for a tribe that lives on water, what is the most suitable thing to use? To store food, it is naturally the fish in the river. This time happened to be the day when sea fish migrated in large quantities. Luo Chong had already discovered that the fish in the river had returned in the past few days, and people in Hanyang City had also divided their hands to start fishing. There were a lot of fish caught, too many to count, but Luo Chong has been observing these for 3 years and has achieved some success. That is, this fish is a sea fish. In autumn it will return to fresh water to breed offspring. However, after these fish lay their eggs, they never intend to return to the sea. They will wander in fresh water every day until they die, and then the newly born fish will be raised in the river. After they survive the harsh winter, they will follow the ancestral methods and return to the sea. Therefore, even if Luo Chong doesn't catch these fish after reproduction, they will never be able to return to the sea. If they don't catch them, they won't be caught. They don't cost money anyway. Another point is that there are fish in the rivers of Hanyang City, and many can be caught every day. Luoyang County should follow suit, but according to the information Luo Chong received, there are still some discrepancies. It's not like Dashu has never tried fishing in Luoyang County, but the situation there is quite different from that in Hanyang City. The river here in Hanyang City is really small, only 10 meters wide and 5 or 6 meters deep. I want to fish here. Fishing is easy. The river is so big anyway, and there are so many fish. Where can you run to? But the river in Luoyang County is 180 meters wide, and I don't know how many feet deep it is. There are more fish, but the capacity is too large. Even if there are many fish, most of them are in the middle of the river. Those fish are not stupid. Who can do anything? Run to the shallows by the river, which makes fishing for Dashu and the others more difficult. Can the fish be caught? Of course it can, but it's just too little. The current fishery output in Luoyang County can only make the residents of the city have a toothpaste. It would be too difficult to use fish as a food reserve. This is not to say that the fishing method used by Luo Chong was useless. The main reason is that the population is different now. Can 100 people eat 2,000 fish in the past be the same as 20,000 to 30,000 people eating 1,000 fish now? Luo Chong rubbed his temples, seeing so much meat hidden at the bottom of the water, but he couldn't get it up. How could this be done? If you want to catch fish in the river, your top priority is to build boats. At least 3 or 4 boats, and then go on the river. Cast a wide net in the middle, so that the fish will have no way to escape. But the biggest difficulty in this plan is the lack of ships. Luoyang County is a new city. There is a windmill sawmill there, but it is too late to produce various building materials and tools. There is no time to build a ship. Previously, a small one was built. Was specially used to contact the Ling tribe, and it was a drop in the bucket, so the lonely boat looked even more desolate. The only fishery now is supplied by this small boat. If you want to build a new boat, there is no problem, but there is not enough time and materials. Equals 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 copy and maintain it, modify it later, just refresh it. Sorry everyone, I'm too sleepy to stay up late coding. Can the fish be caught? Of course it can, but it's just too little. The current fishery output in Luoyang County can only make the residents in the city have a toothpaste. It would be too difficult to use fish as a food reserve. This is not to say that the fishing method used by Luo Chong was useless. The main reason is that the population is different now. Can 100 people eat 2,000 fish in the past be the same as 20,000 to 30,000 people eating 1,000 fish now? Luo Chong rubbed his temples, seeing so much meat hidden at the bottom of the water, but he couldn't get it up. How could this be done? If you want to catch fish in the river, your top priority is to build boats. At least 3 or 4 boats, and then go on the river. Cast a wide net in the middle, so that the fish will have no way to escape. But the biggest difficulty in this plan is the lack of ships. Luoyang County is a new city. There is a windmill sawmill there, but it is too late to produce various building materials and tools. There is no time to build a ship. Previously, a small one was built. Was specially used to contact the Ling tribe, and it was a drop in the bucket, so the lonely boat looked even more desolate. The only fishery now is supplied by this small boat. If you want to build a new boat, there is no problem, but there is not enough time and materials. Can you catch the fish? Of course it can, but it's just too little. The current fishery output in Luoyang County can only make the residents of the city have a toothpaste. It would be too difficult to use fish as a food reserve. This is not to say that the fishing method used by Luo Chong was useless. The main reason is that the population is different now. Can 100 people eat 2,000 fish in the past be the same as 20,000 to 30,000 people eating 1,000 fish now? Luo Chong rubbed his temples, seeing so much meat hidden at the bottom of the water, but he couldn't get it up. How could this be done? If you want to catch fish in the river, your top priority is to build boats. At least 3 or 4 boats, and then go on the river. Cast a wide net in the middle, so that the fish will have no way to escape. But the biggest difficulty in this plan is the lack of ships. Luoyang County is a new city. There is a windmill sawmill there, but it is too late to produce various building materials and tools. There is no time to build a ship. Previously, a small one was built. Was specially used to contact the Ling tribe, and it was a drop in the bucket, so the lonely boat looked even more desolate. The only fishery now is supplied by this small boat. If you want to build a new boat, there is no problem, but there is not enough time and materials. Can you catch the fish? Of course it can, but it's just too little. The current fishery output in Luoyang County can only make the residents in the city have a toothpaste. It would be too difficult to use fish as a food reserve. This is not to say that the fishing method used by Luo Chong was useless. The main reason is that the population is different now. Can 100 people eat 2,000 fish in the past be the same as 20,000 to 30,000 people eating 1,000 fish now? Luo Chong rubbed his temples, seeing so much meat hidden at the bottom of the water, but he couldn't get it up. How could this be done? If you want to catch fish in the river, your top priority is to build boats. At least 3 or 4 boats, and then go on the river. Cast a wide net in the middle, so that the fish will have no way to escape. But the biggest difficulty in this plan is the lack of ships. Luoyang County is a new city. There is a windmill sawmill there, but it is too late to produce various building materials and tools. There is no time to build a ship. Previously, a small one was built. Was specially used to contact the Ling tribe, and it was a drop in the bucket, so the lonely boat looked even more desolate. The only fishery now is supplied by this small boat. If you want to build a new boat, there is no problem, but there is not enough time and materials. Can you catch the fish? Of course it can, but it's just too little. The current fishery output in Luoyang County can only make the residents of the city have a toothpaste. It would be too difficult to use fish as a food reserve. This is not to say that the fishing method used by Luo Chong was useless. The main reason is that the population is different now. Can 100 people eat 2,000 fish in the past be the same as 20,000 to 30,000 people eating 1,000 fish now? Luo Chong rubbed his temples, seeing so much meat hidden at the bottom of the water, but he couldn't get it up. How could this be done? If you want to catch fish in the river, your top priority is to build boats. At least 3 or 4 boats, and then go on the river. Cast a wide net in the middle, so that the fish will have no way to escape. But the biggest difficulty in this plan is the lack of ships. Luoyang County is a new city. There is a windmill sawmill there, but it is too late to produce various building materials and tools. There is no time to build a ship. Previously, a small one was built. Was specially used to contact the Ling tribe, and it was a drop in the bucket, so the lonely boat looked even more desolate. The only fishery we have now is supplied by this small boat. If you want to build a new boat, that's no problem. It's just that you don't have enough time and materials. The project of Buma Pass is under construction, and now the first city wall has been erected. Since the city is built on flat ground and there is no moat under the city wall is built higher. Of course, the wall of this Wingqing is mainly for defense. Of course it needs to be taller and wide enough, because crossbows or artillery will also be erected in the future. The first phase of the project is the 2 rammed earth walls of Wingqing, which are 15 meters high, 8 meters wide at the bottom, and 6 meters wide at the top. From the cross-section, they look like a large trapezoidal mound. This is a high-strength, high-rise wall built to defend against giant apes. Some are okay. In the future, the city wall here will be built in the second phase, which is to cover it with bricks. However, this will not be completed until someone moves here. It is not easy for this small number of people to build the wall now. Ing Rui has been watching the slaves do this. When the cannibals besieged the city, he was already in the Han tribe and had seen those monsters with his own eyes. Now that the leader asked him to build fortifications here, he was naturally more interested than anyone else. After all, he has seen the horror of monsters. There is no moat here, and the city wall alone is used to resist it, so it is better to be taller and naturally stronger. The one-eared team in the valley also went well. Not only did they find a stream in the mountain, but they also found a small waterfall along the stream. Under the waterfall was a deep, clear pool, and the water from the cliff kept crashing down, producing a thunderous crash that rumbled across the valley. This waterfall is rare, and it is the first one discovered by the Han tribe so far, but it is of no use other than providing drinking water. Duer and his party immediately replanned the canal, directly diverting the original stream to it, and then expanded the water supply. The entire ditch was led into the hinterland of the valley in a zigzag manner, and finally they all converged into a pond, forming a city and a county. Clean drinking water is provided, and a large amount of clean water can also be used for irrigation. In addition, a sluice gate is built at the junction of the waterfall's pool and ditch to control the water supply of the downstream valley reservoir, so that there is no need to worry about flooding in the downstream valley. The existence of this reservoir at the foot of the mountain also provides the possibility for the expansion of villages and towns here in the future. If you want to open a village between Fomaguen and Hanyang City in the future, you only need to dig a ditch from this reservoir and continue to extend southward, which greatly solves the problem. Irrigation water issues. The land reclamation project that Shirtu was responsible for was also in progress. They first cut down the bushes along the planned city site and directly cleared a fire break zone. Then they found a windless day and burned the city site to white ground with a fire. After clearing the city site, the group began to cut down trees in the valleys on both sides, removed the branches and piled them in the mountains, and then piled the logs nearby for use when the city was officially built next year. By the end of September, 6 new wooden boats had been built here in Hanyang City, and they were constantly traveling between Hanyang County and Ruyang County, continuously delivering nutrients to the new city. Thanks to the Taro tribe, with the addition of people, there are already a population of 1,200 people here, plus the people who come here from Hanyang City to help with work every day. The number reaches 1,500, and it can barely be regarded as a city. More people from the Taro tribe took wooden boats to Hanyang City. While helping to transport supplies, they also learned more about their newly joined tribe, which made them more determined to join the Han tribe in the first place, because they have all seen the beautiful life in Hanyang City, and they are also building a new home under the command of the leader. What they see will one day be born from their own hands. In addition, they also changed from the original Taro tribe to the current Yu clan of the Han tribe. The chief gave them a surname. From then on, they were the same as other Han tribesmen, and the benefits of joining the Han tribe were almost immediate. The materials that were previously said to be obtained through labor have now been delivered to the new city. Boatloads of porcelain, pottery, buckets, iron pots, iron tools, farm tools, and cloth are constantly arriving at the shore of Ruyang County, making every new member of the tribe overjoyed, no matter how new they are. The mountain tribes are still the same. Almost everyone in the Taro tribe was cheering, holding these exquisite utensils, and wearing warm woolen clothes. They also began to feel proud of themselves as people of the Han tribe, because these are things that other tribes cannot get. Good stuff arrived. Dashu, who was stationed in Luoyang County, received Luo Chong's order and began to act according to the rules. He ordered a large number of wild people who came to seek refuge to reclaim wasteland, distributed tasks to families, and then ordered someone to measure the land, and then verified each family. Although these unruly people who came to seek refuge were extremely reluctant, they had no choice but to obey, otherwise they would be driven out of the city. There were also tribes who had just arrived and had not formally requested to join. After learning about this situation, they also I can only bite the bullet and continue to defect, because there is still winter is about to begin in a month. They have already wasted a lot of time on the way to migrate. They have no time to collect winter reserves. If they turn around and leave now, they will only starve to death in the mountains and forests. It is better to cultivate the land honestly. Go to a few acres of land and ask for a place to settle here. The old people in Ruyang County also dislike these newcomers. After all, it is because of their appearance that their 3 meals a day have become 2 meals of porridge, and they are not as full as before. Naturally, these people is unhappy. So even if Luo Chong couldn't bear the task of cultivating the fields for this newcomer, these people who came to share food with them for no reason were not welcome. If you don't make some contribution to the tribe, wouldn't you be embarrassed to eat the food we grow? The population of Luoyang County is increasing rapidly. We don't know where they all come from. They only know that they come from the south. But if they are asked to tell the specific location, no one can explain it clearly. Even if they can explain it clearly, the Han tribe, no one knew him either. After the new people reclaimed the land, they could not live in luxurious brick houses for the time being. They could only build another city with big trees, and then urgently built adobe shacks. Now they can only deal with it temporarily, because winter is coming soon, and brick houses are already built. It was too late, so we could only replace it with a rammed earth house. This mud house is very simple, but the functions that most brick houses have, the adobe houses here also have. The most important thing is that this mud house is not afraid of fire and can be burned. Kong, for warmth. The application for the construction of the new city was also sent to Luo Chong, asking him to give the new city a name. Luo Chong thought about it. The two previous cities were both at the township level, one was Linzi Township and the other was Shantian Township. So this time, let's call it Fingi Township. Ordinarily, these townships should actually be called workshops, because Luo Chong wanted to set up a small Kyoto here in Luoyang County and use it as the current capital. After all, the plains here in Luoyang County are not small. There are hundreds of thousands of acres of flat land, which is enough to feed a lot of people. Once the population here develops in the future, it will definitely be a large county, comparable to Kyoto. Moreover, it is close to a big river, so it is extremely convenient to transport materials, whether by water or land. However, according to the current development speed, Luoyang County cannot even be self-sufficient now. It is nonsense to talk about Kyoto. Even the food for the winter needs the leader Luo Chong to find a way. Alas. After approving Dashu's city construction application, naming and related matters, Luo Chong also started busy with his own affairs. The people of the Sang clan have collected a large number of wild chestnut silkworm cocoons, but they still know nothing about the processing methods. Whether they can successfully turn these cocoons into cloth depends on Luo Chong. In a corner of the spinning workshop, a new spinning machine is quietly placed. It was modified from the first-generation machine, but now it has changed beyond recognition, and there is no trace of what it was like before. The special rectangular iron basin is set up on the reeling machine, and the furnace below is burning charcoal. This way, the temperature after burning is higher, and there is basically no smoke, so even ordinary people can afford it. As for the iron basin, if you can't afford it, can you replace it with a clay pot? It's not a big deal. After all, it's just a heating tool. The iron basin was like a mandarin duck hot pot, divided into 4 parts by the partition inside. Most people couldn't understand it. Luo Chong originally wanted to explain it to them, but then he thought about it and let it go. They might not understand it. If you can understand it, let's see whether everything works or not. If it can really be done, then they will naturally understand it. Come here, put the selective cocoons into the hot water, and then stir them with chopsticks. Remember, you can only put 8 in each slot. Let's get started. Luo Chong stood aside and started the Han tribe. A command of silk reeling. The people who were in charge were Sancho, the patriarch, and the translator she had brought with her before. They took out a fine rattan basket, then counted the cocoons from it and put them into iron basins. There were 8 in each basin. No more, no less. A few days ago, Sancho and Luo Chong also asked Luo Chong why 8 silk threads must be used as 1 thread, why not 5 or 6? To be honest, Luo Chong himself didn't know this. This was all done when he was a child in his previous life. The teacher who liked to raise silkworms told him this when Ho was in school, but what can he say now? He is also very confused. The diameter of silk is only 1/10 that of a human hair. It is too thin and is inconvenient for weaving. However, Luo Chong is no longer sure whether this is what the teacher said or whether it is the number passed down from ancient times to the present. However, Luo Chong has a lot of disagreements with this. For example, a whole piece of silk clothing unearthed from Mwandwi in his previous life can be folded directly into a matchbox. How many such clothes are there? Thin and how light? How did the ancients weave such thin silk? If they said that they used 8 silk threads when spinning, Luo Chong would not believe it to his death. However, although it was not possible to use 1 silk thread to weave cloth, 2 or 3 threads were carefully estimated. It's still possible. Refresh later. The diameter of silk is only 1/10 that of human hair. It is too thin and is inconvenient for weaving. However, Luo Chong is no longer sure whether this is what the teacher said or whether it is the number passed down from ancient times to the present. However, Luo Chong has a lot of disagreements with this. For example, a whole piece of silk clothing unearthed from Mwandwi in his previous life can be folded directly into a matchbox. How many such clothes are there? Thin and how light? How did the ancients weave such thin silk? If they said that they used 8 silk threads when spinning, Luo Chong would not believe it. However, although it was not possible to use 1 silk thread to weave cloth, 2 or 3 silk threads were carefully estimated. It's still possible. The diameter of silk is only 1/10 that of a human hair. It is too thin and is inconvenient for weaving. However, Luo Chong is no longer sure whether this is what the teacher said or whether it is the number passed down from ancient times to the present. However, Luo Chong has a lot of disagreements with this. For example, a whole piece of silk clothing unearthed from Mwandwi in his previous life can be folded directly into a matchbox. How many such clothes are there? Thin and how light? How did the ancients weave such thin silk? If they said that they used 8 silk threads when spinning, Luo Chong would not believe it. However, although it was not possible to use 1 silk thread to weave cloth, 2 or 3 silk threads were carefully estimated. It's still possible. The diameter of silk is only 1/10 that of human hair. It is too thin and is inconvenient for weaving. However, Luo Chong is no longer sure whether this is what the teacher said or whether it is the number passed down from ancient times to the present. However, Luo Chong has a lot of disagreements with this. For example, a whole piece of silk clothing unearthed from Mwandwi in his previous life can be folded directly into a matchbox. How many such clothes are there? Thin and how light? How did the ancients weave such thin silk? If they said that they used 8 silk threads when spinning, Luo Chong would not believe it. However, although it was not possible to use 1 silk thread to weave cloth, 2 or 3 silk threads were carefully estimated. It's still possible. The diameter of silk is only 1/10 that of a human hair. It is too thin and is inconvenient for weaving. However, Luo Chong is no longer sure whether this is what the teacher said or whether it is the number passed down from ancient times to the present. However, Luo Chong has a lot of disagreements with this. For example, a whole piece of silk clothing unearthed from Mwandwi in his previous life can be folded directly into a matchbox. How many such clothes are there? Thin and how light? How did the ancients weave such thin silk? If they said that they used 8 silk threads when spinning, Luo Chong would not believe it. However, although it was not possible to use 1 silk thread to weave cloth, 2 or 3 silk threads were carefully estimated. It's still possible. The diameter of silk is only 1/10 that of a human hair. It is too thin and is inconvenient for weaving. However, Luo Chong is no longer sure whether this is what the teacher said or whether it is the number passed down from ancient times to the present. However, Luo Chong has a lot of disagreements with this. For example, a whole piece of silk clothing unearthed from Mwandwi in his previous life can be folded directly into a matchbox. How many such clothes are there? Thin and how light? How did the ancients weave such thin silk? If they said that they used 8 silk threads when spinning, Luo Chong would not believe it to his death. However, although it was not possible to use 1 silk thread to weave cloth, 2 or 3 threads were carefully estimated. It's still possible. The first batch of clay movable type was carved out, which made Luo Chong very happy. Each of the 5,000 or 6,000 commonly used characters needs to be carved out at least 10 times, and the most are dozens. This adds up to tens of thousands. It took 300 people from the whole school to work together, and it took several months to carve out the first set of characters. Although it is only one model and relatively small, this font with a side length of 8 mm is already very large compared to modern book printing. Its font area is almost as large as the cross-sectional area of an ordinary cigarette, because most cigarettes are 8 mm in diameter. Of course, burn a batch first and try the printing effect. If it doesn't work, we will change to other materials. But speaking of other materials, I came up with an idea that might make it possible once and for all. Luo Chong immediately made a decision. Chief, what do you mean once and for all? Bai Qi asked puzzledly. Once and for all, we only need to do it once, and we will never have to engrave characters again. Moreover, each character only needs to be engraved once, and then it can be copied in large numbers. Luo Chong smiled slightly, feeling very happy about a method that he suddenly thought of. Happy? With clay movable type, characters can be printed continuously. Can the clay blocks of movable type also be copied? Bai Qi looked shocked. He thought this was nonsense and an insult to his IQ. After all, he had personally followed his classmates to carve characters for several months. He knew the hard work involved, but these words came from the leader's mouth, and there was no reason for him to find them credible. After all, the leader was the omnipotent emperor, that is, he was the son of God. Yes, with metal movable type, we can use tin lead alloy to cast characters. Of course, if we want to do it once and for all, metal movable type alone is not enough. We must first make a batch of fonts. In this way, as long as we have a batch of fonts, use it as a standard. If you want to cast movable type in the future, you can just take out the mold and cast one. In this way, we will no longer have to engrave characters in the future, and if the type mold is well maintained, there will be no problem in spreading it for thousands of years. Luo Chong thought more and more. Excited, why didn't I think of this earlier? Rabbit's printing world civilization, from the early woodblock printing to the later wood movable type, clay movable type, copper movable type, tin movable type, lead movable type, almost everything is available, but it has not been promoted. There are certainly reasons for this, but these reasons it's not a problem here in Luo Chong. His ancestors have taken detours for thousands of years and told him the most correct way. There is no reason for him to make the same mistakes again. The earliest woodblock printing was too much work, so movable type printing technology was derived. However, the material of movable type has been evolving, but it has not been promoted. On the contrary, the woodblock printing technology has continued for thousands of years, because the ancestors' too many detours have been taken. The earliest wooden movable type, because the wood easily swells and deforms after absorbing ink, the utilization rate is extremely low. It will not take long to re-engraving, and because of the setting technology invented by Bai Xing, the wood is made of pine branches and wax. The movable type is stuck on the iron plate. It is very troublesome to disassemble the movable type after printing. It is also necessary to scrape off the rosin and wax stuck on it bit by bit. The heavy workload is even more troublesome than engraving, which makes people have to be discouraged. Later, clay type was used, and the problem of water absorption and deformation of the printing plate was solved. However, the typesetting and setting technology was still the same, still using glue, and dismantling it after printing was still the same trouble. Later, smart people improved the typesetting and setting technology. They changed from using glue to squeezing into wooden frames. They put all the movable type in the frame and stuffed it tightly. After use, they can be taken out directly and used. The workload of decomposing movable type was reduced, allowing movable type printing to begin to rise. However, wooden movable type and clay movable type still have major shortcomings, that is, they are not durable and will be destroyed soon, which is not conducive to preservation. Therefore, some people came up with the idea of casting metal movable type in the hope of increasing the service life of the movable type. But after replacing the metal movable type, new problems arose. The first was the price. The earlier copper movable type was very expensive. After all, copper was an ancient currency. Using money to cast movable type usually only required the strength of the emperor and his country. I can afford it. Most people don't have the financial resources. Later, in order to reduce the price, tin characters appeared again, but tin and copper both have one thing in common with metal movable types, that is, the printing effect is not good. The printing ink used by Rabbit in ancient times was all ink. To put it bluntly, it is melted with water and ink blocks. Water-based ink is formed, but the water will automatically condense into small water droplets on the metal surface. There is no way to absorb the ink evenly on the metal movable type, so metal movable type has not been promoted. This mainly involves the stress on the metal surface. Problem. The later movable lead type was brought back from overseas after printing spread to Europe. As for why metal movable type is so widely used in the West, one is because their characters are all letters. 10. So the workload of checking words is very easy and the work efficiency is high. The second reason is because the ink used by Europeans is oil-based ink, which can be easily and evenly absorbed on the metal surface. The advantages of the two parties are integrated. This was the achievement of Western metal movable type printing technology. But the above problems are not a problem for Luo Chong. First of all, Luo Chong's currency is copper and silver, but the movable type is made of tin and lead. This does not exist the phenomenon of using money to cast characters, and the cost it is greatly reduced, and the two metals tin and lead, melt the temperature is only 200 to 300 degrees, so the pyrotechnic cost of smelting and casting is greatly reduced. After all, there is no need to melt tin and lead like copper and iron, which often have a melting point of more than 1,000 degrees. You can melt tin and lead with an iron pot and firewood. Not even using charcoal, the cost is so low. Furthermore, Luo Chong already knew the correct ink to use for metal movable type printing, that is, ink. However, the current Han tribe does not need too much ink, not to mention animal oils such as lard, beef tallow, and mutton fat. Tung oil, lacquer oil, peanut oil, soybean oil, hemp seed oil, there are more than 5 kinds of vegetable oils alone. Even pine nuts collected from the mountains can be pressed for oil, but the yield is too low. Now, as long as you use oil instead of water, and then use an ink block to grind it in the oil, you can get the simplest ink. As for which one has the best effect, you can know it with a little experimentation. It is not a problem at all for Luo Chong. As for the ink sticks, the ink kiln on the mountain has been burning non-stop. The output of one ink kiln is now enough to support the use of the entire Han tribe. After all, out of the tens of thousands of people in the entire Han tribe, only 2,000 can write. Even 500 people couldn't put together a few thousand words. How much ink could be used by just such a few educated people? Finally, there is the method that Luo Chong mentioned once and for all, which is to make a set of character molds and cast them in batches. After all, after the promotion of literature, in 180 years, the new culture of the Han tribe will definitely be born. What will be printed by then? It's impossible to just let the government print it. There will definitely be private printing houses, but how will they print it? Making movable type by yourself is too time-consuming and a waste of manpower and material resources. At this time, Luo Chong's typefaces are sent and used. If someone wants to open a private printing shop, they can apply directly to the government. At that time, the government will take the type molds and directly cast a set of lead tin movable type. The private printing shop only needs to pay, so that it can directly buy a set of national standards. The metal movable type printing plate can be said to be cost-effective and convenient. As for whether private individuals have the financial resources to buy movable type printing plates from the government, Luo Chong thinks there is no problem. The metal used is lead and tin. These two things are valuable if they are valuable. If they are not valuable, they are worthless. Copper and silver are currency, iron can be used to make tools and weapons, lead and tin can only be used as a small amount of additives in bronze alloys, and are almost useless alone. Except for tin, which can be used as solder for welding, especially lead, what can it be used for in this era? It is useless except for making movable type. And due to the ultra-low melting point, the smelting cost of lead and tin is so low, so even if it is used to make movable type, except that the labor cost may be a little more expensive, the cost of materials and labor will not exceed that. In this way, low-priced metal movable type can be promoted on a large scale. If there are more private printing shops, there will be more books. If there are more books, they will be very cheap. Cheap books will be conducive to the spread of culture and education. The popularization of education can make it possible for everyone to buy books and go to school. Only with knowledge can people be knowledgeable, and can it be easier to make the country prosperous and strong. Therefore, this idea is really a benevolent policy that benefits the country and the people. The more Luo Chong thought about it, the more excited he became, and he couldn't help but implement the plan immediately. Luo Chong immediately sent Bai Qi away and asked him to send the first batch of clay movable type to Cripple to burn it out first. Then he asked Da Zui to prepare a batch of wax ingots and carve out a set using the lost wax method. After the calligraphy molds were produced, the early bronze items of the Han tribe were recycled, such as bronze farming tools, axes, etc., and all were replaced with iron ones. The task was quickly assigned, and Big Mouth worked very efficiently. A large number of wax ingots were delivered that day. Speaking of which, the Han tribe had not used the lost wax method to cast things for a long time, so these waxes had been sitting idle. So Big Mouth can take it out quickly. After getting the wax blocks, Luo Chong began to lead 300 students to carve characters the next day. This time they carved characters, so they were completely different from the previous clay movable type. What is a character mold? It is a model. This thing is ready. It can be used over and over again, so you only need one for each word. On the same day, Luo Chong used a pencil to mark the grid on the paper, and then used a brush pen to write out 10,000 characters, and none of them were repeated. It is also worth noting that this time all the characters were engraved in traditional Chinese characters. In other words, the characters are upright, and the printed characters are reverse characters, because this is mainly used for molding, not printing. The previous set of clay type was used for printing, so each character needed to be engraved at least 10 times, and even dozens more. Thousands of commonly used characters literally doubled the workload more than 10 times. In addition, the students could not write yet, and their carving skills were unfamiliar, so the progress was very slow, but this time it was different. Luo Chong gave 300 students 35 words each, which added up to more than 10,000 words, and each word was different. He asked them to finish the carving in 2 classes, which was more than 2 hours. Because they all had a lot of experience in carving movable clay type before, and their hands, they are skilled in the technique, and the material of the wax ingot is relatively soft, so it is very convenient to carve. Moreover, this time they are carving straight characters, which makes them work more smoothly. For students with fast hands, it takes half an hour. The task was completed, which made Luo Chong very happy. This is equivalent to completing a set of fonts in just one day, and the progress is rapid. The next day, Luo Chong asked Da Zui to take away these wax ingots, and then used white refractory kaolin clay to make a thick and easy-to-flow paste, and then inserted these wax ingots and waited for them to dry. After drying, heated again to pour out the melted wax liquid, then cut the solidified wax block into ingots, change it to another font size, and send it to Luo Chong and the others again. After getting the new wax ingot, Luo Chong organized another 300 students to carve more than 10,000 words that day, but this time the size was different from yesterday. Dazue, who got the mold, was not idle. He started smelting lead ore that day and cast the first batch of lead ingots. After the mold was completely dry on the third day, this guy followed Luo Chong's instructions and turned the previous bronze farm tools into melt it back in the furnace, and then press it into bronze, melt the alloy at a ratio of 1:1 with lead, lower the melting point of the alloy to about 600 degrees, and then use these lead bronze alloys to cast the character molds. It was completed on the same day, and Luo Chong had already led the students to carve 3 characters. Model font. After obtaining these fonts, Dazue was able to cast a batch of lead bronze fonts every day, greatly improving efficiency. A week later, Luo Chong had already received 5 types of metal typefaces. The smallest batch had a side length of 5 mm, which was about the same size as the fonts on modern books. This could be used to print books or mix with large-size fonts. Used together, the main text is printed in large characters, and the annotations are printed in small characters. Together, they can print dictionaries. This kind of reference book is definitely the best-selling, and it can sell as many copies as possible. 5 models, National Standard Size 1 font, 5 mm length and width, National Standard Size 2 font, 8 mm, Size 3 font 1 cm, Size 4 font 15 cm, Size 5 font 2 cm, as small as dictionary annotations, as large as printing notice. With these 5 models, they can basically meet all needs. Of course, this is not the most important thing, because these fonts are all upright characters and cannot be used for printing, so these fonts must be used to cast reverse characters. This is the real purpose. First make a wooden box, then mix the refractory soil into soft mud and put it in the box. If you want to cast any characters, take out a corresponding character mold and poke the characters downward into the mud. Such a reverse font, the mold comes out. If you want to cast a dozen characters of one character, you can use the same character mold to poke a few more times, and finally cast the mold full of holes with a lead tin alloy. At once, more than a dozen identical reverse characters will come out. It was the last metal type used for printing. In this way, Luo Chong and 300 students completed a 1,000-year-old task in just 1 week. With these bronze alloy character molds, there will no longer be any need to engrave characters in the future. When a new printing plate needs to be cast, just take out the character mold and put it in refractory mud to make a few pits. After use, clean the typeface, put it in a wooden box, line it with woolen cloth, pour tung oil on it, and finally seal it. As long as this metal thing is kept with oil, there will be no problem at all if it is stored for thousands of years. Luo Chong's wish came true. I have collected monthly tickets at the end of the month. Comrades, with the support of monthly tickets, greater than over equal to W less than over equal to L0 and S3V3. Another week has passed, and various workshops in Hanyang City are still busy. Songcho in the spinning workshop has saved thousands of bundles of silk, and is now trying to weave silk with shao dye. Although it is late autumn, the temperature is getting lower and lower. But these female textile workers are still working enthusiastically. Dazue's metallurgical workshop is not idle either. In this week, he has used bronze alloy metal type molds to cast 5 sets of lead tin movable type of different sizes. The movable type with dazzling silver light is like each seal can be used to print books at any time as long as it is brushed with ink. The wooden barrel wood processing factory is busier and has the largest number of people. Some of them are constantly making tables and chairs needed for the teaching building. There is also a group of people who specialize in the production of wooden boats. The other group is producing various appliances, such as wooden machinery, farm tools, buckets, and other odds and ends. But these are not important. What is important is that Luo Chong asked them to make a batch of new things in the past few days. There are several large cabinets for placing movable type, and there are also wooden frames for typesetting, brushes, workbench, and other tools. Luo Chong himself is not idle. In addition to continuing to teach students these days, he also personally prepared some ink formulas. The ink is still pine smoke ink, and the oils are vegetable oil, peanut oil, hemp seed oil, lacquer oil, and tung oil. All 4 types were tested by Luo Chong, and finally he mixed several oils in a ratio to prepare the best ink. After test analysis, tung oil, an oil similar to natural varnish, is not very suitable for printing. Because tung oil paper is waterproof, the fonts printed with ink are also waterproof, but they are very awkward compared with the surrounding blank areas and have a strong tung oil smell. Although the smell of tung oil is not toxic, it is not acceptable to ordinary people, so it is not used. Then there is peanut oil, which works well, but the ink dries slowly. Sesame oil and lacquer oil also have their own characteristics. After some comparison, Luo Chong prepared a mixed ink, using 30% hemp seed oil and adding 60% lacquer seed oil, plus 5% tung oil, mix and then grind evenly with pine smoke ink. The writing printed with this mixed ink will not smudge, because it contains hemp seed oil. The printed writing will not spread easily on the paper, so the writing will be clear. And because it contains a large amount of lacquer seed oil, the ink has strong adhesion and is easy to ink on the surface of the paper. It can be inked at one time without having to turn it over and over again. Just spread the paper on the printing plate. You can apply ink easily with just one pass of the brush, eliminating the need for rework and reducing the rate of defective products. Finally, because a small amount of tung oil is added, the ink can dry quickly. The ink has good volatility and dries quickly. Moreover, the addition of tung oil can also increase the brightness of the ink, making the printed fonts brighter. It may not be obvious when facing the sun during the day, but at night, when reading a book under a not-so-bright oil lamp, this feature immediately stands out. Although the fonts printed on it are not as exaggerated as fluorescent words, they are still obvious. Standing out against the surrounding white paper, this feature was particularly important in an era without electric lighting. Finally, due to the addition of a large amount of pine smoke ink, the printed fonts are not only particularly black, but also smell like roasted pine wood. This feature makes the printed paper smell very good. Ink, paper, metal movable type, typesetting tools, printing tools, shelves for picking up type, workbench, and all kinds of equipment are all available. Luo Chong can't help but want to print books. He has spent so much manpower and material resources, and he can't see it. How to achieve results? The printing workshop finally selected was located on the top floor of an empty teaching building, with 2 classrooms dedicated to printing. The shelves were placed against the wall, and 5 models of metal letters were placed on them. In the middle were several large worktables, with various printing tools displayed on them. Another classroom next door was a warehouse where white paper and paper were stored. Ink, as well as printed books, and there are also several tables here for binding new books. Everything was ready, just to start work. There were not many people in the printing workshop, there were only 5 people. Bai Qi was the general manager. However, when work just started, it encountered difficulties, which was the most tedious part of word checking. Searching characters is difficult, but it is not easy for someone like Diao Qi who has not learned many characters, let alone finding the characters he needs one by one in the ocean of Chinese characters. Luo Chong is a person who has received modern education. He has learned pinyin and radicals, but Bai Qi has not. So currently only Luo Chong can check characters. This is a huge pitfall for movable type printing, because the job of checking words can only be done by people who can read. In fact, word checking is similar to input method. Luo Chong first used the most familiar pinyin word checking method, arranged all the movable types according to pinyin, and then put pinyin notes on the shelves, holding them in his hand. A tray with a page of manuscript on it, and then one by one, when looking for a word, he first found the corresponding initial consonant, and then looked for the following final rhyme. It was easy to find, but after looking for 2 pages of the book, Luo Chong cried. He was the only one who knew the pinyin of this special brew. If I were arranging a book, how long would I have to work on it? Later, Luo Chong tried the Wubi input method and searched according to the strokes of radicals. He felt that this was more troublesome. The most important thing was that he was the only one who knew whether it was pinyin or radicals. Without Luo Chong, they would still be able to do everything. No, but if you want to teach them pinyin, you don't know when they will learn it. Finally, Luo Chong came up with a stupid way to deal with this situation, which is to compile a catalog for all the movable type. There are more than 10,000 movable types, all written in a booklet according to the radicals. This is equivalent to a dictionary, except that what is written after each word is not the annotation of the word, but the number and cabinet number of the word. Layer, which grid? In this way, Luo Chong only needs to find the position of the word in the directory, and then ask someone to go to the cabinet to get it. In this way, the efficiency of word checking will be greatly improved. Luo Chong and Bai Qi sat behind the workbench, holding manuscripts in their hands, and began to flip through the catalog. After finding the location, they called someone, which number, which number, which number, which number, which floor, and which grid, which word. After getting the movable type, check it once to see if it is correct. If there is no problem, move on to the next one. Once you have collected enough pages, send it to Luo Chong, who will check it again. After the 2 verifications are correct, it is sent to another table for typesetting. The metal movable type is arranged according to the format of the book pages. The blank areas are tightly fixed with small wooden blocks. After completing this step, the typesetter then proofreads the manuscript. After the 3rd inspection, if there is no problem, send it to the printing station. After the printing station gets the version, it has to be checked a 4th time. First, it checks whether there are any typos, and then it checks whether the typesetter has put the words straight. Don't make sure that the last word appears sideways or upside down. After checking for the 4th time, after 4 passes, it's time to ink and print. If you follow this working procedure, the efficiency will indeed increase. It is much faster than checking words by yourself, and there will be basically no errors, which reduces the probability of misprinting to the lowest point. Since Bai Qi was the person in charge, Luo Chong put him in the most important link of character checking and asked him to follow him to learn how to read the directory. This directory was all written in Chinese characters, and the sorting method was based on radicals. When Luo Chong first taught them to write, he taught them according to the radicals, so now there is no problem in reading this catalog. When Bai Qi and Luo Chong picked up more than 10 pages of the book together, Luo Chong started to give up. Instead, he sat aside and watched Bai Qi find the words by himself. After he finished searching, he checked it with Luo Chong, and there was nothing wrong. Just using this stupid method, several people in the printing department began to work independently and no longer needed Luo Chong's help. This was a good sign. They were finally relieved. Luo Chong couldn't help but think happily. The first book printed by the printing house was some manuscripts written by Luo Chong, and this one is called Selected Poems. On each page is a poem that Luo Chong copied, and finally revised it. Summarized and put together, it becomes a book. There is a poem on the top of each page, using size 3 fonts, and below the poems are annotations to ancient poems, using the smallest font size, 1. Each edition is printed 3,000 times, and the pages are accumulated together, finally cut, sorted, and bound, and the book is completed. Considering the technology of this era and the cost of production, the final binding method chosen was thread-bound books, which only require a piece of wool. It is cheap and fast, much faster than gluing, although gluing is indeed better. It's beautiful, but what's the use? In other words, the cost is too high. In this way, the work of the printing department became more and more skilled, and the quality and speed of printing became better and better. Basically, Luo Chong did not have to worry about it. However, just when Luo Chong was printing books, there was also news from Xiaodia's side. Here comes the good news: the silk trial production was successful. This is really a good thing. At least the Han tribe has another project that benefits the people. In the future, it will not only bring a large amount of output to the Han people, but also promote foreign trade. The most important thing is that it can also provide benefits to the Han people. The political power brings tax revenue and becomes an important item of fiscal revenue. Luo Chong was invited to visit the weaving of silk. After watching it for a while, he was stunned. Since this was undyed raw silk, the silk made was naturally white. It looked like the white silk used for hanging in TV dramas. This is so exciting. After observing for a while, in addition to the silk, Luo Chong also found several areas that needed improvement on the machine, and then called Bucket to tell him how to change it. The last step was to modify and trial it. Once the experiment goes well, it can be mass-produced. But there is no need to worry about this. After all, it is still in the experimental stage. It is better to think more about how to optimize the equipment. The batch size will not be established in a year or two. In the following days, the Han tribe was building the Sifang, and Luo Chong was printing his books in Hanyang City. Dashu and Luoyang County also sent letters to Luo Chong these days. First, the report came again. How many new people will there be? Secondly, these new people will how many acres of land have been cultivated in the mouth? The last thing is to report on the 100 acres of corn in Luoyang County, saying that the corn is growing very well. Let's not talk about where the grain is. Just such big leaves and such long stalks are used for feeding. The cattle couldn't be better. Refresh later. After observing for a while, in addition to the silk, Luo Chong also found several areas that needed improvement on the machine, and then called Bucket to tell him how to change it. The last step was to modify and trial it. Once the experiment goes well, it can be mass-produced. However, we are not in a hurry. After all, it is still in the experimental stage. It is better to think more about how to optimize the equipment. The batch size will not be established in a year or two. In the following days, the Han tribe was building the Sifang, and Luo Chong was printing his books in Hanyang City. Dashu and Luoyang County also sent letters to Luo Chong these days. First, the report came again. How many new people will there be? Secondly, these new people will how many acres of land have been cultivated in the mouth? The last thing is to report on the 100 acres of corn in Luoyang County, saying that the corn is growing very well. Let's not talk about where the grain is. Just such big leaves and such long stalks are used for feeding. The cattle couldn't be better. After observing for a while, in addition to the silk, Luo Chong also found several areas that needed improvement on the machine, and then called Bucket to tell him how to change it. The last step was to modify and trial it. Once the experiment goes well, it can be mass-produced. However, we are not in a hurry. After all, it is still in the experimental stage. It is better to think more about how to optimize the equipment. The batch size will not be established in a year or two. In the following days, the Han tribe was building the Sifang, and Luo Chong was printing his books in Hanyang City. Dashu and Luoyang County also sent letters to Luo Chong these days. First, the report came again. How many new people will there be? Secondly, these new people will how many acres of land have been cultivated in the mouth? The last thing is to report on the 100 acres of corn in Luoyang County, saying that the corn is growing very well. Let's not talk about where the grain is. Just such big leaves and such long stalks are used for feeding. The cattle couldn't be better. After observing for a while, in addition to the silk, Luo Chong also found several areas that needed improvement on the machine, and then called Bucket to tell him how to change it. The last step was to modify and trial it. Once the experiment goes well, it can be mass-produced. However, we are not in a hurry. After all, it is still in the experimental stage. It is better to think more about how to optimize the equipment. The batch size will not be established in a year or two. In the following days, the Han tribe was building the Sifang, and Luo Chong was printing his books in Hanyang City. Dashu in Luoyang County also sent letters to Luo Chong these days. First, the report came again. How many new people will there be? Secondly, these new people will how many acres of land have been cultivated in the mouth? The last thing is to report on the 100 acres of corn in Luoyang County, saying that the corn is growing very well. Let's not talk about where the grain is. Just such big leaves and such long stalks are used for feeding. The cattle couldn't be better. Whether you can take the car back after buying it is a problem, but Elder Sean doesn't think so. The main reason is that they have never thought about buying a large number of cars, they just want to get a sample to take back and imitate. The whole car cannot be brought back, why can't it be dismantled and carried back on horses? However, he did not say this. Anyone who can become an elder is not a fool. In fact, on the way back, he had already figured out many things, such as even if they get a car, they may not be able to imitate it. Why? Because they don't have the tools suitable for working with wood. This theory is indeed correct. In fact, scientific and technological progress throughout history revolves around two focal points, which are as important as two human eyes. One is a new power source, and the other is more advanced materials. And Xian tribe is now, what is missing is the material. They were short of iron and even suitable bronze. After all, if iron was insufficient, hard bronze could be used to make some tools. But it's useless to say this now. He is the Shang elder of the Xian tribe who manages trade. He has something to do with the research and development tools. The current situation is that as long as he can get the car back, it is a great achievement. Unfortunately, this is the only purpose. They have not yet achieved it, but have paid a heavy price for it, and have even been threatened that they will not be allowed to do business on the grassland in the future. This will undoubtedly cut off their financial path. Alas! Elder Shang sighed, thinking of discussing countermeasures with the commander and many elders. When he returned, he couldn't help but become worried. Time flies, and in a blink of an eye it's time to harvest corn, and winter is coming soon. Dashu asked Luo Chong in advance in a letter a few days ago how to harvest corn. After all, this is not rice and cannot be generalized. In the early morning, the weather was a bit cold, and people put on woolen clothes early. It was interesting to say that originally they thought that the corn had to be cut with a sickle, but unexpectedly the leader wrote a letter saying that as long as the two corns left on it were cut, just break off the stick, then chop off the straw and collect it. Ever since, the cheering crowd entered the cornfield and lined up to break the corn according to the dividing method. This work is not tiring, but it will make the body itchy from being scratched by the corn leaves and ears. Anyone who has been in a cornfield should know this. This is definitely a very uncomfortable experience, but for the sake of food, this itching is nothing, and it is not fatal. The broken corn is collected, and then the outer husks are peeled off, but the outer husks cannot be pulled off. The corn husks are braided together one by one, a bunch of corns are tied into a bunch, and finally hung to dry, or else just scrape them clean and then spread them out on the mat to dry. However, this can only be done when the sun is shining at noon. The next step is to dry the corn and then thresh it. However, there is no machinery now. You can just rub it with your hands. It is quite hard work, but for people who have nothing to do, it is also a kind of game for rural children. That one didn't grow up rubbing corn. By the time the corn harvest is over, it's already November. When the beginning of the month turns to the end of the month, it's also when the tide in the bay between the mainland and Bamboo Island recedes, and it's time for the long-awaited return home. Elder Chong and his group of more than a dozen people set foot on the wet reef. The road was very difficult to walk. It was more than 10 kilometers long. There were bumpy rocks everywhere, covered with seaweed and crustacean excrement, but still, there was nothing that could stop them from returning home. They walked forward 1 foot at a time and 1 foot at a time. They had to race against time. Fortunately, they had rested for half a month. Otherwise, they would be trapped by the rising tide before they reached the place. Pushed into the sea. The road that originally only took a few hours to complete with pack horses, they walked for a full day. It was not until the new moon climbed into the sky that they finally set foot on their hometown. Elder Chong cried. At his age, such a task of going out for trade was not his turn. If it weren't for the credit, why would he go there in person? But he didn't expect that this trip would be so dangerous, and he would almost die. Their lives were at risk, but fortunately it was finally over and they were home. They did not rest, but marched with torches all night. Finally, a village stationed on the seaside discovered them. This made them feel relieved. They stayed in the homes of fellow villagers and ate polenta, cooked in bamboo tubes. It felt like I was back on Earth, across the sea. It was so scary. In Hanyang City, white snow has fallen in the mountainous areas here. The herding team in the north has returned with the construction team of Baima Pass. Smoke is also rising from the earthen houses in Ruyang County, and the fire pits have been burning, allowing these new members to join the people of the Han tribe were happy for several days. Although not as good-looking as the brick and tile houses in Hanyang City, the adobe houses with heated kangs are not bad at all. Coupled with the large amount of animal skins and cloth sent by Hanyang City, it is enough to ensure that everyone can survive the winter safely. The faces of every new tribe member, they were all smiling. This was the warmest winter they had ever experienced. In Hanyang City, the metallurgical workshop has begun to smelt iron again. Many tribesmen have joined this year. Coupled with the needs of foreign trade, the Han tribe needs a lot of iron pots, as well as various agricultural tools and tools. The entire tribe has tens of thousands of people. People all depend on these 2 blast furnaces. In the teaching building not far away, Luo Chong was flipping through the newly printed new book. The first batch of 3,000 selected poems has been printed, and 300 students each have a copy. This surprised and delighted the students. They had followed the leader to carve words for several months, and now they finally saw the results. It turned out that this thing could really print books in batches. Looking at the chattering students below, Luo Chong couldn't help but sigh in his heart. They will graduate in 2 months, and he doesn't know if they can be used. However, from today on, in addition to continuing to learn Chinese characters, this new book is also listed on the list. As one of the compulsory textbooks, the sound of reading at noon on the day of hoeing, the sweat drips from the weeds, could be heard in the classroom. It snowed all day, but it did not leave any traces on the roofs of Hanyang City. Soon it all turned into water, and finally left crystal clear ice on the eaves. The heated Kong was burned in the house, and the indoor temperature was high. There will be no snow left on the roof. In this early winter, a major event in the Han tribe finally saw a glimmer of light. After several months, Luo Chong's coin wax model was finally carved out. The currency of the Han tribe is similar to the modern currency system. There are 3 types of yuan, and then there are multiple denominations, such as wen, which is actually the same as fan. There are 3 denominations in total, 1 wen, 2 wen and 5 wen. The jiao also has 3 denominations, 1 jiao, 2 jiao, and 5 jiao, only 1 yuan more, 1 yuan, 2 yuan, 5 yuan, 10 yuan. These currencies, from the smallest 1 penny to the largest denomination of 10 yuan, are also calculated according to the decimal system. This has no special meaning. Without it, it is just for the convenience of accounting. 7 denominations of currency have 14 steel seals on the front and back. From design, to drawing, to meticulous carving, Luo Chong spent several months alone, and now he has finally completed it. The obverse pattern of a penny is a ring-shaped bunch of rice ears and a cloud, which symbolizes good weather and a good harvest. There is the word 1 penny in the blank space, and there is the Chinese character next to it, and the reverse side is the words cast in the first year of Tianqi of the Han Empire, and in the middle is a portrait of Luo Chong wearing a flat crown and a crown. Although this thing does not exist yet, it does not prevent Luo Chong from drawing it himself. As for the portraits above, the similarity is about 77% or 88%, and they look a bit more mature than Luo Chong's actual age. That's how the portraits are. The heads that can be printed on coins are actually more mature than Luo Chong's. This is an unspoken rule that real people should look better. This has been true throughout history, and Luo Chong's portrait is no exception, looking more mature and majestic. On the front of the 2-cent coin, there is a figure wearing a bamboo hat and bending down to plant rice. The face value is added in the blank space. On the reverse side, it is the same as the 1-cent coin, with the addition year number and a portrait. On the front of the 5-cent coin, the pattern becomes a figure of a person driving. Image of cows plowing fields, blank face value, reverse portrait. The 3 denomination designs at the first level of horns use animals. The obverse of 1 horn is a horse, the 2nd horn is a saiga antelope, the 5th horn is a giant eagle with wings spread, and the reverse still has the year name and portrait. The denomination designs of the 1st yuan and 1 yuan all use light industry. The obverse of the 1 yuan is a picture of a woman weaving, the obverse of the 2 yuan is a strong man forging iron, the obverse of the 5 yuan is a 3-masted sailing ship, and the obverse of the 10 yuan is a palace, but there is no actual reference for the 3-masted sailboat and the palace. They were all imagined by Luo Chong himself. The pattern on the reverse is still the year name and Luo Chong's portrait. Now the 14 wax molds have been carved, and then the fire-resistant kaolin and anthill soil are mixed with water to make a paste, and then the wax molds are placed inside, and after drying, the wax blocks are melted and poured out, so that the steel seal the mold is ready. However, if you want to cast a qualified steel seal, you can only pour high-quality molten steel directly into the mold. It will not work if you use the previous steel pouring method to produce steel. So this time, Luo Chong tried the converter top for the first time. Blow technique. This technology is difficult to say and simple to say. It is just that for the current technological level of the Han tribe, it can be done, but it cannot be applied on a large scale, and the quality is definitely not as good as modern top blowing technology. Top blowing in a converter actually means taking out the molten iron and putting it into a large vat, then inserting a pipe into the molten iron from above, and then using the pipe to pass a large amount of pure oxygen and molten iron into it. The carbon atoms react, turning into a large amount of carbon dioxide, which then emerges from the molten iron, forming many rolling bubbles. Top blowing technology uses this method to add carbon to oxygen and turn it into carbon dioxide and finally discharge it to achieve the purpose of reducing the carbon content of molten iron and turning molten iron directly into molten steel. Of course, there is no pure oxygen in Luo Chong, but there is nothing wrong with blowing air directly. Anyway, the quality of the final product will definitely not be as good as modern steel. The pipe used for top blowing is a steel pipe made of previously produced steel. A ceramic pipe is connected to the back. The interface is sealed with mud. A large human-powered blower is connected to the back. This equipment uses hard materials. The pipeline is made so it cannot be moved at all, so we can only let the other party take the initiative. On this day, Luo Chong personally directed the metallurgical workshop. He first smelted the iron, then released the molten iron from under the blast furnace, and finally poured it into a crucible half as tall as a person. Then he used a trolley to move the molten iron to the top of the top-blowing machine. Next, push the trolley directly to a lifting frame and fix it. Finally, use several surrounding levers to lift the lifting frame so that the nozzles fixed above can penetrate deep into the bottom of the crucible. This is to allow them to fully react with the air. After everything was in place, the human blower at the other end of the pipe began to work, blowing a large amount of air into the molten iron in the crucible. Because the hot molten iron contacted the oxygen in the air, a violent exothermic reaction began to occur. Not only the surface of the molten iron, the bubbles released are like boiling, and the temperature of the molten iron is gradually increasing. Although this top-blowing process does not involve fire heating, the reaction itself can increase a lot of heat, keeping the molten iron in a flowing liquid state and preventing it from cooling and solidifying. Everyone was retreating and watching from a distance. It was too hot in front of the top-blowing machine, and the large number of bubbles made the molten iron seem to be boiling. Countless sparks were splashing around. Fortunately, it had been cleaned up here long ago. There are no flammable items. This reaction did not take long. After about a few minutes, he estimated that the time was almost up. Luo Chong started to shout stop, and then lowered the lifting frame to observe whether the color of the molten iron was similar to the color of the previously fried steel. He felt after that, you can use it to cast the mold, because the molten iron has now transformed into molten steel. This large vat of molten steel cast 14 currency stamps, and the remaining molten steel was not wasted. It was cast into other production line parts used to stamp currencies, such as 2 large fine steel rotors used to grind coins. Wheel, the steel roller on a metal plate mill, and the punch used to punch coins, and the model below. After the casting of these important pure steel parts is completed, they must be heated again for tempering and partial quenching after complete cooling to increase the hardness of some parts, especially the 14 steel stamps, which are naturally higher. After quenching is completed, the parts are cleaned with dilute hydrochloric acid produced by the reaction of sulfuric acid and sodium chloride, then polished, and finally oiled and cured. This batch of currency stamps is completed. Although the production process is extremely complicated, it is also a guarantee for currency anti-counterfeiting. It is extremely difficult for the Han tribe to make these steel seals, let alone other tribes. Even the Han tribe themselves may not understand these techniques, but knowing how to make steel seals, it is nonsense to imitate Han tribe currency, so Luo Chong is not worried at all about anti-counterfeiting. After having these parts, the next step is to make the assembly line equipment, the metal plate rolling machine. This mainly heats raw materials such as copper ingots or silver ingots and puts them into the plate rolling machine, just like pressing noodles, pressing them over and over again. Shape into flat pieces until they are as thick as a coin. After pressing the metal plate, the next step is to use a stamping machine to punch out a large amount of money embryos. The stamping machine is modified with a wind-powered automatic forging hammer. The upper hammer is replaced with a punch the same size as the coin, and the lower anvil was replaced with a steel anvil the same size as the coin, so that as long as the silver plate was placed on it and the stamping machine was smashed up and down, a lot of round coin blanks the same size as the coin could be punched out. Then put these punched blanks into a pedal-powered disc edge grinder, put the coin blanks in, and grind the edges of the coins by squeezing the 2 steel discs against each other. In this way, not only the edges of the finished product are smooth, but even the coins there are also small lines pressed on the side, which makes it feel a bit harsh to the touch. The last step is to stamp the pattern. Place the edged coin embryo on a stamping machine. On the machine bed under this special machine is the steel seal for the reverse side of the coin, and above it is the steel seal for the front, and then there are several around it. The fixed track allows the upper and lower stamps to be aligned. Finally, the punch is used to slam the money embryo, so that the front and back sides of the money embryo are pressed out with patterns. Please vote for me at the end of the month, comrades. Thank you for your support. The mint does not need to be responsible for metallurgical issues. They only need to use metal ingots as raw materials, and then have a few metal plate rolling machines, coin blank stamping machines, coin edge grinding machines, and pattern forging machines, which are enough to complete the production of coins. Under such an assembly line operation, the production of coins is extremely fast, which is far from the production capacity of ancient square hole coins. Based on the current situation of the Han tribe, only a small number of people can produce enough currency, and the currency there is no need to create a lot of them at once. First, it is impossible to put these things on the market all at once. That will only devalue the currency and do no good at all. In view of the current actual situation in the three counties, Luo Chong decided to set up the mint in Hanyang City first, because all the equipment here is ready, and only here is the blast furnace for smelting metal. The first batch of trial productions were made of three types of denominations: Yiwen, Erwen, and Wuwen. They were all made of 95% brass and 5% lead alloy, with a diameter of 2.5 centimeters, the same size as a modern 1 yuan coin. But the thickness is slightly thinner, with only 1 millimeter for 1 penny, 1.5 millimeters for 2 cents, and 2 millimeters for 5 cents, which are similar to modern dime coins. After the smelted brass and lead ingots are mixed according to the proportion, the finally cast bronze alloy plate is still yellow-orange and looks like gold. The addition of 5% lead metal makes the alloy liquid fluid. Even better, such money embryos are also easier to forge into detailed patterns. Moreover, this alloy ratio not only ensures the excellent quality of copper coins, but also eliminates the possibility of others using currency to destroy forged weapons, because in addition to its excellent coinage performance, lead bronze with this ratio cannot be used as weapons at all, because it's too soft. 10 people recruited from Dezue began to learn the craft of coinage. The original metallurgical plant was temporarily idle after the steel production was completed. At this time it was used to produce currency. Dazue personally led people to smelt the alloy, and then cast it into strips of copper ingots. He heated them slightly and put them into a plate rolling machine for repeated rolling. After each rolling, he used a newly made vernier caliper to measure the thickness of the copper plate, and finally reached the qualified thickness. After the thickness is reached, start stamping the money embryo. The long thin copper plate was manually stuffed into the stamping machine, and then the automatic stamping machine driven by the windmill was heard to make a chirping sound, and then one round copper plate after another kept falling out from under the machine. It clanged in the rattan basket below. It was all money. After the copper plates in the rattan basket were full, the copper plates were towed away on a trolley, and then manually placed at the feed port of the edge grinder. Copper plates were lined up one by one and stuffed in. Another operator operated the edge grinder. The person keeps stepping on the pedal, trying to keep the edge grinder rotating. These copper plates are stuffed into the edge grinding machine, and then squeezed and rolled in the track. After rotating around the stainless steel grinding disc for most of a circle, they fall again from the exit. At this time, the edges of the copper plates have been ground away from burrs and become smooth. Coin money embryo. Next is the last step of pattern forging. Since it is still semi-mechanized, some steps are still done manually, such as pattern forging. The upper and lower sides of the forging press are two patterned steel stamps, one positive and one negative. The lower one is equivalent to the anvil of an automatic forging hammer. It is fixed on the base and will not move. There is also a steel stamp on the lower side that can be lifted manually. The sleeve is raised, one side is higher and the other is lower. During operation, place the money embryo on a relatively high slide, and the money embryo will automatically slide into the sleeve. Then manually press the sleeve down so that it fits on the steel seal below. Then step on the pedal under your feet, and the upper one will slide. The steel seal will fall into the sleeve and be smashed down hard, instantly completing the forging of both sides of the coin, and embossing fonts and patterns on the surface of the copper plate. The entire forging process is carried out in a straight sleeve. This is to prevent the upper and lower steel stamps from being misaligned. This vertical sleeve is actually equivalent to providing a common track for the upper and lower steel stamps to limit the direction of their movement. After the forging is completed, the pedal is released, and then the gravity lever lifts the steel seal above again. Then the worker manually lifts the sleeve and tilts it forward. At this time, the finished coin that has been forged will be released from the sleeve. The lower side slides out from the notch, and then rolls down along the wooden track into a rattan basket. At this point, the entire coin is completely completed. During the entire forging process, workers' fingers will not come into contact with the steel stamp or the sleeve. This not only improves work efficiency, but also provides safety protection to prevent workers' fingers from being smashed into pulp by the steel stamp. The efficiency of this assembly line is very fast. As the proficiency of workers continues to improve, the maximum production speed can be about 10 coins per minute, basically 1 in 6 seconds, and 600 coins can be produced in 1 hour. Although it is different from that of the previous mint. Tens of thousands of coins per hour are incomparable, but in this era, being able to mint such exquisite coins is already a great achievement. According to current needs, as long as production continues, the supply can still be met. 3 denominations, 3 forging machines, constantly producing golden copper plates, clinking into the rattan basket, picking up a handful with your hands and throwing them down, instantly making a sweet clattering sound. This should be the world the most beautiful voice on earth. From the casting of mechanical parts, to the assembly of equipment, to the skilled production of workers, 2 months in winter have passed. Hanyang City has produced a large number of copper coins, but it has not been distributed yet because money cannot for random issuance. The amount of coins issued must be equal to the production volume, otherwise issuing too many coins will only cause inflation, and then the money will become less and less valuable. Fortunately, at the end of the 2nd month of winter, the students in the 4 classes taught by Luo Chong personally also ushered in graduation time. Although these people's learning level was very average, they could only write a few thousand words and simple 4 mixed operations. But it is enough for now. Under the current circumstances, if you want to formally implement private ownership, you must first complete a most basic task, that is, a census to count the total population of the Han tribe. In this way, make a fair distribution of assets. If you want to complete this task, you must first have suitable officials. Naturally, it is impossible for all of the first batch of 300 graduates to become officials, so they must pass the examination and selection. For this, Luo Chong is quite confident. For my experience, you must know how close Luo Chong is to exams as a modern person trained through exam-oriented teaching. Soon, an examination for the selection of officials began. In order to save the trouble of printing test papers, Luo Chong wrote the questions directly on the blackboard, then asked everyone to answer the questions on white paper, and finally wrote their names and handed them in. The content of the exam is also very simple. In addition to new words, word combinations, and sentences, there is also poetry to fill in the blanks, and finally writing an article, that is, composition. The title of the essay is, Tribe A and Tribe B were hunting in the same forest. Each side threw a spear, and they all pierced the body of the same deer. So which tribe should this deer belong to in the end? Please answer this question in the form of a short essay and clearly explain your point of view. In fact, this should not be considered a composition, but a question and answer question. However, the key points of this question are different, because there is no correct answer to this question at all. You can say that this deer belongs to Tribe A, but you can say it belongs to tribe B. It's okay for the tribe. You can even answer that the deer should be divided equally between the two tribes, as long as you can express your point of view clearly. Because this question originally tests reading and writing skills. First of all, if you want to answer the question, you must be able to understand the meaning of the question. If you cannot even understand the question, it means that your reading comprehension ability is not up to standard. If the leader gives you a written assignment is given, and if you don't even know what it's asked of you to do, it's a waste of time to do it. After you understand the question, you still need to answer this question and explain your own point of view. There is no fixed answer to this, but when you answer, it depends on whether your logic is correct and whether you are organized. For example, if you say that tribe A is awarded, then the following will be, it is best to list out 1, 2, or 3 reasons and explain clearly why this judgment is made. Many students are confused by this question. The previous questions are basically questions that can be answered correctly by rote memorization. However, the last question makes many people confused because they don't know who should be awarded better in this situation, so many people can't figure out what the correct answer to this question is, but there is no correct answer to this question at all. The Chinese language test lasted all morning. After collecting the test papers, it was time to eat and take a lunch break. In the afternoon, the math test continued. The math test was relatively simple. After all, there is no room for your own performance. There is only one correct answer, and there is no need to mess around with your answers, because mathematics is rigorous. The exam ended soon. Luo Chong spent 2 days grading papers alone, and finally selected dozens of people. These people were either good at writing Chinese characters, or had clear and logical thinking. Some people were better at arithmetic, so they just used the clerks who come to serve as household houses are responsible for counting the population and the quantity of various materials. It is the time of census and asset assessment, and such people are in good use. The remaining people are not completely useless. They can be used as teachers and stay in schools to teach children to read and read. Within a few months, the last building in Hanyang City, the government office building, was completed. With a formal office space and a pool of available talents, it was finally time to form the first provisional government of the Han tribe. The first place in this year's graduation exam is a team leader from the Shui clan. This person's name is Shui Qian. After joining the Han tribe, he joined the construction team and understood the entire process of building a house. Later, he followed Dolly to dig in the Salt Lake mine and was later transferred to Luoyang County to participate in housing construction and served as a team leader. Later, when Luo Chong asked the clan leaders to select students, the Shui clan leader sent this guy. Shui Qian's results can be said to be the best. He only made a few mistakes in Chinese and answered the following questions very well. This guy not only wrote the answers, but even listed 2 situations, either A and B. The tribes divide the prey equally, or the prey belongs to one of the parties, and the tribe that obtains the prey must give some appropriate compensation to the tribe that gave up the prey. You see, this is well written, well-founded, and fair. It is much better than someone from a bear tribe coming up with an idea and having someone from both sides fight each other directly, and whoever wins gets it. Although there is nothing wrong with this answer, there is a problem with this kind of thinking. Anyway, Luo Chong would not dare to let such a guy manage the place, okay? If such a person becomes an official, there will be some conflicts among the people, and I guess he wished he could let others have a fight, and then he could enjoy the fun himself. Luo Chong flipped through the report card, scribbling on it, and selected the first Hanyang County government leadership team. The political chief of Hanyang County, Shui Qian, holds the position of county magistrate and is responsible for taking charge of a county's population, production, agriculture, taxation, water conservancy, animal husbandry, education, etc. Zongjia, County Qing, Deputy Chief Official, which means Deputy County Magistrate. These two people are officials on the staff. They are official civil servants with a certain rank and receive royal rations and salaries. Then there are the chief bookkeeper and the master. One is the one who settles accounts, and the other is the one who makes suggestions. If the master were placed in modern times, he should be the secretary and consultant of the county magistrate. These two people are recruited by the county magistrate himself, and the county magistrate pays for his own maintenance. Generally, the county magistrate, when being transferred, most of them will also bring the master or chief clerk with them, because there must be one of the county magistrate's staff among these two people. The two leaders were determined, and then came the various department managers who would handle the specific work. The House Secretary is in charge of household registration, land, and tax collection affairs, and the Penal House Secretary is in charge of public security affairs. Of course, the Penal House can also be called the Patrol House. No matter what they are called, their responsibilities are actually the same. There are farmhouse clerks who are in charge of farming and animal husbandry, factory clerks who are in charge of water conservancy, road construction, and bridge building, and there are also teaching officials who are in charge of education, cultural activities, and sacrificial activities in a county. The last one is the Statistics Department, which is responsible for statistics. Various data from the county. As for the yamen, they are hired by the county and are not even considered contractors. They are helpers who specialize in running errands and can be asked to work in any house that needs work. At this point, the management structure of the entire county government has been completed. There are 6 offices under the county magistrate, the county commissioner, the master, the chief secretary, and the leader is the clerk. Below the clerk, there are a varying number of clerks, who are considered clerks. They just help with running errands and taking notes. In this county government, there are 8 officials in total. The county magistrate and the county commissioner are formal civil servants, the master and the chief registrar are the county magistrate's private staff, and the 6 office clerks are contract workers, and they are paid. Those who have the opportunity to become regular workers, the remaining scribes and government officials are all hired temporary workers, low-level employees whose wages are not enough to eat, and the only benefit is a working meal from the county government. Naturally, this first batch of officials cannot be expected to be very smart. At most, these people can only do simple arithmetic and read and write Chinese characters. But even so, they can be regarded as the most high-end talents of the Han tribe. If you ask them to come to the local level to execute government orders, they will definitely not be able to do it well. They can only be trained slowly by Luo Chong. It doesn't matter if they don't know how to do it. The leader will tell you what to do. You just need to try your best to complete it. There is no way around it. Everything is possible. It's hard at the beginning. Fortunately, the total population of the Han tribe is not very large. It has not exceeded 40,000 people. This population is not even a county in the Ming dynasty. Luo Chong can still manage it. When the population surges in the future, I believe his subordinates have also trained a number of usable talents. The first batch of county government officials set up a team, and then Luo Chong divided the remaining dozens of people into several internship groups. These internship groups were not assigned administrative areas for the time being. They first learned the work model from Hanyang County government and were trained by Luo Chong. After a period of time, the government will be decentralized to various regions next year. Everything is quiet in winter, and the tribesmen all stay at home. However, everyone occasionally goes out for a walk on a sunny day after dinner. Now is a good time. Due to the heavy snow that closes the mountains, there is no work to do, and most people are idle at home. So it happens to be a good time to do a census. Therefore, Luo Chong's first order to the Hanyang County government was to organize a manual census of the specific population. The requirement was that all the population should be registered and registered. Households should be checked one by one according to family units. Names, spouses, etc. How many children there are, whether there are any elderly people among them, age, how many disabilities there are, how many children and teenagers there are, and the clans of these people must be registered. Not only that, the Han tribe also had to issue a household registration book. There was nothing high-tech about this household registration book. It was actually bamboo slips. It was difficult to preserve paper items, so Luo Chong decided to use bamboo slips. Everyone registers and makes a register, and then writes personal household registration information on bamboo pieces. One bamboo piece for each person, and several bamboo pieces for how many people a household has. Finally, they are woven together with hemp rope to cover birth, old age, illness, and death. On this basis, it will be deleted, but this is the first generation for internal circulation. It will definitely be updated in the future, so for now, we have to make do with it. As the saying goes, there is no doubt in employing people. Since the task has been handed over, it is natural to let them free their hands to do it. So after assigning the task, Luo Chong immediately took the artifact that had been prepared for 3 months to Luoyang County, where the people who came this year there were a lot of people and life was not easy, so Luo Chong decided to go and see them in person. There were not many people accompanying this trip, only 10. In addition to Luo Chong and Ruru Huishan, there was also a carriage carrying tools, as well as Dolly and Feather. One of them stayed in the iron mine all year, and the other he stayed in Babao Mountain all year round and did not return to Hanyang City until winter. He was originally the closest and most trusted person around Luo Chong. After all, they were both original members of the Han tribe, but now they are less together and more apart. Now they have, if there is an opportunity, it is natural to let them stay with you for a while. The group of people rode their mounts and soon arrived at the boundary of Luoyang County. At the end of a vast white plain in the distance, 3 Earth cities stood impressively. The 3 Earth cities were lined up and intersected with the river not far away. Echo. Dashu, who had received the letter in advance, had already led a group of clan leaders to wait at the city gate. Chief, you are finally here. Dashu and the clan leaders were overjoyed when they saw Luo Chong coming on an elephant, with sincere smiles on their faces, but their eyes were glowing with green light. He glanced at the carriage behind Luo Chong. Are you expecting me to come? Or do you want me to bring you food? It's hard to live with 2 bowls of porridge a day. I tell you, if you don't have anything to eat and want meat, you can do it yourself. Luo go straight to the point and poke through the road. Hey, what did the leader say? I didn't know that there would be so many people rushing to join us at the end of autumn. If we had come earlier this year, we might be able to grow more food, and we wouldn't have to save money now. Have eaten. Dashu couldn't help but smile bitterly, he was helpless about this matter. There were so many people all of a sudden, but there was only so much food. What could he do? He couldn't keep people away. In this era, population is strength. As long as there is the ability to support, who will push it out? Luo Chong also knew that Dashu could not be blamed. Besides, it was Luo Chong who gave the order to recruit people. If he really wanted to say who to blame, he could only say that those opportunistic guys were too bad and they came at the wrong time. Chief, in fact, 2 bowls of porridge a day is not bad. At least the new members of the tribe are very contented. When they were in their own tribe, they often had 1 meal every 2 days in winter. Although they eat porridge now, they are still satisfied. No matter what, it's still 2 meals. The only ones who were somewhat emotional were the old people who had joined the tribe for a year. They used to have dry rice to eat every day, but now a group of guys who had not made any contribution came to share the food with them. They had finally grown it themselves. Food, but because they drink porridge every day, they naturally feel a little unbalanced. The chief of the Chai clan also said beside him. Luo Chong was riding on Hui Shan's back. He narrowed his eyes and asked expressionlessly, "Is the fight starting?" "That's not true." Originally, the tribesmen were determined not to allow newcomers to enter the city and share food with them. But the leader had issued an order to let all newcomers reclaim 10 acres of wasteland per household. Watching them all work, the old man, they just let them into the city, but they still looked down on these newcomers, but no conflicts broke out. The new ones are still very honest, because they know that if they are not honest, they will have no food. Dashu. Report immediately. Well, that's fine. It doesn't matter if you don't like them. Next year, we will transfer some of the newcomers and let them work elsewhere. Ruyang County still lacks a lot of people. While everyone was talking, they began to walk towards Shangtian Rural City, which was the first to be built, and the environment was pretty good. Shangtian Township is the southernmost of the 3 earthen towns. The town is full of brick houses, and the streets are crisscrossed. The population is about 7,000. Linza Township further north is different. Half of the brick houses are half of the earth huts. Those living in them were naturally the newcomers that Luo Chong was worried about causing trouble. When we arrived at the newly built Fengyi Township, it was like a sardine can. As far as the eye could see, it was all low-rise adobe houses. Although the houses were not big, a large family was packed into each house. This was the only place in this small town, which is enough to fill tens of thousands of people. Luo Chong's arrival caused quite a stir in the new city. Many people came out of their mud houses to see the leader. It was really rare. They had been here for so long, and this was the first time they saw the legend. The leader was there, and he was still alive, so everyone was excited. However, Luo Chong obviously didn't have time to be treated like a monkey here, and he couldn't collect tickets from them. It was really a loss to let them see it in vain. Therefore, after inspecting various townships, Luo Chong left. After all, he came here not just for inspection, but mainly to seek benefits for tens of thousands of people in Luoyang County and make their lives easier. How's it going? Is the river all frozen? Luo Chong said, sitting in the house where he lived before, holding a bowl of hot tea. It's frozen, but the river is frozen. Is there really any way to catch fish from it? Dashu asked doubtfully. Dashu couldn't understand. With the current weather, 2 months of the 4-month winter have passed. Now is the coldest time. The river near Luoyang County has long been frozen. If not 3 feet, it is more than 1 foot. If it gets thicker, will there still be fish in the river? Won't they freeze to death? I always feel that winter fishing is a bit unreliable. Of course we can catch fish, and it's very easy to catch fish at this time. Gather some people and let's start today. I brought all the tools. Luo Chong decided immediately. Yes, leader, I'll make arrangements right away. Dashu saluted quickly in response, then turned around and went out to call for someone. It didn't take long for people to appear at the river. There were a lot of people. Basically, everyone with enough clothes and boots came. There were thousands of people in the crowd, and there were even many carriages and horses. Many people were carrying poles and rattan baskets. It was said that the leader asked everyone to prepare them for carrying fish. Everyone felt incredible, but since it was the all-powerful leader who proposed it, they did not dare to refute. Hundreds of people stood dotted on the river, which was about 100 meters wide. The ice was very thick and covered with snow. People looked at their feet, but they couldn't see anything at all, only countless solid ice. Where are the fish? Luo Chong did not rush to start, but looked along the river to observe where there were more fish. For things like this, if it is done in spring, summer, and autumn, the best way is to find a place to make a nest. Get some more bait that fish like to eat, and then just catch them all in one catch once the fish are attracted. But this method does not work in winter, because fish do not wander around under the ice. In winter, when the water is cold, even fish know where to choose a place to spend the winter, and the most suitable place for this kind of place is Qingshu Bay. Luo Chong walked along the river and found several suspected migratory bays along the way, but he couldn't be sure, but it didn't matter. If he netted them all, he would definitely gain something even if it didn't work. "Chief, can you see the fish through the ice?" Dolly, who was following him, asked curiously. "Haha, I can't, but I can tell where it is roughly. As long as you know this location, it will be easy. Our net is big. This is the trawl net that I ordered people to weave with the strongest hemp rope before winter. It will definitely be, there's a lot to gain. Come on, let someone bring the drill. We're going to start drilling holes." After saying this, Luo Chong led people to select a place, then calculated the size of the trawl net, used a rope ruler to measure the location of the holes, and then began to let people take out the mining picks, Chinese glyph-shaped steel drills lined up on the river to drill holes. It has been 2 months since winter, and the ice here is very thick. Even the center of the river is more than a foot thick. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is 3 feet thick near the river, so there is no need to worry about the ice surface cracking significantly and causing icebergs to appear. Horrible drowning accident. In fact, the size of these ice is not large, only about 30 centimeters, and normal people cannot fall into it. Only the place where the fish was finally taken out has a large hole with a diameter of more than 1 meter, and it is close to the river. The tribesmen soon began to dig holes. They kept waving the ice picks and steel drills in their hands. Ice shards were splashing on the ice. Soon ice holes appeared one after another. Some people couldn't bear it. He poked his head and looked down, but couldn't see anything. He couldn't help but feel suspicious. The leader took a long time to choose such a place, but it didn't look like a place with fish. Luo Chong didn't care about this. He was only responsible for commanding. This method of winter fishing relied on group efforts. No matter how good one person was, it was useless. Therefore, he asked people to get a lot of firewood and light a bonfire on the shore. Brought a big pot to boil hot water, and kept it for the tribesmen who were working to keep warm. After rows of ice holes were dug, Luo Chong led the people out. A trawl net that had been prepared was unfolded, with many thick ropes extending from it, and someone even brought a lot of long bamboo poles. Know what's useful? Teams of young men stood in position, and Luo Chong guided them, using bamboo poles to send ropes into the water. The length of the bamboo poles just extended to the next ice cave. People in the next cave continued to extend sideways in the same way. The tribesmen used this batten method to gradually extend the rope under the ice until it stretched out from the last ice hole in each row and was held in the hands of the tribesmen again. In fact, this process is like sewing a quilt. The bamboo pole is the needle, the hemp rope on the supporting net is the thread, and the ice on the river is the quilt. The bamboo pole and the hemp rope are stitched under the ice one by one. Walking, and finally gradually crossing the entire river, but this is just the beginning. After unrolling a few ropes under the ice, Luo Chong began to ask more people to pull the ropes. Everyone shouted slogans and made noises as if they were the trackers tugging the boat on the shore. However, they were not towing a boat now. It is a large net covering an area of several hundred square meters. Look, everyone, the net has moved, and the net has been pulled under the ice. Yes, it turns out that the rope is tied to the net to pull the net down from these holes. But even if the net is stuffed under the ice, I'm afraid it won't be able to open. If the net can't be opened, what else can it do? Let the fish get in. Since the leader asked me to do this, then the leader must have a way. Obviously, even he himself didn't quite believe what the tribesmen said in the end. A group of people dug a few holes in the ice, then put on ropes and stuffed the nets in, so that they could catch big fish? Soon, a super large trawl net was pulled underwater, but now the trawl net is still like a long snake, unfolding along a line. It can be said that it has expanded horizontally, but it has no depth. But Luo Chong is not in a hurry, he quickly issued new orders. When we just completed the step of threading the needle, the ropes in each direction were actually double strands, but the double strands were also different. Some people actually had 2 different ropes in their hands, while others had 2 strands of rope. In fact, it is formed by folding a rope in half. In fact, it is still a rope. Now Luo Chong's new order is for those people holding 2 ropes to release the marked rope in their hands, and then hold the other 2 ropes and fold them in half. The person at the end of the rope began to take the rope back. In fact, they were holding the same rope. These ropes quickly swam along the ice surface, and were then pulled ashore from the other end. However, the order to pull the ropes did not stop, so everyone continued to tug hard. And then everyone felt that in their hands, the rope is getting heavier and heavier, as if it is dragging something heavy. In fact, this feeling is correct. They are dragging something, but this thing is just a big net. If the threading just now was to drag the net under the ice, then the current process is to unfold a long snake-like trawl net lengthwise, and use the rope to pull the rope, so that people can drag the net under the ice surface without being seen. Spread a large net under the ice. It didn't take long for the rope to be pulled to the end, which also meant that the trawl net had been fully opened. Logically speaking, a lot of fish should have fallen into the net by now, otherwise it would not have been so big when the trawl net was unfolded just now. Effortless. Luo Chong did not issue any new orders, and the tribesmen were all waiting. Many people were looking at Luo Chong, wondering what the leader was waiting for. Could he be waiting for the fish to come up on his own? Sure enough, not long after, many people felt that there was movement under the ice. It seemed that there were a lot of fish swimming under the ice. In fact, it was the trawl net below that opened and caught many fish into the net. They struggled downwards, but couldn't swim out, so they naturally began to look upwards for a breakthrough. Look, look, there are fish, lots of fish. With an exclamation, everyone's eyes were attracted. Looking in the direction of the man's finger, countless people couldn't help but take a breath. There are really fish, and lots of them. Countless fish, big and small, scrambled to find a breakthrough. Not to mention, they actually found some. But what they didn't expect was that they swam hard towards the opening, and actually jumped out of the water along the entrance of the hole. Then, I can't go back if I want to go back, fish big and small jumping out of rows of ice caves, then landing on the snow on the ice, and jumping back and forth. The scene was more spectacular than Baotou Spring. After all, Baotou Spring only has 3 springs, but here, the ice cave there are many, and almost every hole has a lot of fish jumping out of the ice cave, just like rows of fish springs. Everyone was excited watching this scene. This was all meat. For these tribesmen who only had 2 bowls of porridge every day, 1 fish was enough for their family to eat. Now, the fish here seemed to be. They scrambled to get out of the ice cave like a demon. This was free meat. The crowd standing on the shore was gearing up and eager to pick up the baskets they had brought, but at this moment, there was a sudden roar from the leader. Don't move. People on the shore, don't come down. Start closing the net now, and wait until the fish is brought ashore. Luo Chong looked at the chattering crowd, a layer of cold sweat broke out on his forehead, and when the cold wind blew, he suddenly felt as if his head was going to explode. There are thousands of people standing on this shore, and most of the clan members are here. After all, everyone stays at home in winter, and there are no entertainment activities. They are either making babies or making food. Even if they are not here to work, there are also many people who come to watch the fun. This is human nature. We naturally like to get together. After all, humans are social animals. But in the current situation, if a few thousand people are spread across the entire river, that's fine. But if thousands of people gather on the ice will have to be cracked, not to mention that the ice has already been broken. Lots of holes. Hearing the leader's roar, people suppressed their excitement and started doing things according to the leader's instructions. The square trawl now only had 4 corner ropes on the ice. Then Luo Chong asked people to start pulling the double ropes, and finally gathered the ropes from the other 3 directions to a large hole near the river. The 4 ropes were the ropes all stretched out from a large hole with a side length of 2 meters, and were then held tightly in everyone's hands. Even though the rope soaked in ice water was bitingly cold, no one was willing to let go, because the leader just told them that at the other end of the rope are countless fish. What is fish? It is meat. Who would be willing to let go? Come here, the trawl is ashore, pull the rope quickly, don't let the fish escape. Following Luo Chong's shouts, the tribesmen who were driving the cart with baskets could no longer stand. They dropped their belongings and joined the army closing the net. Countless people were pulling the ropes behind, watching. It looks like a big tug of war, except this time there are people on one side and fish on the other. Brothers, work harder. Use all your strength, it's coming out, everyone, hurry up. As people dragged hard, the rope was dragged out of the water 1 foot at a time. The fish spring that was originally gushing out on the river also changed due to the action of closing the net. From the farthest ice cave, a fish no longer emerged from the hole, which meant that the trawl net had been pulled from that position. Then the fish spring at the hole behind suddenly rose, because more and more fish were gathering behind it. Until finally, the rope finally reached the end, and the huge trawl net, carrying countless swimming fish, emerged from the 2-meter square ice hole near the shore. Countless fish, big and small, kept jumping back and forth in the net, trying to break free from the dragnet that restricted their lives. They stirred up countless water splashes and ice slag at the entrance of the hole. In just a moment, the ice on the edge of the hole was covered. It bulged, which was formed by countless ice water and ice slag accumulated at the entrance of the cave and were frozen by the cold wind. Seeing countless fish being brought out of the water by the trawl net, the people who were originally exhausted did not know where they borrowed their magical power, and the speed of the trawl net pulling out of the water became faster. Some people who were unable to intervene began to replace the exhausted men, but the fish in the net had no companions to replace. Some fish that were dragged out of the ice lost their oxygen supply and were exhausted due to their constant struggle. Finally, when the cold wind blew, many fish froze into popsicles soon after being taken out of the ice, lying hard and motionless in the snow. The trawl net filled with fish was pulled out of the water inch by inch, and there were thousands of fish brought out. The small ones were only as big as a palm and less than a kilogram, and the big ones were as thick as a human leg, weighing more than 10 kilograms each. Even the rattan basket I brought couldn't fit it. All the tribesmen showed happy smiles, and the smiles were full of the joy of the harvest. There were too many catches in this net. With the combined efforts of thousands of people, the trawl net was quickly pulled out of the water. Countless frozen fish were piled on the snow on the shore. Thousands of fish of all kinds weighed an average of several kilograms each. Once the net is taken down, tens of thousands of caddies of fish are caught, and this is meat, which is different from tens of thousands of caddies of grain. People started shouting loudly to pick up the frozen fish and load it into the car, or use poles to carry rattan baskets to the city. What's more, there were only 2 fish on one pole. The man was not very tall, but 2 big fish were hung on the poles, and the fish tails could drag the ground. The length of these 2 fish was comparable to the height of a half-grown child. Not only that, but the richness of aquatic species in this net is also astonishing. There are dozens of fish species alone, and a lot of tortoises have even been caught. But this is understandable. The upper reaches of this big river are wetland swamps. As we all know, wetland lakes are the richest in species. There are often as many as 1,800 species of freshwater fish, but the water in the wetlands is very shallow, with a depth of only 1 or 2 meters. If the fish want to survive the cold winter, they have to find deep water areas to spend the winter, and the deepest water around here is obviously this river. Chief, there are so many fish here. If we cast a few more nets, we won't be able to finish all the fish until spring. Let's go fishing again. We won't be tired at all, and we will have plenty of strength. Yes, leader, let's hit the internet cafe again. Everyone still has strength. As long as there is food, everyone will not be afraid of getting tired. A group of clan leaders gathered around Luo Chong and made chirping suggestions, wishing they could just fish out all the fish in the river. However, the environment here is still very primitive. It is estimated that fishing on such a large scale has never been done before. How many fish could those primitive people use bamboo spears to spear? There are still plenty of fish here. Even if tens of thousands of people eat them every day, they may not be able to finish them all in 2 years. Continue to fish, of course, but you have to change the place, but you also have to keep this place. You go to the city and bring 2 carts of corn stalks, tie the stalks into bundles and stuff them into the ice holes, so as not to freeze them again. Spend the night here, we can still fish tomorrow. Others, follow me to another place to dig holes, and go. Luo Chong casually ordered a clan leader to go back to pull the straw, and with a wave of his hand, he led the others to move to another place. This was like changing positions with one shot. Everyone was overjoyed when they heard that the leader said that fish could be fished out from this place tomorrow. They quickly went back to prepare straw and plugged each ice hole with straw. Firstly, it was a mark, and secondly, it could prevent the entrance of the hole from freezing again. If you freeze the straw on top, it will be much easier to dig holes again tomorrow. Others also followed Luo Chong and fought on all sides. They kept digging holes on the river, lowering nets, and collecting nets. In one day, thousands of people took turns working. By the time it got dark, they had lowered the nets 5 times and fished out the nets. The catch amounted to more than 200,000 kilograms, which greatly solved the food shortage problem in Luoyang County. If we catch it a few more times, we might be able to transport some to Hanyang County. Although there is no shortage of food there is not enough meat. Although every family raises chickens and rabbits, not many people are willing to eat it. After all, if you really eat it, that little thing can feed the whole family for several meals, not to mention leaving seeds to continue breeding. No matter how greedy you are, you can't kill the chicken to get the eggs. The whole day of that day, the 30,000 people in Luoyang County were busy. Some people took turns following Luo Chong on the river for winter fishing, and some people were transporting back and forth to the city. Dashu led the clan leaders to divide the fish. According to the family unit distributes the fish to each household. The women and children who stay at home are also busy killing the fish. After washing them, they hang them under the eaves of their homes and keep them for eating slowly in the winter. The entire Luoyang County, it's like celebrating the new year here. Fish is a good thing. The meat can be eaten, and the fish scales can be made into fish jelly. It can also be eaten with some spicy and fishy seasonings. The fish bones can be ground into powder to feed livestock, add nutrition to livestock, and prevent and treat diseases. Although the internal organs are useless, they can be used to feed dogs. In the past 2 years, in addition to the dozen or so wolf cubs that the Han tribe raised at the beginning, there are also a large number of shepherd dogs introduced from the grassland. Now the two are combined, and many new dog breeds have been derived for the Han tribe, and even these wolf dogs have a huge appetite on weekdays. Now that there are countless fish offal, the feed situation can be greatly alleviated. Of course, the above is not the most important thing. The most important thing is that the Han tribe harvested a large amount of fish bubbles during their winter fishing operation. Fish bubbles are actually fish maws. The use of these fish maws to make super glue does not need to be elaborated. It's a pity that due to the rise of farming in Hanyang City in the past 2 years, the fishing volume has been sharply reduced. Coupled with the mass production of a large number of wooden utensils, the fish bladders in stock in the past 2 years have become increasingly difficult to make ends meet. However, this winter is the most important winter in several years, because starting from this winter, the Han tribe will mass-produce recurve compound bows. They have accumulated a lot of various types of wood. Important materials such as horns and tendons have also been used in the grasslands in the past 2 years. A lot of it was stored in the trade, and there was no shortage of sisal fiber for bow strings, but the fish bladder glue was the only one that was very nervous. You must know that this fish bladder glue can not only be used to make bows and arrows. Any wooden furniture, tables, chairs, benches, bookcases, doors and windows, and even a large number of agricultural, textile, and other equipment require a lot of fish bladder glue. The consumption is really increasing. However, the output is getting lower and lower, so when encountering such a grand fishing activity, Luo Chong also wants to catch as many fish as possible. Now these fish not only represent food and meat, but also represent military strength. Luo Chong, who was in urgent need of improving his armed forces, wasted no time. After fishing for 3 days in Luoyang County, he led a long convoy back to the city. Countless tribesmen came out of the city to see off, whether they were newcomers who had just arrived 3 months ago, or an old man who has been a member for more than a year. Everyone looked at Luo Chong with reverence. This winter hunting operation undoubtedly gave Luo Chong, the leader, a crazy reputation in front of the tribe. This is a godlike figure, his own leader, he can do anything. In fact, this era is like this. Whoever can bring them countless food is their reborn parent, and whoever is their heaven. The people of my heaven are so simple in everything. The convoy was a convoy from Luoyang County, and the fish were from the Luoyang River. However, in addition to meeting the needs of Luoyang County, Luo Chong took away much of the rest, and part of it was given to the more than 1,000 people in Luoyang County. The rest was brought back to Hanyang County, along with the countless fish maws. Of course, when we arrived in Luoyang County, we had to bring back another batch of blank papers. Compound bows are very troublesome to make. The ancients paid attention to making wood in winter, horns in spring, needing tendons in summer, and combining them in autumn. This means that in winter, the wood bow body is made, in spring, the horns are made, in summer, the tendons are mixed, and in autumn, another piece is added. Sticky. Although Luo Chong didn't know what the mystery was in this, his ancestors summed up thousands of years of experience and thought it made sense, so Luo Chong also arranged it this way. When he came near the original Black Rat tribe, Luo Chong asked Dolly to take several carts of frozen fish to Luoyang County, and then he took the rest of the convoy to the west, crossed the wooden bridge, and returned to Hanyang again. In the city. After one round trip and fishing, 10 days had passed by in a hurry. When Luo Chong led the convoy into the city, he was greeted by Shuda. However, when this guy saw the countless frozen fish on the car, there was no joy on his face. Instead, there was a sad mood on his face, which made Luo Chong's heart skip a beat. What happened? Could it be that there was something wrong with the census? What's wrong? You look like a dead mother. Didn't you see us returning from a good harvest? Who are you showing us by crying with a face? Luo Chong asked angrily when he saw Shuda's expression. Wow. Woo, chief, the old man is dying. He hasn't eaten anything for several days, woo. It was okay for Luo Chong not to ask. Unexpectedly, right after asking, Shuda, a 5-foot-tall man, burst into tears. It turned out that someone was really going to die. Seeing the rat crying so hard, Luo Chong couldn't bear to continue blaming him. It is conceivable that although he couldn't remember the age of the rat which himself, Luo Chong observed that this old guy must be 40 or 50 years old. In this era, it can be said to be very old, and many people will not even live to be 30 years old. It is no exaggeration to say that if he had not held the position of witch and would not have gone out to risk hunting and gathering, he would have died 800 times earlier. This is why older people were very popular in primitive times, and their social status was generally high. Older people have more survival experience. In this era of scarcity of writing, they rely on oral transmission and words and deeds to master a large amount of knowledge passed down by their ancestors. Such an important person is often valued very highly by every tribe. According to the relatively early childbearing age in this era, the rat witch should be 2 generations older than the rat. It can be said that he grew up watching the rat's father. Then watching Shu grow up, even if there is no deep blood relationship, the family affection is extraordinary. In the past, when Shu Wujian was still alive, Shu De might not be heartless. He knew that he was living a good life in Hanyang City, so he didn't think anything of it. Now, the old man suddenly doesn't eat much, and he is obviously going to die. It is understandable that sorrow arises from the heart. It's just that this old guy was fine before Luo Chong left. Why was he dying after only 10 days of leaving? What's going on? Is your health not good? Why don't you eat? Luo Chong asked. I don't know. He just said he couldn't eat and wasn't hungry. The food he was given was cold and he wouldn't eat it. When I asked him what was wrong, he didn't say anything. Chief, you must have something to do. Please help. Wuba, please. Shu De couldn't help but hold Luo Chong's hand and said excitedly. Well, I'm not a god. It's not normal for me to die at my old age. I can still bring him back to life. Luo Chong couldn't help but cursed in his heart, but he didn't say these words. Instead, he sighed deeply and took a photo. He patted the rat's big hand to express comfort. Let's go, take me to see it first. Oh, I knew the leader must have a solution. Shu De happily wiped away his tears and pulled Luo Chong as fast as the mouse witch's house. Luo Chong was speechless for a while. When did I say that I had a solution? Don't make it up on your own. When we arrived at Shush's house, the door was open. To be honest, here in Hanyang City, the house is really open at night and no one picks up things on the street, because there is really nothing to steal, so there is no habit of breaking in the door in Hanyang City. Entering the yard, the chimney of the rat witch's house was still slowly emitting green smoke. It was obvious that a fire was burning in the house. The rat witch's grandson was already an adult and was squatting in the yard chopping firewood. When he saw the leader entering the door, the first person who came out to greet him was an old mixed-haired dog waggled its tail at Luo Chong and circled around Luo Chong. Chief, why are you here? The rat witch's grandson greeted politely. Oh, I came to see your grandpa. I heard that he doesn't eat well? Luo Chong asked straight to the point. Well, it's been a few days. When his grandson heard Luo Chong ask about this, he couldn't help but lower his head sadly. Oh, I'll go in and see him. Luo Chong opened the door and entered the house without saying much. In the main room, there is a long table and a few benches. Firewood is burning on the stove against the wall. There are people in the 2 side rooms. In the east room, there is a woman sewing clothes in front of the window. In the west room, there is a large Kong. It's 5 people. The old rat witch sat on the Kong against the wall, with blurred eyes, looking blankly at the white paper window, seeming to be thinking about something. In his hand was the one he showed Luo Chong. The bone calendar keeps moving. There is also a young woman on the bed, looking after 3 children by herself, one of whom is already 1 year old. The other 2 are still wearing crotchless pants and shorts made of woolen cloth, crawling around on the Kong, and occasionally climb into the arms of the rat wizard and touch the bone fragment in his hand. One of these 3 children is the grandson of the rat witch, and the other 2 are his great-grandsons. 2 of them are the children of the guy who was chopping firewood outside just now, and the other is his brother. Well, this is actually not surprising. People in this era generally give birth earlier, and after joining the Han tribe in the past 2 years, their lives have become relatively stable. It can be said that they have enough food and clothing. This has led to a common phenomenon, that is mother-in-law and daughter-in-law are competing to give birth to a baby. In fact, those who have become grandparents are not very old. The 2 generations combined are still under 30 years old, and they are still capable of childbearing. And human tradition is naturally to have more children if conditions permit. These days, the mortality rate of children is very high, and the lifespan of adults is also short. How can we continue the race if we don't have more children? It is not uncommon for a son to marry a daughter-in-law and have a baby like this, and the parents are still competing with the child. What's more, the mother-in-law is not enough, so the child is sent to the daughter-in-law's home for foster care, and the brother-in-law eats the sister-in-law's. Or the grandson grew up eating his grandmother's food. This kind of thing happened a lot. Not to mention the Han tribe, even in the early days of the founding of the Rabbit Nation, such things were not uncommon. This is the situation in Mouse Witch's family. Although he is a witch, he also has a woman and children. The primitive era does not allow waste of resources. Anyone who can reproduce offspring will definitely spare no effort. However, the generation of Mouse Witch's sons is still, there are not many left alive. Rat Witch. Luo rushed into the house and called out to the dumbfounded Rat Witch who was wandering in a fugue. Master, the leader is here to see you. The young woman who was looking after the child also called to the Rat Witch. As if he heard the movement, the Rat Witch's distracted eyes refocused, and then he looked at Luo Chong. Leader. His voice was hoarse and very small, probably because he drank too little water, so Luo Chong couldn't hear clearly. Shuda also followed behind and brought a bench for Luo Chong to sit in the room. I heard that you suddenly stopped eating. What happened? Weren't you still fine before I left? At that time, you were still checking the warehouse every day. Luo Chong couldn't help but wonder. You were still alive and kicking a few days ago. It was too sudden to say that he was going to die. Chief, I look at the food in the warehouse, I am happy, we all have food to eat, we are not hungry in the winter, we have a house built of bricks, with this big Kong, the winter is not cold. I think about what we have lived before in those days, people died every winter, a lot of people. We endured year after year, winter after winter, and finally saved our tribe. Now these little kids are alive and well. As he spoke, he hugged a little guy who crawled into his arms, and the kid suddenly started to giggle. After hearing this, Shuda on the side just covered his face and buried his head in tears, as if the Rat Witch had brought back memories of the hard life. Luo Chong also sighed for a while. Although he had never experienced such hard days, his physical body had experienced it. There were also such memories in the memories of those physical bodies, as if Luo Chong had experienced it himself. He knows that old people love to reminisce. The older they get, the more they have this problem. Only young people will keep looking forward until they are old and mature, and then they also start to reminisce. But what Luo Chong doesn't understand is, why do you talk about this so well? Since your life is getting better now, you should be more happy. If you have nothing to do, just remember the bitterness and sweetness. What's the matter if you don't eat? Rat Witch, since our life is better, you should eat well. Why bother with your own stomach? Why are you doing this? Luo Chong couldn't help but ask. I want to guard the warehouse, I want to look after the food, but they said the leader won't let me. The rat wizard seemed to hold his breath and couldn't help complaining to Luo Chong, and seemed to be questioning Luo Chong. When you look at the warehouse, they won't let you, and they say I won't let you look at it. Who is this? But after Luo Chong thought about it for a moment, he immediately understood that it couldn't have been done by those people from the county government. Luo Chong wanted them to learn how to govern, to conduct a census of the population, to measure the land, and to count various material reserves. This was indeed Luo Chong's order. But if we want to count the supplies, we naturally have to take over first. You are a rat witch who guards the warehouse every day and does not let go. The distribution of supplies for all tribesmen must be handled by you. What is your identity? Do you have orders from the leader? But we do. We are officials appointed by the leader to manage all major and minor affairs in the entire Hanyang city. Now that the leader wants us to do this, can you still object? Although Luo Chong didn't see it with his own eyes, he could roughly guess that there must have been a conflict between the county officials and the rat witches. It might just be a quarrel, but it was unlikely that they would take action. After thinking about this matter, Luo Chong should really be blamed. It was Luo Chong who did not coordinate the scope of responsibilities with them in advance. It is normal for conflicts to arise now. When Hanyang City was first established, the population was small and the young and middle-aged people of the right age were participating in various constructions. Therefore, the matter of coordinating logistics materials naturally fell on the heads of the two idlers, the Han elders and the rat wizards, and then continues to manage it until now. But Luo Chong has now begun to gradually implement the new system in the Han tribe, so the original managers will naturally be rejected. They are the people who have been eliminated by the new system, and it is normal for them to feel some resentment. If you don't let me take care of the warehouse, and the Han tribe doesn't need me to offer sacrifices, then what's the use of me? I'm so old, and I can't do anything else. Instead of wasting food for you, I'd rather die. This is the simple thought of the rat witch, which contains both the resentment of being rejected and the persistence of the older generation. The rat witches who came from this pure primitive tribe have their own set of concepts, that is, it is useless if they don't raise them. People, including the elderly who cannot contribute, the disabled, the sick, etc., once encountering difficulties, these people are always the first to be abandoned, otherwise there would not be so many savages in the mountains. And now the rat witch has exactly this idea in his mind. He thinks that he is no longer an idler and can no longer contribute to the tribe, so he wants to go on a hunger strike and commit suicide. This situation is indeed a bit extreme. Now if you want the old guy to continue to live, there is only one way to arrange something for him to do so that he feels that he is still useful. But he is already an old man, what else can he do? With his body that is ready to fall apart at any time, he may not even be able to grow vegetables. At this moment, a little doll on the Kong actually took the calendar made of shoulder blades from the hands of the rat witch, raised it with his little hand and dangled it above his head, and howled with joy. This scene Luo Chong's eyes couldn't help but light up. That's right, why have you forgotten the rat witch's old profession? Rat witch, don't worry about those warehouses. We will have more and more things in the future, and you will definitely not be able to remember them. How about I give you an official title and let you be our big man's Qing Tianjian? Like? Luo Chong suggested cheerfully. Sword, what kind of sword? I want to learn how to blacksmith, but I can't hold the hammer anymore. The rat wizard was stunned when he heard this, and then he couldn't help but sigh. It's not the sword, it's Qing Tianjian. This is the official name of an official who is responsible for watching the moon, the sun, and various stars. Not only must he watch, but he must also record their movements to judge the seasons, solar terms, calendar, and time. Haven't your black rat tribe passed down this method of judging seasons and months by looking at the movement patterns of the moon from generation to generation? Then I will give you a new task now, looking at the patterns of the sun to judge the time of the day. How about it? I asked you to be the imperial heavenly prisoner, and you come and do this. Luo Chong immediately explained to him in detail. When the rat witch heard about the affairs that the imperial heavenly supervisor was responsible for, he immediately became interested. He was really the best suited for this matter. There was no one better than him at studying the stars and the moon in the sky, except for the sun. "Chief, I'd rather be the Qingtian prisoner, but if you look at the sun, you'll be blind." The rat witch couldn't help but remind him. "No, I'm not asking you to stare at the sun. When you come back, I will make you a recording tool. You just need to write down the shadow of the sun every day." The sundial is what Luo Chong said as a recording tool. However, there is no need to record the time with a serious sundial. You only need to adjust the tilt angle of the sundial according to the local latitude, and then look at the time based on the shadow of the pointer. Then the problem comes. This is not the Earth at all, and Luo Chong doesn't know the latitude here, so how can he determine how much the dial should be tilted? So this is a problem, and there is only one solution. Measure day after day, and find law. Soon, the rat witch who received the new task cheered up and began to eat under the service of his grandson. After raising him for a few days, Luo Chong's sundial was also ready. This sundial is not tilted, but a horizontal sundial. In addition, its pointer is also vertical to the ground, which is different from the traditional horizontal sundial. Moreover, this sundial is still made of wood, with a round wooden disc in the middle. A bronze pointer is inserted, with this pointer as the center of the circle, and there are 14 concentric circles of different sizes, used to determine the 14 months. In addition, this disc is also divided into 24 hours. The direction of 24 o'clock is directly south, which is the direction with the shortest shadow during the day. Of course, according to Luo Chong's speculation, the planet's rotation time must be more than 24 Earth hours. It doesn't matter. You must know that the Earth's original rotation time is not 24 hours. It will be slightly less, 3 minutes less per day. Many minutes, day by day, accumulated together, and finally people had to add 1 day to make up for the error between rotation and revolution, which is February 29th, a leap year that occurs every 4 years. But now this planet is different. There are 14 months in a year here. Every 14 years is a cycle. There will be a leap year every 14 years, and there are 14 extra days in a leap year. This shows that the speed of the planet's rotation and revolution around the star. The error is still very large, and it takes 14 days to balance the error. The task of the mouse, which is to use a pen to draw the trajectory of the pointer's shadow on the disk every day, and draw an arc every day to see the direction of the sun in each month, because there are obvious seasonal changes here, so the solar projection is certainly different during these months. As long as the rat wizard can record these changes in detail, Luo Chong can roughly infer his latitude on the planet from these arcs. This is a long-term project, and it is the only way to study astronomy, so it is necessary to set up the Qingtianjian as an astronomical observation unit. Of course, the Qingtian prison in ancient times did more than just this. They not only had to observe the sky, calculate solar terms, and formulate calendars, they were even responsible for horoscope divination and predicting good and bad luck. But this is a bit nonsense, and Luo Chong definitely doesn't believe it. So Luo Chong's Qingtianjian is just an astronomical observation department. The appointment came quickly. Shuwu was appointed as the first supervisor of the Qingtian prison of the Han tribe. In modern times, this official position would probably be the director of the National Observatory. In addition, another female trainee was selected from the first batch of graduates. In his first name, he was appointed as deputy supervisor of Qingtian supervisor, which is also the deputy position of supervisor. Secondly, there are 4 supervisors of spring, summer, autumn and winter, whose job scope is to assist the supervisor to observe the 4 seasons and deduce the solar terms. Finally, there are 2 bell and drum officials, who are in charge of the bell tower and drum tower respectively, and are used to tell the time every morning and dusk. In this way, the entire Qingtian prison was established, and Luo Chong also arranged a large office for them in the government office building, specifically for the Qingtian prison. Without exception, a plaque was also hung in the main hall of the Qingtian prison, which read the 4 red characters of observation of images and timing. This was something Luo Chong once saw when he was traveling in the capital. Now that he thinks about it, it is really suitable for the occasion. Is it just observing astronomical phenomena and teaching time? After arranging all this, Luo Chong, the supreme leader of the Han tribe, is about to check the business. The statistical work of Hanyang County government has been carried out for half a month, and the amounts of various materials are almost the same. It is time to check. On this day, Luo Chong was sitting in the large office on the top floor of the office building. There were handwritten books and reports on the large office desk. Opposite the desk, there were a bunch of formal or intern officials standing, ready to answer questions at any time. Question raised by Luo Chong. Opening a yellow book, the pages inside are filled with dense household registration records. Although the characters are not good-looking, they are still neat because they are all recorded according to house numbers. When Hanyang City was first built, all residential areas were neatly arranged in a few alleys, with house numbers one after another. There were not many households in the first place, so the records were fairly clear. Each page of this yellow book is one page, the fonts are all horizontally typed from left to right, and the most important thing is that it has punctuation marks. Number 4, Row 6, District 1, Hanyang County, the head of the household is Tan Sidong, 22 years old. He has 2 spouses, Shui is 22 years old and Chai is 21 years old. They have 6 children, the eldest daughter, Tan Xiaohua, 9 years old, and the second son, Tan Er. Dog, 8 years old, third son Tan Fingshou, 6 years old, fourth son Tan Dazhou, 6 years old, fifth daughter Tan Zhu, 4 years old, and sixth daughter Tan Hong, 3 years old. There are 9 people in the household, and all the ancestors are deceased, which means that the grandfather is dead. This dense household registration information gave Luo Chong a headache, but he could still remember the most basic information clearly, including male and female gender, name and age. Although the age may not be accurate, it can be done almost, because some people have already memorized it. You can't help yourself by how old you are, but age is the most important thing. Only by knowing the age can we collect taxes and corvées more reasonably, or recruit young people to join the army according to their age groups. However, this yellow book still looks a bit messy. Luo Chong thought for a while and finally decided to print out a form with all the necessary information for household registration in a fixed format. Then the statistical information can be directly, just fill in the blanks. This will not only make it clear when reading, but also make recording easier. As soon as he thought of it, Luo Chong asked Bai Qi, who was in charge of the printing workshop, to call over. Then he drew a household registration form, asked him to carve it out with a wood engraving block, and then printed it in large quantities. Putting down the yellow book of household registration, he picked up the report form on the side. The form looked clearer. There was no detailed household registration information on it, but it gave a summary of the population situation of Hanyang City, allowing Luo Chong to see what you want intuitively. I saw it said that there were 594 households in Hanyang County, with a total of 4,752 people, 1,784 adult men and women, 1,698 people aged 6 to 13 years old, and 1,270 people under the age of 6. At the end, it was specially noted that slaves are not counted. This means that slaves are not counted in the population. But this is understandable. Luo Chong didn't regard the captives of these cannibal tribes as human beings. He would not let this race continue to reproduce anyway. Among them, there are 627 adult males and 1,157 females. This male-to-female ratio is still very high, but the current adults are actually defectors from various tribes. In the old tribal period, the male-to-female ratio was already large, but now they join with the Han tribe, food and safety are guaranteed, then the survival rate of men will be greatly increased in the future, and within a few generations, the ratio of men to women will naturally be balanced. According to these data, it can be seen that Hanyang City has actually reached a bottleneck in its development. Hanyang City has a total of 9 urban districts. Among them, the central urban area is where squares, schools, and county offices are located. There is also an urban area specially developed for animal husbandry district, where a large number of cattle, horses, sheep, alpacas, spotted pigs, etc. are raised. Secondly, there is a district for factories and warehouses, where smelting, carpentry, textiles, and warehousing are all located in 12 large warehouses in one urban area. The remaining 6 districts are all residential areas, with 99 households in each residential area. According to current statistics, there are 594 households in Hanyang City. Doesn't this mean that people are already full? There is no empty house in Hanyang City. Therefore, in the future, if someone wants to separate from their parents when they reach adulthood, they will have no choice but to move out to new cities under construction. This is an issue that must be taken seriously. However, the 2 cities of Humagwan and Ruyang County currently lack population. If the population of Hanyang City exceeds the standard, just move there directly. The distance is not too far, so there is no need to be too nervous. In recent years, the Han tribe has built new cities. The pace will definitely become faster and faster. There is no need to worry about the problem of too many people. What is worrying is that the population is not enough. After all, in this era, population is the primary productive force. After looking at the population data, the next step is the livestock data, but I don't care too much about this. In addition to strategic materials such as cattle and horses, the number of pigs and sheep changes frequently. They give birth quickly and eat quickly. As long as just have some rough data. Moreover, with the rise of grassland trade in the past 2 years, the per capita ownership of cattle and horses in the Han tribe is very high, with almost 2 or 3 large animals per household. This actually depends on the issue of sparse population. You must know that there are countless wild cows and horses, but the number of humans is not that many. Maybe at this time, the number of humans is not as many as the cows and horses in the world. Once humans start after the rise, that is, after the population exploded, even if the number of cattle and horses was still so large, the gap with the number of humans would have reversed. By then, the per capita ownership of cattle and horses would be irreversibly reduced. However, according to the current development situation, there will be no need to worry about the lack of cattle and horses within 100 or 200 years. As long as Luo Chong makes good plans for the future, he will not have to worry about future problems. After checking the tasks handed over to the county government, Luo Chong asked them to collect frozen fish from each household according to the population on the household registration. The remaining large amounts of fish bladders were directly handed over to the carpentry workshop and kept for them. Make various tools for use, and then check the progress of the compound bow processing in the wood workshop. Since all the projects in Hanyang City have been completed, and the tables, chairs, and benches have met its own needs, the wood workshop now only has 3 jobs left, namely the production of pencils, the production of wooden boats, and the production of bow tires. And because the carpentry workshop has the 3rd largest number of people, besides kiln workers and textile workers, the progress of various tasks is not too slow. There are only 2 carpenters who make pencils. Because the demand for pencils is not large now, they can still cope with it. The person responsible for producing wooden boats is a team of 10. They only need to make a keel and then cut it automatically. Just paste the wooden board on it, and then do some waterproofing treatment at the end and you'll be fine. The remaining 28 people in the carpentry workshop devoted themselves to making bow tires. This was not only because making bow tires was a delicate job, but also the production task given by Luo Chong was also huge. In 4 months throughout the winter, at least 6,000 bows, 2,000 of which are short bows for cavalry, and the other 4,000 are divine arm crossbows for infantry. This means that these 28 carpenters need to make at least 2 bow tires every day. However, the bow tires are not bows after all. They are just a carrier for gluing horns and tendons. Its production is no more difficult than making a single bow. How difficult is the body-long bow? Just make one in the morning and another in the afternoon for 2 or 3 months. After they become proficient, they can make 3 in a day. There were many people following Luo Chong to inspect the bow making that day, including Xu De, Ying Ruwei, Dali, Yu Yi, and elders. Among these people, Xu De was the leader, a conservative who supported the long bow. Only Yu Yi and Luo Chong are supporters of the compound bow. Chief, our longbow is very good. It's fast to make, powerful, and mighty in the hand. It can scare people just by looking at it. Why do we have to make this kind of compound bow? A light bow is the basic, it takes a year to make it. Isn't it a waste of time? I can't do anything with this year, even if it's just to make a few more cars. Xu De looked at the piles of bow tires stacked in the workshop, and couldn't help but complain, these are all semi-finished products, just a part of the Lashizi compound bow. If it were used to make a long bow, the pile now would be, it's not a bow embryo, but thousands of longbows. Isn't this looking for the far away at the expense of the near? You are right. The longbow does have many advantages, especially its powerful power and long range. The most important thing is that it is easy to make. But what we need now is a short bow for cavalry. You can ride on horseback. Shooting with a 2-meter-long bow? Luo Chong glanced at him and asked contemptuously. But, there is no need to make so many. Just get 1 or 2,000 for the cavalry. Why do we need to make so many crossbows? Not only are these crossbows large in size and inconvenient to carry, but they are also very troublesome to fire. Not to mention the speed, it is incomparable to the long bow, so why are we making so many crossbows? It would be great to have the time to make the long bow. Xu De continued to retort. Xu Da's words surprised Luo Chong. He didn't expect that this guy could sum up the shortcomings of so many bows and crossbows. He was indeed worthy of being a leader. He was studying weapons and fighting every day. Well, you are right. The crossbow does have these shortcomings, but its advantages are also very obvious, and the advantages of the crossbow are very prominent, which is exactly what we need most. Therefore, compared with its advantages, the disadvantages are actually, it's not important anymore. Luo Chong nodded. Advantages? What advantages? Why didn't I find any advantages? This crossbow shoots an arrow. You have to step on it with your feet before you can string it. After stringing, you have to load the arrow again, and finally you can pick it up and shoot. You have this time, the longbow has already shot 3 arrows, so what's the advantage? Xu De said in disbelief. With your brain, you are still leading troops, and you can't even discover the advantages of weapons. Yui, your reconnaissance team has been using this crossbow for several months. Come and tell Xu De, what are the advantages of this crossbow? Luo Chong said angrily. Well, I'm not sure about this. If there's any advantage, it might be that it shoots more accurately than a longbow. After all, there's a mountain for aiming on it. Yu Yi scratched his head and said. Well. Luo Chong couldn't help but sigh. Yu Yi, who had been using crossbows for several months, hadn't really discovered the power of crossbows. Let's go, I'll let you have a long experience and see how powerful this crossbow is. After finishing his sentence, Luo Chong immediately led them outside the workshop and straight to the square in the city. Today is a sunny day. Some half-year-old children couldn't stay at home anymore, So they ran to the square in groups to play football, which made this bleak winter a little more lively. A group of children saw the leader coming with a few people and stopped chasing the ball. They didn't know what the leader was doing here. Soon, the leader arrived in front of them. Today, I want to find a few people to try out the newly made bows and arrows, preferably those who are almost adults. Which of you is willing to try it? When a group of naughty children heard that the leader said that they wanted to try out bows and arrows, they immediately became excited. They jumped up and down shouting, I, the leader chose me, I am strong. Luo Chong randomly selected the 5 tallest and strongest children, and then asked Dolly and others to set up fixed grass targets in the distance, and then began to let these children compete. Shuda was watching closely from the side. He still didn't understand what the benefits of this crossbow were, and he didn't know what trick the leader was playing. First shoot 3 arrows with a long bow and see who can shoot more accurately. Brother Shu, teach them. These children have never drawn a bow. They don't even know how to hold a bow or how to pull the string. Do you want to teach me seriously? Luo Chong said solemnly to the indifferent-looking guy next to him. That's no problem. I'm the best at archery. It's not easy to teach these kids. It's up to me. Shuda was stunned when he heard the words, and immediately laughed. He didn't expect that the leader actually meant this, so he quickly began to teach the 5 children. Come on, stand with your legs wider, hold the bow a little looser, don't hold it so tightly, the bow is pushed forward, not held tightly in your hand. 3 fingers to hook the string, yes, put the knock of the arrow on the string, hold it with your fingers, pull it back hard, pull it back, check the direction of the arrow, aim at the grass target and release the arrow. Boom 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 boom. With the sound of the bowstring being released, some arrows were shot out, but they greatly deviated from the target. What's more, the arrows of 2 of the children were not even shot out. There was a snap. It fell to the ground. At this moment, the rat's face suddenly dropped, and he couldn't help cursing in his heart, damn, what a bunch of trash, today's children are really worse than the last generation. Why are you holding the string so tight with your fingers? It's better now, and you didn't even let it out, you idiot. And you, didn't I tell you to hold the knock of the arrow between your fingers? How come the arrow has already fallen off before you even let it out? Ah. You idiot. Shu cursed angrily. He really felt that these young men were too embarrassed for him, especially in front of the leader. They were taught by himself. Now they are so useless. How could he, an officer leading the troops, be allowed to show up in front of the leader? Look up. Okay, what's the use of scolding them? Isn't this the first time they touched a bow and arrow? When you first learned to bow and arrow, you weren't much better than them. Now go ahead. There are still 2 arrows. Luo Chong said unhurriedly next to him, which actually made Mr. Shu blush. When he started to learn the longbow, he was often scolded by Luo Chong, and Mr. Shu was not the best longbow shooter in the first place. Almost everyone in the first batch of archers knew this, and it was the biggest stain in Shu Da's military career. The next 2 rounds of arrows were still terrible. Once again, arrows fell on the spot or missed the target. With 5 people and 3 arrows, only 2 hit the target. However, this situation is very normal in bow and arrow practice. When Luo Chong personally trained archers, he first taught him how to hold the bow, lift the bow, push the bow and pull the string, and release it at close range. Archery is a discipline. Knowledge requires careful study and practice of each action. It is indeed a bit difficult to expect a person who has just touched a bow and arrow to hit the target with perfect accuracy. A truly qualified army of archers requires long-term training, less than 3 to 5 years, more than 7 or 8 years. They also need to eat well and have good physiques. Each one has the kind of unicorn arms, and they are all elite infantry. Of the elite. Even the current archer banner of the Han tribe can only line up in an orderly manner, and then form an arrow formation to shoot. If we want them to accurately strike within 100 meters, only a dozen people in the entire Han tribe can do it. Yes, in addition to a lot of practice, it also depends on shooting talent. Chief, 3 arrows per person is too few. Let them shoot a few more arrows. This is the first time they have touched a bow, and they can't even hold it steady. How can they aim accurately? Rat saw such a miserable situation. Results, couldn't help but suggest. No, you said you can't hold it steady. Let's try it with a crossbow now. Yu Yi, teach them how to use a crossbow. The same as 3 arrows for each person. Let's get started. Luo Chong waved his hand. Now we are not here to train archers, but to compare the differences between longbows and crossbows. There is no time to sharpen them here. Yes, leader, 5 of you, each of you should stand with a crossbow. Yu Yi responded and immediately began to teach how to operate the crossbow. These 5 crossbows were originally provided to the reconnaissance team for trial use. At that time, Luo Chong simply taught them how to use them. In addition, these people all had the foundation of longbows, so they quickly became comfortable with the crossbows. After returning, the feedback to Luo Chong was also very good. At least within the reconnaissance team, everyone unanimously praised the crossbow. Look at the iron ring in front of you, push it with one foot, and hold the crossbow handle upward. Then grab the bowstring with both hands and pull it up, and then hang it into the slot. Yes, hang the bowstring in place. Okay, everyone who has hung up the bowstring should stand up straight. Insert the crossbow into the chute from the front. The arrow should be advanced and the tail feather should be flat on the chute. Okay, everyone should check it again. After checking, pick up the crossbow, hold the arm of the crossbow with your left hand, hold the handle with your right hand, put your index finger next to the trigger, put the crossbow on your shoulder, do not move it with effort, and do not fire it yet. Have you taken a look at the protrusion on the iron ring in front of the crossbow arm? This is called the front sight, and the upright mountain at the back. There are scales on it. Take a good look at them. Counting from the bottom up, the first horizontal line is 50 meters, the second line is 100 meters, the third line is 150 meters, and so on. Each additional horizontal line means that the range increases by 50 meters. Now your target is at 70 meters, so where should you look? Does anyone know? Yui guided and interacted in a timely manner, while Shuda was already a little impatient. It was too troublesome to fire the crossbow once. He had already shot 10 arrows in half a day. I know, one is 50 meters across, and the other 2 are 100 meters across, so the 70 meters should be between the first horizontal and the second horizontal. A child holding a divine arm crossbow shouted loudly. Very good, you are right. 70 meters is indeed in the middle of the 2 horizontal lines, but it is not in the middle. It should be a little lower than the middle. Now you find this position, then use this position to align the front sight, and finally align it with the center of the target so that these 3 points are aligned. Yu yelled loudly, just like Luo Chong trained them. Soon, the teenagers adjusted their shooting angles and waited for the next instructions. Are they all aligned? All right. I'm fine too. Okay, keep still after aligning. The arrow will be crooked when it is shot. Now put your finger on the trigger and pull back. Boom 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 boom. As soon as Yi finished speaking, there was a sound of the bowstring being released. The bowstring that had collapsed for a long time was released at this moment, and flew forward like a meteor with the arrows on it. Duo duo duo. It seemed that the sound of the bowstring had not yet faded away, and a series of arrows were heard from the grass target in the distance. The first round of crossbow arrows all hit the target, but only 2 of them hit the center of the 10-ring circle, and the other 3, although it was a little off, it was still around the fourth and fifth rings. If it were aimed at someone's chest, it might hit the head, but fortunately, at least it didn't miss the target. The arrows of the 5 people were high and low, but they all remained on a vertical central axis. This shows that the points they selected when aiming were slightly wrong, or that the hand holding the crossbow was not stable when shooting. There is shaking. But even so, the shooting effect of the crossbow is enough to crush the longbow. The difference between the two is actually not in the range or power at all, but in the fact that the crossbow is faster to use than the longbow. Cultivate a qualified bow and arrow. It may take 5 years to train a crossbowman, but it can take at most half a year to train a crossbowman. This is actually equivalent to the gap between muskets and cold weapons. Why did muskets become popular all over the world as soon as they were invented? Is it because muskets are more powerful than bows and arrows? That is nonsense. A good bow and arrow must be matched with an excellent archer. Regardless of range, power, or hit rate, bows and arrows can completely destroy muskets. So why are muskets still popular? Because training is cheap. With the same long-range weapon, it takes several years to train an archer, but it only takes 2 or 3 months to train a musketeer, and you can directly train a farmer who works all day long, or a craftsman who works. Qualified soldier. The training time is short, the army can be formed quickly, and the cost of raising an army is low. Even if many people die, new recruits can be quickly trained and replenished. What country would not like such a cheap army? The current dispute between longbows and crossbows is actually a battle between archers and musketeers. Although crossbows are not muskets, they have the same purpose. Finishing a bow and crossbow is actually not as big as loading a musket. Difference, but the way it shoots is hugely different from that of a bow and arrow. The reason why a novice can't shoot accurately is because during the process of drawing the bow to aim, he must always maintain the state of exerting force to maintain the state of drawing the bow, and then roughly aim based on experience. This is easy to say, but it is actually very difficult. You must know that the reason why the longbow is so powerful is because of its large poundage. It is already difficult for some people to keep the bow open all the time. The time of aiming, if it's a little longer, his arms will tremble uncontrollably. Under such circumstances, can we still expect him to be able to shoot accurately? But crossbows and muskets are different. Both weapons are loaded with ammunition in advance, or loaded with arrows in advance. During the aiming process, there is no need to hold hard at all. You only need to hold the weapon steady, and then use it. The mechanical sight is used to aim at the target, and the firing process only requires lightly pulling the trigger. I would like to ask whether we should continue to study the superiority and inferiority of such weapons. Which one is definitely more convenient to use? Why are weapons becoming more and more automated? Isn't this the most correct development trend of weapons? Rat looked at this scene dumbfounded. He touched the crossbow for the first time, and all of them hit the target in the first round. Then came the second round, and all of them hit the target again. In the third round, they all hit the target again, except that they didn't completely hit the red heart. I really can't fault it. Of course, the shooting speed is just a bit slow. After all, newcomers are not familiar with the process of loading arrows. It's not that Shuda has never tried a crossbow, but he didn't think it was any good after he tried it. When he touched the crossbow for the first time, he shot very accurately and hit the target every time, but he felt that it was because he used a crossbow. I have been using longbows for 2 years, and I already have experience in archery, so I didn't notice the special features of crossbows. Of course, Shuda has deeply remembered the characteristic of slow shooting speed, which is incomparable with bows and arrows. A muscular man like himself can shoot 2 arrows in 1 second using a longbow. Although the long-distance shooting is not very accurate, if a square team can continue to strike at this rate of fire, then it is still possible. No matter the hit rate, one wave of saturation strikes will wipe out all the enemies. However, now through experimental comparison, Shuda has discovered the advantages of the crossbow. This thing is a bit slow, but the hit rate is really high. There are not too many faults in other aspects. If this weapon is, the equipment is indeed very suitable for infantry. The strength of an infantry army depends largely on how many archers you have. After all, the archer is a military unit that is responsible for long-range output. It is an offensive unit with strong lethality. Force, specifically responsible for defeating opponents. If you want to play a phalanx with me, but I have more archers than you, then you may have been killed by my projectiles before you even get to me. By the time the two armies actually confront each other, your morale will be very low. You are not as good as me, and the number of soldiers is not superior. You decide how you want to die. At the end of the experiment, the 5 selected eldest children were very excited. They did not expect that they could also hit the target with perfect accuracy and actually have the talent for archery. Of course, this was just because they did not understand the difference between longbows and crossbows. Chief, if we become warriors in the future, can we also use this kind of crossbow? Yes, leader, can we use this kind of crossbow in the future? Several children began to chatter and ask questions, and each of them shot 3 arrows. This excellent result already made them feel a little overwhelmed and inflated, and they thought they were really powerful. There will be bows and crossbows. We are working on them now, and there will only be more and more in the future. Okay, you can continue to play. Luo Chong simply replied and did not say much in this regard. After the comparative test was over, Luo Chong took them back. Shuda was still walking with the others in a daze, but his eyes were fixed, and he didn't know what he was still thinking about. Shuda. Luo Chong called from behind. Chief. You also have archers, but can you shoot as accurately as those children just now? Luo Chong deliberately emphasized the word child. Yes, there are, but not many. Shuda said honestly. Well, how long did it take them to learn to do this? Luo Chong continued to ask. Yes, it's been 2 or 3 years. Shuda thought for a while and said. Then do you understand now what's so good about this crossbow? Luo Chong asked with a smile. After hearing Luo Chong's question, Shuda was suddenly excited and suddenly realized. He had just been thinking about the problem for a long time but could not understand it, but now he suddenly understood it. Oh, I see, this crossbow can be learned faster than the longbow? Yes, this is the key point. If you are asked to train a team of new archers, I'm afraid you won't see any results in just a few years. But this crossbow is different. It only takes 2 or 3 months. After training a group of usable crossbowmen, which one is better, the longbow or the crossbow? Luo Chong explained earnestly. Of course the crossbow is better, but I still have to say that the crossbow is not as fast as the longbow. If there are 100 skilled archers fighting against 100 crossbowmen, the archers will definitely win. Shuda still insisted on his point of view. Well, you may be right, but you haven't discovered the advantages of crossbows. Let's put it this way, how many arrows can one of your archers shoot in a row? Luo Chong asked again an important question. Here, if each person shoots 30 or 40 arrows in a row, they will lose their strength. Shuda calculated and responded. Yes, but haven't you discovered the characteristics of the crossbow? When a crossbow fires arrows, it does not use the strength of the arm, but the strength of the whole body. Each time, you only need to use the strength of the whole body to hang the string and load the arrow. Can achieve accurate shooting. Although the shooting speed is a bit slower, it is more sustainable. A person can shoot continuously for a long time without losing strength, like an archer. In the end, his arms are trembling and he can only be slaughtered. After hearing this, Shuda was startled again. He really hadn't thought of this. He only paid attention to the rate of fire before, but he didn't expect that a low rate of fire would have advantages. It is indeed as the leader said, this power is exerted when the strength of the crossbow is reduced, naturally you will not be so tired. Therefore, those who use crossbows can continue to fight for a longer time. Yes, leader, this crossbow seems to have a slow firing rate, but it lasts longer. It may not be obvious when fighting in the wild outside, but it is excellent for defending a city. Just like the last city defense battle, the enemy besieged the city for several days. In this situation, bows and crossbows are most suitable. Even if they keep shooting arrows, a soldier can hold on to the city wall for half a day. In addition, this crossbow does not require much on the arms, and every time it is strung up, it requires all the strength of the whole body, so even women and children in the city can use it. After the common people organized themselves and did some simple training, they were able to stand on the wall and fight to protect their relatives when the enemy besieged the city. Qingshu, who was following him, also suddenly said that he had participated in the city defense battle last time, and he was on top of the city at that time, so he could naturally imagine what role this crossbow would play in the city defense station. Yes, that's it. Luo Chong also nodded happily, finally finding a smarter person. Hee, it turns out that this crossbow has so many advantages, hee. At this point, Shuda also laughed sheepishly. There was really no reason to refute. In the words of the leader, each weapon has its own characteristics. We cannot blindly compare data. It still depends on where it is used and what it is. Only suitable weapons are truly good weapons for people to use. Everyone talked all the way and returned to the woodworking workshop. At this time, no one objected to making crossbows. On the contrary, they were full of interest in crossbows. After returning to the workshop, in addition to the pile of crossbow tires and bow tires, another equipment that was used for unknown purposes also attracted everyone's attention. I saw that this thing had a wide base, which seemed to be quite stable on the ground. On top was a large wooden square, like a beam. There were 3 square holes drilled through the side of the wooden square. The last part of the wooden square was there is also a scratch carved on it, which looks like the crossbow arm on the crossbow just now. It can be said that it is a crossbow arm, but no one will believe it. Who can pull such a big crossbow? This thing stands taller than a person. It is estimated to be more than 2 meters at least. But the strange thing is that at the end of this instrument, there is a horizontal wooden roller, gun, with cross-shaped handles inserted on both sides of the wooden roller, which looks like the workpiece on the loom that winds up the cloth. Everyone looked confused and didn't know what this was. Chief, is this a tool used for brocade weaving? I heard that our tribe will promote sericulture and brocade weaving in the future. Qingshu asked first. No, this is a crossbow, and this thing is the crossbow arm. Didn't you see the slide above for releasing arrows? Luo Chong did not beat around the bush this time, but said frankly. Hiss. Everyone gasped, this is really a crossbow. Next, Luo Chong began to introduce this giant crossbow. This object is called a bed crossbow. It is named because of its huge size, and the base frame is like a bed. The 3 holes on the side of the crossbow arm are used to install the bow. A bed crossbow has 3 huge bows, so this thing is also called 3-bow bed crossbow. As Luo Chong introduced it, he called the craftsman to come over and get other things. First of all, there were 3 longbows. They were all made of single bows cut from hardwood. They were just one size larger than ordinary longbows and were almost 2 meters long. About. This thing is easy to install. Just insert it into the square hole on the side according to the method of 2 forward and 1 reverse, and then fix it with wedges. The bowstrings of the 3 bows are connected in series, and the middle recurve bow is also equipped with a copper pulley. In this way, you only need to pull the last bow to drive 3 bows at the same time. In the same way, the power stored in this crossbow is also the sum of the power of the 3 bows. Such a huge force cannot be pulled by human power alone. Perhaps only the monsters used by the giant apes have the confidence to challenge the crossbow with bare hands. But since it is made, of course it cannot be displayed for viewing, so behind the bed crossbow, there are wooden rollers and winches. This thing only needs 2 people to operate, and the bowstring can be stirred with a little force, so that it can be used by people. The bow, crossbow arm and winch are all equipped, so the crossbow arrows are naturally indispensable. However, there is no time to make special crossbow arrows for the bed crossbow. Instead, I found an early throwing spear from the Han tribe to replace it. Seeing that the leader actually took out a throwing spear as an arrow, everyone was thinking fuck, of course if they knew how to use it, but the surprise and shock were still written on their faces. Luo Chong could clearly see I saw the word fuck written on their faces. Chief, this spear is so heavy, can the bed crossbow really shoot it? Shuda asked suspiciously. I think it can. It can definitely be shot. The only difference is how far it can shoot and how powerful it is. If this throwing spear feels heavy, we can also replace it with a thinner one, and then replace the copper spearhead with an iron one, which can reduce a lot of weight. If it still can't shoot far, we can directly replace the arrow shaft with a hollow one. Using bamboo poles, the amount of planting will be lighter. Are you afraid that the shot will not reach far? Yu Yi, who knows the most about the crossbow gameplay among the people, immediately talked about 2 improvement plans, which made everyone more interested in the bed crossbow and started to look forward to it. But Chief, it requires several people to operate such a big thing. You can't just take it and leave. So what are we using for making such a big crossbow? The elder who had been silent all the time suddenly asked a question. Since it can't be carried, then put it in a fixed place for use, such as on the top of the city to defend the city, or on a large ship. It can also be maneuvered, or the chassis of the bed crossbow can be transformed into a vehicle. Maneuvered by horses. There are too many ways to use it. How to use it depends on where it is needed. As long as there is a need, it will always be made. Just like the improvement plans proposed by Yu just now, we can further optimize these plans. For example, Yu mentioned using hollow bamboo poles as arrows. This can indeed reduce the weight of the crossbow arrows, but the power will definitely be much smaller. Then we can improve the bamboo poles. For example, we can inject tung oil into the bamboo pole, get some tinder, light it on fire and launch it to make a huge rocket. Or we can load explosives into a diabolo pole to make a blasting tube, and then use a bed crossbow to shoot it into the middle of the enemy to explode. Or, we can be more ruthless. We can install explosives on the front of the bamboo pole to ignite the fire, and inject tung oil at the back to expand the fire. After shooting out, the bamboo pole will explode first and turn into countless thin bamboo strips to kill the enemy. Use the scattered fire oil to pour it on the enemy's head, cough cough cough. Seeing this thing, Luo Chong couldn't help but think of the time during the war to resist U.S. aggression and aid Korea, when our volunteers used bamboo pole-like blasting tubes to forcefully insert them into the machine gun holes of enemy bunkers. Although those early blasting tubes have been used by various rockets and rockets later. High-power grenades have been eliminated, but they are still very useful under the circumstances at that time, especially the shape of the blasting barrel, which is just a thin stick stuffed with explosives. Therefore, when Luo Chong heard about bamboo poles, he immediately thought of blasting tubes and incendiary bombs. If this thing was really made, what would it be called? High-explosive incendiary rockets? Napalm rockets? No, this fuel is liquid tung oil, M. Everyone around looked at Luo Chong with dumbfounded expressions. Yu was already in a mess. He said that a diabolo pole could reduce the weight of spears and arrows. The leader was better off and fired a few more unexpected ones. Brainstorm. Shu De also looked at Luo Chong in bewilderment, and then suddenly thought of something, and suddenly shivered. He had personally participated in the blasting of artificial rivers, so he naturally knew the power of the explosives, so according to the leader's instructions after describing it, a picture naturally appeared in his mind. The leader stood opposite him, controlling the huge bed crossbow, and then placed a giant arrow like the one just mentioned on it. The arrow flew towards him, but because it was full of things, it was too heavy, so it didn't fly very fast, so I saw the flight path of the giant arrow clearly, predicted the impact point in advance, and then ran away. Fortunately, I ran away without being shot to death by the giant arrow. But at this moment, the giant arrow suddenly landed not far away. Due to the violent impact of the giant arrow at the moment of landing, the explosives inside exploded instantly, and then a large number of broken bamboo strips and pieces flew in all directions. He was riddled with wounds after he had just run away a few steps. Not only that, the shock wave also overturned his seriously injured body, twisting in the air and throwing it far away on the ground, but this was not over yet. A large amount of tung oil in the bamboo pole was ignited by the gunpowder gas and adhered to the scattered bamboo fragments. Some of it flew directly to his body, and then his clothes and animal skins were instantly ignited. In the end, he was not only riddled with holes by the bamboo fragments first, his internal organs were destroyed by the shock wave, and he finally fainted. He also had to be drenched in fire oil, and tasted the pain of being burned by fire and dying without a complete body. Thinking of this scene, Shu De couldn't help but shudder. Oh my dear mother, the leader has such a brilliant mind and is so ruthless. He can torture people to death with just any method. Fortunately, he is not. His enemies are coming, they are so terrifying. Alas! But this is just a trial product and cannot be used yet. If you want to equip a large number of city defenses, you will have to wait for a while. After all, our craftsmen are limited. Speaking of this, Luo Chong couldn't help but patted the bed crossbow and sighed. Even if there are no high explosive incendiary bombs, even if it is just used as a cold weapon, it is still a big killer. Who has seen this thing? I won't like it. After inspecting the progress of the woodworking workshop, everyone dispersed, and then Luo Chong returned to the county government office. The current county government is actually just a grassroots team, and Hanyang City is the first pilot county set up by Luo Chong. It will be put into trial operation here for a period of time to discover and solve problems, and then find an effective method, and finally extended to the entire territory of the Han Dynasty. A few days later, Luo Chong found Bai Qi, the head of the printing workshop, and asked about the progress of tabulating the household registration yellow book, that is, how many forms had been printed. After learning that a large number of forms had been printed, Luo Chong immediately the interns from the county government were called. From the observations during this period, the 3 groups with the best performance were selected, and then they were asked to take these household registration forms to Luoyang County to take office. However, this time when they took office, the things they brought were more complete than before. Since you are an official, you must look like an official. You need a uniform, a hat, and a seal, to prove your identity. Although the Han tribe is called Dahan, Luo Chong did not blindly inherit the system of the Han dynasty, because the times are progressing. The things of the Han dynasty may have been top-notch in the world at that time, but from a modern perspective, there are a lot of lagging areas that need improvement, such as the clothes. First of all, there were no underwear in the Han dynasty, let alone trousers. Slightly more perfect underwear only began to appear at the end of the Han dynasty, and it was not popular yet, but the Han tribe was different. Since the day when linen was available, Luo Chong had already invented it. Boxer briefs. The clothes in the Han dynasty were generally dark clothes, or clothes, with a top and a lower skirt. From the spring and autumn period and the warring states to the Qing dynasty and then to the Han dynasty, there was actually not much change. Men and women all wore a short coat on top and a skirt on the bottom, that is, shang. However, in the late Warring States period, dresses with tops and skirts sewn together had already appeared, which were the so-called bodysuits. At that time, men all wore this and wore dresses with their butts bare. This is why people during the Qing and Han dynasties liked to sit on their knees and did not dare to sit cross-legged or with their legs spread apart. There were no benches or chairs, because if you were not careful, your roots would be exposed, which was inelegant and uncivilized. Since ancient times, China has advocated etiquette, justice, and integrity, and people want face. But the Han tribe is different. The Han tribe has underwear, trousers, and tables, chairs, and benches. Therefore, it is not restricted by dark clothes, and there is no need to wear the kind of dress of the Han dynasty. The formal attire introduced by Luo Chong in the Han tribe, that is, the official uniform, consists of underwear, trousers, walking socks, a white short coat with a collar on the upper body, and a right ren robe with a collar on the outside, which is a cross on the front. Collar: the left collar presses the right collar of the robe. Secondly, shoes: civilian officials wear shallow cloth shoes, and military attaches wear deep boots. This is clothing that can be worn in spring, summer, and autumn. When it gets colder in autumn, you can change the robe into a double-layered jacket with wool as the filling inside. In addition, you can also wear a half-sleeved or narrow long-sleeved jacket on the outside. Gushed, also known as a large cloak, is similar to a windbreaker. As for the dresses worn on formal occasions, such as court dresses, there are no changes in other aspects, except that the narrow sleeves are replaced by square wide sleeves. The length requirements are that a person droops his arms and then raises his forearms to keep them horizontal, almost at the height of placing your hands on your upper abdomen, and the hem of the wide sleeves should hang down to the knees. Of course, this kind of gorgeous-looking dress is only worn on formal occasions and is used as a formal dress. It usually has narrow sleeves, which is convenient for working or writing. The last thing I want to talk about is hats. After comparing various dynasties in history, Luo Chong still feels that the Liangguan in Hanfu is better. The Liangguan has been passed down from the Warring States period to the late Ming dynasty, and can be regarded as a treasure of China until the Manchu and Qing dynasties. It is such a pity that they were forced to shave their heads and remove their crowns before they completely disappeared from China. Liangguan, hence the name, means a hat with several beams on it, and the number of beams on the hat can directly show a person's class status. This is actually similar to the modern military rank. The highest level hat is naturally the Pingtian crown that can only be worn by emperors. It is a hat with a hat tube, a long flat plate on top, and two bead curtains hanging on the front and back. However, it was the emperor's ceremonial dress, which was only worn when going to court. Normally, ordinary clothes are equipped with a crown of heaven, and this crown of heaven is actually the highest level of beam crown, with a large row of vertical beams on it. About 20. The beam crown has multiple beams and is very high, with a height of 20 or 30 centimeters. There are holes on both sides for inserting hairpins, and there are ties underneath for fastening on the chin. Further down are the beam crowns for officials at all levels. Not only are they shorter than the Tongtian crown, but the number of beams will gradually decrease. 9 is the supreme number. No one except the emperor dares to use this number, so start with 8 beams. 8 beams can be used. It is the first level, the 7th level is the second level, the 6th level is the third level, and so on. You can tell your rank just by looking at your hat. Isn't this similar to military rank? The temporary beam cap is very simple, made of black cloth. The front beam is decorated with red cloth wrapped with thin copper strips. At the same time, the entire hat skeleton is also made of thin copper strips. The Han tribe now has the metal wire drawing process is adopted, and the copper output is not low, and this kind of official hat is in the minority after all, so there is no need to worry about wasting too much copper material. Besides, there is nothing valuable on it, so it cannot make it precious. There was a country in ancient times. It was called Hua because of the beauty of its uniforms, and it was called Xia because of its great etiquette. Now that the Han tribe has mainstream clothing, it is natural that they also need to pay attention to etiquette. However, how to promote this etiquette is still a problem. Of course, if you want to promote etiquette, you must first have a unified set of standards. The trainee officials were sent away, and the fleet used to pack the fish was reloaded with various farm tools and other tools, as well as a large amount of cloth, and returned to Luoyang County again. From now on, they will take office in Luoyang County, and their first task is to count the population like Hanyang County. First, they can find out how many people they have, so that Luo Chong can make future plans. However, it is foreseeable that the ratio of household registration to population in Luoyang County must be very small, which means that adults in Luoyang County account for a relatively large proportion of the total population. Here in Hanyang City, there are several children in one household. This is because the residents of Hanyang City joined early and have a stable life, so they have given birth to more children in recent years, and the survival rate of young children is also higher than in previous tribal periods. Coupled with the hundreds of children rescued from the fire tribe, the combination of the above factors resulted in Hanyang City having a small household registration but a large population, with more children and fewer adults. But Luoyang County is different. The tens of thousands of people who first joined the Han tribe only joined the Han tribe for a year, and the short time was only about 3 months. They did not have the opportunity to have so many children, especially the many newcomers who had just migrated. No matter what era it is, migration is not an easy task. What's more, in the primitive period, they have lost a large number of people during the long migration, especially those who have no food to eat, no warmth to wear, and those who resist. Young children with weak strength. Birds and beasts have the habit of raising elites. Those newly born calves or chicks are destined to be abandoned by some weak ones from the time they compete for the right to breastfeed and eat bugs. The same is true for humans in this period. Once a child gets sick during migration, the tribe will abandon them without hesitation and will never waste scarce food on these sick children. Although it sounds cruel, this is the law of survival, which is to keep the race. The only way to continue is that the law of the jungle is prevalent in any era, and no one is immune. In other words, all newcomers who have the ability to reach the Han tribe are all strong men of each tribe. Those with weak bodies have already died in various mountains and fields. Maybe a few lucky ones will survive. And then turned into what the Han tribe called savages, wandering among the mountains and surviving hard. There is still 1 month left before next spring, and Luo Chong has already arranged various development goals for the new year. Expand, continue to expand. Well, there is no need to plan this goal at all, because it is just a process of Luo Chong's ultimate goal. If the Han tribe wants to become the Han Empire, it will naturally have to expand continuously and expand its territory as much as possible when it is possible. This it is not only the goal of Luo Chong, but also the goal of future generations. The first direction of development in the new year is to continue to build Fuma Pass and Luoyang County. When the new population statistics of Luoyang County is completed before spring, Luo Chong will mobilize some people from there to Luoyang County and Fuma Pass. Help build this place together so that this new county town can be erected as soon as possible. It will also relieve the pressure of Luoyang County's population surge. On the other hand, after the 2 northern tribal alliances move south, Luo Chong will also disperse them into 3 parts and settle in Fuma Pass, Hanyang City, and Luoyang County Qingshu respectively. Only these old forces can breaking them into parts will allow them to integrate into the Han tribe more quickly, and at the same time reduce the probability of rebellion. As a founding king, Luo Chong still has a high status in the hearts of all people. Coupled with the public opinion he guided, Luo Chong has now become a godlike figure in their hearts. Thanks to such prestige, if someone else controlled the Han tribe, it would have been torn apart, especially the clan leaders. Except for Luo Chong, who could suppress them, the others were really in trouble. However, the current situation is relatively stable. In this extremely backward era, as long as Luo Chong has a way to bring them a steady stream of food, they will still be very obedient. Food is the most important thing for the people. This sentence is really not a joke. Yes, if everyone is starving to death, who will listen to your nonsense? In addition to these construction projects, in order to understand the world more quickly, unlock new maps, occupy more resources, and expand the population, in addition to continuing to organize grassland trade next year, a new organization will also be formed. Expedition Caravan. However, the route of this new caravan was not to follow the old road, but to take a large ship and head south, by water. One starts from Luoyang County and explores to the south, and the other starts from Hanyang County and explores to the north, because according to Yui's reconnaissance report, the Rushui River in front of Hanyang County is a tributary of a large river, from the fork. If you enter another large river at the mouth, you can find the cannibal settlement all the way north. At the same time, in addition to continuing to explore, the resources that have been discovered on both sides of the river will also be occupied by Han tribes. Especially now that coal mines have not been discovered, the raw materials for making cheap glass are not available. Therefore, if you want to make more optical instruments, such as magnifying glasses, telescopes, etc., you can only start from the crystal mine. Although the value of crystal is much higher than that of glass, it is a bit wasteful to use it to make glass, but now there is no choice but to make do. After determining these tasks, Luo Chong still has his own tasks to complete. Without them, he can continue to compile the book. A book that has been printed by the Han tribe is Selected Poems. This book is very low level and is used to teach people to learn calligraphy. There are still too few things in it that can teach people principles. Therefore, Luo Chong's new goal, the Han rites, is modeled after the Zhou rites in the 4 books, specifically customizing various etiquettes. The content of this book is, first of all, to determine the class status of the Han tribe. Class is inevitable in any era. Since it cannot be eliminated, it is natural to pay attention to it. Rather than letting the classes in the Han tribe evolve on their own, Luo Chong make the rules of the game yourself. Luo Chong didn't know much about class status. After all, he didn't specialize in sociology in his previous life. He only knew that in the Qin and Han dynasties, there were 20 ranks of nobility, that is, from the lowest common people to the princes and kings. They were divided into, since the 20 levels were already available, Luo Chong simply used them directly. However, he still had to modify them according to the actual situation of the Han tribe, and could not copy them mechanically. With this level as the basis, then we have to get down to business. Weddings, funerals, sacrificial etiquette at each level, as well as what kind of etiquette should be used under different circumstances when meeting each other, Luo Chong must set this up by himself. I suddenly felt a lot of pressure. After all, Luo Chong's skill points are not here. The skills he learned for decades in his previous life were all focused on mechanization and marching. As for etiquette, which is something for liberal arts students, he also has a little knowledge of it. The various etiquettes he has dabbled in, most of them come from costume movies and TV dramas. In addition to the Han rites, another must-have is the code, or it can also be called the laws, which is simply the law. The law is also a kind of rule other than etiquette. Of course, revising the law cannot be done overnight, because society is constantly changing, and the provisions of a bill cannot always be applied, so the draft law must be based on the future development situation will change at any time. Although it will not happen all the time, a time should be set, such as revising it every few years. Of course, we must first come up with a basic charter, such as the 3 chapters of the covenant in the illusion: whoever kills will pay with his life, whoever hurts others will be punished, and whoever steals will be punished. In addition, there are robbery crimes, these basic provisions, and then you can refine them in these types, that is, punishment provisions under various circumstances. But one of the most special things is that in the various laws set by Luo Chong, there is no imprisonment for the punishment of criminals, only reform through labor. Just kidding, if you think you have committed a crime and let the public support you to eat and drink for free, how can it be so cheap? It just so happens that the Han tribe is still in the early stages of construction. There are many construction sites, and all kinds of hard work are waiting for the criminals. Within the new year, these 2 books must be written. No matter how bad they are, the basic framework must be completed, and then slowly fill them in. In addition, after the new year, schools will start operating. Every household in Hanyang City will send school-age children over 6 years old to school. Since there are 14 months in the world every year, 6 years old here is quite in his previous life. He was around 7 years old, and this was the most appropriate time to send him to school. In this way, basically half of the first batch of more than 300 students taught by Luo Chong himself has been used. There are more than 70 classrooms in Hanyang City, and each teacher teaches 2 classes, with Chinese and mathematics. In terms of subjects, nearly 80 teachers are needed, plus the 50 or 60 people assigned to each county government, so 150 people are used. Of the remaining half, 100 people will be transferred back to Luoyang County to serve as teachers. Luo Chong decided to divide the remaining 50 people into 2 parts and organize them into 2 waterway expedition caravans next year. These people they don't have much ability, but they can still do simple reading and writing. If they join the expedition team, they will definitely be able to better develop the resources along the route. If nothing else, just letting them record information along the way will make Luo Chong understand the outside world in more detail. Luo Chong was sitting in his home, Xiao Dai was heating up the Kong, and he was lying on the small table on the Kong, writing down various plans for next year one by one. However, things are fickle and God does not follow people's wishes. Luo Chong's plan was good, but God did not give him face. Just in the month before the new year, a sudden incident disrupted all Luo Chong's plans. As the new year is approaching, the temperature is gradually rising and has reached above freezing at noon every day. Therefore, the ice on the Rushui River and Luoyang River has begun to melt, and the water levels of the rivers are gradually rising. This is a normal phenomenon. Most inland freshwater rivers begin to lose water volume and water levels in late autumn. When winter turns to spring and the ice and snow melt again, the water volume gradually increases, and the river water levels will rise again. However, what is abnormal is that Dolly discovered that the water level has risen a bit abnormally. Compared with previous years, the water level has risen too quickly. This special situation was reported directly to Luo Chong and he expressed his concerns. "Chief, I discovered a bad situation. This year the river has risen faster than in previous years. It has risen higher and higher in the past few days. I'm afraid that if it continues like this, when spring comes next month, the river will rise directly to the bank and flood our farmland and cities." Luo Chong was stunned at the time. He didn't think of what to say for a moment. He had been here for more than 3 years and he never thought that there would be floods here. You must know that this is a mountainous area. Logically speaking, the altitude is still high. There are some, and besides, this is not a basin or a large plain, so how could there be a flood? Are you sure? It's really rising faster than before? Luo Chong asked in disbelief. Really, if you don't believe me, Chief, you can go and see it. The water level in previous years was not as high as it is now, Dolly said with certainty. After hearing this, Luo Chong suddenly frowned. This special brew is too bad. If there is a flood, they will have to move immediately. However, this city that has been built for 3 years can be said to be free. With Luo Chong's entire family fortune, do you just give up? This is not Luo Chong's pessimism. Floods are coming at any time. What else can we do in such a tense situation? Build a flood control dam? Joke. At the current rate of water rising, who knows when it will suddenly erupt and build dams along the river. The available adult population of Hanyang City is only more than 1,000 people. Even if these more than 1,000 people work day and night to build dikes, how long can the dikes be built in half a month? If a 2-kilometer-long dam can be built, but there's no point. The river is so long. If you block this section, won't the flood come from other places? Therefore, Luo Chong can only take the lead in confirming the cause of the flood and assessing how severe the disaster may be. He must first prepare for the worst, which is to take the entire city to move and evacuate. And once it reaches the point of moving, Hanyang City will encounter the most serious food crisis. Even if there is no major flood, but the river water has just covered the ground, what will the Han tribe do next year's spring plowing? If they don't continue to grow food, what will happen in the warehouse? Those stocks are enough to feed thousands of people for several months. Thinking of this, Luo Chong couldn't sit still anymore, picked up a bearskin coat on the bed and put it on his body, turned around and ran out, giving orders to Dolly as he walked. Call our elders, Beast Tooth, One Ear, Stone, Feather, and Big Mouth, and let's see if there is any problem with the rising water level. These are the elders of our Han tribe, and they have been in this river since they were young. Those who grew up beside me, they can't see the other newly joined tribes. Okay, go quickly, you can take them to the East City Gate to find me later. Luo Chong originally wanted to go directly to the Rushui River to see it with his own eyes, but he didn't expect that he had just arrived at the East City Gate and already discovered something unusual. Outside the East Gate is a solid wood suspension bridge built over the moat. In previous years in late winter and early spring, the water level in the moat at this time was only 1 meter below the suspension bridge. But now, with more than 20 days until the new year, the water level in the moat inside was more than a foot higher than in previous years, and there were only 60 or 70 centimeters left from the suspension bridge deck. The water in the moat is living water and is connected to the Rushui River outside the city. The water level here has risen so much, so you can know the water level of the Rushui River without looking at it. Just as Luo Chong was frowning and thinking, there was a sound of footsteps behind him. The elders and a group of old people from the Han tribe came over. Not only that, but even Ing Rue, Shu Wu, Shu De, Chief Shi and other senior officials of Hanyang City also came. We arrived at the city gate together. The cause of the incident had been informed to everyone. Everyone was very nervous when they heard that the river water might surge, causing floods to submerge their residences and farmland. After arriving at Luo Chong's side, they immediately observed the river surface under the suspension bridge. The water level is really much higher than in previous years, but is the water level still growing? Yeah, I think it's a little higher than the previous 2 years, but maybe it's just a little higher, and it's not really flooding from the river. Everyone began to discuss it, but although they were nervous, they were still unwilling to admit the possibility of a flood, because they also knew the consequences. Once a flood disaster occurs, it will have a negative impact on Hanyang City, and even the city of Hanyang. How much damage was caused to the entire Han tribe? However, when faced with danger, it is not enough to just bury your head in the ground like an ostrich. That will not solve the problem, but will only make the losses greater. Listening to everyone's discussion, Luo Chong has calmed down at this time. He is the leader of the Han tribe. He cannot panic. Everyone is looking at him now. If even the leader panics, then there will be no hope for the others. Well, once the pessimism starts to spread, who knows what kind of disaster will happen. Don't let a natural disaster happen before it comes. Elder, immediately use my name to send a letter to Luoyang County, asking them about the water level there. Also, ask them to pay attention to the changes in the water level at all times, and send people to take turns to keep an eye on it and send me a letter every day to report the situation. Luo Chong immediately gave the order. Now that the water level in Hanyang City has risen, will the Luyang River to the east rise? Although they are not in the same water system, the two rivers are not far apart, so we have to be careful. Yes, Chief, I will write a letter right away. The elder took the order and left directly. When the others heard the leader's order at this time, they immediately reacted. Yes, the leader is still here. If there is anything that the leader cannot solve, the leader must have some solution. Chief, what should we do now? Dolly asked immediately. Luo Chong thought for a while and arranged several tasks for everyone. Dolly, go to the granary to find some empty sacks, and then lead a team of people to fill the sacks with soil. Prepare some more and put them in the door openings of the 4 city gates. Once the flood really breaks out, immediately use these sacks to block the city gates, to prevent river water from pouring in. Hearing this, Dolly's eyes suddenly lit up. Yes, why didn't he think of this method? The leader is really smart. Yes, I promise to complete the mission. Rue, you go check the exits of the 8 main sewers in the city and seal them with sacks. In addition, you assist the county government in providing peace of mind for the people, and warn every household not to discharge sewage into the sewers until the crisis is resolved. In addition, these days domestic wastewater is temporarily sent to be collected by bucket trucks, and then transported to the outside of the city for dumping, once a day. Luo Chong continued to make arrangements. Yes, leader, I'll do it right away. Rue also received the order and left. As for the bucket truck mentioned by Luo Chong, it is a special vehicle used to collect human and animal excrement. The Han tribe has developed methods of composting and retting. In order to collect a large amount of excrement, Luo Chong had people make buckets. The car is the chassis of a 4-wheeled carriage, but a super large wooden barrel is installed on it. The barrel also has an inlet and outlet, similar to the tank car in the previous life. These bucket trucks will visit every household every day to collect excrement, and then take it to a dung tank outside the city for unified treatment. Some crushed straw is added to ferment it into fertilizer for farming. Now, it is not only used for farming. Collect feces, and even daily domestic wastewater must be collected uniformly. In the past, domestic wastewater was directly discharged into the sewer at the door of everyone's home, and then passed through various levels of sewers and finally discharged into the moat, and then washed downstream by the running water of the moat. Fortunately, there is no chemical pollution in domestic wastewater in this era. People usually use soap to wash clothes. However, the soap in this era is still the most basic stearic acid soap, and there are no other chemicals added to it, so it is basically not harmful, causing damage to the environment. After arranging these 2 precautions, Luo Chong looked at Guan Qinghe again and continued to order. Feather, you also go and take people to pack some sacks, and then block the 2 openings of the diversion river and the backwater river, temporarily disconnect the moat from the Ruyang River, and then fish out the sacks after the crisis is reached. Oh, by the way, before putting the sack into the water, you can tie a rope to it, or use a fishing net to directly put it on the sack and put it down for easy fishing later. Yes, leader. Feather immediately said yes, and then went back to ask someone to get the tools. Fortunately, after a winter of consumption, the Han tribe's granary has been emptied of many sacks used to hold grains. There will not be a shortage of sacks for the time being. If it doesn't work, bags made of those fabrics can also be used, but just wasted some. Of course, these arrangements are only passive preventive measures at the moment. When the flood comes, these arrangements can at most reduce some losses, but they cannot really solve the problem. Preparing for the worst, Luo Chong returned to the city, but instead of going home, he climbed up to the castle tower in the east city and sat in the outer window to look out. He was thinking about why floods occur in late winter and early spring. This is obviously very abnormal. If it is the rainy season in summer, consecutive days of heavy rain will cause the river water to surge and flash floods to erupt. Luo Chong can understand this, but in late winter and spring at the beginning, the water level was already low, and there was relatively little rainfall. Apart from melting snow in winter, where could so much water come from to form floods? There is no problem with rainfall. There was not much rain and snow throughout the autumn and winter this year. Compared with previous years, there is nothing special. This means that the water source upstream has not increased, but the water level of the river has indeed increased significantly. Then there is only one possibility: the downstream is blocked. Once this conjecture was born, it immediately lingered in Luo Chong's mind. Yes, in this situation, besides being blocked downstream, are there any other possibilities? Only when the downstream water outlet is blocked will the strange phenomenon of rising water levels occur while the water source does not increase. There is still so much water, but now it cannot be drained out, so it accumulates deeper and deeper. While Luo Chong was thinking, in the sky outside the window, an Azuka giant eagle also flew eastward, carrying a letter. No matter, let's wait until there is a reply from Luoyang County. Sighing, Luo Chong tightened his tight-fitting bearskin coat, then walked down the tower and returned home. In this way, at noon that day, Dashu, who was in Luoyang County, received Luo Chong's inquiry. When he saw the warning about the flood, Dashu immediately became vigilant. You must know that Luoyang County is also a big tree that only relies on the bank of the river. The county has a population of tens of thousands. If there is a flood, the consequences are unimaginable. Dashu immediately summoned some clan leaders to discuss the matter. They all went to the bank to observe the hydrological conditions of Luoyang River. When everyone got the observation results, they were surprised and happy. Surprisingly, just as the leader expected, the water level of Luoyang River began to rise sharply. Fortunately, they received an early warning from the leader, so that they would not have no precautions before the disaster struck. Dashu quickly summoned a large number of clan chiefs to discuss countermeasures and asked everyone if there was any solution. However, the meeting was very quiet. Some clan chiefs were just afraid but could not explain why, and some said they had sent a message. Ask the leader what he can do. However, there were also some special people in the conference room. Their eyes showed fear of floods, and they hesitated as if they wanted to say something, but did not dare to say it. Their expressions were very rich, which made the person sitting in the first place hesitate. Dashu became suspicious. These are none other than the chiefs of small tribes who poured into Luoyang County in large numbers at the end of autumn this year. Their tribes have a small number of people, ranging from dozens to 200 to 300. The largest tribe only has 400 to 500 people. But now, when these little clan leaders heard the news about the flood, they all looked panicked, which made people suspicious. Dashu squinted at the people who were attacking, and directly asked by name. Clan leader Hua, I see you are hesitating, do you have something to say? Now is the time for everyone to think of a solution. Anyone who has something to say can speak out. You don't have to be afraid. Just speak out. The middle-aged man who was called the leader of the Hua clan suddenly became excited and stood up with some trepidation. Then he looked around and saw that everyone was looking at him, which made him a little nervous. He hesitated for a while and then said, Sir, let's run away and run upstream for our lives. We can't stop the flood. As soon as these words came out, everyone in the room immediately started buzzing with discussion, which made Dashu frown for a while. What he is asking now is the solution. It's better for you to just let everyone escape. Isn't this disturbing the morale of the army? Damn it. Why do you say that? We have tens of thousands of people living here, and we have a lot of manpower. Why can't we stop the flood? You said it as if you have seen how powerful the flood is. The tree immediately scolded. What was unexpected was that the Hua clan leader really nodded. He seemed a little excited and immediately shouted loudly. "I've seen it, I've really seen it. The flood is so terrible. It can wash away mountains and rocks in the blink of an eye. Countless mountain animals have been washed away by the flood. Even many people in our tribe have been swept away by the flood, otherwise we are living well. Why would we move upriver?" All of a sudden, everyone at the meeting was stunned. The amount of information in this passage was quite large. Everyone here knows that a large number of immigrants came from the south at the end of autumn. However, they did not know why these people suddenly migrated north to join the Han tribe. At first, Luo Chong and Dashu both thought that these people came to work. The influence brought back by the tribes made more tribes in the south realize the wealth of the Han tribes, so they decided to join the Han tribes and want to live a better life. But they never thought that the real reason for them to move north was because floods occurred in the lower reaches of the south. The floods destroyed the homes they relied on for survival, so they had to move upstream. Moreover, we can also know from his words that this means that there was a flood downstream last year. Are you telling the truth? Why didn't you tell me earlier? Dashu immediately asked angrily. Since I have joined the Han tribe, what else can I say about the past? I just didn't expect that even the Han tribe upstream will know. The Hua clan leader muttered in a low voice, and finally did not dare to say any more. Dashu's cold gaze swept over the people who were attacking him. The leaders who had only joined the Han tribe in late autumn lowered their heads and did not dare to look at Dashu. Among the clan leaders present, who else's clan migrated here because of the floods downstream? If so, stand up. Dashu said coldly. After finishing the sentence, everyone who had done it stood up. These were small tribes that came from the south in late autumn. The total population was tens of thousands, and there were more than 70 small and medium-sized tribes involved. At the moment, among these people, they stood up, there were 40 or 50 people. In other words, many tribes downstream witnessed the raging floods, forcing them to migrate north and finally join the Han tribe. I asked where so many people came from. In the 1 year since the labor market in Luoyang County was established, the total number of people who gradually joined the Han tribe did not exceed 10,000. But within a month or two at the end of autumn, there were tens of thousands of people came to seek refuge. It turned out that the people downstream were suffering after the disaster, they had nowhere to go and lacked reserves for the winter. Therefore, on their way north, they met the labor tribes and learned about the strength of the Han tribes from their mouths, so they decided to join the Han tribes. Shu suddenly realized in his heart. Then tell me, one of you, what happened to the flood downstream, when did it happen, and how much area was flooded? Dashu continued to ask the little clan leaders who stood up. I know, it was summer, and it rained heavily there for several days. There was also a lot of thunder, which knocked down all the trees on the mountain. Then there was a flood, which not only knocked down many trees were washed down the mountain, and many boulders were washed down by the water. If we hadn't lived in a relatively high position on the mountain, they would definitely be gone, a small clan leader immediately recalled in horror. After listening to this person's description, Dashu glanced at other people, hoping to get more confirmations. We also had heavy rain for several days, but no flooding occurred. Only 10 days after the heavy rain, more and more water in the river overflowed directly from the river, covering our residential area. It was flooded and had to move upriver. The situation was very similar to what we have here now. The river grew taller and taller, and eventually the water covered the earth. I think we should continue to escape northward. Another little clan leader also said, but his voice became smaller and smaller at the end, so small that only 2 or 3 people around him could hear it. In fact, most of the people present had this idea of escape, mainly those small tribes who joined in late autumn. They had not lived in the Han tribe for a long time, so they did not have much sense of identity, but this did not mean that they were willing to abandon the Han tribe. Good life. Therefore, although they have the intention to escape, their biggest wish is to escape with the entire Han tribe. As long as they can be with these tens of thousands of people, they can live a good life wherever they go. Moreover, even if they lead their old tribe to leave alone, they are also guaranteed to live a better life than before, because during these few months in the Han tribe, they have learned many simple and practical survival skills and tool making from the Han tribe. However, it was not easy for them to leave alone. With a big tree standing here, how could he let these people who had eaten food all winter leave the Han tribe? Not to mention that Luo Chong did not agree, even those the heads of the various tribes who have been members for more than a year would not agree. Therefore, after the meeting was over, Qingshu first asked the small clan leaders of the new tribe to leave, and then kept the old clan leaders, and sternly warned them to keep an eye on the newcomers and beware of escapes. They also readily agreed. They had saved food from their own people's mouths to feed these newcomers. Seeing that there were countless projects to be done in the future, how could they agree to let these newcomers escape? After arranging all this, Qingshu immediately wrote a detailed letter about the hydrological changes of the Luoyang River and what he learned from the small clan elders about the flood that occurred downstream last year and the river surged and submerged the earth. Then he was immediately sent back by the giant eagle. Immediately afterwards, Luo Chong also received this reply from Qingshu on the same day. After reading the content, Luo Chong couldn't help but relax his brows. His prediction was right. Things turned out just as he had guessed. Last summer, there were heavy rains in the lower reaches of Luoyang River and Rushui River. The heavy rains caused flash floods, mudslides, or landslides. These fell boulders, trees, and a lot of mud. The sand blocked the river downstream, causing sluggish water flow. A large amount of river water began to accumulate locally, causing the water level of the river to become higher and higher, and finally submerged a large amount of land downstream, gradually forming a barrier lake. Now, after half a year of river siltation and continuous increase in water volume, the barrier lake downstream is getting bigger and bigger, finally filling up all the places that can hold water. This has also caused the water level in the upstream to continue to rise. If the river water continues to rise, it will not take long for the entire Luoyang County, Ruyang County, and Hanyang County to be submerged by the rising river water and become a vast ocean. This situation will continue until one day the water flow downstream finds a breakthrough on its own, and the silted river water will flow downward through the new gap. Finally, following the law of water flowing downwards, the downstream will gradually be washed away. A new river channel. It's just that this is not what Luo Chong wants to see. He doesn't want all the wealth he has accumulated in 3 years to go to waste, and then return to before liberation overnight and become the pauper he was when he first time traveled. So he can't wait any longer, and the Han tribe can't just sit still and move. That is impossible. Now that we know the cause of the matter, we only need to prescribe the right medicine. And this method is to find the place where the landslide was, that is, where the river was blocked, and then find a way to reopen a gap there. Let the water accumulated in the barrier lake return to the downstream river channel and restore its original appearance. Just as Dayu concluded when he controlled the water, it is better to block the river than to dredge it up. In this situation, it is impossible to build a dam to stop the river from flooding. We can only find a way to open a hole from the siltation of the river downstream to let the water flow again. Thinking of this, Luo Chong has formed a preliminary plan in his mind. Although the Han tribe does not have large ships, there is no shortage of small boats. In the past few months, in order to improve the transportation between Hanyang County and Ruyang County next year, to make it more convenient, the carpentry workshop has been building boats non-stop. Now there are 21 flat-bottomed boats. Adding the 2 boats used to transport ore, there are 23 wooden boats. These boats are flat-bottomed inland river barges with square ends and shallow draft. Each boat is 8 meters long and 3 meters wide. It can carry at least 20 people at a time and can also carry a lot of tools. It has a very high traffic rate in inland waterways. Although among various types of ships, such small boats can be regarded as sampan level, they are just as useful in larger numbers. With more than 20 boats, they can carry more than 400 people at a time. If all of them are prime-age laborers, then it should be enough to open the downstream gap. Thinking of this, Luo Chong no longer hesitated. Now is the time to race against time. As the temperature gets higher and higher, the melting speed of ice and snow is also increasing. When spring comes next month, the situation may be irreversible. What's more, if the problem is still not solved in spring, what will happen next year's spring plowing? If there is no supplement of new food, then the entire Han tribe will fall into a food crisis, and then it will lead to uncontrollable chaos. The Han Empire, that Luo Chong had worked so hard to plan, was about to die. Stuffing Dashu's reply into the drawer, Luo Chong immediately took out a stack of new paper and began to write quickly. He wrote another letter to Dashu. In the letter, he first asked him to prepare for flood prevention and prepare more sandbags to block it. City gates, as well as the granaries and firewood in each city, must also be prepared to be waterproof. The second step was to ask Dashu to send a group of people over. This group of people should include the chief of the small tribe who had seen the landslide, as well as the young and strong laborers in his tribe, and also the Chai clan, who originally relied on fishing to make a living. Raw Fork Tribal, for young and strong labor, it is best to draw a group of young and strong men from the Ling tribe in the swamp. In the end, no less than 300 young and strong men will be collected. If the number is not enough, we can draw from the tribes below. It is required to be in good health and familiar with water-based ones are better. These people must be gathered within 2 days of receiving the letter, and then transported by vehicles and horses. From recruiting people to transporting people to Hanyang City, it must be completed within 4 days. No questioning of the order is allowed. The order was obeyed immediately. After writing the letter, Luo Chong waited for the ink to dry and immediately asked Ding Rue to send it out with a giant eagle. In this way, Luoyang County can mobilize 300 people, and Luo Chong only needs to mobilize 100 more people from Hanyang City. The total number of young people on both sides is 400. With Luo Chong's personal command, he is still confident that he can solve the downstream congestion problem. There is no way. Although this operation is dangerous, Luo Chong must go, otherwise others will not know what to do. It is okay to let them work as coolie cannon fodder for the hundreds of people mobilized. Let them taking full responsibility for this operation and resolving this crisis perfectly, don't even think about it. Looking at the entire Han tribe, no one except Luo Chong himself can take on this responsibility. Luo Chong had to do this as a last resort. After finalizing the action plan, Luo Chong also began to make arrangements. Luoyang County was responsible for the main manpower. Although Hanyang County had fewer people, all the materials needed for the operation had to come from here. In addition to the most important boat, there is also a paddle. If the paddle is not enough, you can just use a shovel instead. This thing can be used for shoveling soil and paddling. One tool can be used as 2 tools. Reduce some load. In addition, there are compasses used to determine the direction, that is, the north needle, steel crowbars, long-handled axes, sledgehammers, steel drills, hacksaws, flints for starting fires, tung oil for starting fires, and a large number of rope. After the tools are prepared, some portable weapons and flags for each ship must be prepared. In addition to the spears with flags, the rest are mainly bows and crossbows. The Han tribe currently has several crossbows. They were all arranged by Luo Chong. In addition, we need to prepare some food. This trip will probably last 10.5 days, and we need to prepare food and drink for 400 people. Once here, the materials for the operation have been gathered together. However, the purpose of this operation is mainly to open up the siltation of the downstream barrier lake, so the task of their fleet is actually to clear the obstacles, but now they are preparing. I really don't know if these tools are useful. Therefore, Luo Chong has been hesitating whether to bring some powerful weapons to clear obstacles, such as nitrate, chemical, glycerin, and oil. The batch of sulfuric acid prepared by Luo Chong himself had not been used up yet and had been sealed in a large jar. Later, nitrate ore was discovered around the floating island Salt Lake, so Luo Chong once again used sulfuric acid to retort a batch of nitric acid for later use. Now it has been kept with the sulfuric acid is sealed together, but there is currently a lack of glycerol. However, glycerin is not difficult to make. As long as you want to get it, you can get enough of it in a few days, because the Han tribe is not short of grease at all. After thinking about it for a while, since it is a barrier lake caused by mudslides and landslides, it is inevitable that there will be some collapsed rocks in places where rivers are silted up. Smaller ones are okay, but when encountering huge mountain rocks, there will be no explosives. It's really hard to handle. In order to improve the success rate of this operation, Luo Chong thought for a long time and decided to prepare a batch of glycerin, so he immediately sent people to start making glycerin. The process of making glycerol is not dangerous. You only need to add soda ash to the oil to separate the stearic acid and glycerin. Finally, the glycerin is distilled and concentrated. Moreover, while making the glycerin, a large amount of soap can be produced for daily needs. After arranging these preparations, Luo Chong also began to mobilize young and strong labor in Hanyang City. The first person he was called upon was the shipping team that has been responsible for operating ships and transporting ore in recent years. There are a dozen people in total. They usually work in the city. All those compiled by the mining team have now been recruited by Luo Chong. The remaining candidates were drawn from various urban districts, and those with children at home were given priority, so that even if they died outside during the operation, the family would still have children to carry on the family line, and the family would not be ruined. After 4 days of preparation, when Hanyang County's candidates and materials were fully prepared, 300 people transferred from Luoyang County in the east also arrived in Hanyang City by car. It was the first time for many of them to come to Hanyang City, especially the newcomers who had only joined the Han tribe for a few months. They couldn't help but be surprised when they saw the buildings that were more prosperous and taller than those in Luoyang County, especially that they were even more amazed by the 5-story wooden building and the 4 blue brick teaching buildings on both sides, which they had never seen before in Luoyang County. But since so many people have been summoned here, of course they are not here to visit, but have serious things to do. Most of the people were taken to the empty military camp to rest. Only the small leaders who claimed to have seen flash floods, landslides, and mudslides last summer were brought into the county government office building. In the large office on the top floor, Luo Chong sat behind a large desk. There was a brazier in the open space in the middle of the room. The charcoal used to smelt metal was burned in it. There was no heating in this building. There is no fire Kong, so we can only rely on burning charcoal to keep warm. Seeing several young leaders being brought into the room, Luo Chong immediately sat up straight, tightened his tight-fitting bearskin coat, and sat upright behind his desk with a serious look on his face. As soon as the few people came in, they first took a look at the legendary leader of the Han tribe. This was the first time they had the opportunity to observe the leader at such a close distance. However, they did not expect that he had tens of thousands of people under his command and was in charge of several cities. The leader whose territory spans hundreds of miles is actually so young. Ahem. At this moment, a low cough suddenly came from beside several people, and then as if they suddenly remembered something, they immediately fell to the ground and bowed to Luo Chong in unison, and Luo Chong, the emperor of the Han tribe, was naturally qualified to accept such kneeling. After everyone stood up after saluting, Luo Chong went straight to the point and asked the one thing he wanted to know most. You guys have all seen flash floods and rock collapses. So if I can take you back, can you still recognize the old river channel and the place where the rocks collapsed? I need one of you to be a guide. Take us to the place where the mountain collapsed, next to the river. Now the little leaders understood. It turned out that the leader called them over so anxiously because he wanted them to lead them to their hometown to see. But now the place is flooded, and there is water everywhere. How can you get through it? Chief, we should be able to recognize it. Even if those valleys are flooded, it is impossible for those mountains to be flooded as well. As long as those mountains are still there, I can recognize them. One of the middle-aged small clan leaders replied. Luo Chong also nodded. This makes sense. As long as the mountains are still there, they can definitely distinguish the previous geographical location. Of course, the premise is that they are familiar with the terrain. This is why Luo Chong called several times at a time. If a few people confirm the reasons why a small clan leader came, the error rate can be greatly reduced. Now that time is tight, he doesn't want to waste time outside. Which tribe are you the leader of? Luo Chong asked the person who just answered. Back to the leader, after our tribe joined the Han tribe, it was called the Hua clan by Master Lin Shu. The middle-aged leader immediately replied. Well, I hope you can really find the place where the mountain collapsed. Okay, let's all go down and rest and prepare. We will set off early tomorrow morning. Luo Chong seemed to be muttering to himself. Well, Chief, the lower reaches of the river have been flooded. How can we get there? It's very dangerous there. How about we go on, or? When the Hua clan leader turned around, he asked Luo Chong again. He wanted to suggest Luo Chong take the entire Han tribe to escape, but after looking around at the decorations, he still didn't dare to say it because he knew it would be useless. It is impossible for the leader to listen to his own words and escape. Don't talk about anything else, just talk about the wooden building he is in now. What a tall building it is. The luxurious tables and chairs furnished in the room, the warm fire pit, and the bright white paper lattice windows. If these are all his, yes, I'm afraid I can't bear to leave either. You don't have to worry about this. In this operation, you only need to serve as a guide to find the place where the mountain collapsed for the tribe. Now go down and prepare. Luo Chong naturally heard the meaning of his words, so he was a little unhappy. She glared at him and waved her hands to drive them away. However, everyone had come all the way by carriage and horse, so it was not too tiring. This was the first time they came to Hanyang City. When they saw this city, which was also under the rule of the Han tribe, but was a head higher than Luoyang County, they couldn't help but feel. I was curious, so I wanted to walk around the city and visit various places. Therefore, after getting permission, he also visited Hanyang City under the leadership of Ing Rue. There is actually nothing interesting to see in Hanyang City in winter. There are identical houses everywhere, without any distinctive buildings. The distinctive buildings are all concentrated in the central city. They have already seen the office buildings, and there is nothing interesting about the school now. There are 4 buildings. Only the printing workshop is still working in the teaching building. After leaving the school, the other thing worth seeing is the workshop area. Although it is late winter, the weather is still very cold. The textile workshop has been stopped. The women in the workshop have stayed at home on the hot Kong all winter. They sewed clothes and shoes, and there were only people working in the metallurgical workshop and the carpentry workshop. The metallurgical industry can only be seen in Hanyang City now. After all, it developed earliest here and has the most mature supporting facilities. In addition to smelting copper and iron, it is also responsible for making weapons, agricultural tools, and various tools. Several small clan leaders also received permission. They could visit it, so they witnessed the birth of various tools in the hands of blacksmiths with curious eyes, and also felt the power of the Han tribe. After all, they have joined the Han tribe for several months, and they also know that the Han tribe's rise in a short period of time relies entirely on these strong and sharp tools. But that's all. The metallurgical department of the Han tribe is now very different from the past. Under the personal supervision of Luo Chong, the current metallurgical department has split into a special department, that is, the mint. This special department is really very important. In particular, except for internal employees, without Luo Chong's permission, no one is allowed to enter. It can be regarded as the most mysterious department of the Shanghan tribe. Although everyone knows that there is such a department called the mint, no one knows what coinage is and what it is used for. Because Luo Chong has not announced the order to start private ownership until now. He originally wanted to say it in the next few days, but he didn't want to suddenly encounter a flood crisis, so he could only continue to delay it. After everyone left the metallurgical workshop, they went to the wood workshop. There are also wood workshops in Luoyang County, but the scale and facilities are not as complete as those in Hanyang City, and there are not as many people as the wood workshops in Hanyang City. However, the things made here are impressive. They were curious. I saw many huge long wooden basins, placed in the open space outside the carpentry workshop. Each one was bigger than a house. A dozen of them lined up in a row looked quite spectacular. What is this thing? I have seen a similar one on the shore of Luoyang County, but I don't know what it is used for. Does the Ying clan chief know the use of this thing? Clan Chief Hua, one of several small clan chiefs, asked again. Road. The leader of the Eagle clan in front of him has great status. One look at the silver-white tin crown on his head shows that this is someone he can't afford to offend. Now more and more chiefs have joined the Han tribe, but the leader rewards him with a tin crown. You can count them on 2 hands. These people who can get the tin crown are not only because they joined the Han tribe earlier than them, but also their contributions to the Han tribe are not comparable to those of them who are latecomers. For example, the leader of the Yu clan, whom I met a few days ago, is said to be the one who led the Han tribe's caravan and traveled thousands of miles to open up grassland trade routes for the Han tribe. Now the Han tribe uses cattle and horses, raises sheep, and the woolen cloths and sheep furs they wore were all brought back by caravans traveling thousands of miles away. Another example is the leader of the Eagle clan in front of him, who is in charge of the information transmission of the Han tribe. The giant eagles in the sky are all tamed by his tribe, and it was a letter brought by the giant eagle that made him tame from 100 years ago. Luoyang County from inside and outside was transferred here. After hearing this question, Ying Rui couldn't help but said proudly, "This thing is called a boat. You saw it on the shore of Luoyang County, precisely because this boat is a tool that can carry people on the water. You guys will, if you want to set off to the lower reaches, you have to take these boats." Several small clan leaders were shocked after hearing this. In the few months since they came to the Han tribe, they had already seen various vehicles, including those pushed by people and those pulled by oxen and horses. This was the first time they knew that the Han tribe could still use it. Vehicles used on water. Some people say that to see the development level of a civilization, you can get a glimpse of it simply by looking at its transportation capacity. This is not an exaggeration. From the initial shoulder-carrying handbags, to the emergence of rickshaws and animal-drawn vehicles, to steam locomotives, electric locomotives, and diesel locomotives, the transportation capacity between them has increased by more than 1,000 times, and in the development of transportation methods, the Han tribe has directly leapt across the long evolution of thousands of years, and directly appeared in the four-wheeled carriage. This was already before the Industrial Revolution. The pinnacle of land transportation. Of course, it is impossible for the small leaders like the Hua clan leader to have this kind of knowledge, but the various means of transportation they have seen with their own eyes in the past few days are already artifacts that these primitive hunting and gathering people living in the mountains could not imagine. After visiting these tall things, they also returned to the military camp to rest. Someone had already sent thick woolen clothes and sheepskin jackets here. They would be out for a long time this time, and they would have to eat and sleep outside. Although the ice and snow have almost melted by now, but the temperature at night remains below freezing, so cold-proof equipment is indispensable. On the other side, in a shed outside the oil-pressing mill of the Han tribe, dry food was also being prepared. However, because cooked rice is difficult to store and carry, flour cakes were used as dry food for this operation. The dough cake is a thick dough cake that looks like a pot helmet, but Luo Chong doesn't know exactly what a pot helmet looks like. He only knows that if the dough cake is dried, it can be stored for months without going bad. This is enough. The dough pancakes have been made a few days ago. The dough is fermented on each family's fire kong. Put the dough in a basin, knead some syrup, water and eggs into it, cover it with a lid, and then cover it with animal skins. It will ferment overnight. Afterwards, these leavened noodles are collected together and sent to a shed outside the oil mill to bake them into cakes. There is a special iron plate surrounded by bricks to form a stove. A fire is burned below, and the cakes can be baked on top. According to the calculation of 3 loaves per person per day, it is enough for 5 days. In other words, this time when everyone goes out, each person has to carry 15 loaves. The loaves are not very big, and they are only as big as an adult. The size of a hand. Of course, these are for emergency use. Pots and rice are the staple food this time. It's so cold. It's best to find a place on the road where you can dock for repairs, and then set up pots to cook hot food. 5 days of rations. It is only used when there are no conditions for hot food. For example, a suitable landing point cannot be found, or there is a lack of fuel around the landing point. Of course, dried meat and salted fish are also indispensable. To put it bluntly, this operation is physical work, and you can't work if you don't have enough to eat. In this way, after several days of continuous preparation, the time arrived on the second Monday of the last month of winter, which was the day the team set off. The boats from the carpentry workshop were carried out of the city through the nearest city gate, then put into the moat, and then pulled from the shore to the Ru River with ropes to meet up with the previous boats. The 400 people participating in this operation were ready to go. They were divided into teams by dolly and feather. Each team was 20 people, led by a tribesman who was once in charge of shipping. The old man was responsible for commanding, and the newcomers followed the orders to paddle. If no one was commanding, these people would have to go around in circles in the river. Luo Chong also said goodbye to everyone who came out to see him off on the shore. Rui, while I am away, you will be in charge of all the affairs of Hanyang County for the time being. You can leave the affairs in the city to the county magistrate. You are only responsible for supervision, and you must be prepared for spring plowing during this period. Spring plowing has been delayed because of waterproofing. The quantity and maintenance of various farm tools must be checked in advance to check for any leaks and fill any gaps. The cattle and horses used for farming must also be taken care of. I don't want to have to personally supervise farming matters after I get rid of the flooding. Luo Chong warned Rui. Please rest assured, Chief, I will guard my home well. Rui solemnly nodded in agreement, and at the same time he was very happy that Luo Chong trusted him. Okay, we're leaving now. If you have any urgent questions, you can contact me via Feiying. Yes, Rui understands. In this way, after bidding farewell to everyone, Luo Chong also boarded a wooden ship. Standing at the bow of the ship, he drew the long sword from his waist and pointed his finger forward angrily, giving an order to the ships behind him, "Let's go." Of course, the process of fleet exercise cannot be as high-spirited as Luo Chong, but the progress is very slow. However, this is unavoidable. Although most of the people gathered this time can swim, most of them are exposed to boats for the first time, so they need to be taught the skills of rowing. Fortunately, this is not as complicated. You just need to follow the instructions of each captain to strike the diabolo and paddle in unison. In this way, after everyone spent a morning and gradually became familiar with the rhythm of rowing, the speed of the team accelerated. As the fleet traveled further and further south, the water surface of the river began to gradually widen. At first it was relatively normal, with the widest point less than 20 meters, which was not particularly exaggerated compared to the upper reaches. However, in the afternoon, the changes changed significantly. It is not that the water surface is wider, but that it is almost invisible now. Arrived. This description is not quite right. It should be that the normal banks of the river cannot be seen, because along the way, Luo Chong discovered that many trees that should have grown on the banks are now half immersed in the water. From here, it can be clearly seen that the water level downstream has risen to an exaggerated degree. Traveling by water is much faster than traveling by land. This is indeed true. There is a good line in the poem, 1,000 miles in a day can be returned in a day. Although 1,000 miles in a day is a bit exaggerated, hundreds of miles can really be done. Arrive. To transport ore from Hanyang City to the iron ore area, which is 5 or 6 days upriver, it only takes half a day to travel by water, and it can be done in a whole day. This is still done by human oars. If there is sail power and a favorable wind, it can still be done. It is really possible to make great strides in one day. Similarly, the fleet led by Luo Chong traveled all day. By the next day, the fleet had traveled hundreds of miles, and the water surface had become wider and wider, even in some low-lying areas, both sides of the river. It has extended into the woods. Those were once woods by the river, but now they are all soaked in water. The boat is getting harder and harder to navigate. Although the water here is wide, it is actually not very deep. Sometimes when the boat passes by, some people's wooden oars or shovels will get caught in the shrubs and vines in the water. For a time, the fleet was brought to a standstill. However, these gradually emerging conditions also confirm Luo Chong's guess. It seems that a barrier lake has really appeared downstream. Otherwise, such a situation would not be possible, and the waters of the barrier lake would be very wide and very deep. Otherwise, the barrier lake would be very wide and very deep. It was impossible that what happened last summer had not affected the upper reaches until now. The water in the river kept flowing, and it took more than half a year to fill the lake. How much space would be needed to hold so much water? Since there are woods growing in the water on both sides, it is difficult to get ashore. Looking at the current situation, dry firewood is not easy to find, so everyone had to find a safer place and tie the boat to a tree. We docked, had a hasty meal of noodles and dried meat, and then leaned directly on the boat to sleep. Of course, when camping under such circumstances, Luo Chong could not have forgotten to set up sentries. In addition to each ship taking turns to watch the night, Luo Chong also sent a few young people with strong hands to climb into the trees to serve as lookouts. Just like on a sea ship, there are lookouts who are responsible for climbing to the mast. The next day, after everyone ate some dry food, the fleet continued to move south. In the winter morning, heavy fog appeared on the water, making the journey more and more difficult. Everyone no longer rowed desperately, but occasionally paddled the oars. Keep the boat's direction of travel, and as for power, rely entirely on going with the flow. It drifted like this until about half of the morning, the fog gradually dissipated, and the fleet also discovered something strange. Boom! It was the sound of floating objects hitting the hull. On a ship located at the front of the fleet, the tribesman sitting at the bow of the ship and serving as the commander suddenly shouted, "Chief, there is a dead tiger in the water." He shouted loud enough for Luo Chong, who was 3 ships away in front, to hear him. Luo Chong turned his head when he heard the shout, looked in the direction of the sound, and then asked someone to stop rowing and wait for the boat next to the shout. "What's wrong? What's the matter with the dead tiger?" When the 2 ships were parallel, Luo Chong asked the captain, who called out, "I saw him using a spear to pull something in the water, and in a short time he got the thing between the 2 boats." "That's it, a dead tiger," the little captain said excitedly. No wonder he was excited. There are not many ferocious beasts like tigers, but they are not rare. Generally, if the hunting team of a small tribe has only a dozen people, they would not dare to take advantage of it and want to hunt a tiger. Not only must the young men of the entire tribe be summoned, but the tiger's activity range must also be scouted in advance. The hunters must carry carefully crafted weapons, bring enough torches, and set up traps, even at the cost of several casualties. Dare to hunt a tiger. And now, a dead tiger actually floats to him. Isn't it a piece of cake in the sky? But Luo Chong frowned. This tiger was not the tiger Luo Chong thought about, or a saber-toothed tiger, or something like that. Judging from his experience of visiting the Museum of Paleontology in his previous life, this tiger was huge, with a length of 2 to 3 meters. Feline giants should be animals like cave lions. They like to live alone in the mountains and use natural caves as their nests. However, this cave lion has obviously been dead for a long time. Its body is swollen and looks like an inflated balloon. The fur on its body has even been soaked and turned white. It must have died in early winter at least, and it must have been 3 months ago. Throw it away. It has been dead for too long. It has swollen and the fur is soaked. It has no value at all. If you fish it out, it might kill everyone. Also, I ordered all the boats not to drink the water in the river from now on. There are dead bodies in the water and it has been polluted. Drinking it will kill people. Today we found a place to dock, got some snow and ice floes, melted them in a pot and drank water. Luo Chong immediately reminded everyone. The little captain, who thought it was a pie in the sky, was also frightened, and quickly used the spear in his hand to push the cave lion's body further. If the leader hadn't warned him, he would have even wanted to fish the body up, skin it, and eat it. But Luo Chong was thinking about the cause of death of this cave lion. There were no obvious wounds on its body. It was most likely that it got on the thin ice in early winter, fell into the ice hole, and drowned alive. Now the ice and snow have begun. It melted, revealing the unfortunate guy. The fleet continued to sail, and Luo Chong's order was also passed from the first ship to the last ship. It was heard that there were dead bodies in the water and drinking the water would kill people. Everyone was inevitably a little scared. Fortunately, Luo Chong came up with a solution and looked for a suitable place to rest. We went to the shore and drank from ice floes and snow. Only then did everyone calm down their fears. But not long after the fleet left, there were more dead bodies one after another, including the bodies of bighorn deer, forest wolves, wild boars, even leopards, vampire deer, some apes, and forest bison. On the way, Luo Chong only asked people to chop off a few horns with an axe, but he did not allow the other corpses to be touched. Until noon, someone found a body in front. The corpse was prone, lying on a naturally broken driftwood. Its face was frighteningly white, and its body was wrapped in animal skins. It seemed that it was a woman. Luo Chong let his boat get closer to the corpse. No one was afraid or nervous about Luo Chong's order. In these days of tribal times, death was not a common occurrence. There was nothing strange about it. This is what makes Luo Chong sigh. If we were modern people, there would be many people who had never seen a dead person in their lives. If they saw a corpse floating in the river, they would have screamed in fear. When the boat approached, Luo Chong looked at the woman's body, and then pulled the driftwood under her body. The wood suddenly swayed. By coincidence, the female body also slipped down from the driftwood, and the body looked like it's new, it hasn't been soaked or swollen. It sank directly after falling into the water. When the water covered the head of the female corpse, the corpse suddenly started struggling crazily, clawing at the water surface with both hands, and finally caught the driftwood again, and then held it out tightly. Mumu coughed violently. Damn it, it's alive. Luo Chong was startled, and the other people on the boat were not much better. They all staggered in fright. If they were not sitting in the boat, they would definitely fall down. These rough guys are indeed not afraid of corpses, but the sudden resurrection of a corpse is more terrifying. This is a scam. If you are dead but not stiff, it is regarded as unknown. This must be the transformation of an evildoer. Although the funeral methods discovered by Luo Chong include digging pits and cremation, the indigenous people in this world generally do not believe in the theory that people can be resurrected after death. Therefore, once such a supernatural thing occurs, then I can only talk to ghosts and gods. However, Luo Chong couldn't help but not believe it, because he himself was resurrected from the dead and was a monster who borrowed corpses to resurrect his soul. However, he was really not sure about the situation of the woman in front of him. He shouldn't be a time traveler, right? A strange encounter between two travelers from the same plane? Or not completely dead? That's right, isn't this still holding a piece of driftwood? Maybe it's not dead at all? Luo Chong's mind began to war between heaven and man, but in the current situation, no matter what the situation was, it was better to save the person directly and ask. What if this is a time traveler? After all, he is the same kind, even if he speaks English. Luo Chong came to this world alone. Although he has tens of thousands of people under his command, who can understand the loneliness in his heart. The woman coughed violently for a while and seemed to wake up a little. She also heard an exclamation from beside her just now, so she turned her head and looked over, just in time to meet Luo Chong's eyes. The two looked at each other and confirmed that they were not the people I was looking for. That's right, with just one glance, Luo Chong concluded that this woman was not a time traveler. It is said that the eyes are the windows to the soul. Even if they don't understand the language, they can still communicate through their eyes. And Luo Chong saw surprise in her eyes first, then surprise, and then fear. It was the surprise of seeing a stranger, and then he wanted to ask for help, but he didn't dare. It was a particularly contradictory state in his heart. The only thing is that there is no radiance of wisdom that modern people should have. But Luo Chong did not hesitate. After all, it was a human life. If he could be saved, it would also increase the population of the Han tribe. Come up? Luo Chong stretched out a hand to her. The woman's eyes flickered, and she was obviously hesitating. She glanced at the surrounding environment. There was water all around, but there were also many strange things floating there. Hundreds of people like the ones in front of her were sitting on it, and they stretched out their hands to her. This young man seems to be the best among everyone, whether it is the decoration on his head or the animal skins he wears. He should be the leader of these people. The woman thought. After determining Luo Chong's identity, the woman cautiously stretched out her hand and placed it on Luo Chong's palm. Start slipping. That's for sure. Anyone who soaks in the water for a long time will slip. It's so cold that there is no temperature. Think about it. Although spring is approaching and the ice and snow have melted, the temperature in the water is still the highest. It's no more than 5 degrees Celsius. If you keep soaking in it, it won't get cold. It's a miracle that you can survive. Luo Chong pulled her up hard from the bow of the boat. The woman was fully clothed in animal skins, including clothes and skirts. She also had a pair of boots on her feet, which were wrapped with animal skins on her feet and legs. And then tied up with thin vines, but now they were soaked, so I climbed onto the boat, sat in the middle of the boat and swayed constantly, hugging my legs in fear, staring at my knees and not daring to look around. Chief, is this a living person? Only then did someone react, surprised, but not daring to confirm. Nonsense, what do you think? You're still gasping for breath if you don't see it. Luo Chong scolded angrily with a smile. Everyone couldn't help laughing when they heard this, and then they all stared at the woman curiously, wondering how she fell into the water. Luo Chong saw her hugging her knees and shivering, and the animal skin on her body was all wet. If she continued like this, she would definitely be dead even if she was fished out, so he said to everyone on the boat. Stop looking, turn your back and look in both directions. If anyone is looking, I will throw him off the boat and let him swim back to the tribe. Upon hearing this, everyone immediately looked like, oh, I understand, I understand. Don't worry, leader, I will never look at it. They all turned their backs and tried to hold back their laughter. The woman squatted in the middle of the bow. The boat was actually quite wide, with a side width of 3 meters. It was wider than an ordinary small truck. There was a lot of space. People on both sides were all sitting in order to paddle. At the side of the boat, everyone had their heads turned away, but she still felt a sharp gaze staring at her. When he looked up, it was the leader who had pulled him up. Take off your clothes and wear this. Seeing the woman raise her head, Luo Chong took off his bearskin coat and handed it to the woman in front of him. Gratitude flashed in the woman's eyes, and she quickly showed a smile. She reached out to take Luo Chong's coat, but did not pull it over. She couldn't help but look at Luo Chong in confusion. Take off your wet clothes and put them on again. Luo Chong said again. This time he was afraid that she wouldn't understand, so he used his other hand to pull on the woman's clothes and motioned for her to take them off. The woman understood, hesitated for a moment, and then tremblingly took off the soaked animal skin, clothes one by one. She was indeed covering them tightly. Luo Chong didn't know what status this woman was. She should be in her tribe. The interior is not low. In the severe winter, so many animal skins can be allocated first, but it doesn't look very big. Well, it is indeed, not big. It must have just reached adulthood. Cough cough cough. Luo Chong coughed for a while, to hide his inner thoughts. Seeing that the girl had completed his request, he immediately wrapped his coat around her. Feeling the residual warmth from Luo Chong's body coming from the coat, the girl cried, but she did not dare to cry out for fear of upsetting these people and throwing herself into the water. Yes, she was killed by her own tribe. If she hadn't been lucky enough to cling to a piece of driftwood, she might have been the same as the dead animals in the water. When she thought of the tribesmen who threw her into the water with her own hands, she felt scared and aggrieved. Tears fell down. Okay, let's move on and get moving. Seeing that the woman had wrapped herself tightly, Luo Chong ordered everyone to continue rowing, and everyone tacitly showed a lewd smile. Luo Chong ignored them and glared at everyone. Then he took out a piece of dough cake from his cloth bag. He also used his short knife to cut a few slices of bacon, put it in the cake and handed it to the girl, fearing that she would not understanding what it meant. Luo Chong took a bite on the cake first. When the girl saw that it was food, she quickly stretched out her hand to take it, then she huddled in her coat and wolfed it down. She choked and rolled her eyes after just a few mouthfuls. Luo Chong was speechless and could only take out another meal. Give her your own snakeskin water bag. In fact, it would be best to have a bowl of hot meat porridge in this situation. Unfortunately, there is no such condition. Luo Chong himself has not eaten hot food for 2 days. He can only hope that this girl will survive. The fleet continued to move forward like this, and some animal carcasses continued to appear along the way. The girl's face turned pale, but she still didn't say a word. She just stared blankly at the men rowing on both sides, as well as Luo Chong. She was full of curiosity about these people, especially because the magical tool she was riding now could actually make so many people float on the water. Everyone was silent along the way. Because there was no caloric intake and little clean water, they could only save some saliva. Along the way, they could only hear the bang-bang sound of the captains tapping the diabolo and everyone brushing their hands. There was a swishing sound until a large lake was found ahead, and the girl spoke. "You can't go there," the girl quickly warned. Luo Chong looked back at her, thinking that she would keep pretending to be mute and refusing to speak. Now she opened her mouth, but she couldn't understand. But the girl looked very anxious and scared, pointing to a small lake in the big lake in front of her. Island, signaling everyone not to go there. Luo Chong couldn't understand what she said, but when he looked in the direction she pointed, he immediately discovered something strange. "Chief, there is someone there. I saw smoke. Someone must be burning food there." "Yes, Chief, let's dock there and find some dry firewood to cook hot food. Everyone is freezing to death." "Chief, let's go ashore. I haven't had hot food for 2 days, and my legs are numb." The men on the boat couldn't help but howl loudly when they saw a small island with obvious cooking smoke ahead. But the girl on the boat kept shaking her head. She knew that others couldn't understand what she said, so she moved forward, grabbed Luo Chong's trouser legs and swung them around, hoping that Luo Chong would not lead everyone there. "Is there any danger there?" Luo Chong thought secretly, but when he saw more than 20 boats behind him, more than 400 young and strong men, with bows and arrows, powerful crossbows, waist knives and shields, throwing spears, all the weapons were complete, what was there? Danger cannot be dealt with by oneself. So Luo Chong ignored the girl's dissuasion, waved his hand, and shouted loudly behind him. "Everyone, prepare to dock." "Yes, the leader has ordered us to dock." Yes, the leader asked everyone to dock and prepare to make a fire for cooking. The orders were passed from one ship to another, and Luo Chong's orders were changed unknowingly. In the middle of winter, they had to sleep in the wild for 2 days, and they could only squeeze into the small boat. Everyone was frozen, and their hearts were broken. Everyone wanted to take a sip of hot soup immediately, so they all rowed hard. The original column gradually turned into a horizontal formation. More than 20 boats rushed to the shore. Those who didn't know it thought it was a rowing competition. But as the fleet got closer and closer, Luo Chong also witnessed something that could be said to be inhumane. On a high ground on the shore, an old man with antlers on his head and many colorful feathers was there. They were dancing and dancing, as if they were completing some kind of sacrifice, and their sacrifices were a pair of boys and girls. The 2 children, who were probably less than 2 years old, were held in the hands of 2 adults and cried loudly. The 2 adults pretended to throw the children in their hands into the water, which made Luo Chong grit his teeth. Then they saw the old man stop praying, and the 2 people holding the child threw the child into the water regardless of the child's cry. From a distance away, Luo Chong seemed to be able to hear the splashing sound of falling water, which made his anger suddenly rise. As a modern person who traveled through the new century, how could Luo Chong tolerate this kind of human sacrifice? Then he lowered his head and glanced at the girl who was clutching her trouser legs tightly. I'm afraid she was also a sacrifice on the high platform before. Go row quickly and save the people first. If they can't be saved, no one will be able to eat today. After hearing the leader's order, everyone hurriedly rowed towards the place where the 2 children fell into the water. This was not because they were sympathetic, but because of the saying, if they can't be saved, no one will be able to eat. They were really worried. Hungry, cold and tired. The boat that Luo Chong was riding on personally took the lead and rowed towards the place where the 2 children fell into the water. The girl who was holding on to Luo Chong's trouser legs was just like herself when she saw 2 children of the same race with her own eyes. When she was thrown into the water, she was even more anxious. She shook Luo Chong's pants, pointed at the 2 children who were heaving and screaming. She knew that Luo Chong could not understand what she was saying, but when she saw Luo Chong directing everyone to march towards the place where they fell into the water, she stopped making trouble. She just held the hand on Luo Chong's trouser leg tightly and did not dare to let go. For fear of not being able to save the two little guys in time. Just as the fleet in the water was rushing forward, the group of instigators on the high cliff of the island also fell into a state of confusion. They stared at the fleet in the water, as if they had seen a ghost in broad daylight. What is that? It seems to be a group of people, but how can people float on the water? Witches, what are they? Are they the river gods? Come and enjoy the sacrifice we just offered? A man who just threw a child on the cliff asked the old man who presided over the sacrifice. In his heart, witches are the gods of the tribe. A wise man can not only communicate with gods, but also know many things that others don't know, so when he encounters something he doesn't understand, it's right to ask a witch. But this time the witch didn't answer, because the old man was also confused. He looked at the people in the water in surprise. They were riding on magical objects that could control water. The paddles and shovels on both sides were like the 2 rows of centipedes' abdominal legs, densely packed. They look very scary, and those who can control them are definitely not ordinary people, but their purpose. Just when the old witch guessed the purpose of everyone in the water, the leading boat finally reached the side of the drowning child. Luo Chong lay on the bow of the boat, tried his best to reach out half of his body, and picked up a boy. The child was exhausted from struggling, and his belly was rounded. He drank a lot of water, poked his nose, and was still breathing weakly. At a critical moment, rescuing people was the most important thing. Luo Chong didn't care about anything else. He quickly found an iron pot from the middle of the ship and placed it on the deck of the bow. He then asked the child to lie on the bottom of the pot and continued to press to induce vomiting, so that he could drink the water. Vomit them all out, because they are still breathing, so there is no need to perform cardiopulmonary resuscitation. You only need to induce vomiting and then keep warm. While Luo Chong was treating the boy, another girl was also rescued by another boat and was then sent to Luo Chong's boat for treatment. The other boats all stared at the crowd on the shore. He glared angrily and made a mistake. It was because these people above acted like monsters and almost caused the leader to deny them food. Some people secretly picked up the crossbows and bows in their hands and aimed them maliciously at the people on the shore. Once these people made any move, they might make an armed landing soon. On Luo Chong's lead boat, the 2 children survived after simple first aid. Fortunately, they didn't fall into the water for long. If they had floated in the water for a while, like the girl next to them, they would not have drowned. And must have frozen to death. The 2 children, who had regained their vitality, did not cry loudly, but were still in a daze. This blow caused great harm to their young hearts. I just hope they will not become fools in the future. Luo Chong handed the 2 children to the girl to take care of, and then glared at the people on the cliff, and then glanced at the surrounding environment. There were lakes all around, and the mountains in the distance were not easy to get over. Only the little one in front of him, the island, is a good landing point. There are woods on it, and there must be firewood for warmth. All ships sail around the island to the right and look for gentle sloping shoals to land on. Luo Chong immediately ordered the ships. The place where the children fell into the water to save the children was also very close to the altar on the cliff. The 2 children did not float far after falling into the water. Therefore, Luo Chong's shout just now and the responses from the boats were also ignored by the altar. The crowd heard clearly. They are human beings, they can talk, and they took away our sacrifices. Yes, I also saw that the person who stole our sacrifice seemed to have a woman next to him. She looked like the saint we dedicated to the river god yesterday. Yeah, maybe it's really our saint. They must have snatched the saint away, so the river god didn't show up. It's going to be spring soon, and the river is still rising. If this continues, I'm afraid we won't even be able to see it. The top of this mountain is going to be flooded. How can we survive now? Woo woo woo. The men and women around the station started making loud noises. Some of them were angrily cursing Luo Chong, who was rescuing people, and some were wailing pessimistically. In fact, these poor people used the method of human sacrifice. The reason starts from last summer. This small island rising out of the water is actually not an island, but a mountain. It was just because of a sudden flood last year that the river kept rising and eventually half of the entire mountain was submerged. Only the area above the mountainside was still above the water. So it looks like an island in a lake. The tribe trapped in the mountains is a nomadic farming tribe named Shan. They have grown rice for generations. However, all they grow is round-grained glutinous rice, which tastes sticky to the teeth, so it's called the sticky tribe. Speaking of nomadic tribes, some people may not understand. Aren't they all farming peoples and nomads? Why did a nomadic tribe pop up again? In fact, this is a very normal phenomenon. If Luo Chong hadn't traveled to this world, disrupting the normal development process, then when the farming nation first appeared in the early days, they actually made a living by farming. This mainly depends on the way crops are cultivated. Early farming was all about slash-and-burn farming. The so-called slash-and-burn farming was to use fire to clear up wasteland, burning the planned farmland into a white field, and then using agricultural tools made of stone tools, bone tools, and wood to cultivate the land. There was not even any cultivated land, just would use a stone knife to scratch the ground, then scatter the seeds directly on it, or use a wooden stick to poke a hole in the ground, sprinkle a few seeds, and then stamp them firmly with your feet. As for how much grain can be harvested, Nyang can harvest as much as she can. Anyway, that's it. Fertilizing? It doesn't exist. What is fat? Because of this rough planting method, the primitive ancestors who had just learned how to plant could not stick to one land. This was because they did not know how to cultivate intensively, let alone fertilize, and the little vegetation ash when burning wasteland was not enough to support a piece of land. Continuous farming, besides, modern agricultural cultivation all pays attention to crop rotation, intercropping, and intercropping to increase the yield of the land, but the early primitive ancestors did not understand these technologies. So what should these primitive ancestors do when the fertility of the land is greatly reduced due to continuous farming, and because the same crops are continuously cultivated in the same field, the yield plummets, making them hungry? It's easy to deal with. There is only one way: move and change the land to cause trouble again. Therefore, the nomadic farming tribe was born. It takes at least 2 years, and as many as 5 years for the entire tribe to migrate to find new farmland and then open up wasteland for planting. Although they do not migrate as frequently as nomadic tribes and must migrate at least twice a year, compared with other human beings who have settled in one place for their whole lives, they are indeed constantly moving, so it is inappropriate to call them nomadic tribes. That's wrong. Because the Nyan tribe grows glutinous rice, although they keep migrating, they cannot leave the water source. They need to find shoals along the river to grow rice. Crops are also sown along the river, so they must also move when they migrate. Migrate along the river. Just 2 years ago, the Nyan tribe migrated again, and it was not until they got here that they regained a foothold. They established camps, opened up wasteland for sowing, and while farming, they searched the surrounding environment, hunted, gathered, and fished. They also knew how to do it, because they only ate food. Rice is not enough, they also need meat and salt intake. After planting in this new place for a year, the newly developed farmland yielded a bountiful harvest, and the tribesmen were very happy. Just when they thought the new year would be another good year, there was a sudden heavy rain in the summer and a flash flood broke out. Because the farmland of the Nyan tribe was distributed along the river, it was destroyed first by the floods. Then the river water kept rising, and the entire Nyan tribe had to retreat to the mountains. Fortunately, the flash floods endangered not only humans, but also a large number of other birds. The animals were forced to flee to the mountains helplessly. These concentrated animals became a new food source for the Sticky tribe. They thought that the flood would recede in a few days, but who would have thought that a barrier lake caused by landslides would actually appear, forcing the water level to continue to rise. As a result, the water level became higher and higher, and the places where they could survive became increasingly difficult. It gets smaller and smaller, and eventually becomes an island and a lake. But if this continues, they will be unable to grow food on the mountain, and there will be fewer and fewer animals for them to eat on the mountain. If the flood does not recede, won't they all die on the top of this mountain that has become an isolated island? Therefore, as spring is approaching, the Nyan tribe held a grand sacrificial ceremony. They selected the most beautiful girl who had just grown up from the tribe as a sacrifice, and wanted to dedicate her to the river god and serve as the river god. The god's wife prayed to the river god to calm down, let the floods recede, and return the land they depended on for survival. As luck would have it, the girl didn't die and was rescued by Luo Chong. But of course the Nyan tribe didn't know all this. What they could see was that as the temperature continued to rise, the ice and snow upstream continued to melt, and the water level, instead of falling, it continues to rise. This frightened them, thinking that the river god was not satisfied with the sacrifices they offered, so that was the scene that happened just now. They sacrificed another pair of boys and girls, but they were lucky enough to die. This time again rescued by Luo Chong. This is very painful. A group of people had different opinions, and finally gradually reached a unified view, that is, Luo Chong and his party destroyed their sacrifice and took away the sacrifices offered to the river god, causing their sacrifice to fail. Now the river god is angry and the water level is still there. If it goes up, if it continues to rise, it will cost them their lives, so a group of people began to shout and kill the Han tribe's fleet. They saw the fleet starting to circle around the island, so the Sticky tribe on the island also started to circle around. A group of men holding various stone farm tools, bone farm tools, spears, and other objects chased after them. Coming up, I visually estimated that there were 200 to 300 people. This is not a small number. There are 200 to 300 adult men alone, so the total population of their entire tribe must be over 1,000 at least. This is not a small tribe. However, the people on the shore were walking on the former mountain road. There were trees, vines, and bushes everywhere, and the mountain road was also uneven. How could they catch up with the ships in the water? Therefore, before they caught up with the fleet, Luo Chong and the others had already found it. A gentler place began to land. Landing, move quickly, the sword and shield soldiers form defense, the spearmen provide cover, and the archers prepare to shoot. As soon as the people in several boats rowed to the shore, Luo Chong began to give instructions loudly. This time requires a lot of strong labor, so some of the people brought are the few regular troops from the Han tribe. Coupled with the new weapons accumulated over the past year, it is still very easy to arm 300 to 400 people. One by one, the boats washed up on the beach, half of them washed ashore, and half of them were still floating in the water. When the people on the boats heard the leaders shouting, they began to organize defenses under the leadership of the captains. The shields of the Han tribe were wooden shields, which were the easiest to make, so there was no shortage of shields. Many people took the shields from the ship and began to queue up under the leadership of the captains. Luo Chong stood on the shore and commanded people. They formed a square formation, with 3 and 1 missing, with their mouths facing the beach, so as to protect the ships. Large shields half a man's height were arranged together. The weapons they held in their other hands were all kinds of. There were very few Yanling knives made of fine steel, only a dozen or so. The rest of them had weapons. Work shovels, some holding hammers, and others holding axes, most of them are tools used for work this time. After the shield soldiers lined up, the spearmen immediately took advantage of the gaps. Sharp spears protruded from the gaps of the shield soldiers one by one, or were placed diagonally on the shield soldiers' shoulders. In the open space left in the middle of the phalanx, there was also a circle of archers and a few older clan leaders. They were here to act as guides, and Luo Chong had no intention of using them for any physical work. Forget about fighting. The people who came ashore here were already well prepared, sharpening their knives and preparing for battle. When they came here excitedly and wanted to kill Luo Chong, the culprit who destroyed the sacrifice, they were dumbfounded. Damn it, is there such a thing as a war? I saw that the people who had just landed were all blocked by large wooden boards, with spears shining with white or golden light sticking out from the wooden boards, because many of them were the earliest batch of killers from the Han tribe. A bronze spear used by the wolf pack. Inside this large circle, there are still some people holding some strange weapons. Their saints and the two children who were sacrificed just now are also surrounded. At the same time, there are dozens of red, yellow, and black banners erected. Alternate flags, all flying the same symbol. Nian Mao, the middle-aged leader of the Nian tribe, also came, but when he saw this strange formation, he stopped immediately. But after all, a group must have reckless men, and their leader was still in a state of confusion. No order was given, so among the people following him, some stopped, while others continued to rush forward regardless. One of the sturdy men ran the fastest and rushed over with a stone hoe. As soon as he got within 100 meters in front of the array, the crossbow in Luo Chong's hand rang out. Sound. Boom, whoosh. Ah. The strong man who was running forward fell down, curled up on the ground, and kept howling. He was not dead, but Luo Chong's crossbow arrow shot through one of his thighs, without any bias. It dug deep into his thigh. The other people following the strong man were also stunned when they saw this sudden change, and then they were frightened, yes, surprised and fearful. Oh my God, their weapons can shoot so far. You can't go any further, you'll be shot to death if you go any further. This is a distance that our spears and stones can't get past, so what should we do? The men of the Nian tribe had their own thoughts, and for a while they stopped in place and did not dare to move forward. However, the fellow tribesman in front was still howling and calling for help. It seemed that he was not dead yet, so a few people ran quickly. Go to the front and carry the guy who was hit by the arrow back with all his hands. It was carried until it was in front of the leader Nian Mao. Everyone looked at the sharp wooden stick that penetrated the thigh, and their scalps couldn't help but feel numb. However, Nian Mao was still calm. They had such powerful weapons, but they did not kill this tribesman directly. They probably just wanted to give a warning and did not kill the killer. It seems that there is still room for relaxation. Maybe they can talk to them, take the initiative to hand over the sacrifices of your tribe. Nian Mao made a plan in his mind and began to try to get closer to the strange square array, hoping to communicate with these strange uninvited guests. In this way, Luo Chong's goal has been achieved. Why do you have to shout and kill? Don't you know what to say? You have to see some blood to be happy, how mean are you? Nian Mao walked cautiously towards the Han tribe's array, but did not dare to get too close. Finally, he stopped where the man was shot down and started shouting at Luo Chong and others. People over there, please return our sacrifices, which are the two children and the woman behind. Everyone in the Han tribe. Obviously, no one could understand Nian Mao's words. Oh no, there was one exception, and that was the girl standing next to Luo Chong, who was used as a sacrifice. When she heard the shouts of her tribe leader, she immediately became frightened and backed away repeatedly. However, she saw Luo Chong standing next to him, who was stepping on the strange weapon and reloading the crossbow bolts. The girl seemed to have found support. She quickly walked to Luo Chong, grabbed Luo Chong's sleeve and shook it, then pointed at Nian Mao outside the array, then pointed at herself and the two children, and shook her head. Now Luo Chong understood roughly that the leader of the tribe wanted to take back these sacrifices, but the girl expressed her unwillingness to go back. Well, that's easy to understand. Luo Chong patted her hand and told her not to be afraid, then handed the crossbow to a tribesman holding a flag next to him, pushed aside the people in the array with both hands, and walked out alone. Nian Mao was a little surprised when he saw the young man walking out. The other man's caller looked very young, he must have just grown up. His face was full of childishness, but his eyes had a maturity that did not match his age. The young man was wearing a long black coat, with the intersecting collars made of golden red fox fur, a pair of thick-soled deerskin high boots, and a palm-wide leather belt with a shiny bronze buckle around his waist. There is also a white bone handle hanging on the side. I can't see anything with any purpose, but the appearance is also very gorgeously decorated. Even the young man's head is wearing a golden ornament, which ties all the heads. This gorgeous shape instantly blinded everyone in the Nian tribe. Even Nian Mao, the leader of the Nian tribe, only wore thicker and more animal skins. His long, loose hair was tightly bound by a leather rope. There is a tinkling sound hanging on the forehead, wearing a string of bone ornaments. The weapon in his hand is a wooden spear that looks like it has been patinated. The spearhead is made of animal bones, and has many branches. The main spear in the middle is the longest, looks like a heritage item and is not very practical. When Luo Chong walked 10 steps in front of Nian Mao, he stopped, made gestures, and began to reason with the other party. We won't return those 3 people. Since you threw them away, they are discarded. If we pick them up, they belong to us. Also, this land is ours now, we have to rest here, don't disturb us, otherwise, it will be like this hanging branch. After Luo Chong finished gesticulating, when everyone in the Nian tribe looked at the branch, he slowly pulled out the long sword Wrath of the Emperor from his waist, waved it casually, and the branch broke with a sound, and fell to the ground with a clatter. Between the two of them, the small frozen icicle on it also shattered. Understood? Luo Chong carelessly put the sword back into its sheath. Everyone in the Nian tribe did not dare to express their anger, but Nian Mao frowned slightly. The young leader in front of him was very crazy, very domineering, and unreasonable at all, but he did have rampant capital, whether it was manpower or weapons, can't be compared with the young tribe. Strength is the basis of fair negotiation. If the strength of the two parties is very different, that's not called negotiation, that's called informing and being informed. How dare you not listen? I'll beat you up, believe it or not. Luo Chong didn't care whether the other party understood or not. He came out to show off his sharp weapons, and went back directly. He was even confident that he didn't need to look back at all, because if someone behind him wanted to harm him, dozens of bows and arrows in the array on the opposite side would hit him. Can shoot that person into a hedgehog. Luo Chong went back. After all this trouble, it was already afternoon. He disbanded the array and dispersed all the crossbowmen around to be on guard. Then he ordered everyone else to start cleaning the camp, collect dry firewood, and dig some snow to make a fire for cooking. After sleeping in the open for 2 days, we were finally able to eat hot food today, and everyone seemed very happy to work. The people from the Sticky tribe not far away neither dared to come nor leave. They just watched from a distance, wondering what these uninvited guests wanted to do. Nian Mao also felt aggrieved and frustrated at the same time. After all, he was the leader of a tribe of thousands of people, but a young adult stood in front of him and showed off his power. However, he did not dare to resist. He hated himself a little because just now, when he came face to face with Luo Chong, he was scared. He and the elderly witch from the tribe were sitting in an animal skin tent, with thick hay and animal skins padded under their butts. In the middle was a fire pit dug on the spot, and the firewood inside was slowly burning. Slow burn. The two sat opposite each other without speaking, but the tent was not clean. People often came in and out, constantly reporting on military information. Leader, Wu, the group of people at the bottom of the mountain did not run around. They tied ropes to the surrounding trees and formed a big circle. All their people were in that circle. Leader, that group of people started clearing the ground to collect firewood. They have already lit a fire, and they seem to be cooking. Leader, they have set up several tents, and there are people in the circle looking out with weapons. After waiting for a while, the person who returned from reconnaissance brought back good news. Leader, someone from that group came out to us and said they could save the man who was shot in the leg. If you don't want that man to die, just carry him to them. Hearing this, Nian Mao and Wu, who had been silent, looked at each other, and both saw the meaning in each other's eyes. It seemed that the other party did not insist on being an enemy of their own tribe, so. Leader, who are they? How can they have such powerful weapons? By the way, there is also something that can float on the water and carry many people walking. If we also have that thing, maybe we can leave here. This way, even if the water rises high and covers the entire mountain, we don't have to worry. The old witch put forward his own opinion, wondering whether this idea was feasible. Nian Mao's eyes lit up after hearing this. Yes, if he could get that kind of thing, of course, he himself knew that it was impossible. Besides, even if he gave them all the boats, they would still have to be able to use them. However, since the other party does not intend to be an enemy, then maybe they can cooperate and offer some benefits from their own tribe and ask these people to take away all the people from their own tribe and leave the island. But what benefit does it give? Nian Mao's brain was spinning, thinking about the feasibility of the plan. Finally, he opened his eyes, and a stream of light flashed through him, and he made up his mind immediately. Wu is right. Maybe we can discuss with them and let them take us out of this death mountain. I have to go see the leader in person. On the gentle slope of the mountainside on the other side, several triangular tents made of white woolen cloth were erected here. The supports were made of branches and saplings cut on the spot. The felt cloth was loaded on the boat in advance. The inside of the tent was dug with a military shovel. A long fire pit with supports, made of branches on both sides, was used to bake those wet animal skin clothes. The girl who was used as a sacrifice, and the two boys and girls, were sitting in Luo Chong's tent. The ground was covered with thick antelope skins. 3 naked people were squatting together, sharing Luo Chong's bearskin cloak, and the clothes of the 3 of them were roasting on the shelf beside the fire pit. There is still snow on the mountain, and the wood is a little wet, so it is not easy to burn. However, Luo Chong and the others brought tung oil, poured some on it, and slowly dried the surrounding firewood. However, the smell of burning tung oil was a bit unpleasant. Not long after, Luo Chong brought in a large bowl of meat porridge from outside, and a makeshift small spoon. It wasn't very pretty, but it worked. He gave it to the girl directly, and pointed to sit with her. The 2 children stared at each other, indicating that this was food for the 3 of them. The girl took the porridge uneasily, and then she learned how to use a spoon under Luo Chong's demonstration. After taking a bite of the meat porridge with a light salty taste, the girl's eyes suddenly lit up. She was very interested in everything in it. It's familiar. It has the same rice as the sticky tribe, with dried meat and the smell of salty stones. This is a rare and good thing. I didn't expect these people to have it too, and they actually have rice. Do they also grow food? Just as the girl was thinking, 2 grunts sounded nearby, the sounds of the 2 children swallowing saliva. The 2 children are hungry. Luo Chong walked outside the tent, looked at the small clan leaders who were climbing high and looking into the distance, and asked, "Can you still see the terrain around here? Can you find the place where the rocks collapsed last summer?" "Here, leader, I can't find it. Even this mountain is half flooded, and the familiar places around it are almost flooded. I can't see it." The leader of the Hua clan was the first to spread his hands, and said helplessly, Several other small clan leaders also nodded quickly. Luo Chong couldn't help but frowned, thinking that he had brought some useless trash and wasted food. Seeing that spring is getting closer and closer, the problem of the barrier lake has not been solved yet. I don't have to work anymore for a year, I can just move. At this moment, where the Nyen tribe members had just appeared, a group of people once again emerged, huffing and puffing, but they all stopped in the distance. Only the leader of the Nyen tribe came over with a few people. Behind him several people followed, struggling to carry the wounded man who had been hit by an arrow. Leader, people from that tribe are here to treat the wounded. There are 6 men, one of whom is wounded. Can you let them in? A sentry archer came to report to Luo Chong. Well, bring them here, but they must be searched first. They are not allowed to carry weapons. Hand over the weapons and return them to them when you leave. Luo Chong nodded and ordered, and suddenly thought, if this group of people is. If they have been living in this mountain, they might know the terrain nearby. Wouldn't it be more effective to ask them to assist the Han tribe in their operations? In this way, Luo Chong paid more attention to the communication with this tribe. When Nyen Mao and others came to Luo Chong no longer had an arrogant face, and Nyen Mao also had a request. Regarding the Han tribe, both parties seemed very sincere in this meeting. The strong man who was hit by the arrow was still crying out in pain, and his face was a little pale. One was because he had lost a lot of blood, and the other was because he was in pain. Although Luo Chong's arrow did not hurt his bones, it penetrated his entire thigh. The wound was still not a minor injury. If it was Xia Tian, he would have died easily. This guy was carried in front of Luo Chong and placed on the ground. He looked at Luo Chong with some resentment, but still didn't say a word. His leader must have given him something in advance. Naturally, Luo Chong would not treat this kind of injury for him, so he called a tribesman named Shi, who was a member of the original snake tribe. The snake tribe was good at medicine and was equivalent to Luo Chong's Shenong, who tasted all kinds of herbs. For some natural herbs, they had innate talents, so Luo Chong deliberately asked them to develop in this direction to find more herbs for the Han tribe. This time, there happened to be a doctor from the snake tribe who was brought here. Ordinary injuries can be easily treated by them. They had the shell disinfection, debridement, and bandaging techniques taught by Luo Chong, plus the medicinal powder they developed themselves. After a while, he removed the arrow from the man, washed the wound with warm water, applied medicine, and wrapped it with clean linen. This was done. As for whether there will be an infection, it depends on fate, but the weather is still relatively good now. Cold is quite suitable for wound recovery. Seeing his people being properly treated, Nyen Mao naturally apologized to Luo Chong, saying that Luo Chong was not to blame for the injury, they were the ones who attacked first, and he also wanted to thank Luo Chong for treating his people's injuries. Naturally, Luo Chong will not admit that this is his fault. You deserve to be shot. Who asked you to rush over? If you didn't shoot him to death on the spot, you would have given yourself face. The two of them just sat next to an open-air bonfire, communicating with each other with gestures. After a while, someone brought a bowl of porridge to Luo Chong. Luo Chong gestured and asked Nyen Mao if he wanted to try it. He was not polite and actually asked for a bowl. By the way, he pointed behind him and brought it with him. People who come. Hee, this guy even took advantage of a meal. Luo Chong couldn't help but feel a little contempt for them. In fact, Nyen Mao is not that stingy, but their life is really difficult. There are fewer and fewer grain stores and edible animals on the mountain. Otherwise, they would not think of human sacrifice. Although there are various explanations for this human sacrifice, but the most important reason is to reduce the number of mouths to eat. This can also reduce some of the burden on the tribe. Even if the sacrifice fails, it will be beneficial to the tribe. In fact, Nyen Mao knows very well. But when he also got a bowl of porridge and carefully observed the food in the bowl, Nian Mao suddenly became excited because he saw that the food in the bowl was rice. It was unmistakable. The Nian tribe was also a tribe that grew rice, which has been cultivated for at least a dozen generations. How could they not recognize the food in this bowl? However, the rice in the bowl is slightly different from that of the Nian tribe. The rice of the Nian tribe is round glutinous rice, while the rice of the Han tribe is oval and slightly longer japonica rice. But that doesn't matter, as long as the things of the Han tribe are different from our own. Nian Mao thought so. So he put down the bowl in his hand, took out a snakeskin bag from his arms and handed it to Luo Chong, with a serious look on his face, as if the bag contained some unique treasure. When Luo Chong saw it clearly, he was shocked. It was actually a bag of rice without shelling, but it didn't look like the same variety as what he was eating. Luo Chong seemed very happy to get a new type of crop again, so he asked someone to prepare a gift in return. Not long after, someone brought a bag of white salt, which Luo Chong gave to Nian Mao. Given to me? Nian Mao originally didn't want any gift in return. He initially just wanted to trade seeds and farming technology and let Luo Chong's fleet send them all away. But now his plan couldn't keep up with the changes. I didn't expect that the Han tribe also grew rice. When he opened the bag, he saw a pile of white powder and was immediately confused. What is this? Seeing Nian Mao's puzzled look, Luo Chong had no choice but to let him try it himself. The result was of course undoubted. Like almost all the tribesmen who had eaten white salt from the Han tribe, he immediately felt as if he had found a treasure. He put the bag of salt into his arms and held it tightly to his chest. But now there is no way to continue negotiating terms, so Nian Mao can only hope that Luo Chong will be easier to talk to. What is that? Nian Mao asked Luo Chong, pointing to the 23 wooden boats on the shore in the afterglow of the setting sun. Ship. Luo Chong replied with only one word. Nian Mao repeated the newly learned term several times and then asked again. Can you use these boats to take us away? He continued talking and gesticulating. After Luo Chong understood it, he thought for a while. He couldn't transport them all by taking them in 1 or 2 trips, and time was getting tighter and tighter now, so he didn't have time to send out all the ships to transport people to the Nian tribe. Well, no, we have other things to do, very important things. Oh? What's the matter? Nian Mao asked curiously. The water level is rising, let's let the water fall back. Luo Chong gestured. This time it was Nian Mao's turn to be surprised. It turned out that this group of people came here because of the rising water. However, when they encountered the same problem, the Han tribe's solution was completely different from theirs. One was to offer sacrifices to the gods, and the other was to offer sacrifices to the gods. One said that we should rely on ourselves and let the river water fall back. Nian Mao admired Luo Chong's statement, but was it possible to succeed? Luo Chong knew that he definitely didn't believe it and didn't know what to do, so he asked someone to fetch a bucket of water and bring it over. He himself took out the short knife from his waist and started digging on the ground. Luo Chong made a simple sand table with rivers and mountains in it. After people brought the water, he began to have people pour water slowly at the upstream position, and the water slowly flowed along the river. Everything is safe and sound. Then Luo Chong suddenly asked to increase the amount of water poured, simulating a flash flood. Then, when the flood rushed through the valley between the 2 mountains, Luo Chong pushed down a mountain, and the falling soil the river was blocked, but the flow of water upstream did not stop, so more and more water became available, and finally a barrier lake was formed. In the small puddle in the sand table, there was a half-flooded mound. Luo Chong pointed to the mound and then to the mountain where they were. All of a sudden, Nian Mao's eyes suddenly lit up, because he understood. Although he didn't understand the language, Luo Chong's 3D reappearance of the sand table made Nian Mao enlightened after witnessing all this. he suddenly understood what happened. The reason for this predicament. Immediately afterwards, Luo Chong took another leaf and pointed to the boats on the shore. Nian Mao nodded clearly. He already understood the rules of the sandbox game. This leaf represented those boats. Then Luo Chong took the leaves and went down the river and came to the small island. After that, the boat wandered around and finally found the mountain collapse place. Then Luo Chong pushed away the soil blocking it, and accumulated the water for a long time. The water found its outlet again, and the water level began to drop rapidly, finally turning into a river again. Luo Chong threw away the leaves, washed his hands, and said seriously, "Let's find it, open it, and restore the river channel." Luo Chong's sandbox reenactment was very successful. First of all, it was very intuitive to reproduce the scene in this way even when there was a language barrier. Secondly, for the Sticky tribe, what Luo Chong said was easy to understand. The Nian tribe has been cultivating glutinous rice for more than 10 generations. During this period, they have continued to grow and migrate. Like the nomads on the grassland, they have been cruising along the river. Therefore, he is no stranger to various inland hydrological conditions. Floods have appeared in the records of our ancestors many times, but each time they raged for a while and then quickly receded, but this time the situation was different. The floods that had receded every time in the past became more severe this time. As they accumulated more and more, they didn't understand the reason. That was because when the flood first broke out, they had already taken refuge on the high ground on the mountain. Later, they wanted to check it out, but they were trapped on the top of the mountain by the water. Until then, after watching Luo Chong's sand table reenactment, Nian Mao, who was already familiar with the hydrology of inland rivers, instantly understood what he meant. If things are really as the young leader said, then they do have the opportunity to use their own power to solve the flood. This may be impossible for the Nian tribe, but the Han tribe has a large number of ships, even from a long time ago, bringing more than 400 adult men from far away. Moreover, the Han tribe also possesses a large number of sophisticated weapons, so their tools should not be bad either. Otherwise, how could they build such a magical tool as a boat? Thinking of this, Nian Mao was also very excited. Maybe the Han tribe could really do things that they couldn't solve with their own hands. To take a step back, even if the Han tribe couldn't do it, if we established a relationship with them, we could finally leave on their ships. Controlling the floods or leaving, these two ways of survival are currently dependent on the Han tribe. It is impossible to sacrifice to the gods. Facts have proved that the gods do not take care of them at all. It is better to pin the hope of survival on the things that can be seen. See things that can be touched. Your method is good, but if it is really caused by a landslide, can you people move away? Nian Mao calmed down and asked the most important question. Although Luo Chong's method is very good, can it really be done? This is something that is uncertain. Compared to risking water control, he actually prefers to leave directly. What does water have to do with me? If I also had a boat, I wouldn't come here to cause trouble. It would be more practical to find a new home. In fact, this is the difference between nomadic farming tribes and settled farming tribes such as the Han tribe. After all, the world's values are different, which also creates an upper limit for the development of nomadic farming tribes. If you cannot learn intensive farming and settling down in one day, you will not be able to deepen it early. Exploit the resources around you. For example, when it comes to metal smelting, maybe they have actually discovered metal veins, but they haven't studied it for 2 or 3 years. The tribe has moved again. How can they improve in this life? But the Han tribe is different. The Han tribe is a settled farming society. All assets are tied to the land. Thousands of people worked hard and spent 3 years to build their home. Why don't you just say you don't want it? Therefore, if they want to continue to live there safely, the Han tribe must solve the flood problem. Compared with Nian Mao's direct escape, Luo Chong is more helpless. He doesn't want to care about this mess, but he has no choice. Nothing is difficult in the world. As long as a person is willing to use his brain, he will definitely be able to find a solution. Luo Chong said seriously. Although Nian Mao didn't understand a word Luo Chong said, he could see the determination and seriousness written on Luo Chong's face. There was no other way. Since he couldn't leave directly, he had to help these people control the water. This is not to say that Nian Mao is also very active, but they just want to put forward conditions to go with the Han tribe when the flood control fails and the Han tribe leaves. This should be considered a bargaining chip. Is there anything we can do to help? Nian Mao asked, gesturing again. Luo Chong had been waiting for him to take the initiative to help, so he pointed to the gap in the sand table that he had just pushed open, saying that people like him could not find this place for the time being. Since your tribe has always lived here, do you know? In the downstream river channel, a barrier lake is formed here. It must be blocked somewhere downstream, so it is easy to find the collapse point. Just follow the previous river channel to find it. After Luo Chong's repeated explanations and gestures, Nian Mao finally understood what Luo Chong meant, and patted his chest to ensure that the matter would be taken care of by him. After all, the Nian tribe migrated all the way from the lower reaches. How could they not know the way to the lower reaches? Well, although it has been flooded and cannot be found, as long as those mountains are still there, he can find the approximate location. Then Nian Mao asked Luo Chong how many people he needed. Luo Chong thought for a moment. The people in the Nian tribe couldn't row a boat or use their tools. There were also barriers to communication. It was impossible to expect them to work. That is, just one or two people can lead the way. Looking at the two fingers pointed out by Luo Chong, Nian Mao immediately nodded. It just so happened that there were only two of them. Even if there was any danger, their losses would not be big. The important thing was to participate. As long as they could put themselves aside when the time came. Just take it away. The two parties have finalized the cooperation matter, and Nian Mao will no longer stay here. He will also tell the witches of his tribe about the things here, and then decide on the candidate to be the guide. So after bidding farewell to Luo Chong, he let the 4 men he brought carry the wounded man back. It was dusk at this time, and those who had eaten had already begun to lie down in the underground coffins and fell asleep. They would sleep for a few hours before changing the guard for the sentries. The underground coffin is a way of camping that Luo Chong taught everyone. This is what he learned in the army in his previous life. When there is no tent and there is no time to build a shelter, you can directly dig a hole in the ground, which only needs to be the size of a coffin. Just enough for one person to lie down in, and then burn a fire in the pit and on the left and right sides of the pit. When the fire in the pit is extinguished, put a thin layer of soil, hay, and animal skins on it, and then you can lie down in it. Go to sleep. This method is firstly to repel insects, secondly to keep warm, and thirdly, because it is close to the campfire, it can also prevent wild beasts from getting close. It is still very convenient to get an underground coffin when there is no shortage of digging tools, but Luo Chong, there is no need. As the leader, he has his own tent. When they entered the tent, the clothes that were baking next to the fire pit were gone and the girl was wrapped around her again. There were 2 little kids who also put on their own clothes. The 3 of them crowded together. Covered together by Luo Chong's bearskin cloak, the 2 children had fallen asleep humming, and the girl hugging them was also sleeping, but under the firelight, her flashing eyelashes gave her away. Pretending to be asleep. You are wrapped up so tightly and you are still pretending to sleep. Are you afraid that I will eat you? Luo Chong chuckled lightly, but did not expose it. He saw the empty bowl placed by the fire pit. It was very clean. There was no water in it. Naturally, it couldn't have been brushed. so it could only be that it was licked too clean. Shaking his head with emotion, Luo Chong also lay on the other side of the fire pit, covered with a piece of gray antelope skin, hugging his long sword and short knife, and fell asleep with his eyes closed. Maybe she didn't hear the sound, but the girl who had been pretending to sleep opened her eyes and stared at Luo Chong with some curiosity and fear. She didn't know whether she was scolding Luo Chong for being a beast or worse than a beast. Zaishan told Wu how to control the water, and said that he had finalized a cooperation plan with the leader, and that 2 people from the Nian tribe would lead the way for them. There was no language barrier when Yan Mao talked with Wu, so even without Luo Chong's sandbox, Wu understood what was going on. As an old man, he couldn't judge whether Luo Chong said he could control water, but there were only 2 people in his tribe. That's it, there's no big loss, and you might be able to get on their boat in the end, so why not? Nian Wu also agreed with this, and the 2 Nian tribe leaders finally finalized the matter. The whole night was silent. Luo Chong was woken up by 2 children early the next morning. The boy, who was less than 2 years old, had forgotten about being sacrificed by adults after sleeping soundly all night. He got up at dawn. He peed in front of the fire pit dug in the middle of the tent. The embers he poured in were making white smoke, and the whole tent was filled with a filthy smell. The child was still standing there in a silly mood, laughing and swaying his butt. Dry. Luo Chong was smoked out. It was already dawn. Some of the tribesmen were still sleeping in the pits. Those who got up early also changed their posts. Some were collecting firewood, while others were collecting snow for breakfast. Luo Chong, I wiped my face with the snow, then checked around the camp. After finding that everyone was safe, I started waiting for breakfast. It wasn't until daybreak and the porridge was cooked that the sleeping people were woken up. Luo Chong also went back to the tent to wake the 3 people up to eat. The child was sleepy, but when he heard that there was food, he got up in a daze. This time we ate together outside, and everyone got a bowl of porridge. Luo Chong and everyone sat around the bonfire. On the ground, while eating, they explained today's arrangements. They will not stay here forever, but they can use this place as a base for rest. Moreover, there will be 2 local tribe guides to show everyone the way today. The plan has a high chance of success. When the time comes, everyone involved in the action will have to work hard, and returning to the tribe will naturally benefit them. Finally, Luo Chong looked at the girl sitting next to him. She was feeding porridge to 2 children from a big bowl. She looked at the Han tribe people from time to time and listened to Luo Chong's speech to them. The girl still doesn't know where did these people come from and what were they going to do. They seemed a bit at a loss. Luo Chong broke off half of the warmed pancake and gave it to her. The girl quickly took it and took a bite. The 2 children immediately screamed for it and didn't want to drink the porridge anymore. Everyone laughed, especially those in Hanyang City. The women and children and their families were about the same age. Seeing this scene, they were all moved by the scene. Are you going back to your tribe, or are you continuing to follow us? Luo Chong pointed in the direction of the Nian tribe, and then pointed at his group of people and the boats on the shore. Although the girl could not speak the language of the Han tribe, she expressed her meaning with her movements. She put down the bowl in her hand, hugged one of Luo Chong's arms tightly, and pulled the bearskin cloak on her body, meaning, this is what you gave me, I will not give it back to you, I will follow you. Luo Chong looked at the direction of the top of the mountain in the distance. Kidnapping a person was not a big deal. His real idea was to kidnap the entire Sticky tribe. Looking back, Luo Chong didn't say anything and finished his meal quickly. And then asked everyone to start packing, but not all of them will be dispatched today. Only 10 boats will be dispatched, and the remaining people will stay in the camp. Luo Chong also sent someone to contact Nian Mao and asked him to bring the guide. As a result, Nian Mao came with a man himself after a while. You want to come with us in person? Luo Chong asked in surprise. Unexpectedly, this man was quite courageous. Nian Mao nodded. You can go, and so can I. Luo Chong smiled, and without saying anything, he asked them to start boarding the ship. As a result, the girl also ran over, followed by 2 little kids. They insisted on going with Luo Chong, for fear that Luo Chong would kill them as soon as he left. Lost it. It would definitely be a burden to take them with them, but after looking at the people staying on the shore and the people from the Nian tribe, Luo Chong took them with him. Anyway, this trip was for exploration, so it wouldn't have any impact. So everyone began to head southeast under the guidance of Nian Mao. Seeing the direction he pointed, Luo Chong nodded secretly. From here to the southeast, that is the direction of the lower reaches of the Luyang River. The 2 rivers seem to be really connected together, and they should eventually merge into one big river. The southern side of the terrain here is full of mountains, which are like a high barrier, collecting all the water here. This also explains why the newcomers who joined in late autumn all go to Luyang County from the south. Reason. To the northwest of this open water area, there is a large area of mountain forest. Many giant trees are half submerged in the water. From a distance, it looks like a swamp. While traveling on the road, Luo Chong called the commander on another ship. He was a young man from the Eagle clan who was responsible for contacting Fei Ying. After hearing Luo Chong's call, he picked up a stick hanging around his neck. The bone flute blew out a sharp whistle, intermittent, and very rhythmic. Not long after, a giant eagle appeared in the sky and circled above everyone. Luo Chong was not idle for a long time. He took out the small notebook he brought and the portable writing brush made of bamboo tubes, dipped it in the river water and wrote a letter to Ying Rui, who was staying in Hanyang City, telling him that everything went well with the plan. He encountered a tribe of 1,000 people, which he might be able to conquer, so that he could be prepared to receive it in Hanyang City. After writing the letter, Luo Chong rolled up the paper and stuffed it into a bamboo tube as thick as an arm, sealed it with animal skins and ropes, and then stood on the boat and raised the bamboo tube high. The giant eagle in the sky also cooperated and immediately swooped down. It flapped its wings and slowed down until it reached the top of everyone's heads. Finally, it grabbed the bamboo tube and soared into the sky again, flying towards the direction of the Han tribe. Everyone on the boat felt like a black cloud was coming over them. The big bird just now was too big. Although it was bigger than many moas, its wingspan was 8 or 9 meters, which was enough to cover the entire boat. Which really scared the girl on the boat and Nian Mao. However, seeing that the eagle was actually summoned by Luo Chong, the 2 of them couldn't help but take another high look at Luo Chong. This tribe could actually tame the beast. But Nian Mao was interested in more than just that. What he was more concerned about was the paper and brush Luo Chong used just now, as well as the words Luo Chong wrote. As a tribe that has already illuminated its planting technology points, Nian Mao's knowledge and thinking are relatively advanced. He has his own opinions on many things that others cannot understand. What was that just now? Nian Mao asked Luo Chong curiously. Paper, pen, Chinese characters, letter. Luo Chong replied simply. This is the difference between the Han tribe. After simple communication and guessing, Nian Mao has made a new judgment. The language level of the Han tribe is very advanced, because they have given different names to everything. And can be replaced with corresponding Chinese characters. This is definitely a top-level language, many times better than those who stick to the tribe and shout this and that all day long. That so-and-so, go and call that so-and-so, and put that thing away. In this case, if you don't live with people day and night, who can understand it? This is a problem that language has not evolved enough. But the strength of the Han tribe is that Chinese can call anything by name, and no longer need this or that. Cried. In addition, the Han tribes also invented symbols that corresponded to their languages, and could even be used to send messages between the two places. This was even more remarkable. At this time, Nian Mao felt worship and fear in his heart. This tribe must be very powerful. By the way, these people's tribes can also produce their own white salt, and their clothes look like they are made of many filaments, which makes people feel even more powerful. The fleet of 10 boats continued to walk southeast for half a morning. Then, under the command of Nian Mao, the fleet bypassed a mountain and finally arrived at the main channel of a large river with cliffs on both sides and unfathomable water levels. This place can no longer even be called a big river. Even if it is a river, it is enough. Just when the fleet was traveling to about 3 o'clock in the afternoon, between the continuous cliffs on both sides, Luo Chong finally saw the place where the rocks collapsed. The river was indeed blocked here. When Luo Chong commanded the fleet to arrive, Luo Chong climbed onto a huge rockfall and looked down. He saw that where the river valley should have been in the distance, the river bed was now completely exposed, covered with there were dense cracks. When there is a flood in the upper reaches, the water source in the lower reaches is cut off, and the resulting drought must be very serious. Luo Chong stood on the boulder and couldn't help but let out a sigh. In the lower reaches, there are still many plants and animals that have died of thirst. Animal. However, there were some shiny things on the cracked riverbed in the distance that attracted Luo Chong's attention. On the other side of the gravel that fell in the valley, on the cracked river bed, there was a large area of shining light. It was just afternoon, and under the clear sky, the river bed downstream looked like a beach covered with spider webs. Yu Yi, Dolly, each of you take 20 people to go over and have a look. I think there is something on the river bed below. Luo Chong stood on a boulder the size of a house and said to the fleet on the other side. Yes. Yu Yi and Dolly responded in unison. The two of them each led their own crew, packed up their things, and began to climb over the barrier that blocked the water flow. The collapse of the barrier lake was found, just at the feet of Luo Chong. These were huge boulders that fell from the high rock walls on both sides, plus driftwood washed down by the flood from upstream, and a large amount of silt. Finally, using boulders as the skeleton and filling the gaps with driftwood and sand, a dam was naturally formed here, cutting off the river flowing to the southeast. Well, it can be considered a river level. After all, even the Luoyang County watershed in the upper reaches has a water surface width of 180 meters, and some places are as wide as 100 or 200 meters. Even the Yangtze River, in the previous life, had narrow river channels. Only 180 meters. This naturally formed dam is very high. Inside the dam, the water level is still about 2 meters away from the top. On the other side of the dam, the top of the dam is more than 10 meters high from the cracked river bed. It can be called it's a cliff. But it's not that troublesome to get down from here. You don't need a rope. When the mountain collapsed, the boulders only formed the skeleton of the dam. Later, a large amount of sediment rushed out from the gaps. A lot of sediment washed out of the gap, and now it is all piled up on the other side of the dam, forming a natural gentle slope and becoming the last barrier blocking the flow of water. Dolly and Yui climbed up the dam, and then followed the gentle slope of sediment accumulation to the river bed. The river bed here seems dry and full of cracks. In fact, because it is close to the water source, it is still very soft. Every time you take a step, your feet sink into it for half a foot. However, when they walked down the gentle slope and saw the reflective objects on the river bed, their hearts trembled. The waterless river bed was actually covered with large and small metal particles. Under the afternoon sun, it looked yellow and orange, so bright that people couldn't even open their eyes. Of course, both Dolly and Yu Yi are familiar with these yellow metals. In the early days of the Han tribe, they smelted a lot of brass. Now this thing looks exactly like brass, and it is extremely heavy. It is hard to see at all. Wrong. This is copper, and smelting copper is not easy. You have to go up the mountain to cut the firewood, then carry it with poles, or carry it down the mountain with oxen and horses. After the firewood is dried, it must be burned into black charcoal in the kiln, and the mined ore must be crushed first. Grind it finely, and finally make enough preparations before you can refine a furnace of brass. But now, on the empty river bed at their feet, brass was scattered on the ground one by one. The big ones were like corn kernels, and the small ones were like sand, but the heavy, golden color made them feel, but he will never admit his mistake. So a group of people all dispersed, like planting rice seedlings in the spring, bending down and searching on the ground, not just on the river bed, but also in the cracks, and even the soft river mud. Dig out a piece with your hands and rub it again, you can feel that there are a lot of granular hard objects inside. If you dig out all the mud and wash it in the water, you can find a lot of clean copper. The more than 40 people sent down by Luo Chong all fought. Everyone is busy below, but Luo Chong has no time to wait here. It's already half of the afternoon. He spent most of the day rowing here. Now it's a question whether to go back or find a place to camp. How can he have time? They were dawdling below, so Luo Chong made a trumpet shape with his hands and shouted to the people below. Stop looking and come back. We have found this place. There is no need to wait any longer. When the people below heard the shouting, they reluctantly grabbed a handful from the river bed. Many people even brought back some mud from the river. When they climbed up the gentle slope again, they immediately shouted, "Chief, there is copper down there. There is a lot of copper." Immediately afterwards, everyone held their gains in the past half day and displayed them in front of Luo Chong as if they were offering treasures. Those dirty hands that had just been stretched out from the mud were filled with golden metal particles. If Luo Chong in his previous life had seen this, he would have been extremely excited, but now he was equally excited, but he didn't show it. When he saw the riverbed for the first time just now, Luo Chong felt that there might be gold sand there, but he was not sure. But after his men confirmed it, he became more convinced of his guess. As for why, it is because only the chemical properties of gold are so stable. It can maintain gold as a simple substance in nature and will not react with other things. If the brass particles had been soaked in water, they would have been destroyed long ago. The rest of the special brew turns green. Gold will always be gold and will shine wherever it is. But brass, if buried, will just wait to rust. But at this moment, seeing everyone holding gold in their hands and vying to offer it to him, Luo Chong's heart skipped a beat, but he quickly calmed down. It's just gold. It's nothing in this world. All the rules are customized by me. If I don't regard gold as money, then the gold all over the place will be worthless. Okay, find a bag and pack it first. We'll talk about it when we go back. Everyone, get out of here first. This is not the place to talk. Luo Chong raised his head and looked at the line of sky above. You must know that the stones under your feet fell from above. Don't be unlucky, and another one will fall and kill you. After listening to the leader's words, everyone who had just been excited about digging for metal now admired the leader even more. Look at our leader, we are all so excited after picking up brass. Look at the leader again, how much more? He is calm, as if everything has been predicted, or he doesn't care about the brass at all. People can't help but admire him. This is the gap between himself and the leader. Everyone began to board the boat again, and Yen Mao, who was riding in the same boat with Luo Chong, looked at the dam in front of him, and his heart became lively. Yesterday, in the sand table demonstration given to him by Luo Chong, he just slapped away the obstacles blocking the water flow. However, after seeing the real thing in person today, he couldn't help but sigh and shake his head. This big road in front of him, the dam, is nearly 80 meters long and almost 2 meters high. The depth of the water is unknown. The fallen boulders ranged from small ones the size of millstones and stone rollers, medium ones comparable to old cows and giant elephants, and the largest ones as big as a house. Such large stones filled the entire river. Only the 4 stones brought by Luo Chong. Can 100 people really reopen the river? I'm afraid even if you include all the people from your own tribe, it may not be enough. Since it couldn't be solved, it would be better to find a way to leave. Thinking of this, Nian Mao immediately put on a smile and looked at Luo Chong, the only one who could decide this matter. Chief of the Han tribe, the stone here is too big. Even if there are more people, you will definitely not be able to move it away. So what are you going to do next? Nian Mao's words seemed like he was asking Luo Chong, but in fact they were setting a trap for Luo Chong. As long as Luo Chong said that he had no choice but to go back, then he could offer to let Luo Chong pay a small price. Luo Chong helped take them away and sent them to other places to make a living. But in fact, Luo Chong must have a way. Even if the dam cannot be completely destroyed, there is no problem at all in making a hole to discharge the flood downstream. However, Luo Chong would not say this, and stick to it. After Mao had been in contact with him several times, how could he not see what Nian Mao was thinking? He just wanted to borrow his own boat to leave, but Luo Chong thought the same way. This is a tribe of 1,000 people. There are nearly 300 adult men. Now they are all trapped on an isolated island. If they cannot leave, they can only wait to die. But who is Luo Chong? Even if Nian Mao himself does not propose to leave, he also had to find a way to deceive these people and take them away. Are there any people he picked up for free? If he didn't eat them, he would be sorry for himself. Therefore, even if Luo Chong has a solution to the flood problem now, it cannot be solved immediately. If the water level drops and the river course is restored in a few days, it is not certain that the Nian tribe will still be reluctant to leave. Now it just so happened that this guy took the initiative to bring it up, and Luo Chong also happened to be able to borrow Pasia's donkey, so why not do it? No, there must be a way, we can definitely get this place out of the way. Luo Chong said with excitement and gestures. Nian Mao snickered in his heart. If you have the ability to get rid of it, then you should do it. Alas, you are dressed luxuriously, and have many soldiers under your command. There is nothing you can do about this kind of thing. You are still too young. But the leader, after all, wants to save face and refuses to bow his head and admit his incompetence in front of outsiders. I can understand that. This is Luo Chong's plan. At the beginning, he vowed to open up the blockage of the river. Now that he is here, it would be too false to directly say that he is giving up. Now he has to pretend to be fake. The expression that matches the physical age can make Nian Mao not suspicious, and after being paralyzed by himself, he can fall into his hands. Sure enough, after understanding Luo Chong's unwilling words, coupled with Luo Chong's unwilling and somewhat angry expression, isn't it a manifestation of young people's impulsiveness? Nian Mao felt pleased with himself in his heart. Luo Chong's thoughts, don't you know that Luo Chong is the real hunter, and his own wisdom is just that of a fox? However, Luo Chong's temper was his own business, and Nian Mao still had to say what he should say. He didn't want to accompany Luo Chong here, to take risks and wait for death. Chief Han, you can think of a way here, but it will take some time to get this place open. Why don't you use these few days to ask your people to send my people upstream by boat? Then we might as well find a new place to settle down. Your tribe is so big, you will definitely not refuse such a small thing. Of course, if the Han leader wants us to exchange something, that is no problem. As long as we stick to the tribe and can take it out, we will not hide it secretly. Nian Mao said these words to Luo Chong very sincerely. While putting a high hat on Luo Chong, he also made conditions for himself. In his opinion, a young leader like Luo Chong has some qualities in himself. Being powerful, they definitely like others to compliment themselves. Naturally, Luo Chong did not disappoint Nian Mao, looking as if I am as awesome as you said. You're right. Isn't it just sending people from your tribe upstream? This little thing is nothing to me. As for rewards, what do you have? You don't have anything we have. You have we don't like it either. Luo Chong immediately followed the script and continued to perform according to the script. He had even anticipated what Nian Mao would say next. It must be another bragging about himself. Sure enough, Nian Mao did not disappoint Luo Chong. After all, this old fox, he couldn't escape the trap he dug for him. Ha 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 ha, Leader Han is really awesome. You are so young and have such a powerful tribe. Our sticky tribe is really incomparable. Thank you for sending us to the upper reaches this time. But as for the reward, I also hope that the Han leader will accept it. Although our Nian tribe is not as good as the Han tribe, as long as we have it, if the Han leader says something, I will certainly fulfill my promise. Nian Mao said, I won't let your help go in vain. Look how sincere I am to you. Luo Chong also looked at him with his nose in a cooperative manner, as if a rich man looked at a local bastard. That means that you are so poor in your tribe that you can't even eat. Is there anything else I can like? But this time Luo Chong didn't refuse directly. Well, I really don't value anything from your tribe, but since you want to give it to me so much, let me think about it first. It won't take a day or two to send you all away anyway. When the time comes, I'll talk about it when I remember. Luo Chong waved his hands indifferently, showing his generosity. He likes the feeling of showing off the most. When Nian Mao heard that Luo Chong had agreed, he was very happy. He quickly complimented the young leader who was more than 10 years younger than him. He treated it as a way to coax a child. Children all love to show off and brag. Isn't that normal? Ha 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 ha. The two of them supported each other while the other pretended to be stupid, communicating with each other with gestures and words. Unknowingly, the fleet had been out for a few hours. Fortunately, spring was approaching, and the daylight hours began to gradually become longer, and due to the detection during the day, the route was determined, so the journey back was faster. When the sunset completely sank into the lake and 2 crescent moons rose into the sky, the 10 ships that went out for reconnaissance today returned to the camp on the island. Nian Mao had dinner at the Han tribe's camp, mainly to discuss with Luo Chong how to transport the Nian tribe away. Nian Mao didn't understand shipping and didn't know the situation upstream, so naturally he could only follow Luo Chong's arrangements. Luo Chong's opinion was to transport 300 people at a time, because the fleet could only transport 400 people at a time, but the people from the Anai tribe could not row, so the fleet needed 100 people from the Han tribe to row and lead the way. The tribe will transport the goods in 4 to 5 times in total. It takes 4 days to go back and forth. We will try to send them all away at the beginning of next month. As for the destination of this trip, Luo Chong will send them to the residence of the Han tribe. It is said that it is very safe there are no enemies around, and there is also a large area where the Nian tribe can be settled. They can gather there, and finally find a new home together. Luo Chong's plan, on the whole, has no problems, and it is said that the settlement of the Han tribe is very safe and there are no enemies. Nian Mao really doesn't doubt this. After all, the Han tribe has a large population, sharp weapons, and the soldiers can form formations. How could there be enemies around such a powerful tribe? But it is precisely because of this that Nian Mao is even more worried. Your Han tribe has no enemies, but isn't your Han tribe our biggest threat? I said I would send hundreds of people to your tribe at a time, haha, maybe they would be detained by you as soon as they arrived, and then it would really be come to your tribe. Nian Mao was very worried, so he expressed his concerns tactfully. Chief Han, if our people come to your tribe, they won't have any impact on you. Can you really guarantee their safety? What are you talking about? You still don't believe in the strength of our Han tribe? Since you don't believe it, then this is fine. We will send a batch first, and then you assign one of your own tribesmen and let him follow Kong's fleet back here. Let me report to you the situation there, so that's all. Luo Chong said angrily, saying that Nien Mao doubted the strength of his tribe, which was an insult to him, and he was very unhappy. Nien Mao heard Luo Chong's suggestion and his eyes lit up. This was a good idea. He would call back one of the people who were sent away each time and ask him to report what he had seen at the terminal. This way he would not be afraid that the Han tribe would kill him. The tribesman swallowed it and refused to return it. But just when Nien Mao was happy, local tyrant Luo Chong said something that made him feel very stingy, but he really had no reason to refuse. It's okay to help your tribe give people away, but let's talk about it first. You have to provide food and clothing on the way, as well as during the period of temporary residence in the Han tribe. You have to deal with the food and clothes yourself. I will only give them away. But I don't care if I starve to death or freeze to death. L0NS3v3. After hearing that the evacuation plan arranged by Luo Chong for them would take more than 20 days, Nien Mao did not delay any longer. After returning to the tribe, he quickly summoned all the tribesmen to prepare food. After all, Luo Chong said that he did not care about food and drink. Fortunately, the Nien tribe does not have a lot of grain reserves. Because their farming method is /and-burn farming, it does not require much manpower. The amount of harvest depends entirely on the weather. Therefore, they can only increase the planting area, set a fire, sow a handful of seeds, and he also brought them a lot of food. The food is ready, but you need to prepare a few days' worth of dry food, as well as various kinds of dried meat. The final step is to select the first batch of people to send away. There are more than 270 adult males in the Sticky tribe. When spring comes again, with the addition of new adults, there should be more than 300 people. These men were divided into 5 batches of 60 people each time, plus 240 women and children, which made up a batch of 300 people. Luo Chong was not idle here on the mountainside and began to arrange everyone's actions. After yesterday's on-site inspection and research, it was found that there are still many difficulties in the dike-breaking plan. The first is the issue of the amount of work, which is 70 or 80 meters long. It is impossible to clean all the dams at once. Luo Chong's expectation was to solve one part first, find the weakest point, open a gap, and let the water flow down first. The specific method of construction was to start from the river bed downstream, because it is easier to set foot there than in the river. It is convenient to work on a small boat. After digging a hole in the sand downstream of the dam, blasting will be carried out from upstream. Of course, that little explosive will definitely not be enough, and the rest can only be done slowly by sending ships over in the future. Having made up his mind, Luo Chong returned to his tent to rest. The place would be evacuated in a few days. When they entered the tent, one of the children inside had already fallen asleep. However, after Luo rushed in, the girl immediately sat up and seemed to be wary. Your tribe will take a boat tomorrow to go to my tribe. Do you want to go with them? Luo Chong asked the girl with a gesture. The girl immediately shook her head after understanding. Although she knew that the Nien tribe now had a way to leave, and even if they went back, they would definitely not be sacrificed to the river god again, she still did not want to leave Luo Chong. After being in contact for so many days, any fool can see that the Han tribe is more powerful and wealthy. The life after being able to join the Han tribe will definitely be better than that of the Nien tribe. Besides, she is considered an adult this year. Even if she does not follow Luo Chong, she will still be migrating. When the time came, they would find other tribes to exchange relatives, that is, both parties would intermarry with each other. But those are all uncertain things. Who knows what kind of tribe she will marry in the end, but Luo Chong in front of her can be seen and touched, and he is the one who rescued her from the water. If she doesn't follow him, she will never leave even if Luo Chong drives her away. Seeing that her attitude was firm, Luo Chong did not refuse. After all, this was a saint selected by the Nien tribe. She was the most beautiful girl in their tribe, and she had a good foundation. It would be no problem to receive it at his home. Besides, his subordinates Dashu, Shuda, Ingrue, and others all have more than one woman, and their children are all running around. Luo Chong married Xiaodai and did not do anything serious for 3 years, leaving many of his subordinates in trouble. Discussed privately. Now that the 3-year appointment with Xiaodai has passed, Luo Chong has also reached adulthood. At his current age, converted to Earth years, he should have graduated from junior high school. Well, he can do that. However, seeing the 2 children next to the girl, Luo Chong still expressed that he would send the 2 children back and let their parents raise them by themselves. Luo Chong did not want to get 2 more oil bottles. He was not Ji Chong. Dui Gon's son, besides, there is no Lei Zhenzi here. The girl looked at the sleeping child next to her. Although she was a little reluctant, she still nodded and agreed with Luo Chong's opinion. That night, when Luo Chong was sleeping, the girl quietly walked around from the other side of the fire pit and got into Luo Chong's arms. But what was waiting for her was not Luo Chong's arms, but the ivory handful. The long sword in his hand, and the short sword in Luo Chong's hand. No, wait until we go back. Luo Chong immediately rejected her. Even if you want to eat, you have to eat from Xiaodai first. After all, Xiaodai is also the woman Luo Chong has trained for 3 years. She rinses her mouth with salt water every day, bathes frequently, loves to be clean, wears clothes, can speak Chinese, write Chinese characters, and uses white rice. He had raised it for 3 years, and he really couldn't do anything with it, like this pure wild one in front of him, so he had to go back and train it for a while. Being rejected by Luo Chong, the girl burst into tears. According to the custom of the Nian tribe, after 2 people get together, it is not a good thing for a woman to be rejected by a man. This is not a good thing and will be looked down upon by others. What's your name? Do you have a name? My name is Luo Chong, what about you? Seeing this girl crying, Luo Chong didn't feel much. Emotions are naturally impossible. This thing needs to be cultivated slowly, but it can't be let her just sit there and chat. Me, Hataru. The girl introduced herself in the dialect of her tribe, and then took out a stone from her clothes. The stone was larger than a coin, oblate in shape, very smooth and round, and should be a pebble, but it looked like a stone. It is translucent and appears orange as a whole, and the most important thing is that this stone emits light yellow light and is actually a fluorescent stone. Luo Chong took the small stone and was extremely surprised. There are not many luminous stones on the earth, but most of them are cold light, usually blue and green, but they can emit yellow light. The color was warm and bright. This was the first time Luo Chong had seen it in his 2 lifetimes. Of course, he was shocked. Next, Firefly introduced the stone and her own life experience. This stone was passed down from her ancestors and was only passed down to women. This stone was given to her by her mother before she died. Similarly, Firefly not only inherited her mother's only property, this piece of fluorite, which also inherited her mother's name. Yes, her mother was also named Firefly, or in other words, all the previous owners of this stone were named Firefly. Luo Chong was finally convinced. With this name, it would be better to just point to something as a name. A name that can be inherited from generation to generation sounds like a position or status, like an emperor. After the emperor dies, the next one will still be the emperor. Endless life. Is this a person's name? However, Luo Chong doesn't worry about this. According to his own custom, the new tribesmen he absorbs all have surnames to make it easier to distinguish bloodlines, so the girl's name will be called Nyening from now on. Well, this word is not good. It always feels like the fly stickers sold in supermarkets for 50 cents each, so Luo Chong changed her last name to Zhan. Although the pronunciation is still the same, it is better than that one. The sticky paper sticks much better. Luo Chong, who only slept for half the night, was still awakened by the noise of his tribe. When Luo rushed out of the tent, he saw that his tribe had already begun to pack equipment and food, and outside the Han tribe's camp, Nian Mao also he led a group of tribesmen over with red eyes. It was obvious that he hadn't slept much. Hundreds of people gathered outside the Han tribe's camp. Some of them were preparing to leave with the Han tribe, and some came to say goodbye to their relatives. There were also many children crying, as if they were about to leave. Seeing Luo rushing out, Nian Mao immediately came up to greet him. "Chief Han, when will our people set out?" "Wait until you finish eating?" "Aren't you going to eat in the morning?" "There is no place to dock along the way. You have to stay on the boat to eat and sleep. Oh, by the way, you also need to bring some water." "Is there any water in the river?" "If you drink the carcasses of animals, you will probably die." Luo Chong looked at the tribesmen who were still eating and said to Nian Mao, "What? Do you still need to bring water?" Nian Mao looked confused. Why didn't he say it earlier? He said this now that he was about to leave. However, he did not dare to blame Luo Chong. After all, his tribe still had to rely on the Han tribe to send them away, so he hurriedly asked his tribe to prepare water. Fortunately, there was a lot of bamboo on this mountain, and they often used bamboo to make things. Container, it is no problem to store drinking water for everyone for 2 days, not to mention that Luo Chong also brought a wooden bucket, which can also store some clean water. When the sun fully rose, around 7 o'clock in the morning, everyone finally boarded the boat. On this return trip, Luo Chong sent Dolly to be the team leader. There were 100 people in total, 5 on each boat, who were responsible for commanding and teaching the people of the Nian tribe to row. The remaining 3 ships were left to Luo Chong, and he also had more than 300 people with him. The tribesmen of Nian tribe stood on the shore waving to each other. Nian Mao also watched the tribesmen gradually disappearing. Luo Chong also noticed Nian Mao's arrangement. Among the first batch of people to be transferred, the shaman who danced the great god a few days ago was probably sent by Nian Mao to attack the front line, but Luo Chong didn't care that taking the old man would ruin his plan. After the fleet sailed out of everyone's sight, the other 3 boats were also pushed into the water by the Han tribe. 80 people were ready to board the 3 boats. This was already the limit of the load. "Han leader, where are they going?" Nian Mao felt a little uneasy, thinking that Luo Chong had other plans, so he hurriedly asked Luo Chong. "No need to ask. Of course we went there yesterday. I want to send everyone there so that we can have a plan to get rid of those rocks," Luo Chong said matter-of-factly. Nian Mao felt relieved now, but he still had no hope in Luo Chong's flood control. The Han tribe could do whatever they wanted, as long as their tribesmen were sent away safely. The next thing went relatively smoothly. Luo Chong was indeed making preparations. On one hand, he sent people to the Nian tribe, and on the other hand, he sent Yu Yi as the leader to go to the dam to do the forced demolition work. Their task was simple. Just clean up the sediment directly downstream of the dam. Everything went as planned. When the fleet transporting the Nian tribe immigrants had left for a day, Yi had also sent the first batch of 60 people to the dam. They crossed the dam and were on the river downstream. They found a high ground to camp and temporarily stationed there, and then the remaining 20 people rowed 3 wooden boats back. The next day, another 60 people were sent. The 120 people who were sent there also began to dig according to Luo Chong's plan. The river embankment. When Luo Chong sent people to the dam again on the 3rd day, the fleet transporting immigrants to the Nian tribe on the other side also arrived in Hanyang City. After living on the boat for 2 consecutive days, the people of the Nian tribe were both excited and frightened. They were happy that they had finally left the Jedi Island and could go upstream to find a new home. But they were frightened because they were confused about the future, and there was another, if they can't leave the floating corpses seen on the road, maybe they will become one of them. The restlessness and fatigue of the past few days have made them very tired, and many people even suffered from seasickness. After all, not everyone can adapt to this kind of environment where their feet do not touch the ground and are surrounded by water. Fortunately, they persisted, and the group finally arrived at their destination, the residents of the Han tribe. Look, there are people over there, and there's a lot of land. Many people shouted loudly when they saw the residential area on the east bank of the Rushui River. There were indeed many people there, and there were many earthen houses, with smoke rising. There were also people standing by the river to fetch water, and they saw the fleet coming. He also extended his hand to say hello. But the ship did not stop, but continued to head north. Now the Nyan tribe members who thought they had arrived started making trouble again. Why don't you dock? Isn't that where you live? I see that their clothes and hair are exactly the same as yours. The witch from the Nyan tribe excitedly gestured to his fellow shipmate Dolly, hoping that he could give a reasonable reason. That is indeed our place of residence. It is just a new place. It is one of the places where the Han tribe lives. It is not particularly safe there. There are often wild animals. The place we want to go is still ahead and we will arrive in a while. Dolly explained casually. Nian Wu didn't expect this. He looked at Dolly in surprise for a while. He was a little doubtful about his words. Is there more than one place where the Han tribe lives? Shouldn't the people of the tribe live together? The more people there are, the safer it is. Since there are other tribesmen in the Han tribe, why do they live separately? This is the limitation of thinking. Nianwu, who has a population of just over 10,000, simply does not understand how many people a piece of land can support at most given the limited productivity. However, he did not think about it for long, and vigorously they were not lying, because they soon discovered a new settlement on the other side of the Rushui River, and it was bigger and more shocking than the one just now. Here we are, this is also one of the residences of our Han tribe. Dolly proudly gestured to Nianwu when he returned to the door. On the top of Hanyang City, Ying also stood here early. When he saw the fleet docking, he immediately asked someone to open the city gate and lower the suspension bridge. A few days ago, he had received a letter from Luo Chong, let him be prepared to accept new people, and at the same time arrange some next activities, how to attract these people to the Han tribe, etc. Plans. When these Nyan tribe immigrants who had been on the boat for 2 days set foot on land again, they didn't know whether it was because they had been sitting for too long or because they were frightened by the sight of the Han tribe city. Many of them were shaking their legs. Shivering, for a moment, shock, curiosity, panic, and all kinds of thoughts came to my mind. Since there is no dock here in Hanyang City, well, the small boat does not need a dock. A few people can directly drag the boat ashore. Dolly led everyone from the Nyan tribe to the East City Gate and handed them over to Ying Rui. The handover task was completed. They had to rest early and set out to find Luo Chong again at dawn tomorrow. The task of receiving immigrants was fully handed over to him. Gave it to Ying Rui. The residences in Hanyang City have long been full, and the military camp can accommodate at most 200 to 300 people, but the Nyan tribe has thousands of people. There is only one place left that can fit them all in and provide shelter from the wind and rain. There are 4 teaching buildings. That's right, Luo Chong's letter explained that a building was specially built for them to live in. The desks in the classrooms could be pushed together to use as beds. Wow, they don't live in tents. What are they made of? Is it a mud house? Where can you find a mud house like this? I think it is made of stones. Look at the green and black stones on the house. It's just that these stones are so strange. They all look exactly the same. There are many horned beasts there, and there are wolves. Many people from the Nyan tribe were walking on the streets of the city. They looked at the neat rows of houses of the Han tribe and the dogs wandering around in the streets and alleys, including those in the large pastures in the breeding area. The herds of cattle, horses, and sheep taking a leisurely stroll made them both frightened and curious. When they were led to the square in the center of the city, saw those unusually tall buildings, and were told that they would have to live in them for the next month, many people were so surprised that they were speechless, and then there was a deafening cheer. Everything here is beyond their imagination. It is simply a country where the gods live in their dreams, and now that they have the opportunity to live here, how can everyone not be excited? And when the old Nian Wu stood outside the classroom window on the third floor and looked out at the entire Hanyang city, he was also shocked and forgot about his own business, whether he needed to take good care of his people or stay vigilant against the Han tribe. All of them were ignored. He forgot about it. If he had time to think about these things, he might as well explore how the windmill outside rotates and why it keeps spinning tirelessly even though no one touches it. Is it really a god living here? The first batch of 300 Nian tribe immigrants lived in the teaching building. Although Luo Chong said he would not provide them with food when he was on the island, he still asked Ding Rui to make arrangements for them after coming to the Han tribe. For a daily meal of meat porridge, the meat is not the key. The important thing is that all the cured meat is used, which can add a little salt to them. In addition, since there is no fire pit in the teaching building, some animal skins to keep out the cold must be distributed to them. Another important point is the problem of going to the toilet. There are currently no public toilets in Hanyang City because each household has its own dry toilet. For the public beta test, the demand is not large, so each classroom can only be given 2 commodes for use. The toilet buckets were all placed in the corner near the window, one at each end, and they were asked to carry them down themselves the next morning, and then they were all taken away by the dung truck. Regarding these regulations of the Han tribe, the people of the Nian tribe are also very cooperative. This is mainly because they were used to being wild before, but now they suddenly came to a clean and tidy place like Hanyang City, and they seemed cautious and did not dare to break it easily. It actually feels like a mountaineer who has never been out of the mountains in his life suddenly comes to the lobby of a 5-star hotel in the city. Looking at the shiny porcelain tiles, he is afraid that he will accidentally step on them. Now the sticky tribe immigrants have almost the same feeling. In addition, Rui followed Luo Chong's instructions in the letter and did not restrict the scope of activities of these immigrants. In addition to telling them to sleep in the building, they can also go out for activities, such as basking in the sun in the nearby square, or walking around on the street. However, they are not allowed to enter residents' homes without permission. Various other workshops, warehouses, etc., can only be viewed from the outside, and all immigrants are not allowed to enter. But the most important thing is that there is a curfew at night. When the drums are heard at night, everyone must return to their assigned room. Someone will check the room at that time, and they are not allowed to go out at night. But even this was enough to shock these people. After settling down in the classroom, many immigrants began to climb up and down the building to carefully study how this tall building was built. After being fresh in the building for a day, many people began to tentatively walk out of the teaching building and wandered around the square. At this time, the square was not empty of people. In Hanyang City, there is no need to go out to graze in the winter. All livestock they stay in the pen and eat the stored fodder. This means that the half-year-old children who are usually responsible for herding sheep can only have fun in the city. Children are playful by nature. No one can stay at home for 4 months unless they are sick. So when the weather is nice, many children in the city will be in the streets and alleys, and a few people will gather in the square. Play together. By this time, the games Luo Chong had promoted before started to show results. Sandbag throwing, football playing, big rope jumping, etc. immediately attracted the children among the immigrants, and they did not dare to rush into it. Go forward and play with this group of children wearing beautiful clothes and shoes, but it also prevents them from watching from the sidelines. Many immigrant children gather together in twos and threes, squatting or standing to the side, and they can watch at a glance. Long time. Their eyes are full of envy, envying these similar people who are as big as themselves, but can eat well, wear well, and have fun toys. Children are like this, and the adults are no less generous. Every household in Hanyang City is rarely closed during the day, and the residents often come out for activities. This also gives these immigrants the opportunity to observe the daily activities of the Han tribesmen. Some people are chopping firewood at home, and some are carrying buckets to the wells at the entrance of the alley to fetch water. Especially in the morning, every household lines up to fetch water from the alley. Even the witches from the Nyen tribe are attracted. They were very curious as to why there was endless water in the deep pit on the ground, and there was one at the entrance of every alley, and the locations were similar. Obviously, this could not be a natural formation. It must have been created by the people of this tribe themselves. So they became even more curious. What shocked them was more than that. Some people went to see the large windmills that could spin in circles, but saw something familiar at the gate of the carpentry workshop. They were not very familiar with all kinds of carpentry work. Understood, but they were very familiar with the wooden boat that several craftsmen were installing. It turns out that the boats we took were made here. They are really amazing and can do anything. Many people who saw this scene were filled with emotion. It was a pity that various construction projects in Hanyang City had been stopped, otherwise they could have seen the power of the Han tribe's infrastructure. In addition to these, another place with the most visitors is the breeding area. There are large warehouses on both sides of the breeding area. Not only do they store a large amount of straw and fodder, but they are also a place for the livestock to stay warm and shelter from the snow in winter. The one in the middle of the two rows of large warehouses, a large open space, was surrounded by a fence as high as one person. Many immigrants from the Nyen tribe gathered outside the fence, watching some tribesmen who had been transferred from the grassland inside raising livestock, cleaning the corrals, providing clean drinking water and fodder, and letting them out when the weather was fine. The sheep and antelopes inside were leisurely basking in the sun. The 24 alpacas became a small group, huddled in a corner of the fence and shivering. Whether it was a group of cattle or a large group of horses, even the lone one. Rhinos and alpacas can't afford to mess with them. As for the immigrants watching outside, they did not feel like visiting a zoo, but felt like wolves burrowing into a herd of sheep. They drooled at the large group of fresh animals inside, even though the stench of feces floated in the fence. It can't stop their green eyes. When modern people visit the zoo, they will think, oh, that tiger is so ferocious and scary. But these sticky tribe immigrants only think about whether the tiger meat is delicious, whether the fur is warm to wear on the body, and how many people are needed to hunt it. The situation in front of them was like this. They couldn't understand why the Han tribe people built big houses for these foods and kept them with delicious food. They even surrounded a large open space for them to play. There were so many meat, isn't it good to kill and eat meat? Until they were dumbfounded when they saw an 8 or 9-year-old boy riding the only white rhinoceros in the corral and running wildly, driving the sheep around. Drive, run, run, run. I brought a cabbage from home for you to eat. If you know how, you have to eat it clean. I stole this from home just to satisfy your craving. You will definitely be annoyed if you eat that hay every day. Already? I'm telling you, you have to be obedient, be like me. You see, I eat rice every day, and I never get tired of it. The leader has told me that picky eaters are not children. My mother often tells me that when I was a child, I was often not full. I couldn't eat something as good as rice at that time. After riding the 2-year-old Ben around in a circle, Chu being nestled with him on a pile of straw, holding a stolen cabbage in his arms and tearing it off piece by piece to feed the guy who was getting fatter. Chu Bing himself has also grown taller. It has been 3 years since he came to the Han tribe. In these 3 years, he has had enough food and clothing and sufficient nutrition. At just 8 years old, he has already grown to 1.3 meters tall. In the last year, because of Luo Chong invented pen and paper again, and he began to learn to write from Luo Chong. Relying on Luo Chong's love for him, he took as many pens, inks, paper and inkstones as he wanted, which others had not yet used. Benben, who was lying next to him, remained silent, chewing cabbage leaves one by one. These fresh leaves were rare in winter. Look at the old cows and horses having fun outside the warehouse, and watch yourself eat fresh. The leaves are so envious. Thinking of this, Benben couldn't help but roar proudly to the cows, horses, and sheep outside, moo. However, what the group of sticky tribe immigrants outside saw was more than that. In addition to the pair, Chu Bing and Benben, there were also some people practicing riding horses in the corral. Most of these people were older children, only those who were close to adulthood. Only the big boys can get such an opportunity. Because they know that only by learning more skills can they follow the great leader and do more things. Besides, if they don't learn such a powerful thing as riding a horse, how can they be embarrassed to be with their beloved girl when they go on a blind date in the spring? If you confess your love in front of you, it will not be good if the neighbor's second girl is taken away by others. Wow, it turns out they keep those animals for people to ride on without killing them for meat. Yeah, what kind of beast is that? It's so tall, and it's so powerful to sit on. If we can ride this kind of beast, we can catch up with those horned beasts when we go hunting. We can sit on its back and stab it directly with spears. I really want to learn to ride an animal too. The teenagers inside the fence were riding horses in slow circles, while the immigrants outside the fence were clawing at the railings and shouting. In the past, people who only knew that hunting wild animals could be eaten now knew for the first time that these animals could be domesticated, can be used by others, which undoubtedly has a huge impact on their worldview. And just when Rui was reshaping the worldview of these immigrants in the city according to Luo Chong's plan, Dolly and others, who had rested for a night, once again carried supplies and rushed towards the disaster relief front line. 2 days later, Dolly came to the camp on the island and handed over the task to the 100 people who stayed here. When Dolly came back this time, he brought a lot of things. In addition to more food, there was also an additional 100 people. Part of Hanyang City was built, part of Ruyang County was also built, and 2 new ships were added, both of which were newly built during this period. Nian Mao on the other side also heard what the tribesmen who had returned with him had heard. However, this man did not stay in Hanyang City for long. He only saw some superficial things in Hanyang City and told Nian Mao that all the tribesmen in the past were arranged to enter the big city. In the house, how big is the residence of the Han tribe, and how high is the house arranged for them? However, Nian Mao had never seen it with his own eyes, and the description of his tribe was not clear, so he could only rely on his own imagination. However, in this way, Nian Mao became more interested in the Han tribe, which made him want to follow them there. Look, it's not possible now. He still has to leave the last group of tribesmen behind. Otherwise, what if the leaders and elders leave and the remaining tribesmen are wiped out by Luo Chong? Soon, the second batch of 300 Nian tribe immigrants boarded the ship again and set off. Nian Mao could only stay on the island to worry, but Luo Chong was not idle during this time. For a few days, Luo Chong continued to send more people to the dam, asking them to find high ground to station on the river bank downstream of the dam, and then asked everyone to dig out the accumulated sediment downstream of the dam. Coupled with the additional manpower this time, there are now 100 young people stationed on the island. On the one hand, they are left to provide support to the tribesmen on the front line of the dam, and on the other hand, they rotate with the 100 people responsible for transportation. After all, rowing for 4 days in a row is okay, but no one can bear it if they don't let people rest. The boat is fine, but people will always get tired. A few days later, when the fleet transporting immigrants sent away the third group of people, Luo Chong stayed on the island honestly because news came from the dam that they had dug out a gentle slope of sand, but after digging, there is still a steady stream of sediment and water gushing out along the gaps between the stones. If it is not cleaned up in time, the sediment will block the dam again in 2 days at most. As long as it is not removed, if those boulders are moved away, no matter how clean the downstream is, it will only treat the symptoms, but not the root cause. So they started calling Luo to rush over for support. Since it was the leader's idea, he must have a way. Luo Chongqing definitely wanted to go, but instead of going directly, he asked someone to call Nian Mao and asked him if he wanted to go there with him. Chief Han, did you really move those stones away? Nian Mao asked in disbelief. Not yet, but soon. I am going there to completely solve this problem. Do you want to go and have a look together? Luo Chong invited with a smile. This smile made Nian Mao very uncomfortable, because Luo Chong now felt like a different person from a few days ago. That smile seemed to be proud, as if a conspiracy had succeeded, and the eyes he looked at himself were full of satisfaction. It's sympathy and pity. Well, in modern terms, it is the look of care for the mentally retarded. Have you been deceived? Have you been deceived by him? No, didn't the tribesmen who came back say they had a good life there? They also saw a lot of good things. Then why is he looking at me like this? What's so funny? Did he really let people remove those boulders? For a while, Nian Mao, who couldn't stand Luo Chong's caring eyes, began to think wildly. Finally, he came to the conclusion that maybe he was fine, but that there was something wrong with the young leader of the Han tribe. Well, that must be the case. Yes, only those fools born among the same race would giggle like this. But since Luo Chong had invited him now, there was no reason not to go and have a look. It was just in time to see what he was doing. However, before leaving, Nian Mao, who was cautious, did not forget to have a good time with the remaining clan members. They were told to be on guard against the 100 young men left behind by the Han tribe, so that the tribe headquarters would be attacked by the Han tribe as soon as they left. In this way, Nian Ying, Nian Mao, and some entourages from both sides, plus a ship specially transporting supplies, a total of 3 ships headed towards the dam not far away. In the north, after the third batch of Nian tribe immigrants arrived in Hanyang City, Yingruwei also started the second stage described in Luo Chong's letter, spring plowing. Although there is still half a month to fully enter the first month of spring, in the last half month of late winter, the temperature has risen very quickly, and the ice and snow have almost melted. It is completely time to start plowing now. No problem. After all, there are a lot of oxen used to pull the plows, so people won't be so tired. In addition, the reason why we are so anxious to cultivate land is to prepare for expanding the cultivated land area. In the new year, food is needed everywhere. Before the first crop of Ruyang County is harvested, it must be provided by Hanyang City. As for the taro grown by the Taro tribe themselves, after all, the output is limited, and besides, it cannot be real. Eat it as a staple food. In addition to the food from Ruyang County, even the food from Fuma Pass has to be provided by Hanyang City. That's why Luo Chong issued an order to advance this year's spring plowing by half a month. The purpose is to cultivate more new fields and expand the food supply. Crop planting area. And this is what Luo Chong wants the immigrants to see. Yingruwei is here to win over people's hearts, make them linger, make them reluctant to miss Shu, and make them eager to join the Han tribe immediately. Of course, there is also a key figure who will cause resistance, and that is the leader of the Nian tribe, Nian Mao. But at this time, Nian Mao had been brought to the boat by Luo Chong, but what he didn't know was that Luo Chong took the initiative to invite him this time, not to appreciate the magnificent mountains and rivers, but to give Nian Mao a shock to his soul. Deterrence made him feel awe of himself, just like everyone in the Black Rat tribe did many years ago. At noon, 3 small boats brought dozens of people to the River Valley Dam. A gap had been dug downstream of the dam. As a result, the silted river water began to flow again. The turbid river water carried sediment from countless rivers. It spurted out from the cracks in the boulder. Dozens or hundreds of turbulent water columns formed on the downstream side of the dam. The further down you go, the greater the pressure of the water. And because the dam began to release floods, large and small water columns formed on the water at the mouth of the upstream lake. Small whirlpools are all caused by the siphon phenomenon, and these whirlpools are Luo Chong's real purpose. Why did Luo Chong ask people to dig out the sediment downstream? He couldn't dig out the dam directly. He could at most dig out some gaps. But it is these gaps that keep spraying water out, so that things on the upstream water surface can be sucked into the underwater dam. Into the gap, and this is exactly what Luo Chong needs. The 3 boats did not approach the dam rashly. At this time, there were whirlpools in the canyon upstream of the dam. A small sampan like the one they were riding on would most likely be destroyed as soon as it approached, so Luo Chong just stayed far away. He asked people to park the boat directly facing the canyon, and then raised a big flag to signal the rescue team stationed downstream. Seeing the big flag erected upstream, the people downstream quickly climbed to the dam from the side of the canyon, waved the flag at Luo Chong, and then quickly ran away, yelling at the people downstream as they ran. Call. Quick, go back to the station. The leader is coming. The dam is going to explode. Go back to the station and hide. After hearing this, everyone took their tools and ran to a small hill covered with big trees on the shore to take refuge. They had been stationed again for nearly half a month, just to wait for this day, so as not to suddenly release the flood from upstream. The boy rushed them all away, and everyone tied the ropes they brought to the surrounding tree trunks. From a distance, it looked like a huge spider web. Then everyone stood in a grid and tried to tie themselves up. The body is firmly fixed. On the 3 boats upstream, 2 boats pulled a thick hemp rope and rowed to both sides of the canyon. They tied the rope to the protruding stone pillars on the cliff wall and pulled up a canyon of 70 to 80 meters wide. The ropes that blocked the river were then tied tightly to the boats to prevent them from being washed to the muddy riverbed downstream by the rushing floods when the floods were released. On the boat in the canyon, Luo Chong was also tinkering with something. Nian Mao and Zhang beside them stared at Luo Chong's work, wondering why he came here to do it on the water at this time. Meal. Yes, Luo Chong looks like he is cooking. There are not many people on this ship, only 13, but it is loaded with many round ceramic jars. The jars are divided into 2 colors, the red one contains nitric acid, and the white one contains concentrated glycerin. Luo Chong is now loading the 2 jars. It really looks like it's cooking when the ingredients are mixed together. There is no way. Luo Chong is also helpless. Nitrate, chemical, glycerin and oil are extremely sensitive, and will explode directly when encountering a larger collision. It is far less safe than solidified TNT, but it is not easy to detonate a bunch of TNT in the water. Because he doesn't have a detonator. So on the way here, Luo Chong always stored nitric acid and concentrated glycerin separately. As long as there is no leakage, it will not cause danger. When it is time to use it, it can be temporarily configured. Moreover, Luo Chong has always been so done. Chief Han, didn't you say you were going to get rid of those stones? The stones are still piled there, but you are making food here. I know what you want to do, but even if you are full now, you will definitely not be able to move them. Open those rocks. Nian Mao looked at the 2 colored jars in front of Luo Chong. One was filled with yellow and transparent mucus, and the other was filled with slightly white smoke. Luo Chong was holding a spoon made of the same material as the jar. Put a spoonful of transparent water into the yellow mucus, and then stirred it with a white ceramic stick. After that, he kept repeating this process. He thought this was what Luo Chong was going to eat to make him healthy. The food of divine power, so he said to Luo Chong. But Luo Chong ignored him, just chuckled, waved his hand, then pointed to the jar, and then pointed to the water under the boat. Finally, after the jar was full, he took a lid and sealed the mouth of the jar. Before it was finished, the mouth of the altar was covered with a layer of white cloth, tied tightly with a rope, and finally wrapped in wet mud. Then a net bag was taken to put the jar in, and then tied tightly with a rope, and a live performance was performed on what is called five-flower tie. Looking at Luo Chong's gesture, Nian Mao opened his mouth, looking like he suddenly understood. Oh. It turns out that this is not for people to eat, but a sacrifice to the river god. Just like the human sacrifice of the Nian tribe a while ago, I want to throw this five-flowered tied thing into the water, but the tie is so strong, can the river god still eat it? Nian Mao thought he understood Luo Chong's intention, but he disagreed in his heart. He felt that such a thing might be useless. The river god would not help humans easily. This was the case with the Nian tribe and the same with the Han tribe. In this way, everyone has been waiting for nearly an hour. Nian Mao was a little impatient, but he still endured it. After all, it took a long time to prepare for the sacrifice to the gods. He only hated Luo Chong since he wanted to sacrifice. Why didn't you prepare the sacrifices in advance at the camp and just come here to waste time? It's not easy for Luo Chong. He really doesn't dare to let others do this kind of detailed work. It's not that he can't accept killing a few people, but it's not easy to collect these raw materials. It's just such a small thing, and he wants to make it. It takes up to half a year to come out, which the Han tribe has slowly accumulated in the past. Looking at the 10 jars that were finally made at hand, Luo Chong couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. It was still late winter. Although it was noon, the canyon was not exposed to direct sunlight, so it was still very cold here. But in such an environment, Luo Chong was still sweating. He was too nervous. Seeing that Luo Chong had finally finished his work, Nian Mao wanted to say something again, but Luo Chong quickly raised a finger in front of his mouth and shushed him, then waved his hand to tell him not to speak. For a moment, everyone on the boat was stunned. Holding your breath, not daring to make a sound, the atmosphere suddenly became weird. In the dark canyon, more than a dozen people sat on the boat without saying a word, quietly holding this strange sacrifice. But what surprised Nian Mao was that there was no grandiose ceremony in the sacrifice. He only saw Luo Chong putting the jars he had made for more than an hour into the water one by one. The jars were a bit bigger than a basketball. There were 10 of them in total. Each jar was filled with most of the nitroglycerin. The weight was about 7 or 8 kilograms. The total was about 70 kilograms. This was all the Han tribe had for many years. Storage. They just followed the ups and downs of the water flow, drifting all the way to the downstream dam. At this time, Luo Chong stopped being mysterious and immediately shouted to everyone on the boat, "Run quickly, paddle upstream, and leave the canyon." Everyone got the order, and 10 people lined up around the wooden boat. They picked up the oars and started rowing with all their might until they came out of the canyon. They found a low protruding rock and climbed on it, and tied the wooden boat firmly to the crevice, and then squatted on the rock under Luo Chong's guidance, covering his ears and looking at the dam in the distance. Nian Mao and Zhang Ning, who were next to Luo Chong, looked confused the whole time. They didn't know what Luo Chong was doing. However, they saw that Luo Chong and the others were all staring at the white jars floating in the water, so they also followed and looked over. The canyon is not very long, about less than 300 meters. Luo Chong put the jar into the water at the inner 100 meters. When it reaches the middle 100 meters, the water flow is relatively calm, but when it reaches the dam, within a few dozen meters, there are whirlpools everywhere. Those white jars floated in the turbid yellow water, which looked very eye-catching. They floated all the way, ups and downs, until they reached the dam, and were suddenly sucked into the water by the whirlpools. The speed of the water suddenly accelerated, and 10 sealed jars where the jar was caught in the whirlpool and rushed towards the gaps under the dam, trying to rush downstream through those gaps. However, after the water passed, the jars could not get through the cracks. They were hit by the current and hit the cracks in the dam. In an instant, the huge impact immediately triggered the high explosives inside. Rumble. A huge roar resounded through the canyon, and 10 depth charges were detonated by the impact almost at the same time. The waves that exploded were more than 10 meters high, rushing against the cliffs on both sides, and also blocked the flow of the vast river. Countless huge rocks were blown to pieces by the rushing boulder dam in an instant, mercilessly hitting the cliffs on both sides and the muddy riverbank downstream. When the 10-meter-high water column fell again, everyone finally saw the situation in front of the dam. The boulder dam, which originally spanned 70 or 80 meters, immediately collapsed with a gap of more than 30 meters after the violent explosion, accumulating water. The river that had been flowing for half a year finally found a downward breakthrough again, carrying countless gravel and sediment and rushing out of the gap, forming a waterfall extending outward on the other side of the dam. I don't know how many cubic meters of river water hit the cracked riverbed downstream, nourishing this river valley that has lost its water source for half a year. After half a year, the water level finally dropped, and floods occurred downstream. Some areas at the exit of the canyon overflowed the riverbed. Fortunately, the water flow was not blocked, so there were not many flooded places. At least the rescue team's downstream station was still there. In a safe zone. Nian Mao and Zhang Ying, who were beside Luo Chong, both opened their mouths stupidly at this moment, gaping at the thrilling scene just now, the violent explosion, and the roar of the flood hitting the earth. To this day, it was still echoing repeatedly in the canyon, mercilessly impacting their eardrums and nerves. The stone is gone. The water is released. Han, Leader Han, was that the river god just now? What did you sacrifice to the river god? Do you still know witchcraft? Can you communicate with the river god? Nian Mao finally came back to his senses. He had been staying beside Luo Chong just now, and saw Luo Chong preparing some sacrifice and then putting them into the water. Then the sacrifices sank into the water, and then there was an embarrassing sound. The sound was louder than thunder, and then a water column thicker than a house surged up. When the water column fell again, the dam that no one could shake was opened. Yes, this must be divine power. This young Han leader gave something good to the river god and then borrowed the river god's power. Yes, it must be like this from time to time. However, Luo Chong did not answer him according to his thoughts, but gestured to him contemptuously and proudly. River god? River god is a monstrous creature. If it dares to disobey the public, I will blow it up like me. Damn it. This little leader of the Han tribe is actually more powerful than the river god. If he says he will kill the river god, he will kill the river god. So who is he? Could it be a god more powerful than the river god? Nian Mao was shocked in his heart, and looked at Luo Chong in awe again. He didn't even dare to look at Luo Chong again, deeply impressed by the domineering Luo Chong showed just now. At this time, Luo Chong's own tribe began to spontaneously kneel down and worship Luo Chong Lai. Long live the leader! Long live the big man! These young guys come from different tribes. After joining Hanyang City, they learned many legendary stories about the leader's ability to open mountains under the influence of the old people. Although some people said that it was just a powerful thing made by the leader. Something, but only the leader can make it. If it were someone else, would you be able to do it? Can you do it? So this does not affect their infinite worship of the leader. However, these 10 people were not the earliest members of the Han tribe after all. They had heard the story of Luo Chong's opening of the mountain, but none of them had seen that spectacular scene with their own eyes. At this moment, they witnessed the leader performing another miracle. During the whole process, all of them were sincerely convinced, and they prostrated themselves and loudly sang "Long live the leader." Luohowever, Nian Mao didn't understand the meaning of "Long live the leader" and "Long live the man." He only saw other people kneeling and shouting at Luo Chong as if they were worshipping gods. He did so out of human instinct and from the bottom of his heart, as well as his deep love for Luo Chong. Deeply in awe, Nian Mao did not hesitate to lie on the ground and bow his head, although he did not know what he was doing. Is this the real ritual part of the sacrifice? Zhang Ning was no exception. Her former leader had knelt down, and it was impossible for her to stand. All the people prostrate themselves at Luo Chong's feet. In this way, Luo Chong's goal was achieved, intimidating Nian Mao. Even if he took advantage of his Nian tribe when he returned, I believe he would not dare to let go of anything. Everyone stayed on the rock like this and waited for 2 days. They ate some dry food when they were hungry and drank some clean water they brought when they were thirsty. It wasn't that Luo Chong didn't want to leave, but because of the flood discharge downstream, the water flow here was too fast. If you want to go back, you have to row against the current. A few people can't row fast at all, and they can easily be swept downstream by the flood. In 2 days, the river water that had been accumulated for half a year began to drop at a speed visible to the naked eye, 1 meter, 2 meters, 3 meters, a full 5 or 6 meters. The wooden boat Luo Chong had tied to the side was completely stranded at this time. On the muddy shore. But this is not a big problem. The small boat has small advantages. A few people can push it back into the water with a push. Following Luo Chong's command, everyone rowed to the canyon again, and together with the other 2 wooden boats, went downstream to pick up the rescue team members for evacuation. It took several trips when I went there, and it was the same when I went back. Due to the drop in water level, places where one could directly row boats are now exposed land, and many fish are even stranded on the muddy land, struggling with their mouths opening and closing, resisting the uncomfortable feeling of suffocation. The original island can no longer be reached by boating. Now it has become a small hill not far from the shore. Below the hill is a large expanse of flat land. At this time, these flat lands are extremely muddy, covering an entire layer from the river. Due to the surging sediment, everyone could only park the wooden boat on the bank of the river and walk towards the original camp. However, they did not expect that those tribesmen who saw the water level dropping had already ran down below. Activity. They were collecting fish at the foot of the mountain, in puddles, and in tree holes. Only after the 2 parties met did they find out that the Han tribe's fleet had picked up the 4th batch of Nian tribe immigrants. Now, there are still 100 Han tribe members and less than 50 Nian tribe members in the camp on the mountain. More than 1,200 other members of the tribe have all been transported to Hanyang City, and it is said that the fleet will return again soon. At this time, Nian Mao suddenly didn't want to leave. These flat lands that had been soaked in water for half a year were covered with silt from the river and rotting remains of animals and plants. It was when the land was most fertile, and there was no need for it. No matter how you farm, you don't need to open up wasteland. You just need to scatter a handful of seeds, and you can harvest new food in midsummer. If you had known that Luo Chong could really lower the water level, they would have failed. But now there is no use regretting. Most of his tribesmen have been abducted by Luo Chong. There are only less than 50 tribesmen left on hand. What can they be used for? It is impossible to transport people back. Now the only way, the destination, is to follow Luo Chong back to their Han tribe, but what about the future? Follow me to the Han tribe and join us. I will make you the leader of a clan. I will teach you more advanced planting methods. You can settle in one place forever and don't have to move around often. How about it? Luo Chong held his hand. He is holding an empty white jar in his arms, and if you disagree with me, I will blow you up into the sky and fly on a plane. Of course, it was empty. I brought a jar over, just to remind Nian Mao, and let him not forget what happened 2 days ago. Resistance will not end well. God of the Han tribe, I am willing to lead my tribe to join your tribe. Forced to have no choice, but to give up all his ideas, Nian Mao knelt at Luo Chong's feet and offered his loyalty. He had no choice. He had no idea where the Han tribe was, but most of his tribesmen were in the Han tribe. Tribes, deer that stray from the herd can only be torn into pieces and eaten by wolves, and now the more than 100 men from the Han tribe around them are cunning wolves. Well, I am not a god, I am a child of God. You can call me the Emperor of Han, or you can call me the leader. From now on, you are the leader of the Zhang clan of our Han tribe, and your name is still Zhang Mao. Luo Chong happily patted his shoulder and then pulled him up. He who knows the current affairs is a hero. Well, this guy is quite obedient. Just after Luo Chong pulled Zhang Mao up, he thought that this guy was more obedient, but he didn't expect that he went back on his words and immediately gave Luo Chong a suggestion of thinking about the Han tribe. First, leader, now that the water has receded, the mud here is so flat and fertile. Why don't we plant food here? We will definitely be able to harvest for several years. Then just sprinkle some seeds and we can feed several people. A tribe like ours. You want to stay here to farm, what about those people? Just rely on you guys? Luo Chong immediately frowned and asked. There are not enough people here, but it is close to the water and it is convenient to get here from the Han tribe. We can just use boats to bring back the tribesmen who have been sent away. I guarantee that the food grown here will be enough to fill the stomachs of many people. When the grain is harvested, the leader can send people over to take away the excess grain. This is also for the benefit of our Han tribe. With us growing rice here, how many more people can we feed? Zhang Mao said sincerely. He looked like he was begging Luo Chong hard. Do you think I look like a fool? Luo Chong watched Zhang Mao's performance coldly. Luo Chong sneered. It was naturally impossible to agree to Zhang Mao's suggestion. He really wanted to leave them all here. Maybe as soon as Luo Chong left, Zhang Mao took his people and ran away, leaving the Han tribe here. Growing food? Well, this place has been moistened by the river for half a year, and the terrain is flat. It is indeed very suitable for planting rice. However, the Han tribe has no time to come here to develop it. It is still too far. It takes 2 days to row a boat, which is almost its 400 to 500 kilometers away, 4 times longer than the distance from Hanyang County to Luoyang County. It's better to take all these people back and develop the 1/3 of an acre of their own land first. In this way, Luo Chong ignored Zhang Mao's suggestion and just waited for the fleet to return, and then took the people away one by one. There are hundreds of people in the rescue team downstream of the dam. There are also 200 people from the Han tribe and the Nian tribe here on the small island. There are now a total of 25 boats, but even so, it will take at least 3 trips to send all the people back. Taking advantage of this period of time, Luo Chong also carefully scouted the restored river channel and the surrounding terrain, and named the surrounding places. The Rushui River originates from the Snow Mountains in the north, but is just one of its tributaries. This has been determined by Yu's reconnaissance team. Luoyang County is located on the west bank of the Luoyang River. Luoyang starts from Days, and the water source comes from the east. Swamp Wetland Lake Middle Stream it came out, and then went all the way south, divided into 2 river systems, one winding to the southeast, one winding to the southwest, and finally met with the Rushui River, forming a river, entering the canyon and rushing downstream. Where is the final destination now? Haven't figured it out yet. But it's enough to know this now. We can name it directly after the river. The culprit that once fell into the boulder to form the barrier lake is the 300-meter-long canyon, because both sides of it were cut with knives and axes. The cliff has a river in the middle. The cliff is high and the water is deep, so there is no sunlight all day long, so it was called Wu Gorge, by Luo Chong. To put it bluntly, it is a pitch-black canyon. As for the river formed by the confluence of two rivers, it is called the Qingshu River because of the gold sand in the river. The canyon, the river is famous, and the place name cannot be left behind. The plain formed by the floods on this side of the canyon is where the Nyen tribe once stayed. Because the three rivers nearby converged and gold was produced in the water, it was called Jinshuan. To the east of Jinshuan is a large dense forest with many towering ancient trees. The two places face each other across the river and are called giant trees by Luo Chong. This place has gold, wood, a river, and a large fertile plain. To be honest, it is really suitable to set up two counties to live in. If there are more people and the flames here are endless, it will be the 5 elements. Of course, Luo Chong is not very superstitious, just out of his view of the surrounding resources. I don't know if there are any metal veins around here, but it is true that there is gold in the river, but it is of little use, but there is a large area of fertile land in Jinshuan. If the plains were used to grow food, they could feed hundreds of thousands of people. As for the giant trees opposite Jinshuan, there are rich forest resources, and it is close to the Jinsha River. Some shipyards can be set up, local materials can be harvested, and the giant trees can be cut down for shipbuilding. The local people can develop manufacturing and enrich the lives of the people in Jinshuan on the other side. Jinshuan can also provide a large amount of food is used to feed the giant trees on the other side. The two complement each other and are definitely a good place for development. Moreover, the two places are close to the Jinsha River and are located downstream of Rushui River and Luyang River. It only takes 2 or 3 days to reach Hanyang, Ruyang and Luyang counties by waterway, and the transportation is also extremely convenient. It's a pity that Luo Chong can look everywhere now, but he just doesn't have enough manpower. Well, we should think of ways to quickly absorb the population this time back. After 3 transportations, about 12 days later, Luo Chongya, Zhang Mao, Zhang Ing and others took the last fleet back to Hanyang City. The moment he landed, Zhang Mao was confused. The Nyen tribe was also a tribe that grew glutinous rice. They also needed slash-and-burn farming every spring. However, the farming methods of the Han tribe he saw now overturned his worldview. 2 straight artificial rivers and hundreds of ditches divided the flat land on the shore into fields. Thousands of people worked together in the fields. The sheer number of people was enough to shock Zhang Mao. But this is nothing. The most important thing is the way the Han tribe farmed. People drove hundreds of wild animals, including cattle, horses, and donkeys, with collars around their necks, and a rope made of wood behind them. The man behind was holding the wooden frame with one hand and waving the thorn sticks with the other, driving the beasts forward. Every time they passed by, a deep ravine would be left behind, as if something in the soil had turned over the soil. It's the same as coming up. Why do they need to turn over the soil? Why not just poke a hole in the soil, scatter a few seeds, and step on it? Are they tired of turning over all the soil like this? Could it be that the food grown in this way can grow much longer? Zhang Mao was puzzled, but these are not important. What is important is that the Han tribe also grows rice. Although it looks different, it should be planted in water, but their fields are already. Can we still grow rice so far from the water? But soon Zhang Mao got the answer. From some of the land that had been plowed, someone picked up decomposed fertilizer. It was fermented by accumulating various manure and straw hay, and then diluted it with water, and finally used a shovel. Throw to in the fields, they then used animals to pull rakes and rake them flat. Finally, someone used shovels to dig out canals. The fields were immediately covered with river water. The land far away from the rivers was actually turned into paddy fields by them. It was incredible. Zhang Mao is familiar with the process of sowing seeds. Han tribes also sow seeds directly, but the sowing is very dense, and only a few pieces of land are sown. The other places are still empty. This planting method once again made Zhang Mao confused. In addition, the places close to the river have been converted into paddy fields, but there are also many dry fields in places slightly far away from the river. There are no artificial rivers there, only a few small canals, but they are enough for water the land. Moreover, the crops grown there were not rice, but some seeds that Zhang Mao had never seen before. Only then did he know that the Han tribe had other crops. Did you see that the land on the other side of the river is planted with the glutinous rice brought by your tribe? Luo Chong, who was next to Zhang Mao, said, pointing to the land on the east bank of the Rushui River. Following Luo Chong's guidance, Zhang Mao also saw the east bank. There were indeed many people farming there, and they were people Zhang Mao was very familiar with. They were all members of the Nian tribe, and there were also some people from the Han tribe nearby. They were taught step by step how to plow the fields with livestock and how to use various farm tools. Zhang Mao was stunned and looked at Luo Chong with questioning eyes. Yes, when they first came back, I started asking people to teach them how to farm, and all the seeds you brought have been sown on the east coast, not a single one is left. Luo Chong said with certainty. Now Zhang Mao suddenly gave up and wanted to run away? That's impossible. Luo Chong has used all their seeds. Even if he takes people away now, there won't be any food to plant. No one in the clan will follow him then. Besides, after hearing Rui's propaganda in Hanyang City and seeing the wealth and power of the Han tribe, they were reluctant to leave. In addition, Luo Chong happened to have someone bring back news that Zhang Mao, the leader of the Nian tribe, had decided to lead all the tribesmen to join the Han tribe, and now they will not leave. But it won't work if they don't leave. Luo Chong will completely separate them, disperse them completely, and then assign them to various cities. However, this matter cannot be done recklessly, and the frog must be boiled in warm water, so as to achieve the purpose of breaking them up without causing them to resent and rebound. The best solution to this kind of thing is to get married and separate the family. What Luo Chong had always wanted to do, but failed to do before was now possible in the Han tribe, thanks to the support of the household registration system. Back in the city, Luo Chong took Zhaning to his home, asked Xiao Dai to take care of her, and then rushed into the office building in the center of the city. In the office on the top floor of the county government office, Luo Chong saw several thick yellow books, which are household registration forms, on the table. These were all sent by Luo Chong from Luoyang County during the flood control period. Since Luoyang County set up a labor market last year, it used various daily necessities to attract a large number of people to build Luoyang County, and also attracted many tribes to join. In 1 year, from the initial population of more than 7,000 people, plus 1,000 cannibal slaves, after statistics, the total population of Luoyang County has reached 34,276 people, a total of 7,617 households. The 3 towns in Luoyang County are already the county with the largest Han tribe population, but their productivity is still not as good as that of Hanyang County. The reason is mainly because of the large number of newly added people, more than 34,000 people. At least half of them are not working. In order to prevent Luoyang County from becoming bigger and stronger and breaking away from Luo Chong's control, and because Luoyang County had little cultivated land and a large population, in order to reduce the pressure on Luoyang County, Luo Chong immediately issued an order to have Dashu mobilize 2,500 households last year after the spring plowing. The new people who worked in Luoyang County moved to Hanyang County. It should be noted that Luo Chong is talking about 2,500 households. The average number of newly joined households is 4.5 people. 2,500 households is more than 10,000 people, which is equivalent to 1/3 of the total population of Luoyang County. These people are still already workers who have joined Luoyang County for more than half a year can be quickly put into production if they are mobilized to other places. Luo Chong's plan was to put these people in Ruyang County and Humagwan, respectively, to fill the emptiness of the two new cities. In this way, the remaining 20,000 people in Luoyang County, except for the earliest 8,000 old people, the only remaining group of newcomers who joined in late autumn and early winter last year, most of whom have not even learned Chinese yet, should stay there and let Luoyang County continue to teach them. This move caused a lot of bloodshed. It will not be easy for Luoyang County to get back up again. It will take at least 2 years. In addition to the city and houses still there, the fields have also been cultivated. In terms of personnel, it will basically start over. On the other side, when Luoyang County was notified of the relocation of 2,500 households, the news that the two northern tribal alliances had come south to surrender to the Han tribe was also sent back with flying eagles by the two garrisons stationed there. The ice and snow have melted, and the entire population of the alliance began to move south, with a large number of livestock. I hope Luo Chong is ready to receive them. What makes Luo Chong overjoyed is that these people who came are not poor people. They have tamed a lot of plateau animals. Wild asses and alpacas, as well as a handful of elk deer, and even a few yaks. The two alliances originally did not raise cattle. Bison were difficult to catch, and the cattle had bad tempers and sharp horns. Even if they were caught, they would not be easy to tame. However, Luo Chong sent 2 garrisons. Although the number was not large, they brought them the experience of the Han tribe in catching, raising, and training cattle, and successfully spread the artifact of the cow nose ring to the northern plateau area, so while waiting for the migration for half a year, they, led by Han tribe soldiers, captured hundreds of live wild yaks in the local area. Luo Chong was very happy and immediately wrote back to them, saying that he would send people north to meet them. If there were any difficulties, he could tell him and the Han tribe would find a way to solve them. This task naturally fell on Yu Yi, who had gone north. No one was more familiar with the terrain of the north than him. However, with the increase in population and the minting of coins throughout the winter, the private ownership of the Han tribe was officially put on the agenda. On the first day of spring of the new year, Luo Chong went south to control floods, so he missed the opening ceremony of the new year. However, Luo Chong was not prepared to make up for it, and directly announced that this year's sacrifice would be changed to a conference. After the spring plowing in January, once again, Luo Chong, the great leader of the Han tribe, will announce something important. Suddenly, during the spring plowing season, the tribesmen who were taking a break from their busy schedules began to discuss and speculate on what the leader was going to announce. Luo Chong has not yet decided what to announce. He is still writing plans and speeches at home. The main purpose of this national meeting was to promote private ownership. Thanks to the implementation of the census, the Han tribe finally had the ability to extend imperial power to each household. First of all, after the household registration statistics, all citizens with household registration in the Han tribe's jurisdiction were subject to military control. 5 households were divided into one group, and 10 households were divided into 10 households. In the future, whether they perform labor service or collect taxes, they will all be controlled by this organizational system. Execute, and then pass it up layer by layer. The second step is to promote private ownership. Of course, the tribesmen will not be used to the sudden transition from public ownership to private ownership, and they will not even know what they should do. Therefore, private ownership must be gradually implemented. The most important thing is to divide the land. There is no problem if the land is not excessive, but how to divide the land is a question related to the survival of the country. For example, the Ming dynasty in history can be said to be the most powerful dynasty ever ruled by the Han people, but the reason for its final demise is a large part of it is due to land annexation. The nobles and wealthy gentry engaged in land annexation, purchased land at low prices during the disaster years, and hoarded food to increase prices. As a result, the common people lost their land and became tenant farmers of the landlords. Their lives were extremely miserable. In addition, during the Little Ice Age, various natural disasters and plagues were rampant, and the people could not survive, so they finally rebelled. In order to avoid this happening, Luo Chong decided to follow the Qing system. In fact, it is the same as the modern system, that is, the land grant system. The ownership of the land belongs to the state. No private person, no matter who you are, is allowed to buy or sell land privately. The common people, there is only the right to use the land, but no final ownership. The country gives you a piece of land. Yes, you can say that this land is yours, but isn't your land also on the country's territory? So your land still belongs to the country. Then there are a series of plans surrounding the land grant system. The first is the national standard for land. In order to facilitate calculation, the latest national standard is that the total area of 1 mu of land is changed to 600 square meters. 100 acres is 1 slope, and the area of 1 mu is no longer the original 666.66 square meters. The next step is how to allocate fields, and how many fields each person should be granted. Luo Chong's plan is to grant land to the lower class people based on 20th level meritorious titles. However, the matter of title has to be written together with the book Han rights. It is not very useful for the time being. For now, the land granting to the lower class people will be done first. Let's wait until the system is finalized. The most common people in the Han tribe were given 20 acres of land per adult. Of course, based on 600 square meters, it would be more than a dozen acres in modern terms. However, the Han tribe grew high-yielding crops such as rice and corn. The grain is harvested at least twice a year, and even 3 times if it is done well. As long as you are willing to work, it is no problem to feed a family of 10 on 20 acres of land, and there is still a lot left over. In fact, according to the current grain output of the Han tribe, if 1 acre of land is planted with rice or corn, the output in one season is enough for one person to eat for a year, and the grain grown in the second season can be stored or even sold. Each adult is allocated 20 acres of land. If these 20 acres of land are used to grow food for 2 seasons, assuming there are 10 people in this household, apart from their own food, they will still have at least 3/4 of the food left. It can be used to exchange money to buy oil, salt, sauce, and vinegar, to send children to school, to buy pens, inks, paper and inkstones, to buy followers for weddings and funerals, and to pay agricultural taxes. The agricultural tax of the Han tribe also collects grain. The current tax amount is 4/10, that is, if you collect 1,000 kilograms of grain from your family's land, you have to pay 300 kilograms of grain as agricultural tax. In addition to grain, there is also a poll tax, which is what was often called kofu in ancient times, which is about 50 kilograms of grain. Don't think this tax is heavy, there are other benefits to supplement it. Adult men are allocated 20 acres of land, which can only be used to grow 4 crops, rice, millet, corn, wheat, and beans, as the main sources of food. When men are allocated land, women naturally have land as well. Adult women are also allocated 20 acres of land, but it is auxiliary land, which literally means it plays an auxiliary role. Men grow grain, and women's auxiliary fields are used to grow mulberry, hemp, peanuts, vegetables, lacquer grass, and other cash crops. Firstly, to provide other sources of raw materials. In addition, they can grow some vegetables to satisfy their own consumption. Planting peanuts, it can also be sent to an oil mill for oil extraction, which is useful in any case. However, since you have obtained the country's land, you naturally have to pay taxes. For the tax on women's auxiliary fields, it is naturally impossible to collect a bunch of vegetables back. They mainly collect hemp bark and silk. This is mainly collected for planting mulberry and raising silkworms, And also there are natural lacquers and lacquer seeds that can be used to extract oil to make printing ink. What you harvest depends mainly on what you plant. However, with such heavy taxes, ordinary people can hardly save anything throughout the year. So what should we do? The important thing is coming. Children also need to be divided into fields. A boy will be given 5 acres of grain fields and a girl will be given 5 acres of auxiliary fields. There is no tax on these lands. In addition, considering that the health and medical conditions are poor these days, many children die in infancy, so Luo Chong stipulated another, the child grew to 6 years old, and 5 acres of land were added. In other words, if an adult raises a child well and raises the child until he is 6 years old, the child can be allocated 10 acres of land, which is also tax-free land. Of course, there is no tax on the surface. The Han tribe promotes universal education and does not give money. Even if there is no tuition fee, does it cost nothing to buy pens, ink, and paper? Even though the country won't provide the money, it should come from the 10 acres of land allocated to the children. In short, the wool still comes from the sheep. The land for these children under the age of 6 is 5 acres. If one is born, they will be given 5 acres immediately. It is also tax-free land. This is done to encourage fertility. The more children there are, the more land they will have. What should I do if there is too much ground to plant? Easy to handle. Do you want your own food and money? I think, then divide the land, but you have to pay taxes. Do you think the tax is heavy and you can't save any money? Then allocate some tax-free land to subsidize family income. How can I get tax-free land? When you give birth to a child, you will be given 5 acres of land for each child. Not only must you give birth, but you must also raise the child well. When the child is 6 years old, you can get another 5 acres of tax-free land, which will last until the child gets married and separates the family. In this way, assuming that a couple has raised 6 children in 10 years of adulthood, in addition to 20 acres of grain fields and 20 acres of auxiliary fields, their family also has a total of 30 to 60 acres of land. Tax-free land. Of course, this tax-free land does not appear all at once. The number of tax-free lands will gradually increase with the birth and growth of children, and will also be confiscated due to the death of a child. In short, if you do not raise your children well, you will raise them to death. Then your family's tax-free status will be gone, forcing parents to take responsibility for their children's life safety. Moreover, once this system is implemented, there will be no situation where there are too many children to support them. Based on the calculation of 2 adults and 6 children in a family, there is a total of 100 acres of land, of which only 40 acres are taxable. The remaining 60 acres are tax-free land. The wealth produced in these tax-free lands is enough to raise children to adulthood and even save in used funds. Finally, as the children gradually grow up and their families are separated one by one, the tax-free land will be recovered and then distributed to other people who need land. Those children who grow up and get married will also complete a life under this system. New cycle. Luo Chong is a modern person and is well aware of the tax collection rules in modern society. It seems that many taxes that once appeared in ancient times have disappeared. In fact, this is not the case. They just hide the previous taxes, just like the value-added tax. Using laws to restrain people will only make them hold grudges. People are like this. If you set too many rules for them, they will feel that they have been deprived of their freedom. Therefore, it is better to use benefits to induce them than to use laws to restrain them. Confucianism claims that people are inherently good by nature, but legalists claim that people are inherently evil by nature. If you want to talk to him about etiquette and morality, it is better to explain the interests to him directly and then use benefits to induce him. Luo Chong deeply believed that the first relationship between people is interests. Of course, some people would say that there are also feelings, but relationships also need interests to maintain. If you make friends with you and lose money every day, who will stay with you? Only parents can make friends and be willing to give to you without asking for anything in return. This is a fact. Therefore, the set of rules formulated by Luo Chong is to use relatively heavy taxes to make the people feel the pressure brought by life. The way to solve this pressure is to have children, so that the people of the Han tribe can shout, "Have children and get rich." Slogan: actively carry out the human creation movement to achieve the goal of rapid population growth expected by Luo Chong. Of course, this is a relatively long-term plan. Without 1 or 2 generations, little effect will be seen. After the introduction of this system, the total population of the Han tribe will only increase dramatically, but children account for a very large proportion. It is just a short-term plan. Within, no benefit from increasing population is seen because it takes time for these children to grow up. Of course, this does not mean that it is bad that children account for a large proportion of the total population. In fact, this is very good. It shows that this country is dynamic and full of vitality. However, within 15 years after the children grow up, the Han tribe cannot stop developing and still needs a large number of foreign people to supplement it. So what should be done? This problem also needs to be considered from the land issue. After 2 adults get married, they can be allocated 40 acres of land. This area is not small. Planting so much land requires a lot of labor and a lot of taxes. To solve this problem, the only way to get it is to have children. Tax-free territory, but this has caused new problems to arise. When children are born, there will be more land. Although there will be more money and food, the labor force will also increase accordingly. After all, the land is allocated to you, but if you don't plant it and produce no output, you still can't make money. For example, a young couple cultivates 40 acres of land together. However, in the first year of marriage, the woman becomes pregnant and can no longer do heavy work in the fields. Then the work of the 40 acres of land has to fall on one man. This is very tiring. When the child was born the next year, another 5 acres of land were divided. In this way, the two not only had to take care of the child, but also jointly planted 45 acres of land, and the workload increased accordingly. At the rate of 1 child every 2 years, the amount of labor will only increase. Moreover, women cannot work during pregnancy, which is equivalent to reducing the labor force in disguise, and even requires someone to take care of them. This way, the family will have more money and food. But an adult can't be busy at all, so what should we do? Luo Chong's idea mainly focuses on 2 aspects. The first is livestock, increasing the per capita share of cattle, horses, and donkeys. Cattle, horses, and donkeys can be used to help people with farm work. 1 animal can replace 4 adult laborers. If a family can have it, would undoubtedly be much easier with an animal. Regarding the use and planning of livestock, the specific implementation must be divided into 2 aspects. The first is to establish an official livestock breeding institution, where the government will uniformly raise livestock. If the people want to use it, they can rent it from the government. For example, I want to cultivate 10 acres. If you want to use oxen to plow your land, you can spend money to rent an ox from the government, negotiate a usage period, and return it when it expires. Another way is to not only use cattle to plow the land, but also to get a car that can pull some things. What should I do? Then farm the land honestly for a few years, save some money, and then go to an official breeding institution. Go buy one, make it private property, and use it for whatever you want. Of course, livestock used as livestock cannot be slaughtered and eaten at will. Even if they die unexpectedly, the identity of the livestock must be verified by the government and the cause of death of the livestock must be confirmed. This is not only to prevent people from killing cattle and horses wantonly, but also to prevent livestock epidemics. First, if someone gets infected and dies, the government can handle it promptly and properly to avoid the outbreak of the epidemic. This is the first aspect, and the other one is back to the population. Even if you have money and save money to buy 2 animals, the animals cannot do all the work. Even if you have animals, you still need people to control them. This is Luo Chong's second population expansion plan. Compared with encouraging childbearing, which is a long-term method that can only bear fruit, the second method is a short-term plan that can not only quickly absorb the foreign population, but also quickly expand the Han tribe's population. Territorial territory. That is to absorb the savages. In the past, the Han tribe's definition of savages referred to those people who lived in 2s and 3s or alone in the wild, like single men like Qingshu, but now it has changed. Luo Chong formulated a new definition of savages. Except for the citizens of the Han tribe who are registering their household registration, any other foreign tribes are regarded as savages. And what Luo Chong said about absorbing savages refers to absorbing outsiders. How to absorb them? The government doesn't care. Whether you cheat, rob, or buy things, the government doesn't care at all. If you return to the Han tribe, that's your skill. As long as you get a foreigner, after filing with the government, you can have the right to use this savage for 2 years. If you get a person back, within these 2 years, you will be responsible for his food, clothing, housing, and transportation. You need to teach him to speak Chinese and use the farm tools of the Han tribe. Likewise, this person also needs to help you work. He can help you chop firewood, help you pick manure, and help you plant the land. After the 2-year private labor period ends, this person who has learned Chinese, learned to farm, and learned the living habits of the Han tribe will obtain an official Han tribe household registration from the government and become a registered member of the Han tribe. This may seem like encouraging people to hunt personal slaves. Well, it is indeed similar, but in fact it is very different. First of all, these savages are brought in. Although they have to serve their masters for 2 years, they are not lifelong slaves. Luo Chong has provided them with a way to rise. As long as they work for 2 years, they can become members of the Han tribe. Officially, nationals enjoy the same treatment and social obligations as other citizens. Don't underestimate this rule. It seems simple, but it actually contains a lot of content. When most people think of slaves, they think of endless heavy work, waking up earlier than chickens, going to bed later than dogs, working day and night, and not having enough to eat. I can't put on my clothes are in rags, my face is sallow, and my muscles are thin. As for the slave owners, they often beat and scolded them. If they failed to complete their tasks, they would either not feed them or serve them with whips. But with this savage promotion channel, after working for the master for 2 years, he can be upgraded to a Han tribe citizen like the master and enjoy the same rights as the master. Then the question is, as long as you haven't beaten him to death in the past 2 years, once you make him become a person like you know what he will become in the future. What if he has the ability to become an official, or he himself has no ability, but his child has become an official? After he has become powerful, he will come back and think of ways to retaliate against you and destroy the family you caused trouble? On the other hand, if you have been very kind to him during the 2-year service period and allowed him to have a family in the Han tribe, if he becomes successful in the future, maybe he will repay your kindness? After such a comparison, do you still dare to abuse these savages who work for you? If you mistreat him, not only will there be no benefit, but you will also make yourself an enemy. Only a fool would do this. The last one is to prevent citizens from concealing the number of savages in their family, or concealing the service years of their savages, leading to the phenomenon of raising private slaves, detaining savages to work for them all the time, and preventing them from being upgraded to citizens. For this situation, Luo Chong also has a corresponding set of laws to restrict it. First of all, if you get a savage from outside, you must first report it to the government, register a temporary ID card for the savage, and record the basic information such as his service period, who he served in, etc. If someone dares to hide it, you may be able to hide it from the government, but can you hide it from your neighbor who is across the wall from you? The people under compilation were under militarized control, with 5 households living in a core, 10 households living in a tenth, and 100 households living in a li. If you conceal a savage and keep private slaves at home, and your 4 neighbors do not report it, then they will all be punished together. One person commits a crime and 5 families share the same crime. Let's see who dares to hide it for you. There will be an extra big kid in your family. Living person, will your neighbors in front, behind, and on your left and right know? What's more, this person has to come in and out from time to work on your land. Can you hide this? Similarly, if all the people in the same group concealed the report and no one from the same group reported it, then the 10 families would be jointly punished and all the people in the same group concealed the report. If the people in the same group did not report the report, the whole group would be punished and the district chief would be dismissed and investigated. Of course, blind punishment will not work. What if there is an official who takes the lead in raising private slaves? Therefore, reporting rewards must also be set up. If you find out that someone is keeping private slaves, and you report it to the government, the reporter can get a reward for reporting, and the reward is the tax for that year, which can be reduced by half. For example, according to the Han tribe's agricultural tax of 4/10, if you collect 1,000 kilograms of grain, you have to hand over 400 kilograms, but you find that your neighbor keeps private slaves, and you report it, then you only need to hand over 200 kilograms of grain this year. In this way, if you were rewarded at first and severely punished later, who would dare to conceal your crime for you? Maybe by then, several neighbors will rush to report you. Luo Chong's set of punches around dividing the land will encourage population fertility in the long term. In the short term, it can quickly absorb the surrounding population. After all the surrounding population has been siphoned by the Han tribe, these people the new people who became the savages migrated outwards, set up new counties in the surrounding areas, sent new people to garrison them, and then continued to expand outwards. This policy also has drawbacks. After all, the population in this era is limited, but the surrounding areas cannot be developed. Using such a policy can indeed achieve the purpose of rapidly growing the Han tribe, both in terms of territory and population. It has skyrocketed, but the further it goes, the more harmful this policy will be. Once there are no new fields to distribute to the people, or all the savages are plundered, a crisis will break out among the Han tribes. But this is the inevitability of governing. No policy in the world is always applicable. We can only adjust new policies at any time according to our own national conditions, and nip the crisis in the cradle before it breaks out. Similarly, this set of rules cannot be applied to all the territories of the Han tribe. It is only suitable for those farming counties. For others who do not farm, such as fishermen, craftsmen, and herdsmen, these rules cannot be applied forcefully. That is unrealistic. Therefore, it is necessary to develop regional economies based on different regional conditions, and to formulate legal systems and development directions that are in line with local people's conditions. The dense terms were written down on paper by Luo Chong. He wanted to hold a meeting with the county government officials to discuss it, but he gave up. Those people could do small things, so let them participate in formulating the rules. Do they have the talent? Thinking of this, Luo Chong once again felt the loneliness of a time traveler. There were tens of thousands of people gathered around him, but no one could help him think about this kind of thing. The students he handed over, they could only do a rule. Executor, first tell them what to do, and then let them follow the rules. Want them to set the rules? They also need to have experience in governing. Not to mention other things, they have never even heard of Luo Chong's national philosophy. Their thinking is still in the tribal era of public ownership. This special brew is similar to Luo Chong's. There is a generation gap of thousands of years, so there is nothing you can do about it. Thinking of this, Luo Chong couldn't help but hold his head and let out a sigh. It's so hard for me. But no matter how difficult it is, only you can do it. You have no choice. If you want to wear a crown, you must bear its weight. If you want to be an emperor, you must be prepared to die from exhaustion. The most tiring profession in the world is that of an emperor. He seems to control the whole world. In fact, there are a lot of things to take care of, especially since Luo Chong plans to centralize power. It was impossible to enfeff, as that would only cause endless internal fighting, and in the end it would be like the Warring States period, with wars everywhere and a loss of lives. On the contrary, only unification and centralization can bring all the country's resources together and use them where they should be used, so that the country can be better developed. Just like Luo Chong wants to climb the technology tree, he wants to make something, but he can't even get the materials together. This material is in this country, that material is in that country, and the two sides are still at war. What the hell is that? Climb the technology tree to enrich the country and strengthen the army. It would be better to set a unified tone from the beginning. Even if Luo Chong dies, no matter how the future generations toss it, at least he is the ancestral model there for future generations to follow. While Luo Chong was biting his pen and deducing various possible situations, and then formulating laws and game rules to suit the situation, tribes in other places were not idle either. They were also learning and making progress. Halfway through the first month of spring, when tender green grass grows again on the grasslands, countless tribes are also migrating with their own tribesmen. They will go to the spring and summer pastures, where they will live for half a year, waiting for the cattle, horses, and sheep to grow smoothly. After giving birth, calves and lambs are weaned, they will rush to the next pasture, with lush water and grass. On the vast grassland, Su-Ritu's tribe was also migrating, thanks to the Han tribe's caravan. Last year, Su-Ritu exchanged cattle, horses, and animal skins with the Han tribe's caravan for 6 two-wheeled single-horse vehicles. This made Su-Ritu extremely happy. Since the arrival of carts, their migration has become more convenient. Felt tents and other items that were inconvenient to carry in the past can now be transported on carts. Although this cart is very crude and far inferior to the transportation of Han tribe caravans, the car is luxurious, but that doesn't stop it from being cost-effective. At this moment, Su-Ritu was wearing a gray-white, slightly yellowed woolen robe, woolen trousers on his legs, a pair of cowhide riding boots on his feet, a leather hat on his head, and a handful of the short knife kept whittling the wood, and he sat on the cart and drove with the team. The trousers were learned from the caravans of the Han tribe, the leather boots were also learned from the caravans, the robes, and more importantly, the fabrics used to make the clothes were all from the Han tribe, as were the needlework and awls. However, although the current Su-Ritu tribe's clothing is all based on that of the Han tribe, it also incorporates their own characteristics, such as buttons or decorations made of sheep bones on the robe. The robe is also relatively long, and there are slits on the front, back, left and right. Convenient for horseback riding. More importantly, Su-Ritu was sitting on the cart, listening to the squeaking sound of the axle, but his hands were not idle. He kept cutting a piece of wood with the small dagger he got from the Han tribe. The shape is clearly the shape of a high-bridge saddle, and there are even 2 rattan rings connected by leather strips next to it, which look like a pair of stirrups. Su-Ritu carefully shaved the gauchao saddle, then laid a thick layer of felt on it, then covered it with the best lamb skin in the tribe, and finally used prairie rhinoceros skin to make glue. Glue it together, and add some decorations with grassland characteristics on it. In this way, a delicate saddle with 2 high ends is made. Making this saddle is not easy. Due to the scarcity of metal tools, Su-Ritu had no choice but to use an iron dagger to cut it one by one. Making such a saddle is basically the same as carving a sculpture by hand. With the trading operations of Han tribal caravans on the grasslands in the past 2 years, more and more grassland tribes have begun to recognize this powerful nation living in the mountains. They have a lot of wealth and miraculous manufacturing techniques. Various ox carts and horse-drawn carriages, pottery pots, porcelain bowls, iron pots and other containers and cooking utensils, as well as salt, which is essential for human beings, dense woolen cloth woven in vertical and horizontal directions, and hairy threads as thin as hair, as well as sharp and thin iron needles and awls. The most important thing is the well-armed warriors of the Han tribe, which is the guarantee for their safe trade on the grassland. When some people see the wealth of the Han tribe, the first thing they think of is to rob them, but Suritu is different. He prefers to do business with the Han tribe. This was not because he was kind, but because Suritu had a high self-esteem. He did not bother to rob the Han tribe's caravan, because it would not be of any benefit to their tribe, but would bring about annihilation for his tribe. Disaster. My tribe is not a match for the Han tribe yet. Suritu had a clear understanding, unlike those fools who were blinded by interests and automatically fell into the sword of the Han tribe. If I want to rob, I won't rob their things, I will rob those craftsmen who know how to make things. A pair of scarred hands tightly held the shining dagger. Those wounds were all caused by him making this saddle this winter. Suritu likes this steel dagger very much. It is very useful for slaughtering livestock, skinning, dividing meat and removing bones. I don't know how much better it is than those stone and bone tools, but it's a pity that it is too expensive. The guy named Yufu wanted to exchange 2 cows for this dagger. He exchanged 2 daggers and felt his heart bleed. These 2 gadgets were actually more expensive than a car. They obviously have so much iron, and the long knives their warriors wear are as tall as children, but they just don't want to sell them to us. Suritu gritted his teeth secretly, but soon felt relieved. He was a smart man, and he completely understood what the Han tribe did. If his own tribe also mastered the art of making such artifacts, he would never sell it to others easily. Isn't this causing trouble for yourself? What if the other party buys his own weapon and turns around and hits him? So Suritu didn't have any dislike for the Han tribe. On the contrary, he respected the legendary leader of the Han tribe very much, because he felt that the other person was also very smart, just like himself, no, smarter. The Fu people said that these things were made by their leader under the leadership of the tribe, and the production methods were all taught to them by the leader. The leader of the Han tribe is amazing. Suritu praised. It is impossible to defeat, so robbery is not possible. As for robbing the craftsmen of the Han tribe, it is even more impossible. Not to mention that he does not know where the Han tribe lives. Even if he knew, he can only be beaten. Why fight? Even now, I can still benefit. Suritu couldn't help but think. Behind the 6 carts, I saw some slaves tied in a string, or should be called prisoners. There were many soldiers riding horses patrolling the front and rear of the team around the prisoners. Although these cavalry warriors were not equipped stirrups and high-bridge saddles, but they all wore leather armor and leather helmets. This is also learned from the caravans of the Han tribe. Just last winter, after Suritu's tribe separated from the Han tribe's caravan, and when he saw that the cavalry wearing armor could block the arrows of the prairie people, he secretly became interested. It is not difficult to make this thing. You only need to cut the rawhide into a suitable shape and then use silk threads to connect them together to make clothes. However, the leather armor of the Han tribe is painted with several layers of paint, while the grassland there was no such thing in the world, so Suritu could only ask the tribesmen to make the simplest leather armor. The tools are ready-made. They bought a large number of iron scissors from Yufu. They were sold to them by the Han tribe for shearing sheep's wool. However, there is no problem when they are used to cut cowhide. It is not difficult to drill holes. They have bought special awls for making shoes, and the string used to braid the armor can be twisted with wool. In this way, Suritu formed a team of warriors in his tribe, all wearing cowhide armor. The horse gear was still the same, the bows and arrows were still the original single bows, and the arrows were still made of bone and stone. The tribe learned, and they also knew the correct way, to add tail feathers to the nock of the arrow. In the end, Suritu relied on such a team of 300 to 400 people to continuously plunder the weak tribes around him during the long winter, because this team was equipped with leather armor, so that they could reduce your own casualty rate when fighting the enemy. Although it was just an unqualified leather armor, it helped Suritu a lot. In many battles with other tribes, the leather armor played a huge role. The other tribes often kept a certain distance from them and waited until they were within shooting range. Inside, both sides fired arrows at each other at the same time. The final result can be imagined. It was difficult for the enemy's bone arrows to penetrate their leather armor, but their own arrows caused serious damage to the enemy. It was under such circumstances that Suritu stayed idle all winter, hunting down all the small tribes that lived around his tribe for the winter, and captured a total of more than 4,000 people, plus the original members of their tribe. There are more than 1,000 herders in total, and Suritu's herdsmen have exceeded 6. However, there are still not many adult men among them. Most of them are stolen women and children. In addition to the population, there were also a large number of livestock stolen from several tribes. The total number of cattle, horses, and sheep was more than 20,000. Looking at the crowded herd of beasts in front and the strings of slaves behind, Suritu showed a satisfied smile. "Look, isn't this great? Why do you want to rob the Han tribe? If you just learn something from them, you can get me countless trophies, ha 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 ha." All the clansmen looked at their leader sitting on the cart in confusion, not knowing who he was talking to or why he laughed suddenly. But these are not important anymore. The warriors on horseback are very happy, because the battle last winter not only brought a lot to the tribe, but also themselves. Everyone was assigned at least one woman. Who can benefit from such a good thing? I won't be happy. Oh. It would be great if we could equip the same saddles and stirrups as those of the Han tribe. It would be even better if we could also get some metal weapons. That would be even more perfect. After laughing, Suritu began to murmur secretly again. He picked up a bowl of milk that had just been milked by the slave, poured it into his stomach in large gulps, and then looked at the silver bowl in his hand that glowed white in the sun, and couldn't help but think to himself. The weapons of the Han tribe are dead. It is impossible to replace them. Even if they can be replaced, they are ridiculously expensive. It is impossible to use them as weapons for soldiers. But as for the not-so-powerful Qingshu tribe, they can't do it. Metal things? I wonder if their tribe can make iron tools. Suritu wanted to strengthen himself by learning from the Han tribe. When he realized that it was impossible to buy steel weapons from the Han tribe, he once again turned his attention to another merchant tribe that often moved on the grasslands. The Qingshu tribe makes metal utensils. But what Suritu didn't know was that the Qingshu tribe was not having an easy time either. In the late autumn of last year, the leader of the Qingshu tribe, who was waiting day and night for the caravan to bring back vehicle samples, was not waiting for the legendary ox cart that could carry hundreds of kilograms of grain, but a group of people who even lost their own mounts. The remaining soldiers were defeated. The large amount of sea salt they brought to trade cattle and horses was gone, the various grain seeds they brought were gone, and even the pack horses used to carry goods were gone. Especially for the purpose of contacting the Han tribe caravans, especially prepared, more than 100 people were killed, and more than half of them were killed. Only less than 30 people came back. Not to mention bringing back a cow or sheep, these people didn't even bring back their own mounts. They came back all the way on their legs. Such a result was certainly not what the commander wanted, so he flew into a rage. You must know that the amount of materials lost this time was not a small amount. Although sea salt and grain can be produced again, it will take time, and those who increased all the men sent out actually died outside. The commander-in-chief needs an explanation, and so do the families of those who died. Commander, that Han tribe is too overbearing. Not only did they not agree with us exchanging seeds for their carriages, they also directly sent soldiers to kill our people and rob our things. Not only that, after killing people, they also threatened. I said we are not allowed, we will run to the grassland to sell white salt in the future. If they see it, we will kill it every time we see it. Listen, they don't take our Qian tribe seriously at all. Commander, you have to help, our people are taking revenge. After listening to the complaint made by the elderly Elder Chong, who was crying with snot and tears, the commander-in-chief felt extremely bored in his heart, and finally couldn't help but sneered at Elder Chong. Yes, it's time to avenge those dead team members. It was you who promised that you would be able to exchange the seeds for the carriage we wanted this time. But now, where did you take them? Huh? The commander-in-chief angrily slapped his palm on the bamboo coffee table, causing the exquisite porcelain tea set on it to fly away, and then he was heard roaring loudly. Someone came, dragged Elder Chong out, chopped him off, hung his head, hands, feet, and body on a tree outside, and told the families of the dead team members that it was this bastard's fault that he didn't bring them back. Chong, who was lying on the ground crying bitterly and angrily scolding the Han tribe's Elder Chong, suddenly trembled when he heard the verdict of the commander-in-chief and urinated. No matter how much he begged for mercy, the commander did not let him go. Soon, various parts of Elder Chong were hung on the largest tree in the middle of Qingshu Valley. The family members of the caravan members who died outside also immediately ran away. They came here to divide and rob the corpses. In the end, one family took a piece of meat and went back to offer sacrifices to their dead relatives. The commander-in-chief is not a fool. If something like this happened, of course he would have to find a scapegoat and kill him in order to vent his anger on the families of the deceased. What's more, the idea of exchanging grain seeds for truck food was originally proposed by Elder Chong. If you don't kill him, who will be killed? Looking for revenge from the Han tribe? No kidding, do they know where the Han tribe is? So I had to kill Elder Chong first to let everyone vent their anger. But others didn't know what was going on, but the commander-in-chief knew that the culprit of this incident still had to be blamed on the Han tribe. Those people were too overbearing. They just refused to change the car and even killed them. Our people robbed us of our things, which is really a great deception. The commander-in-chief became more and more angry as he thought about it, but there was no way to solve this matter. How could he find the Han tribe members and then fight them back? That's not very realistic, but for something as important as the carriage, it would really be a big loss if we didn't get it out. Of course, when Elder Chong promised to get a vehicle back as a sample, the Qian tribe's own research department was not idle either. They had been trying to manufacture vehicles, and now they have made some progress. Come here, call the people who built the car. Thinking of this, the commander immediately started calling people. Building a car is not a simple job, it requires simultaneous research by multiple departments. Now half a year has passed, and Qian tribe has indeed made some achievements. Soon, a group of people arrived in front of the commander's bamboo building, bringing along with them their research results. General, this is the pottery wheel we made from clay. It is very convenient to operate and can hold 4 bags of grain at a time. However, it is too heavy and the pottery wheel will easily break when it hits a hard stone. The leader of tools said that they had just heard about Elder Chong being slaughtered, so they were all very scared now. Why don't you talk about it? It's a waste of time, get out of here. The commander shouted angrily. General, this 2-wheeled vehicle made entirely of wood can also run. I made this vehicle according to the vehicle I heard. It can also be tied to a horse in front to pull it. I just don't know how to use it. Are they the same as those of the Han tribe? A small leader who participated in the car-making said, pointing to a very rough wooden cart. "Oh? This car is actually made of wood? How did you make it?" The commander became interested and asked, curiously. "Oh, Commander, this is made with a new alloy tool we made." The three elders in charge of metallurgy also immediately claimed the credit. "Alloy? Yes, these are the golden axes. We tried 3 kinds of gold from our tribe. None of them are as strong as the iron scissors of the Han tribe, nor as hard as the iron scissors. So we wondered if it was because this kind of iron scissors was called iron. The gold is inherently stronger than our 3 golds. So we tried to remelt the iron and cast it into an axe to use as a tool. It turned out that it really worked. This iron axe is particularly sharp when used to chop wood, and is several times better than our pure gold. It's just a pity that we can't smelt iron ourselves. Such a small amount of iron is definitely not enough, so we thought if we could melt the iron and add it to the red gold to see if the red gold could harden after eating the iron. The result was really good. It's done. This axe is made of iron and red gold melted together. Although it is not as sharp as the iron axe, it is not much worse." Speaking of the tools used to make wooden carts, the 3 elders in charge of the 3 gold smeltings immediately began to offer treasures, showing off their latest achievement in front of the commander-in-chief, a copper-iron alloy axe. The commander-in-chief was very interested in this axe, which was lighter in color than red gold, red copper. He picked it up and chopped it down at the small tree not far away. He only heard a bang, and the axe blade turned out to be true. It penetrated 3/3 of the way into the tree and made a large gap in the tree. Looking at the axe blade again, there was basically no damage. This kind of axe is much better than the pure copper axe made by the Qingshu tribe before. If the pure copper axe is used to cut like this, it will have to be deformed, and it will not make such a big gap. Just thinking that this was an alloy mixed with copper and iron, the commander frowned again. This alloy axe is good, but we can't smelt iron ourselves, and the Han tribe is unwilling to trade with us, and can't make it in large quantities, so what's the use of this alloy? After that, the commander waved his hand and moved the axe again. "Throw it on the wooden cart." "Commander, we have also thought about this problem, so we tried it with our tribe's own 3 financial resources together, and found that the platinum and red financial resources combined are not much worse than the iron. In this way, we can make large quantities of alloy tools." The 3 elders proudly took out several golden metal tools again. There are not only axes, but also scissors imitated in the style of Han tribe scissors, and a golden dagger. As soon as these 3 things were taken out, the commander became even more interested. He tried each item in his hands, and finally he held the dagger and refused to let go. "Is this made of platinum and red gold melted together?" "Yes, Commander, but we don't know what this kind of thing should be called yet. Also, we found that if the amount of platinum and red gold is different, the alloys made will be different. If there is too much platinum, the alloy will be different. It's harder. If you put less, it will become softer. Now we are trying again and again to find out how much it should be." The 3 elders answered again. "Well, not bad, not bad. With this thing, why do we need the iron from the Han tribe? In the future, we will use this alloy to make tools. By the way, since you don't know what this thing is called, well, since this thing is if white gold and red gold come together, let's just call it white gold." The commander-in-chief was so happy that he immediately gave the alloy a name. Several elders also hurriedly climbed up the pole and kept saying that the commander-in-chief was great. Little did they know that the white gold they were talking about was the bronze that had been eliminated by the Han tribe. It could be regarded as an accident, but the 3 elders of the Qingshu tribe tinkered with the bronze alloy. Of course, being stimulated by the ironware of the Han tribe can only be regarded as an inducement for this incident, and the final reason for this result is actually related to the inability to purify the metal of the Qian tribe. The pure element of copper should originally be brass, but because the copper of the Qian tribe cannot be purified, what is made is red copper or red copper. In addition, the same goes for what they call platinum. It looks no different from silver as a whole. However, due to poor purification, the silver produced by the Qian tribe also contains some lead and tin. As a result, it was mixed with red copper. Melted together, white gold containing copper, carbon, silver, lead, and tin was created. After looking at the tools made by the three elders, the commander once again set his sights on the wooden cart. This car looks very special. The most critical wheels, axles, and frame are all made of wood, while the unimportant car panels are woven from thick bamboo sheets. The rims, spokes, and wheels are all made of wood. The three parts of the core, as well as the axle and frame, were all chopped out with a short-handled hand axe. Most of them were in the shape of sticks or strips. There was not a single wooden board on the entire car. It has to be said that although bronze alloy can be used to make tools for chopping wood, they do not have saws and planers, two essential tools for carpenters, so you can imagine what the vehicles they make will look like. All wood, there is not even a smooth and flat surface in the made part, and it is full of marks from knives, axes, and chisels. At the request of the commander-in-chief, the team leader who made this ox cart began to pull the ox cart up. The cart moved crookedly, but at least it did not fall apart. I don't know how long such a cart can be used after being loaded with things. The commander-in-chief was still full of curiosity when he saw the bullock cart for the first time. He personally sat on the cart at the back and asked the team leader who built the cart to drive him in front. As a result, after going around in the valley, this car miraculously did not malfunction, which made everyone watching so happy. They all said that this car is a good thing, and they should do more when they come back. No matter what it is used to transport, it will be faster than before. The commander-in-chief naturally thought so and quickly asked the team leader who built the car. How many days does it take to build this car? Coming back to the commander, this car has been built for 8 years. Mainly because there were a lot of problems when we tried it the first time. Moreover, everyone had no experience and had never seen what the car looked like, so it took a lot of time. If the commander wants to build the same car, I think it will take about 5 months to complete. Does it take that long? The commander-in-chief, who was in a better mood, became depressed again after hearing the news. Yes, Commander, although we have an axe made of this alloy, it is still laborious and time-consuming to make. The Nahun tribe heard that a prairie tribe wanted to buy a car last time, so the next time they came, they produced dozens of large cars. Although all they sell are two-wheeled, they are very fast to make. I think this must be related to their tools. They must have more powerful iron tools. Just like this pair of scissors sold by the Han tribe, it looks like 2 knives nailed together. It's not a big deal, but this small change can do things that the knife can't do. In the past, animal skins could only be cut with knives, but now there are scissors. Since the people of the Han tribe are so smart, they must have various other useful tools. The team leader immediately started talking. The commander also nodded, but in the end he suddenly said, "But what does this have to do with us? What on earth do you want to say?" The team leader who built the car immediately knelt down on one knee and begged his commander. "General, I am willing to lead the team to continue trading in the grassland. Even if we agree to the Han tribe's conditions, we can only sell salt near the coast. Or we can sell it more expensively. The price cannot be lower than that of the Han tribe. It wouldn't do us any harm at all, since the people buying salt are all prairie people. We don't have to be enemies of the Han tribe. As long as we can get along with them on an equal footing, as long as we can still get in touch with the tribes on the grassland, we can discover more good things from the Han tribe. In this way, even if the Han tribe does not directly sell to we, we can also learn more technologies from the Han tribe on the grassland. Even, we can give some gifts to the Han tribe and ask to see their leader to discuss bilateral transactions with their leader. We can go to their tribe and see with our own eyes how they live and what we don't want. It is a good thing to know. As long as one person comes back from the Han tribe, if he can write down everything he sees, it will be beneficial to our tribe. Just like this car, we used to carry things on our shoulders and carry them with at most a basket and a pole. But now that we have a car, we can save a lot of effort in carrying things in the future. This is not just an extra benefit, but a benefit. It is a huge benefit to all of us in the Qian tribe. I hope the leader will agree with me to take people to the Han tribe. The squad leader begged very sincerely. After listening to it, the commander-in-chief didn't speak for a long time. Instead, he was thinking about the feasibility of this proposal, how much benefit it would bring to him, and how much price he would have to pay. After thinking for a long time, the commander finally looked at Dao, who was kneeling at his feet. I remember that the Han tribe had a car that could be pulled by oxen and horses, and could carry heavy loads. You brought it back from the grassland, right? By the way, you were the first to put forward the idea of building a car, right? Coming back to the commander, I brought back the news about the car, as well as other good things that the Han tribe sold on the grassland, and then Elder Shang went to the grassland to change the car. The team leader immediately replied. Well, after Elder Shang left, the Han tribe's caravan was not willing to do business with us. Instead, they killed our people and robbed our things. What you elders didn't do, you just go there. Is it useful? Besides, aren't you afraid of dying outside like the people last time? The commander asked again. Go back to the commander. As long as I can bring more powerful skills and tools to the tribe, even if I die, it will be worth it. I'm afraid I can't learn more powerful things and bring them back to the commander and the Qian tribe. Clan relatives. Hearing such an impassioned speech, the commander-in-chief was also a little moved. Yes, the reason why the last thing failed and caused such huge losses must be the reason for the waste merchant elder. Look at one of his squad leaders. Not only did he lead so many good things from the Han tribe came, and they also brought back news that the Han tribe had cars, and even I have never seen what a cart looks like, but I just relied on the description I heard to build an ox cart that can be used by people. I don't know how much better than the Elder Shang. Maybe if I let this kid go, he can really do it. What's the gain? As he said himself, even if he only learns a better technique than the Qian tribe, it's worth it. Thinking of this, the commander-in-chief did not hesitate and personally helped the team leader up. May I have your name? Coming back to the commander, the villain's name is Ushio. Ha 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 ha, this is a good name. The oxtail is very active. It really looks like you and doesn't want to be idle. In this case, then you should take someone to go to the grassland again and see if you can sneak into the settlement of the Han tribe. You were originally the captain of Elder Shang, but now that old guy has been killed by me. Now I will let you be the new Elder Shang. I hope you will not disappoint me and can really do what you said. How to arrange the specific arrangements and how many manpower are needed? You can do it yourself. You must tell me before you leave. The commander-in-chief happily patted Niue on the shoulder and encouraged him again. Thank you very much, Commander. I will start making arrangements immediately. I will never let you down. Originally I just wanted to go to the Han tribe to gain experience, but I didn't expect that I would be appointed as the new Shang elder by the commander-in-chief. This was a leap into the core power circle at the top of the tribe. Ushio immediately thanked him excitedly. But after calming down, Ushio figured it out. He, the Shang elder, was nothing. The last Shang elder had only been dead for a day, and his body was divided with an axe by the leader and hung on a tree to dry. If he could do the same this time, if you don't bring anything back, you will definitely end up with the same fate. Besides, I heard from people who came back last time that the Han tribe was very unreasonable, but their warriors were incredibly strong. I didn't even know if I would come back alive this time, so it was useless to think about it now. After making up his mind, Ushio began to select the team members who would go on the mission with him, as well as the goods and gifts he would bring this time. It's just that the preparation process was not very smooth. There was no problem with the material preparation. With the support of the general, it was hard for others to say anything. They basically gave them what they asked for, but there was a problem when it came to selecting team members. More than 100 people went out last time, but in the end less than 30 came back. Moreover, these people who came back only had half their lives left. They might be in danger of being executed by the commander-in-chief, and they might not be safe if they go out. Taking advantage of this, there will be few people who are willing to go to the grassland with Niue to die in search of excitement. However, Ushio also has his own method. Anyone who is willing to go with him will directly pay a settling-in allowance to their family members. This is considered to be an early payment of pension, which is equivalent to directly buying their lives. In this way, he also attracted some young people who were too poor to take the blame, plus some old brothers and old team members who had been to the grasslands with him, and finally he was able to gather 40 people. In early spring, on the last day of January of the new year, after bidding farewell to the commander-in-chief, Ushio resolutely led his team onto the reef connecting Takashima and the mainland, and walked firmly towards the legendary civilized country. This time, he wanted to personally go check it out. On the first day of February, the 4th year after Luo Chong came to this world, all the spring plowing had been completed. The spring wheat had been sown and green shoots had grown. The corn had also grown trumpet-shaped seedlings. The rice had already grown. After the rice transplanting was completed, the farmland in the 3 counties of the Han tribe was filled with vitality. For more than half a month after returning from flood control, Luo Chong himself was not idle. He first formulated a land reform plan, government management methods, the amount of taxes to be collected, and the future development strategy of the tribe. Now that spring plowing is over, it is time to formally implement these rules and laws. In order to cooperate with this reform about the book Han Rights planned by Luo Chong, the first chapter, the 21st class merit of the Han Empire, the Ju chapter, was finally written. Luo Chong did not specialize in studying history in his previous life. He had only heard people say that during the Qin and Han dynasties, all military titles were at level 20. However, he really didn't know the specific social status and responsibilities of those titles, so he just memorized a few titles. Name, and not all of it. But that doesn't matter. It's not reliable to directly copy other people's rules. Each civilization has its own unique background and social environment. Even if it is copied directly, it may not be suitable. Therefore, Luo Chong has to make use of the only rules he has. After some memory and reference to the actual situation of the Han tribe, the 20-level merit titles unique to the Han tribe in this world were formulated. Level 0, the lowest level of ordinary civilians, without titles. Han tribes called them common people, and in the Qing dynasty, they were called qianshu. They used a piece of black cloth to wrap the top of their hair in a bun. The black top of their head was called qianshu. It's easy to understand. Luo Chong, I plan to do that too. The first level of knighthood, public servant, means that one has started to serve the country. From now on, he is no longer a civilian. Since he has the title, he must contribute to the public affairs, so he is called gongshi. To become a duke, the black cloth used to wrap the bun on the head must be replaced by brown cloth, and 20 acres of land will be given to a person. This is equivalent to giving a person land for free, but the land rewarded also has to pay taxes. The extra surplus grain can also be used to exchange for money, or you can grow other things yourself. The prerequisite is to grow the taxed grain. In terms of social status, the gongshi with the first-level title can serve as a court commander and manage the 4 surrounding households. When serving in the corvée, he can also serve as a temporary deputy flag officer, or as a pawn in the countryside. The second level of title, danjin, literally means that the brown cloth on the head must be replaced by a dark red cloth, plus 20 acres of land. You can be a long-term leader, manage 9 neighbors, serve in the military, or serve as a small flag officer, or work as a clerk in a town. The third level of title, good at work, means being good at doing something, such as farming well, producing plenty of food, and not attracting insects, or being a good carpenter or blacksmith. As long as you can stand out from the crowd, you can become a master in the eyes of others. You can get the title of good work. The benefits are an additional 20 acres of land. If you are in politics, you can be an official in the village. If you are in the army, you can be a deputy commander, equivalent to a deputy platoon leader. The hair ornament on your head is no longer a piece of cloth, but a wooden one. Hoop. The meaning of the 4th-level knighthood, jizwa, is also very obvious. It is not just a title that can be obtained by doing well. It is not only about doing well, but also about using your brain. It is also a title specially designed to encourage invention and creation. Of title. If you want to be an intelligent worker, you can submit an invention that is useful to the country. Once proven, you will be awarded a title immediately. It doesn't matter if you can't invent it. If you understand herbal medicine, you can discover a herb that can cure diseases. Medicine can also be given a title after it is turned in. Or, as a farmer, if you discover a new food in the wild and then cultivate it that can be cultivated artificially, you can also be given a title after it is turned in. The establishment of this title is very important. Luo Chong specifically encouraged the people to contribute to the tribe. It was also to cultivate the enterprising spirit of the nation. Luo Chong taught them a lot of science and technology, but it was by no means a reason to let them rest on their laurels. If in the future, if Luo Chong dies, will the big man just stand still, or will he just reverse the car? This is absolutely not possible. In order to cultivate the enterprising spirit of the nation, Luo Chong must encourage people to actively use their brains to make inventions. No matter what industry they are in, as long as they are useful, they will be knighted. Chisaku's hair accessories have also changed from wooden headbands to leather ones. The benefits are also an additional 20 acres of land. And when you reach this level, you no longer have to do hard labor. If you want to join politics, you can work as a county official. A minor official, that is, someone at the level of a department clerk, who joins the army can serve as a general bannerman, equivalent to a platoon leader. The 5th-level knighthood, gushed, the headdress is a leather headband, plus a wooden hairpin, and the hairpin is inserted to fix the bun, so it is called gushed. Its meaning is to tell the knight to be stable and conduct well. Sit upright and do things carefully to strengthen your head. The benefits are an additional 20 acres of land. If you work in politics, you can be a county-level official. If you work in the army, you can be a deputy unit chief, which is equivalent to a deputy company commander. The 6th level is solid body. Those who are vigilant must be steady and decent and not forget their original intention. The hair accessories are leather headbands and hairpins made of translucent antelope horns. If you add 1 acre of land to your welfare benefits, you can become a deputy county magistrate in politics, a section chief in the military, and manage several general banners, which is equivalent to a company-level military officer. The 7th level is the foundation. Remember that the country is based on agriculture. At this level, you can be a county magistrate, so you must remember your responsibilities, develop agriculture, and govern the people. The hair accessories are still leather headbands and bronze hairpins, and the hairpins should be shaped like hose, so that the winners can always remember their original intention of being farming-oriented. With benefits and land, people who have climbed to this position basically have more than 3 acres of land at home. In addition to supporting their own family, they can also support a chief clerk. It is also allowed for a staff like the master, which is equivalent to the county magistrate. Personal secretaries are not paid by the state anyway. If you join the army with this title, you can also be a unit commander, equivalent to a company instructor. When not fighting, you have more power than a military officer, and are responsible for logistics and intelligence, as well as the ideological status of soldiers, and military law. The 8th level is Xiaoyu. The hair accessory is a plate crown, shaped like an open book, with a silver hairpin. You can tell what the hair accessory is for by looking at it. If you work in politics, you can work as a minor official at the county level, or you can work as a principal in the county, in charge of the education work of a county. If you work in the army, you can be a deputy chief, which is equivalent to the level of deputy battalion commander. If we add another piece of land to the welfare, the land in front of us will be more than 4 acres. If we have more children, it will even exceed 5 acres. The 9th level is Shanyu, with a long crown and a silver hairpin. In politics, one can serve as a department secretary at the county level, which is equivalent to a small section chief, or as a principal of a county school, in charge of the education work of a county. Joining the army as a chief officer, which is equivalent to a battalion level, the benefits are still more than 5 acres of land. The 10th episode is Xiaoliang, which means that if you get this title, you will become a pillar of the country. You can be a county guard level official, or you can be a guansima, which is equivalent to a battalion instructor. With the title of Xiaoliang, people with the title of Xiaoliang have also begun to officially wear liang crowns, and their rank can be seen directly from the hat. Welfare plus land, almost a total of more than 6 acres. The 20 levels of nobility formulated by Luo Chong have become a watershed starting from the 10th level. Xiaoliang at the 10th level has already achieved the post of county guard, which is considered the pinnacle of local officials. Starting from the 11th level, it is necessary to truly, he entered the palace and entered the imperial court, the center of imperial power. The 11th level title is doctor, wearing a crown, and can serve as a minor official in the central government. If you join the army, you can also serve as deputy commander of the guard, which is equivalent to a deputy regiment level official. The level benefits are still the same. The 12th level is Xiaoyin, and yin means assistant. At this level, Xiaoyin can be the deputy of various eunuchs, such as the Imperial College, Ministry of Education, which is in charge of national education, and is in charge of astronomy, solar terms, calendar, time. The Qing Tianjian, National Observatory, is responsible for seasonal measurement. The Water Supervisor, Ministry of Water Resources, is in charge of the construction of water conservancy projects across the country. The Shaofu Supervisor, Central Bank, is in charge of coin minting and issuance, and the Ordnance Supervisor is in charge of the manufacture of ordnance and military supplies. In the army, one can serve as a guard officer, deputy regimental level military officer, equivalent to a staff officer, responsible for military law and training, and making suggestions. The 13th level is the Jingchen. He can serve as the chief officer of various supervisors, or he can serve as a clerk in various ministries, or he can serve as a censor in the Supervisory Council, which is equivalent to the current Central Commission for Discipline Inspection and the Supreme Procuratorate. If he joins the army, he can serve as a commander of the guards. A regimental level military officer with at least 1,000 people under his command. The 14th level is the Shaoqing, who can serve as the deputy of the Jiuqing, such as the deputy of the Shaoqing of Dali Temple, the highest court in the country, the deputy of the Shaoqing of Honglu Temple, Ministry of Foreign Affairs, the deputy of Shaoqing of Sinong Temple, Agricultural Affairs, Academy of Sciences, and is responsible for providing royal dietary materials. In addition to these positions, those with the title of Shaoqing can also work as a clerk in the ministry and manage the special affairs of the ministry. For example, under the Ministry of Household Affairs, the chief who specializes in household registration is only responsible to the chief and deputy ministers above. If Shaoqingjiwa joins the army, he can be appointed as a Wei Sima, equivalent to the political commissar of the regiment, responsible for publicity, ideological guidance, intelligence, logistics, etc. The 15th level is Shangqing. You can serve as the chief officer of the 9 Qings, or work as a clerk in the ministry. The benefits of the title are still more generous. Starting from Shangqing, this is another watershed in terms of welfare. If you join the army with this title, you can appoint partial generals, but generally there is no such establishment. Only in wartime, in a specific war, several partial generals will be temporarily appointed, and you can lead one or several guards to act alone according to the situation. Such as the general of the forward army, or the general of the partial division protecting the flanks. From level 16 to level 20, there are 2 systems of civil and military titles. The civil and military titles are Shangzhao, Baron, Xiao Shangzhao, Viscount, de Shangzhao, Count, and Shaozai, Marquis, Dezai, Duke. For these 5 highest levels, the benefits depend on the specific situation. The 16th level, Shangzhao, Baron, does not have a fiefdom. You can add a few more lands according to the emperor's wishes. If you are a martial knight, you can be given a title, but you cannot use a place name. The 4 titles, from Viscount to Duke, can have fiefs or virtual titles, which only give titles and other rewards. However, there are no actual fiefs. If there are actual fiefs, they will not be too big. Generally, the titles are only at the township and county level. The maximum cannot exceed the county. Those who obtain a fief can enjoy half of the agricultural tax in the fief, but they do not have the management rights of the fief. Officials in the fief are still subject to those appointed by the state. All government orders are consistent with the court. Those who change local government orders privately are regarded as for rebellion. The other is the civil service system, from level 16 to 18, Shangzhao, Sha Shangzhou, and De Shangzhou. These 3 titles are composed of the main officials of the 6 ministries. The largest De Shangzhou can serve as the minister of the 6 ministries, which is the chief official of the 6 ministries. As for the last 2 young prime ministers and grand prime ministers, they can be regarded as cabinet ministers or prime ministers. However, for an emperor who is pro-government and centralized, these 2 official positions will not be set up as long as Luo Chong is alive. The first is that it is not necessary. As long as there are 6 assistants, Luo Chong can be busy. The second is that there are no such talents. In the current Han tribe, except for Luo Chong, the founder, no one has the ability to manage alone. The capabilities of the entire Han tribe. What is a prime minister? The prime minister is the emperor's deputy and auxiliary minister. When the emperor has no time to govern, or when the old emperor dies and the new emperor is too young to govern, the prime minister must lead the entire country by himself. He is truly one person. Below the people, above 10,000 people, except for the royal family, they can control all the affairs of the entire country. This power is too great. Luo Chong doesn't want to give away his power early, but he can cultivate 1 or 2 such talents in advance. If he dies, he can appoint a prime minister to assist him. Or we can find a compromise. When the second emperor succeeds to the throne, the entire cabinet will come out to assist the emperor. The main task of the cabinet is to review the memorials sent from various places below. The elders of the cabinet must read them first and then review them below. Write your own opinions on the matter and send it to the emperor. If the emperor thinks there is no problem, he can just circle it with a red pen to express his agreement to handle it according to the cabinet's opinions. In this case, half of the power to control the world is still in the hands of the emperor, and the emperor also plays the role of making the final decision. If the emperor does not agree with the cabinet's handling opinions, he can also call a few cabinet elders to discuss and hold a small meeting. Discuss it. This model is very suitable for the new emperor who succeeds to govern, but for Luo Chong, the founder of the country, it is not necessary at all. Who else knows better than him how to manage a country in this world? For the above 20 levels of knighthood, the first 3 levels will be awarded by the county-level administrative chief after verification of merit, and must be filed and reported to the central government at the end of the year. Levels 4 to 6 will be reviewed and conferred by the county-level administrative chief and filed. Those level 7 and above must be, the meritorious deeds of meritorious persons are reported to the central government, which will review and decide whether to be knighted or not. Titles below the 10th level can be hereditary for 3 generations, with each generation being reduced by 1 level. Those above the 10th level can be hereditary for 5 generations, with each generation being reduced by 1 level, until they finally become common people again. The advantage of doing this is that as the empire takes longer and longer, the population increases, and more people have titles. In the end, there will be no land to seal, or there will be too many titles, which will cause the title to depreciate. When the time comes that there will be as many doctors as dogs and earls everywhere, the people below will not be so eager for titles. Another important reason is that there are people in the province who occupy the latrine and do nothing. Maybe I do have the ability and earned the title through my own merit, but my children and grandchildren are fools who have accomplished nothing. If the title is hereditary, it will be a waste of those benefits. There is only so much land, so it is better to give it to those who are capable. This is called making the best use of everything. This is only part of the content in Han writes. The Gongjua chapter alone is so complicated, but it cannot be left out. It is the foundation for maintaining the normal operation of a country. On February 1st in spring, Luo Chong came to the flag stand in the square. Although this event was not a sacrifice, it was not less important than the sacrifice. Several large wooden boards were erected in the square early, with various titles set by Luo Chong posted on them. There were also a bunch of hair accessories on the big table next to them, which also corresponded to various titles. Luo Chong was not the protagonist of this event, but sat aside as a guest. The entire event was hosted by the magistrate of Hanyang County. First, a coming-of-age ceremony was held for hundreds of men and women who had just come of age this spring, and they were awarded representative awards. The common people wore black headscarves, and then these young people went on a blind date by themselves. The next step is to popularize titles for hundreds of household heads in Hanyang City, as well as the specific matters of private ownership and land distribution, as well as militarized management from now on, as well as the civic obligation to pay taxes and serve in the military, etc. These are all popularized to them. Almost later, the topic of this meeting came, the relocation order. Tribesmen, according to the order of the leader, 300 households from the residents of Hanyang City will be transferred to the newly built Ruyang County and Fuma Pass this year. The leader has said that you may not be willing to move to other new cities, but it doesn't matter, because the tribe will provide some compensation to the migrants. As soon as these words came out of the county magistrate's mouth, the crowd below immediately started buzzing with discussion. Ah? Didn't you say there was a good thing? Why did you suddenly have to move to another city? To put it nicely, the new city is still a wasteland with nothing. If you move there, you will have to build it from scratch. What's the point? It takes a lifetime to finish the job. No, I still feel that my current home is comfortable. Although it is a bit smaller, I have lived here for several years. If I move to a new city, I might still live in a thatched house. The people below started talking, but most of them were unwilling to move. The people who lived in this first city of the Han tribe all had their own pride. Even if this city was worse than the new city, then they also built it themselves. The dogs don't mind the poverty of the family, so how can they hate the home they built with their own hands? Listen up, everyone who is willing to move to these two new cities will be given a rank of nobility. The agricultural tax will be halved for the first 3 years. You only need to pay 20% of the agricultural tax for each acre of land. You can borrow cattle and horses from the government without spending money. If you are willing to move to the new city, you can come to me and sign up immediately. As a result, while everyone was still discussing, the Hanyang County magistrate's next words came out. This time, instead of being quiet, the people below were discussing more enthusiastically. Hey, did you hear that? Those who are willing to move will be given a rank of knighthood and can become civil servants. What are the benefits of being a public servant? You can eat and drink. I still feel comfortable living in this old city. Why don't you understand? Didn't the leader just tell the county magistrate that from now on the tribe will no longer distribute food to everyone? Everyone can receive their own land from the county magistrate based on their household registration, and the food they grow in the future you can keep it at home and give only half of it to the tribe, and you can eat the rest whenever and as much as you want. It is no longer the case that the tribe divided it equally. Yes, but does this have anything to do with moving to a new city and living in a thatched house? Of course. Didn't the county magistrate say that those who are willing to move will be given a first-class title, and the grain tax will be reduced by half within 3 years? Even if they borrow oxen and horses to plow the land, it will be free of charge. After winning the title of Duke, I can get an additional 20 acres of land. How much more food can be harvested, and half of what is given to the tribe can be saved? In 3 years, how much more food can be saved? When the time comes that these grains are not eaten up, they can be saved or exchanged for other things. For example, the grains can be exchanged for the money the leader said, and then the money can be used to buy meat, or buy chickens, lambs, and piglets. In the future, I can raise more livestock at home and eat eggs and meat every day. Moreover, the more animals you raise, the more manure you produce. When the manure is soaked and poured into the ground, the food will grow better. There are so many good things there. If you don't go, I will go. I have to go and get a spot first. After the man said these words, he immediately squeezed out of the crowd and ran to the county magistrate to sign up. These words were naturally spoken by Luo Chong. He understood very well that private ownership had just been implemented. Although the relocation compensation he gave seemed very generous, not many people knew the benefits of these benefits, so Luo Chong found some entrusters in advance and let them in. The main purpose was to explain the benefits of welfare to the people, rather than inciting them to move. As for sealing out 300 civil servants at once, Luo Chong didn't care at all. These 300 people will be divided into 2 groups. One group will go to Ruyang New City, and the other group will go to Fomagwan County. The total population of the 2 places is nearly 20,000. 300 public servants out of 10,000 people is nothing. Besides, this title is not a loss. All the residents of Hanyang City can advance to the next level based on their merits. After all, they built the entire Hanyang City, and it took them 3 years. Even if there is no merit, just the accumulated hard work is enough for them all to level up. The trustees arranged by Luo Chong indeed played a leading role in popularizing the benefits of having a title among the crowd. The people below also had different reactions to this matter. Some people don't like private ownership because they are lazy. Although they don't eat from a big pot under public ownership, food and meat are still divided among tribes. Even if they work less, they will still get less food. But after the land is divided, if I continue to be lazy and stop working, I will really starve to death. The other type is more thoughtful. This is a group of selfish people who are eager to get their own property and agree very much with the leader's slogan of divide the land, grow your own food, and eat it yourself. But this is not the main reason. The most important thing is that if the food is not eaten up, it can be exchanged for money, and the money can be exchanged for various other things. Everyone here has different ideas. Some women are telling their husbands to save more food. If they save enough food, they can find a carpenter to make a loom for their home. In the future, they can weave and make clothes for themselves, and even if you knit too much, you can sell it and exchange it for other things. There are also people whose families have many children and are allocated a lot of land. Farming 1 or 2 fields is too tiring. They want to save more food and sell it to buy a cow or 2 donkeys, so that they can help their family with work. There are also people who love meat and want to sell their stored grain and exchange it for pigs and lambs, so that they can live a life of meat every meal. Some people also think that the houses in Hanyang City are too oppressive. I heard that the homesteads allocated in Qingshu are relatively large, and if you get the title of duke, the homesteads you will be allocated will be even larger, so some people have joined the relocation army for this reason. As long as people have desires and selfishness, and want to save more things for their families, they will naturally emerge from the crowd. This has advantages and disadvantages, but Luo Chong feels that the benefits are greater than the disadvantages. Selfishness can make people have desires, and if they have desires, there will be competition. Healthy competition not only has no harm, but can also promote collective progress. Besides, Luo Chong has also provided them with so many channels for advancement, there is no reason for anyone to come out to cause trouble. L0NS3v3. On the day of the event, driven by various selfish motives, desires, and interests, the 3 households that Luo Chong requested to move to the new city were quickly gathered together. In addition to these 3 newly promoted dukes, other higher-ranking families, some titles were also awarded. For example, 3 people, Shude, Bestia, and Shui Tu, were awarded the 6th-level solid title together and were sent to various places to perform military duties. Shude was sent to the newly built Ruyang County and was ordered to form a new army team used to garrison Ruyang County as Luo Chong's family member. Bestia was an absolutely reliable confidant. Luo Chong sent him directly to Luoyang County, where there was a large foreign population and complex personnel. Bestia had to be in charge. The task was also to form a new army. Local garrison. It has been 2 years since Shiwatu came to the Han tribe. All his previous tribesmen died, and his wife and children also died in the Fire tribe's invasion. Now he has found 2 new women in the Han tribe and gave birth to another child. Is almost 1 year old. He had been serving as Shuda's deputy and deputy section chief before, but now he could take charge of his own duties. Luo Chong directly sent him to garrison at Fuma Pass and serve as the local military officer. In addition, all the previous general flag officers were promoted to other positions. Chai Duo, the general flag officer of the cavalry, and Hu Montsong, the general flag officer of the sword and shield soldiers, were both left to garrison Hanyang County. Shirlu, the general banner of the lancers, and Tan Jian, the general banner of the archers, were ordered to form a new army and continue to expand westward. Their task was to protect a garrison market located between the bottom of Tuga Ridge and the forest to the west. The strategic purpose of that large flat land is, firstly, to continue to expand outward and establish new counties, and secondly, to bring the entire Shishan Mountain into the garrison scope of Hanyang County. In this way, the salt mine located on the Shishan Mountain will truly be under the jurisdiction of the Han tribe. They are also familiar with that place. It was at the spring meeting of Ermengshui Valley 3 years ago that Luo Chong directly bought hundreds of them. When he came back, he took that position and led them to stop the attack on Tuga Ridge. After the Fire tribe's attack, even the row of scarecrows left behind during the 3-year battle can still be clearly seen as a row of wooden piles, and the scarecrows on them have long been burned by the Fire tribe. In addition to these military arrangements, there are also a large number of good and wise craftsmen who have been granted titles. They are all powerful craftsmen in Hanyang City, including lame men in charge of fire kilns, big mouths in metallurgy, clothes and textile workshops, and carpentry workshops. The people in charge, such as Tong Tong, were awarded the 4th level of smart work, and several outstanding apprentices below were also awarded the title of good work. Also, Chief Shi of the original Snake tribe was directly awarded the 5th level title of gushed. The reason was that the Snake tribe had donated a variety of medicinal herbs that could cure diseases, and their contributions had accumulated to the title of gushed. No one else knew about this. Objection, but also a bit envious. Of course, this title was not given in vain. As soon as the title was issued, Luo Chong issued a new order to Chief Shi to continue to search for useful herbs and accumulate experience for the Han tribe's medical career. As for whether the herbs would poison people when they tasted them, Luo Chong didn't care at all. Even though the title was cool, it was actually not that easy to get. How can you get a title without paying a price? In the next few days, 25 households who moved from Luoyang County also arrived in Hanyang City one after another. However, this was just a transit station. After a short rest in Hanyang City, 5 people from this group were separated, and then together with one family who moved out of Hanyang City and one person from the newly conquered Nyen tribe, they headed to Bomagwen, where they would reclaim farmland and build the new Bomagwen County. The remaining one person, plus about one other person from the Nyen tribe, went to Ruyang County together, and joined more than one people from the Gaoshan tribe and the Taro tribe stationed there, with a total population of about 7, to build Ruyang County and Ruyang New City together. The site is 1 kilometer long, which is nearly 6 times larger than Hanyang City. If there are fewer people, the construction progress will be too slow, so they did not hesitate to mobilize so many people. Of the 25 households that moved from Luoyang County, Luo Chong selected 5 more households, plus about one person from the Han tribe who moved out. Under the leadership of Tan Jian and Shi Lu, they went to garrison in the small plain below Tuga Mountain, and a new market was established there, and a labor market was opened at the same time to attract outside savages to build a new county with them. This new county located below Tuga Mountain was named Danshan County by Luo Chong. Therefore, it is located in the westernmost part of the Han tribe's territory, and the surrounding terrain is open. You can often see the red clouds in the sky in the evening, reflecting the Tuga Mountain next to it. It is red, so it is called Danshan, and the market here is also called Danshan Market. As a result, there were 25 people from the 25 households transferred by Dashu, and there were still more than 2 people. These people also needed to be arranged. Luo Chong finally thought about it and decided to divide them into 2 halves, and one of them was sent to the southwest of Hanyang City. There are thousands of acres of Rami fields in the original tribal base 30 kilometers away, and people need to be sent to collect it every year. Now that there are more people, Luo Chong simply established a new county there, named Madian County. There are indeed a few people in setting up a county with one person, but it doesn't matter. In a month at most, the 2 tribal alliances in the north, a total of more than 4 people will come, and then it will be no problem to transfer 2 people from them. So that the initial manpower of Madian County will be 3 people, enough to build the new city. The last remaining 25 people were transferred back to the east bank of the river by Luo Chong, but instead of sending them back to Luoyang County, they were sent to 20 kilometers northeast of the original Black Rat tribe. This place does not have any special resources, but its geographical location is particularly important. You can reach Luoyang County by walking to the east for 3 days, Hanyang County by walking for 3 days to the west, Ruyang County by walking to the southwest for 3 days, and Ruyang County by walking to the northeast for 3 days. It takes 3 days to cross the dark forest to reach the Babaishan mine. It is located exactly in the middle of the 4 places. It is really unreasonable not to build a city in this place. In fact, Luo Chong has been to this place before. He had been here as early as when he was inspecting the location of Luoyang New City. Luoyang County is too far from Hanyang County, more than 1 kilometer away. It takes 6 or 7 days to walk, even for a field army. A fast march, which takes 2 or 3 days at a speed of 40 or 50 kilometers a day, brings great inconvenience to the communication between the two places. At the beginning, Luo Chong planned to set up a post station between the two places, and that post station was exactly this as the location Luo Chong mentioned. He once conducted an on-site inspection of this place. To the north is a very wide gentle slope, with a dark forest on the top of the slope. To the south of the slope is the Luoyang Plain. There are forests, grasslands, and shrubs. The lower part of the slope is relatively open. There used to be a beast there. The road, that is, the path that wild animals often walked through, gradually formed a path. Later, after being crushed by horses and vehicles, it is turned into a dirt road that can be driven by traffic, and has become the main road connecting Luoyang and Hanyang counties. There are several streams flowing through the dark forest on the hillside. Although the amount of water is not large, it flows all year round. The location of these streams was what Dashu told him during the field trip. The tree tribe used to live in the dark forest. Of course, the environment inside is very clear. To build a city here, you can dig canals to bring several streams here, and then open up farmland on the gentle slope. It is not convenient to grow rice in the mountains, but it is no problem to grow corn, and there is a water source. There is a road at the bottom of the mountain, and there are forests around it to provide it. With firewood, and raising some rabbits, black-bone chickens, and pigs and sheep, there is no problem in providing housing for thousands of people, and a county can be established here. Considering the main purpose of this county, Luo Chong named this new county Sidong County, which means it is connected in all directions and can provide a resting place for pedestrians from all over the world. The initial construction personnel will be the remaining 1,000 people, and a month later, 20 people were transferred from the tribal alliance going south to be the first batch of construction personnel. However, it would not work without someone in Xian County. Luo Chong thought for a while, and finally sent Hu Monsong and Chai Duo, who were stationed in Hanyang City, to Madian County and Sidong County respectively, and let them take charge of the military and political affairs of the two places respectively. As for the defense task of Hanyang City, it is not necessary. Just leave a few gatekeepers. There is Danshan County to the west, Madian County to the southwest, Fuma Pass to the north, Sidong County to the east, and a half-hour waterway to the south. The distance is Ruyang County. What about the enemy? It is impossible to attack Hanyang City directly. Even if the enemy does get through the cracks around Hanyang City, as long as Hanyang City remains closed and the surrounding counties are contacted to send troops, the enemy can be counterattacked. Surrounded, then the center blooms. With the surrounding counties of Danshan, Madian, Fumagwan, and Sidong, it is equivalent to the 4 gates of Hanyang City. In addition, Hanyang City is high and deep, and other cities are all round earth walls. The city is made of earth-covered brick walls. Even if the enemy is allowed to attack, they can't easily break in. Such a city, in this era, is basically an invincible defense. In the next month, that is, throughout February and spring, various ministries were mobilized frequently. Nearly 20,000 people gathered in Hanyang City. After receiving various construction materials and personnel, they once again embarked on the road to move to various places. The relocated population also successfully arrived at each new county seat in mid-February. It's not too late to plant the land at this time. If you open up the land early, you can harvest at least 2 crops of grain this year, which is enough for each place to be self-sufficient. Their early grain was provided by Hanyang and Luoyang counties, and they will have to wait for 3 or 4 years. By the end of the month, in the summer, they will be able to eat the food they grow. In late February of spring, In this tense, but calm day, 2 tribal alliances from the north finally arrived, with more than 4 people, as well as various yaks, wild donkeys, and the like. Livestock, but when they came to Hanyang City and came to Luo Chong, they brought not so good news and a group of tribesmen who were in a state of embarrassment. Great Son of God, when we went south in the spring, we encountered a group of cannibals again. There were thousands of them, and they were all men. We couldn't defeat them, so we had to escape south. Fortunately, we have a lot of livestock, and the tribesmen are also good at riding, so we have temporarily got rid of the enemies behind us. But we don't know whether they will follow, but I think it is very possible. After all, there are thousands of people migrating, and there are so many livestock. There must be a lot of traces left along the way. The emperor must do it early. You have to be prepared, otherwise you may be attacked by the enemy. The leaders of the 2 tribal alliances nervously told Luo Chong the whole story. This situation surprised Luo Chong. Last year, he specially sent Yu Yi to the north for reconnaissance. The result was that he did not find the location of the giant ape, nor did he find any teams attacking the cannibals outside. They also arrived. Fortunately, I came back after wandering around the cannibal settlement. Looking back now, it is indeed a bit abnormal, because the cannibals did not move around the Han tribe for the entire last year. Could it be that they failed several attacks and lost their troops? After that, they only wanted to grow in obscurity and did not dare to come to Luo Chong. Just faced it? The more Luo Chong thought about it, the more likely it was. Otherwise, why would the enemy clearly know that there is a tribe called the Han tribe, as well as weapons such as bows, arrows, swords, and shields, but they have been reluctant to go south. Instead, they have been active in the north, and even started to fight. The idea of this team heading south came up. This is from a group of desperados attacking cities and territories, directly degenerating into bandits who block roads and rob. But even if Luo Chong looked down on them, he still had to guard against things that should be guarded against. He first used a flying eagle to send notices to the counties, warning them that the cannibal army might move south, so that the counties should be prepared for defense. At the same time, patrols should be organized to patrol around the counties to prevent sudden attacks. With the defense in place, Luo Chong could not let go of taking the initiative. Luo Chong sent Yu Yi out again and gave him a cavalry squad, asking them to serve as scouts and go north out of Baima Pass to look for traces of cannibals. If possible, it would be best to shoot some cannibal totem warriors, then set them on fire, and then lead them to the Horsebinding Pass. Although the county seat of Baima Pass has not yet been built, 2 separate city walls have been built in winter. The 2 tall city walls and the towering stone canyons on both sides form a barbican city that can now be used for combat. The urn city was not originally used to block the enemy. Instead, as its name suggests, it invites you to enter the urn, try to trick the enemy into entering, and then close the door and beat them violently. This is Luo Chong's preliminary battle plan. The strategic purpose is not to kill people, but to capture as many prisoners alive as possible. These are all good laborers. They only need to take care of 2 meals a day, give them 2 pairs of clothes, and do not need to pay them. They can do any dirty work. It is easy to kill them, but it is difficult to capture them alive. I don't know if the combat goal this time can be achieved. I hope I can capture a few more slaves this time. The Han tribe has too much work. Yu Yi led a group of cavalry out of the border from the north. This group of scouts will conduct reconnaissance in several directions, but the most important route is the route taken by the 2 tribal alliances when they went south, because if the enemy is really if you followed them here, you would most likely have followed their footsteps. Luo Chong was not idle at the headquarters of Hanyang City. He immediately sent a convoy to transport a large number of wooden boards and various weapons to Baima Pass, including wooden shields, spears, and ordnance shovels. Most weapons. Making Yanling knives is too slow, even if there is a wind-powered automatic forging hammer, because there are really not that many experienced blacksmiths, so the engineer's shovel, a simple and easy-to-make multifunctional equipment, is the most suitable for quick installation. The short weapon, especially this thing, can be used as an axe to chop people. For newcomers who are used to using stone axes, it is easier to get started than the Yanling Dao of the Han tribe, and requires almost no training. In addition, more manpower was sent to the direction of Baima Pass. Almost all the previous manpower was divided by Luo Chong, so he directly transferred manpower from the two tribal alliances that had just arrived, and sent all the young and strong men in the alliance. Reorganized into two teams, one team went directly to Baima Pass as support, and the other team stayed in Hanyang City as a mobile force in case the enemy was not led to Baima Pass and attacked in other directions. He can also use this force for emergency support. The instructors used to temporarily train the two teams were soldiers from the two teams that were sent before. They had lived in the alliance for half a year, and language communication was no longer a problem. They could both understand Luo Chong's orders and communicate with them. The people under his command can communicate with each other without any barriers, thus avoiding the embarrassing situation of generals not knowing their troops. Regarding Luo Chong's arrangements, the top leaders of the two alliances also cooperated very well without any doubts, because Luo Chong's position in their hearts was originally different. Many of the tribes in the north believed in the prophecy of the stone tablet, and they also believed that Luo Chong is the son of God who can lead them to defeat the enemy as predicted. The Han tribe is busy mobilizing manpower and building new cities at the same time. The rear area, like Ruyang County, has also begun to actively cultivate fields and produce food. Starting from this year, more than 7,000 people in their county will have to now that we have achieved self-sufficiency. We cannot always rely on assistance from Hanyang County. However, unlike the Han tribe that was about to go to war, near the coast at the southern end of the grassland, it was peaceful. Niu Wei, the new business elder of the Xian tribe, and his party had just crossed the strait and arrived near the grassland. They were robbed here. The person who robbed them was none other than the Snow Wolf tribe, who was instigated by the former elder Shang last year and went to rob the Han tribe's caravan. However, he lost his wife and lost his troops, and was robbed by the Han tribe. Their thinking is very simple. Since I can't defeat the Han tribe now, the blame should be placed on the Xian tribe. But what they didn't expect was that the newly appointed merchant elder Ushio was very cooperative. He raised his hands and surrendered honestly, and gave a large amount of sea salt and cattle and horses that the team carried as compensation. Not only that, Ushio didn't have any personal status. The chief elder of the 10,000 people tribe was so arrogant that he apologized to the dire wolf very humbly. Of course, he would not take the blame for this. Niu Wei was very unscrupulous and put the blame for encouraging them to rob the Han tribe's caravan, which led to their being robbed, on his predecessor who had been quartered, and said that the leader of his tribe, the commander, had punished him, cut his predecessor into pieces, and sent himself to apologize to the dire wolf. Seeing Ushio's sincere apology, the dire wolf didn't kill them directly. After all, he couldn't reach out and hit the smiling man. However, blackmail was still indispensable. The dire wolf made threats and made the Xian tribe come to the grassland every time. A large amount of white salt must be handed over as tribute, otherwise their caravan will not be allowed to pass. To this, Ushio immediately agreed. However, Ushio was willing to do this, but his people stopped doing it, especially the young people who worked with him because they were poor. They felt that this new boss was too spineless, but Ushio also had his own reasons. This matter is indeed because the former elders tricked them first. It doesn't matter if we make some compensation. What's more, don't forget, what is our purpose this time? We are not here to make enemies with the grassland tribes. This is not us. Bamboo Island, the land here is wider, this is their territory. We have no ability to fight against them, just like they can't attack Bamboo Island, because it is our territory. After what Ushio said, many people expressed their understanding, but some young people were still dissatisfied and scolded him softly, but Ushio spoke again at this time. What they want is nothing more than some sea salt, but our tribe can get as much sea salt as they want. Why should we create a powerful enemy for these inexhaustible sea salt? After these words were spoken, those hot-blooded teenagers shut up. Yes, they couldn't beat each other. The other party just wanted some salt that they couldn't use up. There was no need to make enemies with the other party. After all, it would definitely be difficult for Zhu Dao to move to the grassland. It will take a long time to follow this path. Compared with that little bit of white salt, the Xian tribe's foreign trade is more important. In this way, after paying the tribute once, Niuwei did not go deep into the grassland in a hurry. Instead, he led the people back to the station at the seaside, then loaded up the second batch of supplies and walked towards the grassland again. He had long thought of the snowfield. The wolf might have a reaction, so as early as when he landed, he divided the team into two teams. One team was stationed at the stronghold at the reef bridge, to guard the supplies, and the other team was led by himself, to provide supplies to the snow dire wolf. Giving gifts to apologize. Now, after replenishing the goods, Niuwei led a caravan of only 40 people. After nearly a month of trekking along the coast, they finally arrived at the inland grassland. Those young people who came to the grassland for the first time were all shocked beyond measure. Wow, it's so big here, you can't even see the edge at a glance. Yes, elder. In such a big grassland, you can't even see a mountain or a tribe. Where are we going to trade with people, and where are we going to find that Han tribe? These teenagers are all natives of Zhu Dao. They have never left their hometown since they were children. At most, they only visited a few nearby villages. When they just left the island a few days ago, they saw the magnificent sea and the rocks hidden in the sea. The bridge was already an eye-opener for them, but now the land that could not be seen beyond the horizon, and it was all flat grassland, with blue sky, white clouds, and green grass, made these teenagers even more excited. They all thought to themselves that even if they really died outside this time, it was worth it. After all, they were now considered the most knowledgeable group of people in the entire tribe, and they were very proud of them. Niuwei was very calm. He clearly remembered that this was the 27th time he had come to the grassland. If calculated by time, he had been working as a caravan on the grassland for 11 years. From the initial team member, to the captain, and now to Elder Shang, he can confidently say that apart from the local grassland indigenous people, he is the person who is most familiar with this grassland. We can rely on the sun and stars to determine the direction, and then go to places with luxuriant water and grass in spring. No matter how the forces on the grassland change, tribes will exist in the better pastures. Although they will attack each other, for us, these merchants are relatively friendly because they need the salt we bring. And the locations of those pastures have been visited by me one by one. In the past 10 years, the Xian tribe's caravan has traveled almost all over the grassland, so there is no need to worry about transactions. What I'm worried about now is the Han tribe. I don't know if their caravan has arrived, and if there is any chance of contact with them. Then I will have to inquire with the nomadic tribes. Alas, the most troublesome thing is that the Han tribe caravans have only begun to appear in the grassland in the past 2 years. The indigenous people here don't even know where the Han tribe is. It seems that we have to be prepared to live on the grassland for a long time. Sooner or later, we will definitely find the Han tribe. Tribal. Ushio said firmly. This trip to the Han tribe was not so much about seeking the development of the Xian tribe and going to the Han tribe to learn skills. In fact, it was just an excuse for Niuwei in front of the commander-in-chief. What he really wanted in his heart was to go to the Han tribe. Pilgrimage means. For that legendary powerful tribe, he really wanted to see it, just like the young people around him who had just opened their eyes. Even if it was to see it and grow their eyes, it would be better to die outside. Worth it. After listening to Ushio's words, the teenagers in the team admired the new elder Chong even more, and they all seemed to regard him as their idol. In the following days, this idol led his fans all the way east, because there was a huge lake there, which was even called the Sunrise Sea by the prairie people. In fact, it was the sea where the sun was born. After all, the sun comes out from the direction of the Great Lake every day. This is undoubtedly the most convincing explanation for nomadic primitive people who do not understand geography. On the west bank of the big lake, that is, on the grassland side, there are some large or small rivers and small lakes. The surrounding water plants are very lush, and the oxtail side has also found the nomadic people living here as they wished. Along a winding small river, there are young people riding horses to shoot and hunt jackals everywhere. Women are also riding horses to drive sheep, cattle, and horses. Men are outside guarding and sentrying, and women are on both sides of the river, leisurely grazing livestock. This river is not very deep, and the deepest part does not reach the horse's belly. You can ride a horse directly across it. After seeing the patrolling soldiers on the periphery, Ushio immediately revealed his identity as a caravan and gave away a bamboo tube of white salt as a gift. The soldier was also very happy to take them to the tribe on the other side of the river. After crossing the river, what came into view was a large white felt tent. Ushio immediately started to popularize science with the teenagers around him. Prairie people have their own habits. When their men reach adulthood, they have to build a new tent alone, then marry a wife and have children. So on the grassland, if you want to know how many adult men there are in this tribe, just count them directly. Just how many tents they have, no need to ask. The teenagers around him immediately exclaimed that the elder was really powerful and learned another move. However, as the group of them got closer, Ushio quickly discovered something unusual. For example, the large tent in the middle of the tribe where the leader of the Communist Party lived, simply stood out from the crowd. This is not to say how big the leader's tent is, it must be big. After all, it is the tent where the leader lives. However, what Ushio cares about is not this, but the layer covering the outside of the tent, which is not felt, but Han wool cloth produced by the tribe. However, he vaguely remembered that the grassland people said that the woolen cloth produced by the Han tribe was not cheap. Other tribes bought it and used it to make clothes. It was good for this leader to use such precious textiles to make tents. This feeling is very similar to Bull's when he saw the Kalama struggling to pull the cart. Such a good cloth is really wasted. The rich man is so cheap. Thinking of this, Niuwei couldn't help but laughed. Your tribe is so rich, you actually use the wool cloth produced by the Han tribe to make tents. Who knew that the young man leading the way was also naive and did not hear the irony in Ushio's words? He was not ashamed but proud of it, as if we were rich and we should be proud. Guests from afar, that woolen cloth tent is nothing. It's just something we bought from the Han tribe's caravan. We have something better, but it took more than a dozen cows and horses to replace it. Come back, right there. Following the guidance of the young man who led the way, Ushio and his men immediately focused their attention on the two two-wheeled and one-horse carriages. Everyone's pupils shrank involuntarily, even Ushio was no exception. This was his first time. He saw the Han tribe's carriages with his own eyes, and he heard about them from other people's mouths in the past. Next, Niuwei was led into the big tent and met the leader of the tribe. There were very few tribes on the grassland with names. Most of them named the tribe after the leader. When talking about any tribe, it was always that tribe. Whose tribe? This tribe is no exception. Their leader is called Mao Dun, 04, Du Tu. The name is very strange, and the leader is also very young. It is said that their tribe has done transactions with the Xian tribe's caravan more than once, but Mao Dun, he was still young at that time, and the leader was still his father's generation. He also just became the leader in the spring of this year, and the first thing he did when he became the leader was to build a big woolen cloth tent. He seemed to enjoy it very much. There is no basis for Moton to say that he likes to enjoy. This is not only reflected in his big woolen tent, but also the iron pot in his tent, and even a flat table. Of course, the Han tribe, it is impossible for a caravan to transport a table all the way. It is just a wooden board unloaded from a broken car. Put something on the bottom and get a piece of linen as a tablecloth. A warm and unique table, that's it. The furnishings on the table are still very luxurious. First of all, there are 2 small daggers, the handles made of deer antlers, and the blades made of fine steel. These are all rationed by the Han tribe, but Mao Dun also spent a lot of money to get 2 of them. Secondly, there are various ceramic tableware. Unlike the most common sea bowls, what is placed on the table are some painted porcelain with hand-painted patterns. In this era of lack of culture, a set of such bowls, pots, plates, porcelain, such as plates, is enough to amaze people. But these are nothing. On the entire table, Moton's favorite thing is the small jar, the size of a fist. Come, try the good things I got from the Han tribe. Moton warmly entertained Niue. While he was talking, several women came in, each carrying a large porcelain basin, one carrying a large piece of cooked mutton, a roasted black and red leg of lamb, and a pot that had just been heated. Fresh milk. But after several women divided the meat, Mao Dun also very stingily poured some red powder from the covered jar and put it on the plate, then grabbed the mutton and dipped it into the powder, and then took another sip. Put it in your mouth. I saw this guy's 2 eyebrows suddenly tangled together, and then his face turned red from suppressing it. Finally, he couldn't help but took another sip of milk and pressed it down. Then he breathed a long sigh of relief with a satisfied expression on his face, and then he looked at Ushio with a slightly defiant and proud expression. Looking at Mao Dun's expression, to be honest, Oxtail didn't want to try the bright red powder. The tastes of these prairie people have always been weird, and they really can't be eaten in the same pot as the big guys from the Xian tribe, but this is their leader after all. The other party had already demonstrated that it was not poisonous, and Mao Dun also said that it was a good thing obtained from the Han tribe. In the end, due to the dual temptation of politeness and curiosity, he tasted the oxtail. Taste. The steaming hand-picked mutton was dipped in bright red chili noodles. The moment it entered his mouth, the oxtail felt as uncomfortable as eating a piece of red-hot coal, but he couldn't spit it out in front of the owner, so I could only blush and endure the food. What he didn't expect was that the unknown seasoning tasted more and more delicious when eaten together with the mutton. Although the spicy taste made him a little uncomfortable, after taking the first bite, his hands controlled it. I couldn't help but take a piece of meat and put it into the chili noodles again. Ha 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 ha, how about my friend, you must also like this seasoning. Moton couldn't help laughing when he saw Oxtail's reaction. After swallowing the second piece of meat and sipping the hot milk, Oxtail finally answered. This seasoning is too strong, but it tastes great when paired with mutton. Is this something sold by the Han tribe? What's the name of this thing? They said this is called chili powder. It is a kind of grass that produces fruit. It can only be produced once a year. It is very rare. It has to be dried and then ground into powder, so it is very expensive. Just 1 jar costs 1. The head sheep comes in exchange. I also thought they wanted it at the time. Using the condition of protecting the safety of the other party's caravan in exchange for the supply of weapons from the other party, this is actually very cost-effective for a nomadic tribe that cannot smelt metal by itself. It's true that Mo Dun likes to enjoy, but if you want to enjoy it, you must have enough strength to protect your property. But in a primitive and barbaric place like the grassland, if you don't take the initiative to beat others, others will covet it. Your wealth will take the initiative to come and beat you. In fact, this was not only true on the grasslands, but also among the Han tribe. When Luo Chong had just made pottery, he attracted the covetousness of Xie Ding Luo from next door, and then took the initiative to kill him. Motan had the same idea, but in this case, when the starting line of the entire grassland is almost the same, whoever can get the help of metal weapons from outside at this time can be a big step ahead of others, but Ushio is not an idiot. I also have my own ideas. Chief Maodun, we haven't seen many iron weapons from the Han tribe, and we don't know much about them. We can't make them yet, but our Xian tribe also has its own alloy weapons. I wonder if you will like them. Ushio finished speaking. He pulled out a double-edged dagger with extremely high impurity content from his waist. This bronze dagger has a light golden color overall, and is similar in size to the fine steel dagger in Maodun's hand. However, since the bronzes of the Xian tribe are composed of heavy metals such as copper, lead, silver, and tin, they are of the same volume. Under the circumstances, this bronze dagger is much heavier than the steel knife. Maodun took the copper sword and played with it in his hand. It felt good in his hand, but he didn't know how to use it as a weapon. Then he saw him holding a dagger and cutting the mutton in the basin. Come on, under all this, Maodun immediately felt the difference between it and the steel sword. Although this copper sword was very sharp, you had to push and pull it repeatedly if you wanted to cut off a piece of meat. It looked like sawing wood. The steel knife is different. If you put a little pressure on the meat, you can cut off a large piece immediately. Just judging from the weight and sharpness, the steel sword was better than the copper sword, which made Modu feel disappointed. Then he saw him pick up the steel sword on the side and place it on the copper sword in front of Ushio, and the two blades intersected. With a harsh friction sound, the steel knife unexpectedly cut off the blade of the copper sword, and rolled it into a yellow-orange copper circle. This scene made Ushio, who was watching from the side, want to find a place to cover his face. It was so embarrassing. Although he knew that the alloy just made by the Xian tribe was different from the iron tools of the Han tribe, he did not expect it to be so bad. If these two weapons were to be chopped together on the battlefield, why would anyone guess the outcome? The sword would definitely destroy everyone. However, when I thought that Maodun would be disappointed and cancel the metal transaction, I didn't expect that he would ask another question. This yellow knife is inferior to an iron knife, and it's also very heavy. I don't think it's suitable as a weapon. I wonder if you can use this material to make something else. What? Ushio asked, curiously. That's right, what do you mean by that thing? I can't remember. Anyway, it's just two semicircular circles, like a crescent moon, which can be stepped into with 2 feet. What Maodun said was stirrup, but he forgot how to say stirrup in Chinese, so he could only show it to Niue while saying it. But Oxtail was a little confused. He didn't understand why Maodun asked to use this precious material to make something that people could step on and play with. Isn't this a waste of copper? It's not easy for their Xian tribe to mine and smelt copper. Ah. But this can't be blamed on him. In fact, Ushio has never seen the function of stirrups, and has never even heard of it. It is interesting to talk about it, although Ushio was the first to bring back the news about the Han tribe, and he also made a lot of it. Goods of the Han tribe, but those things where he collected it from those Han tribe customers at a high price, and even the news about the Han tribe's 4-wheeled ox cart was no exception. However, even a small team member of the Han tribe's caravan had never seen an oxtail once, so it is even less likely to know what a stirrup is. But the nomadic tribes on the grassland are different. Those tribes that have come into contact with the caravans of the Han tribe have basically seen the stirrups of the Han tribe. People in the grassland love horses. They have their own understanding of horse habits and riding skills, and they also like to dress up their own horses, so when they first saw the caravan of the Han tribe, they were very curious when they saw the saddles they put on their horses and the stirrups their feet were on. This curiosity didn't matter. After seeing it, they couldn't help but study it, and then suddenly discovered the benefits of this set of harness. However, for them, with their own technical level, they simply did not have the ability to make it. In the end, the key thing is that the Han tribe doesn't sell that thing yet, which makes them very depressed. Prairie people were born as nomads. Before he was born, his father would make him a bow and arrow. When the child grew older, he could ride a sheep and play with the bow, because that was their toy. When he grew older, he started riding horses again. There is nothing wrong with the people on horseback, and everyone's riding skills are superb. But even under such circumstances, it didn't take long for the Han tribe to form heavy cavalry and win the conflict with the Snow Wolf tribe. The key reason was because of the horse gear and weapons and equipment. The emergence of hybrid saddles and stirrups allowed people from the Han tribe who had never ridden a horse to quickly master riding skills. Although they were still inferior to those of the grassland people, they were not inferior in terms of comprehensive aspects. Besides, in terms of weapons, the Han tribes, although the cavalry and archery are rubbish, they all have strong armors, and even there are also masks, which to a certain extent are immune to the attacks of the opponent's cavalry. When fighting in the face, the Han tribe's cavalry and long knives are far more powerful than bows and arrows, especially the way these things are used. To do fancy horse movements, you just need to hold the weapon and push it forward. It is no exaggeration to say that as long as the horses, weapons, and armor are sufficient, the cavalry of the Han tribe can be quickly replicated in an organized manner, because in this tactical mode, as a cavalry, you only need to learn to ride on the horse without falling off. Just come down. But riding a horse is also a very tiring task. Without stirrups, if a person wants to sit firmly on the horse, he must keep holding the horse's belly with his legs. It's okay to hold it for a while, but keep this action. But it is very physically demanding. But with the addition of stirrups, riders freed their feet. Not only that, with a solid feeling under their feet, riders could more easily exert force on the horse, use some heavy weapons, and even draw bows. Draw a bow with a larger draw weight. If stirrups and saddles allowed farmers in the Han tribe to quickly master riding skills, then stirrups and saddles were even more powerful for the nomads on the grasslands. Who wouldn't want such an artifact? In the past, I couldn't make it myself, but it's different now. Although the swords of the Xian tribe are inferior to the steel swords of the Han tribe, there is no difference if they are made of copper into stirrups. They are just auxiliary equipment, not weapons. It doesn't matter which one is good or which one is bad. Although Oxtail was quite surprised, looking at what Mao Dun was drawing, wasn't it just 2 circles? It was not difficult to make, and it didn't use much material. It was almost the same as a pair of scissors from the Han tribe. Thinking of this, he immediately agreed without hesitation. This is no problem. I can bring you as much as you need next time, but our conditions need to be changed. What conditions? Mao Dun suddenly became alert. Niue really has his own ideas. He wants to go to the Han tribe next, so naturally he cannot ignore the warnings of the Han tribe. For example, the Han tribe does not allow them to go deep into the grassland to trade, let alone sell salt on the grassland. Even if they are sold, they cannot be cheaper than those sold by the Han tribe. The scouts led by Yu Yi have been out for a few days, and the location of the battle has been set at Fima Pass. A large amount of equipment stored by the Han tribe is also being transported to Fima Pass. Luo Chong, the backbone of the Han tribe, especially the god in the eyes of the 2 tribal alliances that had just gone south, he appeared on the wall of Bima Pass without exception. The 2 walls of Wingqing are each 600 to 700 meters long. Although they are built of rammed earth and no bricks or stones are used, the thickness and height are there, making ordinary attacks completely useless. These 2 city walls are now filled with young people who have just moved here. Yes, they live there. The foundation of the new city behind Bima Pass has just been laid. It doesn't even have city walls. It is impossible to use it for defense. The wingqing in front cannot be inhabited. It is used to contain enemies, plus 2 city walls. There are steep cliffs in between, and the plank road connecting the 2 city walls has not been built. It is not very convenient to go up and down the city wall, so instead of waiting for the enemy to come and then stepping on the wall, it is better to live on it first. The women and children have been moved to Hanyang City. Among the 3,000 people who moved here, nearly 1,000 men stayed. In addition, the temporarily reorganized teams from the 2 alliances joined, and the defenders and craftsmen who stayed at Bima Pass were added. About 1,500 people. There are 800 people deployed on the first city wall and 700 people on the second city wall. In this pre-war state, these people have not been off the city wall for several days. They eat, drink, poop and sleep on it. But it's not too crowded. Both walls are 12 to 13 meters high, about 5 meters wide at the top, and 600 to 700 meters long. Even if there are 2,000 people stationed on one wall, it won't seem crowded. The reason why the city wall was made so wide in the first place was that Luo Chong planned to deploy large weapons on the wall in the future, but he didn't expect that it would come in handy so quickly. In the battlements of the first city wall, there was a temporary bed crossbow every 20 meters. There were 34 on the entire city wall, not too few, but not too many. In Luo Chong's view, he wanted to control the entire city. Considering the length of the city wall, the density of these 34 bed crossbows is still too low. Quick, 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 string it up, fire it and see how far it can hit. Let's calibrate the range first. Luo Chong, standing on the city wall, said to the soldier adjusting the crossbow next to him. Yes, Chief. 2 soldiers from Luoyang County also began to learn to operate bed crossbows under the guidance of Hanyang City craftsmen. This thing is actually not difficult. Anyone who has played with bows and arrows or hand crossbows will not be too unfamiliar, because after all, it is still the same type of weapon, just slightly bigger. The 2 quickly completed the winding action of a winch, and then placed an oversized crossbow arrow in the arrow slot of the bed crossbow, which was actually a javelin. I have to mention here the man-eating tree growing in the basin behind Bima Pass. It can be said that ever since Luo Chong discovered that strange tree, he has begun to continuously intercept materials from the tree. A large number of arrows, spear shafts, and giant arrows for bed crossbows similar to throwing spears, and even non-staple food products such as syrup root nodules, were continuously transported to several counties of the Han tribe, but Luo Chong did not treat them badly. Every time people were sent to collect materials from the tree, they would take the initiative to feed it with some animal flesh and blood. In the past few years, the man-eating tree did not continue to expand, but it did not lose nutrients and wither. As the leader of the Han tribe, Luo Chong naturally knew the importance of this tree. It was precisely after seeing this that he deliberately closed the road and built the city from the valley north of the man-eating tree. The strategic purpose of doing so was not only to defend the enemy from the north. In addition, another important reason is that Luo Chong wanted to completely incorporate the man-eating tree into the territory of the Han tribe. Fire. Seeing the 2 soldiers loading the javelin, Luo Chong immediately gave the order to test fire. I saw another old tribesman who moved from Hanyang City nodded, moved the wooden block at the back used to adjust the height and low angle of the bed crossbow, and adjusted it according to the scale above. To the north of Sidong County, isn't there a dark forest? Where did they go? But just when he thought of this, Luo Chong suddenly woke up, because he found that he had made the biggest mistake, that is, he overestimated the enemy's overall strength in terms of the tribe's overall strength. Regardless of the total population of both sides, talking about other aspects, the Han tribe is undoubtedly an era more advanced than them. The biggest difference between a farming tribe and a primitive tribe that makes a living by hunting is actually the way of life, and the way of life it also determines the difference in combat methods. If the Han tribe wants to fight, no matter how many people they send out, they will definitely prepare food in advance. As the saying goes, before the troops and horses move, food and grass go first. But the enemy is different. They have traveled such a long distance, and they may bring them with them. A little bit of dried meat, but they didn't have a vehicle, so it was impossible to bring too much food. Therefore, those cannibals seem to be going out to plunder people every year, but in fact it is better to think of them as large-scale hunting operations. When they find small tribes, they will definitely take advantage of their large numbers to burn, kill, and plunder. However, due to the rise of the Han tribe, the population in the surrounding areas of the Han tribe has been siphoned into the Han tribe in the past 2 years, resulting in large areas around it. There is a human vacuum. This situation may seem like nothing in normal times, but at this time, it is very uncomfortable for the cannibals, a team without logistical supplies. Without small tribes to attack, they cannot continue with the method of fighting to support war. If the attack continues, what should we do now? Of course, find a place with food to fill your stomach first. But it is obvious that in the area north of Bomagwen, the wild animals in the hilly areas are fewer than before because of the Han tribe. Of course, they are not enough to feed thousands of people on the other side, but those who cross the river eastward in a dark forest, there are endless big rabbits. The first time Luo Chong encountered this group of opponents, it was in that forest. If he insisted on saying that the opponent did not know that place, then he would not be treating the opponent, "You act like a fool, but you become a fool yourself." They are looking for food there. Luo Chong confirmed immediately, and then couldn't help but twitching at the corner of his eye. What the hell, it is estimated that the number of rabbits in the dark forest will go back 3 years. After confirming the opponent's purpose, a new problem came again. Luo Chong's initial plan was to lure the enemy to the Wingqing of Baimagwen and beat the dogs behind closed doors in order to maximize the possibility of obtaining more slaves. However, this time the opponent, after running into the forest, it was even more difficult for him to surround and annihilate the enemy. What should he do? But Luo Chong immediately realized that the letter in his hand was from the hunting patrol team formed by Luoyang County under his orders. Their main responsibility was to guard against possible enemies in the north during daily hunting patrols. And this time they were the first to discover the enemy's figure at the southern edge of the dark forest, and then notified Luoyang County. At Dashi's request, they resettled the immigrants from Sidong County to Hanyang City, and then Hanyang City was moved to the north. The news from Baimagwen here. It may have been a day or two since this news came out. Who knows where the enemy is now? No, we still need to conduct a reconnaissance. If we fight in the wild, I'm afraid we won't be able to capture many slaves this time. Alas. Luo Chong sighed secretly, and immediately sent out warning messages in several directions. Hanyang City had closed its doors under Luo Chong's order, and there were so many people in the city that nothing could happen, but it was 4 miles away. Ruyang County, which is only a few days away from Tong County, is very unsafe. The city wall there has not been built yet. Although there are 7,000 people there, half of them are children. If there is a fight, there may be people. Huge losses, this is what Luo Chong doesn't want to see. Therefore, Luo Chong's order to Ruyang County was to let them station themselves in the dug moat circle for defense, put more obstacles such as horses on the outside, and prepare more stones and wooden boards around them, in case of encounter when the enemy attacks, hold on for a while and then call for support immediately. Thinking of this, Luo Chong suddenly felt that it was necessary to build a few beacon towers after this battle, otherwise he would be too passive when encountering this kind of situation again. Next, there were 3,000 people from Danshan County, who also received orders from Luo Chong. They were stationed in place to be alert to enemy attacks and to call for help in time if they were attacked. After issuing a warning, Luo Chong was still reluctant to kill all the enemies, otherwise it would be a pity. After thinking about it for a while, Luo Chong issued a new order. The defenders of Buma Pass will not be mobilized for the time being. They will first gather all the cavalry and the group of cavalry scouts wandering around in the north, and then let these more than 200 people attract the enemy. Because of their high mobility, they can do this kind of work. The most advantageous. Soon, the 2 cavalry banners organized in the caravan last year, as well as a cavalry banner from the Han tribe, and the reconnaissance team from Yui, plus the cavalry patrol team from Hanyang County, added up to more than 200 people. Under Luo Chong's order, he went to the northeast to look for traces of the enemy and their main force, and made some appropriate attacks to attract the enemy to Hanyang City, and then from here to Baimogwen Wingqing. Overall, the original strategy was turned over. Previously, the plan was to attract the enemy to enter the city from the north, but now it was changed to enter the city from the south, but the results were similar. Soon, groups of cavalry were released, and Luo Chong was waiting for feedback from each team. One day later, the sound of horse hoofbeats appeared in Sidong County. Wu Yun was wearing a red robe and black armor military uniform, with a group of big yellow horses on his crotch, waving a riding whip in his hand, and commanded the 3 flags under his command. Order. From now on, a team of 6 people, led by the flag officer and deputy flag officer, will reconnoiter to the edge of the forest. Be careful not to go too deep. Once you find the enemy, harass them and gather here immediately. Of course, you can run away. Don't run too fast, make sure the enemy can keep up with you. Also, it's best to use flying rocks as a weapon. Yes. After hearing the order, each small flag officer immediately ran away with his men. Wu Yun was no exception. He immediately took his own soldiers to perform reconnaissance and seduction missions. Speaking of Wu Yun's chief flag officer, he is actually a new official. He has only been in office for less than a month. As a grassland wild man who joined the Han tribe through Ling Feng's introduction, I thought that after coming to the Han tribe, I would become an ordinary civilian. However, I didn't expect that the leader of the Han tribe valued these grassland people very much. After meeting them, after that, they were immediately appointed as small flag officers to teach the Han tribe warriors to ride horses. This is what the prairie people are best at, it is almost their instinct, so he has nothing to say no to the task of teaching riding skills, not to mention that the Han tribe also has various horse equipment that he has never seen before. And at this moment, the same thing is still happening on the edge of the forest. Although it does not cause any effective damage to the totem warriors every time, it makes them unbearable. A group of cavalry threw the stone and ran away. They wanted to chase, but couldn't catch up. If they didn't chase, the sound of the horses' hooves would not go away. It always echoed in the surrounding area, like a nightmare, making those totem warriors gradually angry. The cavalry of the Han tribe don't have to worry about food and drink. They have enough food to eat, and there are even cooks behind them. If they go to the edge of the forest for a walk, they can still have hot meals when they return, but those totem warriors, it's different. I've been harassed for a whole day, which is equivalent to doing nothing. Not only did I kill a few rabbits, but I also consumed a day's food in vain. At this time, they could no longer endure it. Instead, they planned to wait until the next morning to start dispatching and deal with this wave of indifferent cavalry first. However, what they did not expect was that the cavalry that they thought would go out after dark at night, the cavalry will not come again. After all, it is so dark in the woods, and don't those people need a rest? However, the Han tribe cavalry who had the same idea as them had to endure their fatigue and take action again after receiving a new order from the leader. It was night, just when the totem warriors were about to rest, the sound of horse hoofbeats sounded from the surrounding area again, making the totem warriors who finally fell asleep furious. They picked up their weapons one after another, ready to fight with the cavalry at any time. Let's have a do-it-yourself battle. However, the Han tribe's cavalry still did not launch a surprise attack, but continued to harass. The clatter of horse hooves got closer and closer. The next moment, the totem warriors hiding behind the trees suddenly saw several circles of light floating in the low air in the distance. What the hell is this? When a group of people saw such a strange scene, they couldn't help but be shocked and peeked out their heads from behind the tree to watch. However, just at this moment, when I felt the clatter of horses' hooves passing by not far away, those circles of light suspended in the low sky immediately turned into comets, dragging their long flaming tails and popping. Fall to them. It turned out that it was a flying stone wrapped in a layer of oilcloth. After the cavalry lit the fire, they rode on their horses and waved it. In this way, the flying stone with flames really looked like a halo when swung. However, when it was thrown the moment they went out, each one turned into a meteor dragging flames, and mercilessly hit the camp of the totem warriors. In an instant, the entire edge of the forest was ignited with blazing flames, adding a strange color to the dark night. Here we have to talk about the camp of the cannibal totem warriors. Why did it catch fire so quickly? This season is the time of drought. The spring vegetation has just revived, and there is a lot of rain, so it will not ignite the forest so quickly. The key point is that there is a lot of hay in their camp. As we all know, animals like rabbits survive by eating grass, and they also live in holes in the ground. They also have a habit of collecting hay. Well, of course it's not for eating, but for making beds in the nest, and the hay in rabbit holes has a special feature, that is, even if it rains, their holes will not get wet, so those people who like to sleep in the wild and cannot find dry kindling on rainy days might as well try their luck by finding a rabbit hole. The same is true for those totem warriors. The ground in the forest is filled with a lot of rotten leaves, and some insects and poisonous snakes can emerge from time to time. In this case, the wet ground is not suitable for sleeping, but fortunately they dug for a few days. They had accumulated a lot of hay to make the bed in their rabbit nest, but they did not expect that at this moment, the hay spread on the ground would become their nightmare. The next moment, there was only a whirring sound, and the haystack stained with tung oil suddenly burst into flames. There were many unlucky people among them. When they were lying on the haystacks and sleeping soundly, the next moment, the whole person was swallowed up by the raging fire. For a moment, fire, smoke, and shrill howls suddenly covered the entire surrounding area of the forest. After about an hour, the situation not only did not improve, but intensified. The fires at the edge of the forest seemed to be connected in a line due to the strong wind and the piles of rotten leaves everywhere on the ground. Not only that, although the mountain fire was not very big, due to the moist rotten leaves everywhere, there wasn't much open fire, but there was a lot of smoke. When the strong wind blew again, the entire forest was suddenly covered in thick smoke. At this time, nearly 2,000 totem warriors in the forest became a mess. Many people lost their way in the darkness and thick smoke. They were confused and suffocated by the thick smoke. Many even in the thick smoke, the team started fighting inexplicably with their fellow tribesmen around them. It's chaos, the whole dark forest is in chaos. However, just when they thought they might never get out of the forest, they suddenly heard thunderous noises not far away, as if the thunder god in the sky had sensed their call and used thunder to call them. They lead a way out to heaven. Knock quickly, use a little harder, beat the drum louder, don't stop, and when you get tired, change someone else. Wu Yun was riding on his yellow steed, holding a torch and pointing at several cars, driving big drums. Said the carriage. Yes. Master General Banner, but is this really useful? Will the enemies really follow the sound and come looking for them? A small flag officer under Wu Yun asked in disbelief. You ask me, I ask who is going. This is the leader's idea. Let's just work. By the way, let your respective flags hold torches. It will definitely not be possible to rely on your voice for a while. You will definitely need your torches. Come and lead the way, get ready. Wu Yun ordered loudly to his men. Yes, Lord General Banner. When several small flag officers heard that it was the leader's idea, they no longer hesitated and immediately started preparing separately according to the order. The next moment, the Han tribe's cavalry had just prepared their torches when a large group of people burst out of the smoke-filled forest. These people ran all the way to the sound of drums. Just when their lungs were about to explode, they finally broke out of the thick smoke and breathed in the fresh air greedily in the evening breeze. Many people slumped on the ground and coughed violently. Some people rubbed their eyes in pain, and their 2 eyeballs were stained by the thick smoke. Seeing a sudden appearance of a tribe in front of them, and smelling the aroma of food constantly coming from there, the thirsty and tired cannibal army after running all night no longer cares about anything, and raises the weapons in their hands as if to fight. Hui. Like guang, chicken, fan, blood, jiao, Syotzi rushed towards the tribal residence. 5 minutes later, when they saw that there was no one in the residential area, the Howling Totem warriors couldn't help but be stunned for a moment, but they did not have any doubts. I saw that this tribe's residential area really has everything. First of all, there is a half-person high fence made of wood. It is very sparse and looks like a sheepfold, and there are buried wooden stakes and ropes. The interface is also very clean, it looks like it was just built last night. In this large enclosure, the most eye-catching thing is the thatched houses with pointed roofs. All the houses for people to live in are made of a few sticks, and then some thatch is pasted on the outside. Everyone couldn't help but feel a little sick when they saw it. This house was built too hastily. If they were asked to build this kind of pointed thatched roof house, they would probably be able to build one in just a few minutes. Moreover, this thing can't keep out wind and rain in summer and won't be able to withstand wind and rain in winter. It can't be insulated either. Is such a dilapidated house really meant for people to live in? But when everyone thought about this season, spring, it seemed that there was no problem living in such a thatched house, because in this season, as long as it was safe enough, there was no problem even using the sky as a quilt and the ground as a bed. So they automatically ignored it. This is an inconspicuous flaw. This is not because they are big-hearted, because this place really feels like a place to live. In the entire fence, apart from the spire-roofed thatched house, there were also a lot of messy and discarded daily necessities, even pots that were still bubbling on the fire, and a few birds that kept pecking at the things that fell on the ground. Silky chickens for food, and a sheep that was tied in the sheepfold, bleeding in terror. Broken earthen jars, old buckets, scattered chopsticks, broken wooden spoons, and the wheels of a small cart leaning against the sheepfold. All of this proves that this is a tribe that many people have lived in, and they just escaped a few minutes ago. This can be seen from the messy footprints and horse hoof prints at the entrance to the fence, as well as the fresh, warm horse manure. The next moment, they no longer hesitated. They looked at those earthen pots that they had not had time to take away, and saw that some spoiled salted fish and porridge were bubbling in them. They smelled the fragrance inside and went to the pots. Some dried rabbit meat saved over the past few days was added to it. Someone also pulled out a few burnt black taro from the fire under the pot. After cutting it open with a bone knife, the fragrant pulp inside was revealed, but the few that were left were quickly sold out. But the others were not idle either. They also slaughtered the few living animals left in this residential place. After a while, several black-bone chickens and a sheep were put on the fire. But these foods were still not enough for thousands of people to eat together. Fortunately, the remaining people also found some faintly smelly salted fish and some raw taro from those pointed thatched houses. Although the salted fish was smelly, It was the taste of salt on it was a rare good thing, so they didn't dislike it, and it was quickly snatched up by everyone. This just-in-time supply was of course prepared by Luo Chong. It looked like he was supporting the enemy, but in fact, he was supporting the enemy because Luo Chong knew his goal very well. What he wanted was a living slave. Rather than a pile of useless corpses, if he just wanted to kill these enemies, he had many ways, such as putting some medicine in those pots to poison them all, or letting the cavalry directly kill them in the first place. If you start killing them, even if you can't annihilate them all, you can definitely drive them away. The reason why Luo Chong didn't do this, and even took great pains to provide supplies to the enemy, was that he was naturally planning to capture these people alive and take them back as coolies. While this group of cannibal totem warriors were still feasting in their fake settlement, not far to the southwest of them, the cavalry of the Han tribe were escorting a group of 400 to 500 people towards Baima Pass. This group of people was naturally a temporary group formed from the two alliances that went south. With the idea that they were not familiar with the fighting methods of the Han tribe, Luo Chong arranged such a task for them. Build a fake camp and throw away some rags that the Han tribe has eliminated to lure the enemy and guide them in the direction. Yes, they had completed the first phase of the mission. At this time, while the cannibal totem warriors were eating and drinking, they also began the second phase of the mission under the escort of the cavalry. That is to point out the direction and induce the enemy to continue chasing. I saw a team of hundreds of people heading towards Baima Pass in a chaotic manner. Although there was no formation and the walking was very scattered, they were not slow at all. Of course, these are not the point. The important thing is that in this team, in the middle, there were a few carriages with people sitting on them, throwing things down from time to time. Earthen pots, pottery bowls, broken jars, broken sacks, and crooked wooden crutches. A group of people were throwing things down as they walked. There was one thing not far away. It looked like it was accidentally dropped on the road while escaping in a hurry. The things you put down, and these things have clearly become road signs, hinting to the people behind, we have been running away, and even the direction of escape is marked for you. If the enemy doesn't pursue you, then why are they traveling so far away? Isn't it just for hunting? It's just that they are hunting small tribes. After about 3 hours of this, the sky, which was originally a fish belly white, was now bright, and the cannibal warriors, who had eaten, drank and rested, began to become restless. It was at this time that the Han tribe cavalry, who had already reached Baima Pass, turned their horses and ran over again. Although Luo Chong knew that these enemies would definitely follow the traces left behind to find them, but in order to be safe, Luo Chong still sent the cavalry to conduct a reconnaissance. If the enemy did not rush to Baima Pass as planned, then let the cavalry lure them again. In short, their only purpose was to capture these enemies alive. The next moment, I looked at the broken pot that had been lost all the way to the southwest. As soon as the news of the upcoming attack calling for support was sent, it received a response. To be honest, the team hiding in Duzhonglan really didn't find any valuable targets in the past few days, and then the small tribe inside, after eating and wiping everything clean, they couldn't help but want to find the pair of 2,000 people to join up and continue their attack southward. Especially the giant apes in this team. They have long since wanted to stay in this shabby forest. The trees in this forest are very strange. They don't bear any fruit, and the leaves, roots, bark and other things are also very strange. When the leaves of the tree were torn open, a white mesh would be pulled out, accompanied by a strange smell. The same was true for the bark and roots, which was really unbearable for them. As a result, the team that received the information immediately responded. They lit a huge bonfire at the southern edge of the woods, and put some fresh branches and leaves on it. After a while, a black wave rose. Colorful smoke pillars, coupled with the huge roars of more than 30 giant apes, small teams scattered throughout the woods, quickly gathered here. Just like when Luo Chong met them for the first time, these cannibal warriors often attack in groups. After solving some tribes, they use their residence as an advance base, and then divide into groups of dozens of people. Detach the team and cast a net around the area. Of course this time was no exception, but after receiving the assembly signal, they immediately rushed over non-stop. Not only the totem warriors, but also some more terrifying things, such as giant apes and elephants. Speaking of which, Luo Chong had seized the fear elephant from them. However, in several subsequent encounters, he did not find that the other party had the fear elephant as a mount. Luo Chong also had his own opinions on this. The fear elephant was something like this. It's such a huge creature that it's definitely hard to catch alive. With the giant apes joining the team, it would be easy for the opponent to hunt down the elephants, but trying to tame the adult elephants would be a dream, but baby elephants are not easy to encounter. If they are too young, they have not yet been weaned. If the mother elephant dies, the baby elephant will certainly not live long. Therefore, Luo Chongkai judged that there must be very few domesticated elephants, especially animals like elephants, which have very developed intelligence and emotions. If the hunters killed their companions, then the surviving baby elephants most of them will hold grudges, and it's good if they don't fall out directly. It's really hard to get the little elephant to serve you obediently. This time was no exception. The other party dispatched more than 3,000 people and 35 giant apes this time, but there were only 2 terror elephants, but they were all adults. Each one was about 5 or 6 meters tall and weighed more than 10 tons. Once you stop there, it looks like 2 two-story buildings. If it weren't for these 2 big guys, maybe they wouldn't dare to build a Han tribe city again, because those towering city walls are in front of them, and even if there is no one on the wall to defend them, it would not be easy for them to climb up there. What's more, there are well-equipped soldiers guarding the city. But it's different with these 2 monsters. These 2 little monsters will stop on the city wall. If they flick their long noses upwards, they can reach the top of the city wall. Even if they can't directly wipe out the enemy, they can still. It is very easy to send our own soldiers up. They are simply 2 living ladders. I just don't know how long these 2 big guys can survive and whether they can persist until they successfully break through the city. Regardless of the outcome, the totem warriors of the cannibals were still very confident about these 2 monster-like existences. They even thought that as long as these 2 guys could successfully appear under the other side's city wall, those with hair the guys tied to the top of their heads will be so scared that they abandon the city and flee. Although you are riding a 4-legged beast, you will be trampled into a pile of mud immediately under the feet of a long-nosed beast. The next 2 teams also quickly headed towards the Baima Pass, but at the same time, Wu Yun's cavalry scouts also immediately learned the news that made people tremble with fear. A small flag officer led 5 cavalrymen under his command. They were responsible for reconnaissance in the northwest direction according to the assignments of several small flag officers. This reconnaissance did not matter, it really allowed them to discover some clues, such as the previous few a totem warrior sent to contact the giant ape. Seeing a few people with white totem patterns all over their bodies actually left the main army and ran quickly towards the woods to the northwest, the little flag officer's eyes suddenly lit up. It seemed like it was really true. There is a situation, otherwise why would these guys be running so fast over there? However, these few of them were very cautious and did not chase directly on horseback. Instead, they followed leisurely. When the totem warriors slipped into the woods, they quickly dispersed and set out in the surrounding hilly areas. The horse then carefully hid itself, and lay down behind the reverse slope of the hill, to observe a wave. As a result, not long after, many people came out to light a fire at the edge of the woods, and a plume of black smoke shot straight into the sky. Hey, there is indeed a situation, For a moment, several scouts hiding not far away became excited. But the next moment, they felt that the situation was a little out of control. Dong 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 dong. Waves of tremors came from the ground beneath them, startling several scouts. Wah, what's going on? Is this an earthquake? Just when several people were terrified, the feeling of earthquake was getting closer and closer to them. Oh, ouch. The next moment, several people saw a scene that they would never forget. They saw a fear elephant that was taller than a house suddenly walked out of the woods with heavy steps, hitting many small trees along the way. However, when they walked out of the woods and came to the soaring smoke column, they seemed to be unable to stand the unpleasant smell. Suddenly they pointed their noses towards the sky and roared loudly, which frightened several people. Oh my God, is that a god? Monster, Sigma, degree, winky face. This, eh? No, this thing looks like the elephant the leader is riding, but it's too big. Oh. No, we must tell the leader quickly, otherwise something will really happen this time. Just like that, in the midst of a huge crisis, a few cavalrymen quickly got on their horses, waved their whips and ran away without any hesitation. The totem warriors, who had just gathered at the edge of the woods, couldn't help laughing when they saw the cavalry escaping. Ha 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 ha, these people riding four-legged beasts are really afraid of our long-nosed beasts. This time they didn't even dare to throw stones. They were so scared that they ran away. It's a good thing to scare them away, but I'm afraid they will run back to report the news. Amidst the laughter of a group of people, there are also some clear-headed people. Well, in other words, they were the people who luckily escaped and ascended to heaven during the last siege of the Han tribe. After seeing the fighting methods of the Han tribe with his own eyes, he no longer dared to underestimate this tribe, especially when he heard that it might be the Han tribe that was responsible for this attack. He didn't want to come, but he couldn't refuse the order from above, so he was forced to come here. Although this time they had two huge terror elephants to help them, and they had the possibility of breaking through the Han tribe's wall, he still felt hairy in his heart. Mao, there is no basis, it is just a feeling, they may still lose. Haha, are you really scared? Those people who tie their hair are not as powerful as you say. If they are really powerful, why don't they dare to fight us head-on and just keep harassing us, throwing stones in the distance, and now they are so frightened that they ran away when they saw our long-nosed beast. For such a tribe, two more people are not enough for us to fight together. The other one has never been in contact with Han. The captain of the tribe said disdainfully, looking down on this timid companion. But the man ignored him, just sighed slightly, shook his head secretly, and stopped talking after that. He thought to himself that he would try to stay behind for a while. If he won, he wouldn't mind sharing the fruits of victory with his companions, but if he lost, he would just turn around and run away. If he was attacked by the Han tribe, if someone catches up, then surrender directly. After all, it is better to die than to live. Maybe it is not bad to be a prisoner. Especially when the Han tribe encircled and suppressed them last time, he escaped from the battlefield by chance and climbed up a tree with agility. There, he saw with his own eyes how powerful the Han tribe was and how his similar people were defeated miserably, but the Han tribe that finally won did not. They killed them all directly, but captured them all alive, which surprised him. At the same time, he secretly remembered that since the Han tribe was willing to capture them alive, there was no need to kill them afterwards, so they would not be able to defeat them then. If you surrender when the time comes, you really have a chance to survive. There is actually a reason why this person has such an idea, because according to the internal division of the cannibal tribe, he is not a child born in the tribe, but a child of the tribe who actively surrendered. There are all kinds of birds in the forest. Over the past hundreds of years, many tribes have been conquered by cannibals. Some have chosen to fight hard, some have chosen to escape, and of course some have surrendered directly and expressed their willingness to accept transformation. As for this guy who was about to escape, his original tribe chose to surrender to the cannibals. People like this kind of wallflower who run away with whoever is stronger naturally have no sense of belonging to the cannibals. At this time, the war is imminent. It's not unusual to have this thought. Not long after, more and more people gathered in the smoke pillar at the edge of the forest. Soon they were all here, and the total number of people directly exceeded 1,000. Then a large number of people were waiting behind the two terrifying elephants. Set off towards the valley where Baima Pass is located. On the other side, several scouts galloping on horseback finally arrived at Baima Pass before the enemy arrived, and saw the leader Luo Chong, who looked calm and composed. Chief, in addition to the group of more than 1,000 people who just followed the traces we left, we have just detected that there is another group of cannibal totems in the woods to the northwest of the valley. Warriors, their number is no less than 1,000, and we also saw giant apes with red hair in their team, about 30 of them. In addition, there are... What else are you talking about? Luo Chong couldn't help but raise his eyebrows when he heard this. It's okay if there are more people. More than 1,000 or 2,000 people will not have much impact. It makes sense to have giant apes. He has already thought of it. After this situation, they even prepared the newly made bed crossbows specifically for those monsters. It can be said that it gave the enemy enough face. However, now he told himself that there were other emergencies. Why not? It's surprising. First, leader, that group of people has two long-nosed elephants that are like the Hui Mountain, but they are much bigger than the Gray Mountain. It seems to be as high as two Gray Mountains. If those two elephants come below the city, our city wall is not easy to defend. We might really lose. That elephant is really big and grows so tall. Maybe when it stands on two legs, its front legs can directly reach the top of the city. The scout's voice became smaller and smaller at the end, and then he couldn't help but sigh. He was very optimistic about the upcoming battle. Unexpectedly, at this moment, he suddenly heard a rhetorical question from the leader. At that time, Luo Chong had a smile on his face, as if he had a pearl of wisdom in his hands, and then he smiled mischievously. Who said we have to guard the city wall? We can just open the door and wait for them to come in. Why let them attack the city? We just need to close the city gate at the back in advance. The scout also reacted when he heard this. Yes, wasn't this the plan they originally made? I have opened the city gates for you. You can't attack the city. Then you must go in directly. But I just thought of it. Here, he felt something was wrong again. Chief, if we let all the enemies in and close the door, wouldn't they have to attack the city from the inside out? This will still require engineering in the end. Luo Chong also immediately answered his doubts. This is different. Look at our city gate, and then think about the two elephants you mentioned. If all the enemies come in, the elephants will definitely not be able to get in, so as long as they choose to enter city, the two elephants will naturally be left outside the city. If there is no one to cooperate with them, what can the two elephants do? It depends on the situation. If there is really trouble, only one round of crossbow riding is needed. No matter how big the elephant is, it will be thrown into the street on the spot. Don't be afraid. This is different. Look at our city gate, and then think about the two elephants you mentioned. If all the enemies come in, the elephants will definitely not be able to get in, so as long as they choose to enter city, the two elephants will naturally be left outside the city. If there is no one to cooperate with them, what can the two elephants do? It depends on the situation. If there is really trouble, only one round of crossbow riding is needed. No matter how big the elephant is, it will be thrown into the street on the spot. Don't be afraid. Before seeing him, he heard his voice first. The power brought by the two adult elephants was indeed extraordinary. At this time, Luo Chong was standing on the city wall. Wherever he glanced around, he could see many tribesmen standing on the two sides. Tremble. Although they knew that they had the advantage of weapons, and although they knew that it would be difficult for the enemy to attack the city wall, they could not help but tremble, because these people had never experienced such a big battle. Before joining the Han tribe, What they called the battles were limited to hunting by dozens of people, or group fights between two small tribes. They had never seen a scene like this time when thousands of people came to attack. But when everyone saw the Han flag flying on the city tower and the young leader standing under the flag, their hearts began to calm down. Yes, their leader is so young and not afraid, so what right do they have to be afraid? Of everyone standing here, who is not older than the leader? Where is the bloody massacre? My subordinate is here. You take the lead and start forming a shield formation and a spear formation in the city. Wait for the enemy to attack and retreat steadily. You must also be ready to close the back door at any time. You must block it and not let the enemy break through. At the same time, you must lead all the enemies to at the back door. We can have a chance to lock everyone in. Yes. Where is Yuno? My subordinate is here. Go and bring Huishan and Ruru, start from the east of Hanyang City, go around the river, hide in the east and wait for my orders. Yes. Commanders, listen to the order. Behind you are your women and children, as well as your houses and fields. We must not let the enemy escape from Wingqing. Everyone on the north wall listen. The enemy is equipped with a small number of bows and arrows, but they are arrowheads made of bone. Don't be afraid. Take a shield to protect your body and try to squat behind the wall. The other old men who controlled the bed crossbows waited for the first wave of enemy attacks to end, then aimed at the giant apes and hit them hard. Yes. Luo Chong's few orders and pre-battle mobilization immediately received a deafening reply, which represented the soldiers' renewed confidence. Yes, just as the leader said, behind them are their families, and also with a house and a field. Whether you can live a peaceful life in the future or be taken prisoner by the enemy depends on the success or failure of today's battle. However, as the leader, Luo Chong still felt that the soldiers around him were a little nervous. After all, it was one thing to be afraid or not, but the body's reaction was the most real. So, Luo Chong shouted to them again. Soldiers, have you seen the open space behind the wall? That is where you will build your houses in the future. You may think that building a house or a high city is very hard. Not only do you have to move bricks, but you also have to plow the land and grow food. Do you also feel tired? But I want to tell you today, now that the opportunity has come, do you want others to help you build cities and houses? Do you want to have children and farm in peace of mind? In that moment, we will capture a few more enemies. The more people we capture, there will be one more person to carry bricks for you in the future. Do you understand? Hearing the leader's question and answer, everyone on the city wall burst into laughter, and they all shouted that they would catch a few more alive, and then they would let these prisoners carry bricks every day, which would exhaust them to death. I have to say that Luo Chong's issues really touched their hearts, especially this spring migration. In fact, many people were dissatisfied. Some of the old residents in Hanyang City, who originally lived well, had to be transferred to the wasteland outside to rebuild new homes, while the newcomers had to move into the houses where they originally lived. There were also newcomers who thought they would if you join the Han tribe, you will be directly assigned a house and food distributed collectively by the tribe. However, starting this spring, everything suddenly changed. Today's Han tribes not only have to open up wasteland and cultivate their own land, but also hand over part of the food grown to the tribe. This is completely opposite to the original public ownership. No one has time to accept this sudden restructuring action. It is inevitable for everyone to have some resentment in their hearts, but Luo Chong doesn't take it to heart. They haven't seen the benefits yet. Once they see tangible benefits, those who oppose it will naturally shut up. Just when Luo Chong had just calmed down everyone's restlessness, the enemy's attack also arrived. Just crossing the river at night, more than 1,500 people from the East Route Army were lured here by the cavalry arranged by Luo Chong in the early morning. In addition, there were more than 1,000 people from the West Route Army hiding in the Ukamiya Olmoids forest. After contact, the two armies had successfully tied the horses. Close meeting 10 miles to the north, the two groups totaled 2,500 troops, plus 35 red-haired giant apes, and 2 adult elephants. A group of people came from the north all the way south in a swaggering way. Wherever they passed, there are almost no enemies. Well, of course this is nonsense. In front of such a large number of enemies, those small tribes of about 100 people would not dare to provoke them. They would run away when they saw it, and those who could not win would surrender immediately, not to mention that there were no small tribes around. The tribes were basically absorbed by the Han tribes. Such a large force of thousands of people would be a strong group even in modern times, and it would be even more powerful in this era. Unfortunately, they once again encountered the Han tribe, the city wall, and the Luo people. Rush. On the other side, the cannibal totem warriors, who came all the way from the north, also rushed up with their own weapons. The more than 30 giant apes took the lead and ran ahead. It was at this time that Luo Chong for the first time, I learned what species the man-eating ape is. To the north of Baima Pass is a large piece of hilly grassland. The terrain is very similar to the grassland terrain in Australia. In such a place where there are no trees, it is impossible for the man-eating apes to swing on the trees like before. But they did not run with their legs upright like humans, but ran on all fours like orangutans, running diagonally forward. This was the first time Luo Chong saw the running posture of the cannibal. The first time he encountered it was in the woods, and the second time he was directly killed by the soldiers guarding the city. Luo Chong didn't see it at the time, but after seeing it now, Luo Chong felt that the name he gave this creature was absolutely right. Because they are apes, a transitional species between orangutans and humans. The hind limbs of cannibals are obviously longer than their forelimbs, which prevents them from landing on all fours well, so even when running on all fours, they can only if you can run diagonally. The back legs are basically exerting force, and the forelimbs only play a balancing role. Moreover, the cannibals also like to walk upright when they are not running. Although they are not standing upright, they are indeed standing on 2 legs. If all the murals in the slate prophecies are followed, this race may really be they are the same ancestor as the humans here, but they later took different development directions. But now it seems that this has been used for something, because they have rushed to the front, but they have not attacked directly. It has to be said that Luo Chong's tactics this time made the enemy very confused. They knew that the Han tribe was good at building high walls and would dig a moat around it. When facing the enemy, the 4 gates would be closed tightly and they would never give the opponent left no loopholes. Just like last time, they had obviously rushed to the city, but looking at the high wall of the Han tribe, there was nothing they could do. However, this time it was different. In order to break through the Han tribe city wall, they even brought 2 adult elephants to help, and prepared to directly attack the city. However, when they arrived, they discovered that this time the Han tribe did not close the door, but opened the door. Hundreds of warriors were blocking the door with shields. Isn't their door ready yet? Is this too much? Do you dare to challenge the man-eating giant ape just because of the hundreds of people at the door? I really don't know how to write the word death. TSK, 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 TSK. By the way, how do you write the word death? However, Luo Chong obviously would not leave the opponent a chance to learn Chinese characters. The moment he saw the enemy rushing to the city in a daze, Luo Chong had already asked the drummer next to him to beat the big drum. The sound of drums resounded through the canyon, and the enemies who were still in a daze immediately reacted. However, when they raised their weapons again, they saw those people blocking the city gate suddenly making a move. An action that surprised them even more. The warriors holding shields in their hands, and with their spears drawn out beside them actually followed the drumbeats on the city wall and retreated quickly to the drumbeats. After leaving the doorway, the warriors who had formed a shield formation just now he directly put the shield behind him, and Sayatsi ran towards the back, fearing that he would catch up with the enemy after taking one step. As for the other half of the spearmen, they did not have shields to protect their backs, so they had already run away. Went in front of the shield soldiers. Seeing this sudden scene in front of them, the totem warriors of the cannibals were immediately furious. There is obviously no door, but you are still guarding here. Okay, you can guard it well as you say, and we will too. I respect you for being a man, but now, before the two parties even started fighting, you actually ran away immediately. This is so real. Ever since, looking at the wide-open North City gate, countless totem warriors began to charge towards the door in an instant. But how could they outrun the red-haired giant ape? They had just started, and they immediately pulled the ordinary warrior behind them a long way away. Within a few seconds, the giant ape in front and the warrior behind were pulled apart. He drove 100 or 200 meters, but this charge mode was exactly what Luo Chong needed. The next moment, just as all the giant apes had just rushed into the door 100 meters away, and the totem warriors behind were still outside the city, hundreds of quicklime cloth bags flew out of the north wall where Luo Chong was, looming over the heads of all the giant apes in a saturated covering blow. Animals like giant apes are not yet human beings, so their senses are naturally much stronger than humans, such as hearing, vision, and smell. They have not completely degraded and are still as sharp as wild beasts. At this time, hundreds of lime bags were under their hoods, and they were noticed by them while they were still flying in the air. The next moment, when the giant apes were chasing forward, they suddenly stopped forcibly, and then stood tall on the spot. He jumped up, waved his long arms, and blasted a dozen lime bags in an instant. As a result, the lime bags that could only be exploded when they hit the ground were blown up in the air. Seeing this scene, the Han tribesmen on the city wall almost laughed like pigs. Originally, they were worried that the smoke released after falling to the ground was not high enough, but now it was better. Unexpectedly, they came to the door on their own, and blew up the cloth bags in the air. The white dust smoke suddenly seemed like cloud bombs are in the air. It spread in the air, and in the next second, those lime bags that naturally fell to the ground were also thrown away, and a large amount of white dust rose up on the ground. A low-altitude blow in the entire space caused 35 red-haired giant apes to instantly it turned into a white-haired snow monster. Of course, this is not just as simple as dyeing it. As the saying goes, you will get something if you pay. Of course, the warriors of the Han tribe dyed their hair for a reward, and this reward was their own eyes. Sure enough, as Luo Chong expected, as soon as the white lime dust filled the air, dozens of painful howls and roars came from the smoke. I've been hit, the leader is so powerful, this move really works. Aren't you talking nonsense? Who is our leader? If he is not powerful, can he lead us to defend the city wall? Besides, this method is not the first time that the leader has used it. It was also used in a similar place before, and we also used it those monsters that were defeated this way. There was no city wall here at that time, but a large area of small mounds. The leader took us lying down behind the two mounds facing the valley. Mounds? Why are there no mounds? I think there is flat land in front of our city wall. How can there be more than half of the small mounds? A newcomer asked in confusion. Are you stupid? Of course those mounds have been dug flat. Otherwise, where do you think the city wall we are staying now has so much soil come from? The old man who just started speaking also immediately explained. But at this moment, the giant apes, who were crazy with pain, quickly rushed out of the dust and smoke, and continued to rush forward without thinking. However, the totem warriors behind who had just rushed into the city did not enjoy it. This time's lime baptism was mainly due to the fact that lime is dust. After all, it is different from smoke, so the suspension time is short, and they all fell to the ground quickly. After being stepped on by thousands of people behind, they rose up on the ground. There is some white smoke, but the suspension height is very low and cannot cause damage to their eyes. Chief, why didn't we just use crossbows to shoot those red-haired monsters? But at this moment, the giant apes, who were crazy with pain, quickly rushed out of the dust and smoke, and continued to rush forward without thinking. However, the totem warriors behind, who had just rushed into the city, did not enjoy it. This time's lime baptism was mainly due to the fact that lime is dust. After all, it is different from smoke, so the suspension time is short, and they all fell to the ground quickly. After being stepped on by thousands of people behind, they rose up on the ground. There is some white smoke, but the suspension height is very low and cannot cause damage to their eyes.